Tolos, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3 seconds. Stars with a shot at the horn. Save score! Did they beat the clock? Riddick was bumped into as well. The Stars are celebrating. Everything will get looked at. And did Dallas just pull off an absolute miracle?
No, they did not. Or did they? Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Of Sean and RJ. Entire crew is back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden running the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube as we get you closer to Filthy with another jam-packed show. The Stars' 5-game winning streak was snapped in controversial fashion. They lose 3-2 to the Islanders.
A very fun finish, including in that is a
Stars fan.
vicious, I don't want to say hit, because it wasn't really a hit, but one of the Islander players went full speed, face first, right into the boards with about 10 seconds to go. And I mean, he was down, clearing the ice. The Islanders coach is just going bonkers at the Stars bench. Just a vicious moment. And then you get, with a tenth of a second left, a goal that they go to replay, as they would, right, for goalie interference. And they came back and they said the call was overturned. So it wasn't like they called goalie interference on the ice and just upheld it. No, they called a goal, a good goal on the ice, pointing to the dot. They go to review and they say the call's been overturned.
The rule, courtesy of Gavin Spittle, the Hockey Hawk, 69.1
Nice.
in the rule book, states goals should be disallowed only if, 1, an attacking player, either by his positioning or by contact, impairs the goalkeeper's ability to move freely within his crease or defend his goal. Stars fans are saying, no, Robo was pushed. He was pushed into the possible interference that disallows what Wyatt did. Your official ruling, RJ Choppy.
I thought there was a push. They're saying it was a bump. They're saying like it was kind of like a side bump. I can understand. I see what they're looking at. Whereas like it was coming from the side and not necessarily from behind, or it was more of a collision, an inadvertent collision from the Islanders and the Stars in the Robo. I could see their take on that. I don't think that's enough to overturn it. Right? If they had called interference on the ice and they saw it the way they did and it was inadvertent, I could see how they would have said call stands. To me, I don't know that the way that video replay was, that was enough to overturn it.
Pepe?
So I'm with Chop here. Whatever the call on the ice is, you got to stand with that. There was enough to overturn it. He was pushed. It was clear as day to me. Now I'm a Stars fan, so I'm biased. But look, you can't go back to the video monitor and change that call. Whatever you call on the ice, it's got to be. If you think on the ice, it was a push or whatever, or he bumped into him and he called no goal, then it's a no goal. But you can't do that.
It's close.
It's very close. Look, it's very, very close because I could see how they say that wasn't a push, that was a bump. It was inadvertent, whatever. I can understand how they're saying that.
Yeah.
I just don't believe that you could go back and say with certainty.
Yeah. I was trying to judge how much Robo's momentum was affected and changed after the contact.
Right.
Did he definitely get pushed forward? How much was the contact? Bobby, do you have any idea what we're talking about?
I don't have any idea about the rules. I do know that Money Puck said they should have won this game 64%
Wait,
36.
Money Puck said the Stars should have won?
Yep.
Wow, I don't know.
Okay,
about
here's
that
what
one,
Money
man.
Puck knows that you don't, Chop. If you look here, this is a heat map of the shots they took, and you see the number of high opportunity chances the Stars took near the goal were way more than the Islanders did.
Let us know, Tolos, what your official NHL ruling is on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line to 877-881-1053. Yeah, it stinks to have the winning streak broken, but there's no shame in it happening against the Islanders. They've won 5 out of their last 6, and Jason Robertson is on 1. 2 more goals in the loss. That's 8 goals and 11 total points in his last 4 games.
2 goals per game.
Just shut up.
That's a real take. That's 2 goals per game.
It's not
Soon
a
to be
take.
Team
It's not a
USA's
take.
Jason Robertson for the Olympics. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They're going to have about like 8 guys on national teams.
Stars head back to Canada and take on Vancouver tomorrow night. So some controversy at the end of your Dallas Stars game on Victory Plus.
Also from the 903, they want to shout out the U.S. men's national team soccer 5-1 over Uruguay. It's a good win. It's a very good win. That's a good team.
Yeah, I mean, Uruguay in November. That's always been.
It's World Cup.
You
It's
never
World
want
Cup
those
season,
guys
man.
in November.
It is World Cup season. You're getting ready for the World Cup.
You guys just pronounced it differently.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have a neighbor from South America.
I would have
so
said
assume that I'm right.
Uruguay. I was just literally copying.
Uruguay.
I was trying to
Uruguay.
copy what he said. I guess I didn't do it.
I think it's Uruguay.
The latest edition. We'll go inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys at 6:20, as we usually do. The latest edition of the college football playoff ranking.
Well, here we go. We wanted to see a couple of things. How far did Texas fall? How far did Alabama fall? Did they correct any of the Miami Notre Dame? Did we get any explanation on Miami Notre Dame? This is Hunter Yurachek now is the lead of the committee, taking over for Mac Rhodes, right?
49ers fullback.
Yes, absolutely. So where did they sit? Well, Texas drops all the way to 17. They no longer control their own destiny, obviously, after their loss to Georgia. Alabama falls to number 10. So the way it sits right now, also wanted to find out where North Texas would be. Would they be in it? Because we knew Tech was going to be in it. We knew A&M was going to be in it. That was settled. UNT? Nope. UNT did not get to the point where they are the number 1 group of 5 team. That is Tulane.
And Bobby was dropping some F-bombs on the group text last night.
It's ridiculous to have UNT or James Madison behind Tulane. Tulane 2 weeks ago gets blown out by UTSA. Blown out, like handled by a very average by group of 5. Really, though, not very good UTSA team. They lose 48-26 to that. You cannot have them above UNT or James Madison at this point. In fact, I think there's probably a stronger case for James Madison over UNT right now, but you can't have Tulane above either of those two.
Two things that I discovered last night is, one, they kind of said they care more about losses than wins in a good way. Like, if you have, like, the reason that Miami is behind Notre Dame, they said they're not even in the conversation. We don't even compare the two teams. They're on different tiers. Notre Dame's got 2 losses against 2 very good teams, and Notre Dame has 2 losses against 2 very good teams, and Miami has 2 losses against, you know.
You said this would happen. First 2 weeks in, you're like, get ready for Notre Dame top 10.
They're gonna find their way because they're gonna get to 10 wins because they didn't have a loss on their schedule.
Let me go through the top down and then just stop me wherever you see fit. Ohio State, of course, is at 1. Indiana at 2. Texas A&M at 3. The Georgia Bulldogs at number 4. Texas Tech 5. Ole Miss 6. Oregon 7. OU 8.
I might say I'd rather have OU above Oregon right now.
Oregon is not, I don't think, as good as they have been. They struggle with Iowa. Obviously they lost to Indiana at home.
Struggle with Penn State.
Struggle with Penn. They're gonna have a big one this weekend. This is where game day is gonna be. Game day, I think. There were some people that said, you should have gone somewhere else. Go to a different game. Go to Montana State this weekend, which, by the way, is the highest ticket of any game this week is Montana State.
What?
It's higher than Oregon, USC. It's higher than Tennessee, Florida. It's higher than everybody.
What do they got out there?
Higher than Oklahoma, Missouri.
On Montana economy to be dropping that type of money.
I mean, isn't that
Big Bozeman money?
Is Montana? Isn't that your Yellowstone money? Or there's John Dutton Ranch money out there?
You're looking at over $300 a ticket getting the door price for that game.
Woo!
Yeah,
But I think
huge.
Oklahoma beating Alabama, Oklahoma beating Tennessee recently. Like, I think that's more valuable than what Oregon's done.
Oklahoma is at 8, Notre Dame at 9. Some people are complaining that Alabama dropped too much. Really, Maggie Grace. I don't know if that counts. Alabama coming in at number 10, BYU 11, Utah 12. Then you got your cutoff to Miami at 13, my Commodores at 14, USC, Georgia Tech, and Bobby's Longhorns.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with Texas being 17. Some other people did. I don't have a problem with it. They should be at this point essentially a 5-loss team because they've lost. They've taken 2 games to overtime that they had no business going to overtime.
Did you? Because it was 14-10 going in the fourth quarter, right?
That was not a 14-10.
You didn't think so?
Nope.
Okay.
I thought Georgia was handling them. And the one that bugs me again, it's James Madison.
By the way, do you think they're watching it like that? Do you think when they're sitting there? I mean,
I have no idea. I have no, like,
you
honestly,
hope, right?
Yeah, I would hope so. But I mean, I have no idea how they're viewed because looking at the way they're spitting these things out, I have no idea how they're looking at some of this. But I mean, we had Andy Staples on a couple weeks ago. He's like, I don't think that the committee, like, I'm not one of these guys who does think the committee has this like super bias that they want to see certain matchups. I think they are just looking at it straight. And it's like, okay, if they are, I don't know how you look and say North Texas top offense in the country, basically, how that's not better than what Tulane's done recently with their loss. And I know Sumrall is such a big buzzy name right now, but that's a 2-loss group of 5 team.
It is. And look, you're going to see eventually, like, Miami probably not be in there because they don't have a path right now without help to the ACC title game, which means that the ACC is going to get an automatic bid and beat Miami. That being that are 11, they're going to get bumped out. It's going to be Georgia Tech or Virginia or something like that. So Miami is not. I don't even think Miami's going to make this thing unless you have some more carnage.
The latest on Lane Kiffin. You got a little uneasy yesterday, if you're listening as an Ole Miss fan, with Lane Kiffin on McAfee.
Yeah, so Lane on Pat McAfee was asked about the ultimatum. He said there was a report that Ole Miss gave him a November 28th hard deadline, and he was asked by Pat if that's true.
That's absolutely not true. There's been no ultimatum, anything like that at all. And so I don't know where that came from, like a lot of stuff that comes out there. Like I said, man, we're having a blast. I love it here. I mean, our running back's sitting right over here. Come on over. And it just couldn't be better. Like I said, you pray for things. Our fans prayed for this type of thing, and now we're in the middle of it. So enjoy it. You're 10-1. You're getting ready. You got a bye week. You get to watch half the country lose, and there's no way we can lose Saturday. And then you play the Egg Bowl and go dominate that and keep that Egg Bowl trophy home where it's been for a long time.
Yeah. When you start to that was
what a
pivot.
rah-rah speech there at the end.
That was, I mean, he almost snapped his ankle pivoting right there. Like it was, man, it's nothing true to that. But man, I'm having so much fun.
And don't worry about this, fans.
No, and we got the Egg Bowl.
Focus on the rest of the season, fans.
The Egg Bowl.
It's like when he got asked after the game last week or whenever it was, when he gets asked about stuff and he goes, man, that's not fair to even talk about the subject with these guys. Let's talk about this. How great was this win? It's like, boy, you pivot so fast on every question you're getting. He's out of there. I don't know when he's out of there. I mean, I don't remember if I saw this in your email or I saw it somewhere else. That he's like, I mean, he's the betting favorite for the Giants job right now. So I mean, there's NFL, there's college, there's everybody wants him. Like he's finally reset his reputation. People want him again.
Meanwhile, Desmond Howard stirring things up over the weekend. He doesn't come out and really do this. He is not a newsbreaker. And here's Desmond Howard talking about the Texas job.
Happy Monday morning, everybody. I'm here taking out this garbage. Had a couple of thoughts. One is, man, I miss the Twins. But as I'm walking past this tennis ball in my yard, I was also thinking, don't be surprised if that Texas job opens up at the end of the season. You guys were shocked when LSU opened up. Imagine how you're going to feel if that job in Austin pops open. I'm not calling or saying anyone's going to get fired. It may be a mutual parting of ways. You dig? Anyway, you guys have a great Monday.
Doesn't like he's not a newsbreaker,
Right.
He's not, I don't think
He's
of
a
him
game breaker.
Yeah, I don't think of him as a shock jock. I mean, he doesn't say anything.
It's like when I come out and break news, it's
There
like
you go.
you have to pay attention.
You kind of have to. Like, obviously, someone he trusts told him something is amiss. And he's like, hey, maybe you just float this out there. Maybe you get a bite. I don't know.
I don't think Sark's going anywhere. I also don't put anything past angry Texas boosters who are upset when they don't meet expectations. They absolutely could just go, nope, get him out. Like that's. I don't think that's going to happen. But there have been plenty of instances throughout history of Texas people just going, no, this is not good. We're going to change it right now.
And their AD Chris Del Conte said, "This is news to me. Thank you for the insight." So that is what's swirling in the world of college football as we start off the Hump Day edition with the 6 a.m. Club here on Sean and RJ. Choppy, what?
Just real quick, I will say, I do think it's more likely Sark would leave
I agree.
than get fired.
Yeah, I don't think he gets fired.
I do think Sark could get another job.
Well, and you got to look at some of that buyout money. Did the Raider game change how you're feeling about the Cowboys? Wanted to give you a day to think about it, absorb, enjoy the win, but let's get back to reality. Is it changing the way you feel about the season? And how much of that game were actual changes or just the Raiders? Inside the Star on Sean and RJ next. But let me go ahead and take you inside Hurtado Barbecue. The first place I have to think of is...
Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
How are you feeling about the rest of the season now after that dominance over the Raiders? That is the question for you to answer on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. Thanks for being part of the 6 a.m. club. It's Sean, RJ, and Roberto as we continue rolling, trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Before that, Bobby, actual changes that we're going to see moving forward versus specific game situations versus the Raiders.
Yeah, so obviously some of this is because what we heard a lot of from Shoddy was the idea of, hey, at the bye week, which they did not anticipate what all they were going to be dealing with at the bye week, but at the bye week, they were going to dive into a bunch of self-scouting stuff. He told us on Friday that, yeah, look, there was a lot of things we looked at, and some of it was like, oh, yeah, that definitely needs to be changed, and we're going to address it. And some of this is like, okay, that's not as much of an issue as we thought it was. And so some of this you got to look at and go, okay, how much of it is just you're lining up against the Raiders and saying, this is what we need against the Raiders, this is what we need against this team, versus things that they're actually going to shift. I think now they've settled into a few different things, mainly on defense. On offense, there's a little bit of stuff. So this could be a Raiders thing only, but they were doing some stuff in pass protection that I've not seen them do nearly as much this year. So a lot of different times, a lot of different instances, it was to do it to Crosby. But they were taking the guard and essentially pulling him over to the opposite side to like block where the tackle normally would. And the tackle would then go down. So you'd have somebody like Terrence Steele would down block, and then Tyler Smith would basically pull.
I didn't know they did that for pass blocking.
They don't do it it's not a common thing. And sometimes you'll see some turn back protection, which is not from the Cowboys, just in general in the NFL, which is guys literally turning their backs to the play side and kind of blocking things up. But I don't know if that was just a Crosby thing, or if that's just they're incorporating more of that into their passing game.
And Brian brought us saying 7 different blockers on Max Crosby as he texted us that yesterday.
So the edge rusher group now seems like it's settled. Their edge rushers are James Houston, Jadeveon Clowney, and Donovan Ezra-Rocket. That's who's rushing. They're going to run a lot of those 5-man fronts that they had out there that they were big fans of. You're going to see a lot more of that, I think. Kyrie Elam is officially out, I think. I don't believe Kyrie Elam's going to play very much. Ryan Flanoy is now the team's 3rd receiver over Kevontae Turpin and Kevontae Turpin and Jalen Tolbert. No, only half credit because he said Tolbert. He said Tolbert.
I said Tolbert. You're right. I did.
Yeah, but you were questioning.
Turpin is one of the worst players on the team right now. He's been so bad.
And what is it?
I don't know. Initially, I was wondering if he was just like, a little hampered by the ankle.
To me, speed is speed.
Speed kills, right?
He's dropping passes.
Speed doesn't slump.
His hands have been really, really bad. And I don't know if he's just been distracted or what's going on. He just doesn't look like the same player.
Glad we just paid him too.
I mean,
that's the thing. The return game hasn't even been as dynamic as you wanted, and I don't know.
A nice return the other night.
Everybody's learning how to deal with this now with the little squib kicks or these little landing zone kicks that I guess
have punt onside.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah. And so I don't have any clue why he just seems totally off his game right now on special teams and as a receiver.
By the way, on that onside punt,
never seen that.
Do you have to wait till the ball hits the ground?
Yeah.
Is that why?
If you're the receiving team?
No. If you're the kicking team, if you're doing an onside punt. Remember they did that super high sky high one, and they kind of got there and they were just waiting for the ball to hit the ground. You have to wait.
Yeah. You can't like in terms of where they were kicking it, yeah. And I don't think it went far enough while it was in the air.
And how about, do you have to wait? What about like the 10-yard factor as the kicking team?
That's what I mean. Yeah, I think they have to wait. I think it's got.
Can you go past the 10 yards and then wait for the ball to bounce, or you have to?
No, yeah,
hold up?
Yeah, you've got to. You essentially would be offsides there.
Yeah,
and so no, I guess they've done that before. Because there were people in the press box that were talking about, like, as they were lining up, they're like, oh, here comes that punt, or they're going to kick this all the way to the sky. So they were familiar with it. Kyrie Elam down, Jalen Tolbert down, no more Kevontae Turpin. I'm kind of wondering at what point, if at all, they're going to involve Jonathan Mingo. on offense because that hasn't happened yet. But Kalen Carson, I think Kalen Carson, Deron Bland, Reddy Stewart, that's your corners. So that's your cornerback group now.
Say it again.
Kalen Carson, Deron Bland, and Reddy Stewart. And so that's now the trio of corners that they've settled on. We'll see if Diggs ever gets back and if that affects anything. But I think what you're going to see now is they've ditched cover 2. They're going to be playing a lot more cover 4. And they're going to count on the pass rush. They've actually played fewer man, and I think that's going to be the case moving forward. I think all the clamoring for man coverage that people wanted, it doesn't matter. That's not happening. I think they're actually going to play more zone. And so they've been playing a little bit more man in recent weeks. That was out the window the other day. In man coverage last week.
So why would my personnel dictate like more cover 4 versus cover 2 beforehand? Why would that change up?
So cover 4, just in general, cover 2 is going to ask the linebackers to do some stuff deeper down the field, and they just weren't comfortable with Kenneth Murray. And obviously, you've got Overshown coming off of the knee injury, and Logan Wilson is not as fast as he once was. So if you're going to have the linebacker carry receivers down the field when they have seam routes and things like that, he's not Derek Brooks, and I think they've adjusted to that. But in man coverage on Monday, Geno Smith was 3 for 4 for 28 yards and a touchdown, and so. As has been the case, I know everybody keeps wanting it. The numbers say they've been worse when they're in man coverage this year for the most part. There have been a couple games where they were more effective, but I think this is going to be all about we're going to generate pressure up the middle. That seems to be a clear focus of theirs. We're going to have Clowney, Ezeraku, and Houston as kind of the core nucleus. They seem like they trust Houston a little bit more in the run game now, and that's going to be the pass rush unit that they're going to try and generate as much pressure as they can and hope that these corners who are going to be playing back in 4 deep zones that they're going to be able to kind of slow things down. But I think a lot more cover 4, tighter rotations with the defensive line, and now a receiver change where I think Flanoy is kind of your number 3.
So those are the changes in terms of the possibilities versus what may have just been game-specific against the Raiders. Now, RJ Choppy, we reset for the expectations.
Yeah, as it was said on the fan text, it was like going to bed with a 9 and waking up with a 2. With this game.
Yeah.
Right? That's kind of how it felt. So, like, do we still feel like we've turned the corner based on some situations? All right?
No.
We don't.
No.
Very simple. Very simple no.
Very simple.
Okay.
It's not a very simple no.
Is it? Yeah.
It's a complicated no. I'm not 50-50. I'm still believing that, I mean, they're definitely going to miss the playoffs. I have a, big alcohol bottle bet with Bobby. Not on the playoffs, 9 versus 8 wins. But the Quinnen Williams thing is intriguing. Bobby's going to do a little study on how the secondary that I still believe is pretty awful is going to be helped out. But here's the way I view the rest of the schedule. All of a sudden, Philadelphia and Kansas City, they look gettable. So I'm going to go best case scenario here, okay? A split. I'll give them a split. Now, right now, keep in mind the record is 4-5-1. Go ahead, Bobby, before I run this down.
I was just going to say, when you say you don't believe they've turned a corner yet, you're just saying you don't think they've turned the corner to being a contender, but you think they're improved, right, from where they were a couple weeks back?
Well, duh.
Yeah, that's all I meant.
Yeah.
So
they haven't turned the corner to good.
Okay, got it.
Not even contender, like a good team. So I'll give them a split against Philadelphia, Kansas City. I'll give them one of the games. All right, I'll give them one. There's no way in hell, I don't care what Detroit did against Philadelphia, there's no way that Detroit does not score and score big time against this defense. So they're losing that game in Detroit. I will give them one of the Vikings and Charger games. Now, they could certainly, they could win both, right? J.J. McCarthy questions. That was the worst performance of the weekend if you are Los Angeles. So I'll give them a split there, and then that would get them to 6 wins. And then if I give them the Commanders and the Giants to end the year, that's 8 wins. So I'll lose my Bobby bet. I think it's going to hinge on the Vikings and the Chargers to see if they can sweep both of those games. But that's best case scenario. That's giving them a win against either Philadelphia or Kansas City.
Yeah, I could talk myself into a lot of things.
In life?
Yep.
And you have.
But that 3-game stretch that they have coming up, it's very hard to talk myself into winning 2 of 3.
Give me the order of Philly, Kansas City at home at Detroit. Give me your power ranking order of getting those dubs.
I think Philly is number one.
Gettable
because the Cowboys know how to they know how to beat them.
Yeah.
All right, division games, you know how to beat that other team. Then Kansas City, then Detroit. I'd probably be surprised if they beat Detroit in Detroit. And that's the third. That's a Thursday night game, right? That's the back to.
Yeah.
That's the third game in 11 days.
Yeah.
Both teams are going to be playing that same schedule, so there's no advantage. There's no rest advantage for either team. But Detroit at home, that offense, there is a way to beat that offense, and I just don't think the Cowboys have that ability. Although the pressure from the interior is the way to beat it, and that is good. I just don't think the Cowboys have the rest of it.
The most likely team they beat out of that group is Kansas City. Like, I think it's Kansas City, Philly, and then Detroit. I don't think there's much of a chance of them beating Detroit, but Kansas City, I think they can beat right now. Kansas City, I don't think is very good.
I don't know what the over-under on the Detroit game is going to be. I'm taking it.
Vikings, Chargers, and then Commanders, Giants.
Vikings, Chargers, that one, what version of the Chargers am I getting? I think the Vikings they can compete with. The Chargers, it's a coin flip on what team is this week.
That's the bipolar bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cowboys, Chargers. So you still feeling good about 9, Roberto?
Yep. Yeah, no, Archer we were talking in the press box, and I was saying, I was like 6-2 down the stretch, and Archer's like, what? And then I said, well, look, at worst, 5-3. He goes, no, you're holding to 6. You said it, so I'm going to follow up with you on 6.
So you're going to go loss Philly, win Kansas City. This is for Bobby. Loss Detroit, and then you win your final 4. Vikings, Chargers, Commanders, Giants.
Yep.
Wow.
See
Okay.
what the Commanders do.
I could see them winning the final 4. I could see that.
They're just going to shut Jaden down for the year. What's his status?
That's what it feels like they're going to do, is that he's done for the year. And so I would think that he's done. But
how rosy are the Tolos?
Well, right there on the YouTube, Sean, RJ, and Bobby are getting their hopes too high for the Cowboys. We're literally talking about, could they be 500? Like, I don't think that's that high.
I said they're definitely not making the playoffs.
Fantex isn't too confident in the Cowboys, except the 325 that guarantees a win versus Philly. The 214 says they'll be lucky to win one of these next 3 games, and the 737 says 3 L's in a row for sure.
Let's talk about the scary arrest in Texas, and whatever you do, you better not call me a female. That's next on Sean and RJ Hump Day Edition, continuing right here on 105.3 The Fan.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
What is it? Cinnamon sisters?
Basil bowls.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Freaker?
No,
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron squad?
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
NBA has a problem, and it is called injuries. We already know about Anthony Davis. Yesterday it came out that Giannis was going to miss 1 to 2 weeks. Wembanyama is out for a few weeks. Ja Morant out for a few weeks. Like, who else am I missing here? Steve Kerr came out and said that the Warriors believe the NBA's increased pace is leading to the injuries. They're playing at their fastest pace since the 1988-89 season. And Kerr's like, all it is game. In the old days, he goes, we haven't even practiced. We're like sitting here on the road for 8 days. We haven't had a practice. In the old days, you'd play back-to-backs, which were tough, but then you'd have 3 or 4 days off. You'd get in a couple of good practices, and then you'd get back on the floor. And Steve Kerr saying, as we've all said, and I say about all sports except for football, keep all that the same and, in fact, extend the season. Shorten it to 72 games. And he's like, but of course, they're not going to do that. No. That's not going to happen. But he believes that the pace problem is causing these injuries. There's 5 other players out with calf strains, including Ty Jerome, Dylan Harper, Drew Holiday, Stephon Castle has a flexor strain. They're dropping like flies.
They are. And, the Wemby calf, that's because we all know what the calf leads to. That is the precursor injury to what has become an epidemic in the league.
Oh, I know the whole human body thanks to Anthony Davis.
Yeah. and that
it's like playing the human version of Operation.
Yep. And
Hayden, do you know what Operation is?
The game, yes.
All right. Yeah.
Aiden looked over here like, please tell me he's going to get that. The young Aiden Butler.
But, that's like, we forget how fast-paced.
That's your last name, right, Aiden?
Yeah.
Aiden Butler.
How fast-paced 80s basketball was.
They were 120 a game average.
Yeah, which is amazing because they couldn't dribble with their left hand. But they were still fast-paced back then.
What was it, 80? You said 88, 89? was the last time the pace was this high, and that's why they've got all the injuries. Well, that makes sense. Michael Jordan missed 1 game in 1988-89. Charles Barkley missed 3 games. Hakeem Olajuwon missed no games. Karl Malone missed no games. Like they're not dealing with all these. So I don't think if that pace is just so impossible.
Yeah.
Why didn't they have a rash of injuries in that season?
Good question.
It wasn't as physical back then.
It was way more physical.
I know. Detect sarcasm, Bobby.
I can't.
Your blood is sarcastic, so you should be able to detect it. Draymond Green got a warning from the NBA over that fan confrontation that took place the other night. This fan, it was brilliant. Reggie Miller went on Dan Patrick yesterday, and he was like, this is world-class trash talk. Draymond Green missed like his first 3 or 4 shots, but got the offensive rebound. So the fans started chanting Angel Reese. Angel, which I think she is trademarked me bounds. She's kind of taken it and run with it.
Good for her. I like that.
Then
I support that.
Draymond had enough, got face to face with the fan. First thing I noticed, I was like, that's a big fan.
Yeah.
It was like even with the height, and I'm assuming Draymond is about 6'8". Afterwards, Draymond talked to reporters.
What happened in the second quarter with that fan?
He just kept calling me a woman. You know, it was a good joke at first, but you can't keep calling me a woman. One on the way. Can't keep calling me a woman. So, you know, he got quiet though, so it was fine.
What did he say when you got over there?
Well, he was talking at first, you know, and then you get a little closer, and he didn't really say much else. But, you know, it's fine. We'll move on.
What is it?
Yeah, he just kept calling me a woman's name. I am not. So I was like, well,
Official came over. I mean, were you guys discussing?
Yeah, he just told me, I got it. I've heard him over and over and over again. You've handled it well. Don't get yourself in no trouble. I'll take care of it.
And then Draymond's like, "Hey, I'm about to have my 4th kid. You can't call me a woman." I was wondering if there were groups that were going to get upset that were female groups. Marcy Darcy saying, "What's wrong with being called a woman?
Right?
Why are you offended?"
It's misgendering. That's the problem.
You can't say you throw like a girl. You can't say that.
That's right.
Because there's nothing wrong with throwing like a girl.
Yeah.
Because girls don't throw any differently.
Yeah, I think the thing that I would think would get him in more trouble is the fact that somebody's clearly just making a comparison to the play style of like you're missing shots and getting your own, and he takes it as like
manhood,
calling him and comparing him to a person. He goes, just called me a woman. You cannot don't ever. Which true. Like, I mean, nobody wants to be compared to like somebody who gets destroyed for being they don't make shots, they're bad, whatever else. But the whole little like he called me a woman. Well, like, he called you Angel Reese. Like that's not him saying just like a generalized woman. He's clearly trying to hit you with a joke. Yeah, it's a funny joke.
It is a funny joke. What is not funny is the Patrick Beverley arrest report.
Oh God!
And TMZ had this happened in Texas with his sister. With his teenage sister?
14. So the backstory is that she was caught, I guess, sneaking out of the house. She went and met up with a boy who was considerably older, like
Corey Major's kid.
Right. And at a park. Actually was at a park, just like Corey Major's kid. And
this is Corey Major's kid, it sounds like.
Yeah. So she gets home. And the way it happened is that Beverly's sister told officials that she left the home, this is from TMZ, in the middle of the night without permission to see this kid named Aiden, not our Aiden,
Butler,
at a park. It was on November 14th. When she returned home, her mother, Lisa, was awake and told her to come to her room. She then tells her daughter to call the boyfriend and say, come pick you up. Have him come pick you up. When he got there, he was told to go inside. And Lisa, the mother, called Patrick Beverly to come on over to the residence. Beverly scolded his younger sister, who's the young girl, quote, grabbed her by the neck with both hands, picked her up off the ground, having her feet come up off the floor. His sister claims the grasp on her neck made her feel pain as if she was losing oxygen, which lasted between, she says, 20 and 30 seconds. She said he took her out of the bedroom by the neck, slammed her against the wall of an open room area of the house, and she then claims that he laid on her on the sofa, stood on top of her, and punched her one time in her left eye with a closed fist. And then
His sister.
The sister. And he said, according to the sister, that, quote, he will be the family relative to kill her.
Which, yeah, that's not the police report. Like, this is the result of our investigation. That's her claim. Like, this is her story that she took down.
Police did arrive, though, and apparently the police report said there were, like, marks on the neck. Beverly went to social media, or his team, and said Patrick Beverly has no criminal record. He cares deeply about his little sister, a young lady, a minor. Given that when we unexpectedly found her alone in the home with an 18-year-old man in the middle of the night, he was understandably concerned, as any brother would be, about his sister. However, we don't believe what followed happened the way it's been described, and we look forward to the opportunity to address that in court. I was expecting to read that Pat Bev put his hands on the guy,
right,
on the boyfriend.
Yeah, and she had, it wasn't just like she had marks on her neck. They also said she basically had blood spots in the whites of one eye, which would, if she was hit, like it would cause trauma and bleeding right there.
Like a bloodshot.
So it looked like as if blood vessels were popped in her eyes. So I mean, that's the smoke. There's a smoking gun there that to the way she told the story. But yeah, you would think he would start wailing on the boyfriend.
Meanwhile, Pat Bev still employed at Barstool.
Yeah. Portnoy said, he's still employed. He said, we stick with our guys till they give us a reason not to. And we'll have Pat's back. Basically, we're going to let this play out, which I've always been I support that notion. Treat allegations as allegations, let it play out. That doesn't mean you have to have them on the air.
Yeah.
You could just put them on, paid leave, unpaid, whatever you want to do, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you have to outright fire him, but it is a public company, so I could see just go on vacation. Get out of here, we'll let this play out. And then when it plays out, if he actually did do this, they won't have to worry about fire. He'll go to jail.
This was in Fort Bend County. Fort Bend County, Texas. Someone who may have some legal troubles of their own. Bobby Roberto Belt, he needs your help. Choppy, you came in a commercial break. You said, Bobby, I need your help. Well, he now needs your help.
All right.
In fact, you probably can't provide any legitimate positive help in this area. Tax problems.
Oh. Yeah. So this was...
Join the club.
I waited a while to do the taxes. I got the extension for the 15th. I was like, I'll just deal with it then. So I got it that's October 15th. So I got ready, and I did it on the last possible day. And when I did it, I got it done on TurboTax like 6 hours before we hit midnight. And then I submitted it. Well, there was an email that got kicked back, I guess, the next day that went into my spam folder, and I completely missed it. And then we got a physical letter that said, hey, there's something wrong with your return. Something in there is off, some detail, whatever else, but it won't say in the letter or the email what is wrong with the return. So I opened this up on, I think this was Monday. No, this was Saturday night that I opened this up. And on Saturday night, it said that was the day when, that was the last possible day I could apparently file it through the internet. So I jumped on, I'm like, crap, okay, I got an hour literally before this runs out. And I open it up. Well, TurboTax is now saying you can't actually access your tax return here. So we can tell you it's rejected, but we can't even give you the code as to why it was rejected and what you need to fix. So I had to pay $80 to download their desktop app so that I could then go through it. But even still after that, they said, just resubmit it. They said, just resubmit the thing and let it process. I was like, okay, I guess maybe it just had some issue when submitting. So I resubmit. Well, I got the note back that said, your tax return was rejected again. And they were not giving me the code for me to understand why it's... There's some detail in there that they're saying is inconsistent, and I can't find out what it is. So now I'm going to have to manually file the taxes, too, because I didn't get the note until after the 15th that was there. But I need to do it ASAP.
Did you have a situation where someone... Like, that happened with me a couple years ago.
I'm thinking it's got to be related to Jacob. Because Jacob is now, like... He's working, but he was living with us, and so he was claimed as a dependent. And so I don't know what is potential out there. But, I mean, that's the only thing I can figure.
Because the only thing I could think of was, like, this happened to me. I tried to file my taxes, and it turns out that somebody had already filed in my name earlier that year.
Did he move back out?
When? He's at home with us.
Yeah, I thought
he was living at the house with us for most of the 24 tax year. He didn't live, which I think they said, I can't remember what the details were. Whatever it was, he qualified to live with us as a dependent. And so I'm guessing it's tied to that, which I'm going to try. I'm just going to take that off of there and see if that's what does it, because at that age, he's literally just like a $500 dependent.
People saying get a hold of their aunts on here on the text.
Okay.
Text it in, so they'll give you somebody to get a hold of. I guess that you had identity theft. That was my first thought.
Is Aaron Rodgers going to miss a lot of time? And the lesson that CD and Pickens should learn from a New York Giants rookie. Around the rest of the NFL, Jack Johnson ticket giveaway around the corner as well, right here on 105.3 The Fan. But let me let the Tolos speak.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Radio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's take you around the National Football League before Bobby has post-hut clarity as he rewatched the film of Cowboys Raiders. That's coming up at 7:20 in the commercial-free expressway. We will chop it up as well. Power rankings at 8 o'clock and a Jack Johnson ticket giveaway at 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock for you turning it on, leaving it on. That is what Tolo stands for. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt and Pepe running things along with Aiden behind the scenes.
Thanks for showing up today, Peyton.
You're welcome.
Aaron Rodgers, I like how you didn't let that get to you, Peyton.
Oh, I'm going to get to it.
Aaron Rodgers will not need surgery to repair a fracture to his left wrist, and the status is apparently TBD. So Tom did not rule him out for Sunday's game at the Bears, but there is a fracture to the left wrist of Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, obviously non-throwing, but if there's a fracture you take a fall, you take a hit, that is a compromised wrist. How are you going to do? You going to put a club on there?
With a bow.
You going to put a cast on it? And then if you have a cast on it, even taking the snap, if you're under center, you do need both hands.
What do we think about Pittsburgh with him, healthy? I don't know what to think about that.
I don't
either.
They could absolutely beat Chicago this weekend, and they could absolutely lose. I don't know what to think.
I'm not scared of them.
No,
I think they can be a threat at times, but I don't think there's some. They're not some big powerhouse, and Steeler fans are not happy right now about the DK Metcalf for George Pickens trade-off.
It would take me at least a dozen teams before I got to them in the can you win a Super Bowl?
I agree.
They did handle the Colts. They did give the Patriots the last loss that New England had, and that was in Foxborough. But then they've also got on their list the Bengals beating them, and they struggled with the Jets. And when they got a chance against the Seahawks beat them by 2 touchdowns. So I don't know what to think about them at all.
Shedeur Sanders' rough time continues. He was robbed, and his house was hit up for about $200,000 worth of goods.
Dude, we saw the bling ring, whatever you want to call it. This happened to athletes last year. A lot of athletes last year got hit up. Their houses got robbed while they were playing.
Burrow had it happen here.
Burrow, that's right. They were here when that happened. It sucks because people. I still don't know why people should be able to know where you live. I don't know why your address is public record. That doesn't make any sense to me. Especially, it just seems very, very dangerous. And then when you have a situation like this, everybody knows where Shedeur Sanders is for 6 hours.
Yeah,
they know exactly where he is for 6 hours.
I don't think a private home address is public information.
I think you could look it up through the tax office.
Yeah, there are things you can do to probably try and run it down, or things that you can pay to get certain things. But it's not just public. It's not just out there. And
you wouldn't know. You're in an apartment.
I'm telling you what it is. I know because I try to sneak on people all the time. So that's how I would know. I would know from my sleuthing that I have to do. But this is it could just be that Shedeur doesn't strike me as somebody who would keep that information close to the vest. It's here we are at my mansion where I live in such and such city, and could see that very easily.
So Shedeur gets hit up with the robbery. George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, take notes here from a rookie in New York. This is how you should have handled whatever had you benched at the start of the Raider game. Jerry Jones came on with us yesterday and basically said it was a timing issue. They need to look at their watch more. Bobby, have you heard anything else on this?
I think that just they were probably doing what people do in Vegas, which is staying out too late, and that was probably the extent of it. Now, the specifics of it, it's probably like CD said, I'm not getting into the specifics of it, but I would guess that it's just they were probably just being young guys who like to go out in Las Vegas.
So Abdul Carter did not play during the opening defensive series in the Giants game, and he was not happy with The Athletic saying what it was that he was sleeping in and that it had happened multiple times. And Carter came out and said, no, it was an honest mistake. And Kafka had changed the practice times. I was in rehab getting that done. But he did say that is on me. So he said it's not going to happen again. It only happened one time. That's all I wanted, and Bobby wanted CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens to do. Not make your little jokes about, oh, we were in a run formation. We want to go heavy run personnel. And then CeeDee Lamb, Mr. Leader, when it's convenient for him, I don't want to go ahead and touch that story. I'm not going to comment or talk about it.
Which is funny that we'd be saying, all right, take your cues from old Abdul Carter about how to handle things, when he was somebody who a lot of people were like, yeah, he needs to grow up a little bit. He had some maturity issues at Penn State, which it sounds like he has, because that's a good answer to have.
Yeah, I was expecting, man, our fan account, Josh Clark and crew, they've been doing a tremendous job getting out clips after our show. And I was expecting, the last thing I hit retweet on before laying down for a nap was me kind of going off on Pickens and Lamb's leadership. And I said, all right, when I wake up, the rest of my day is ruined. Yeah. I'm going to get destroyed here in the comments. It was only about 1 or 2 people. I was surprised.
Yeah, it wasn't as many. You get some people that really kind of defend. They defend literally anything that happens, but then you get, and I think a lot of it depends on it's just luck on whether you post it and it gets in front of somebody at the right time.
And it also has to do with them winning and losing.
If
they had lost and I'd gone off on them, people would be a lot more ticked off. But you get a win, and it's like, yeah, that's a great lesson. Good job, Shotty. If they lost by 3, people would be furious.
Yeah, it's also like, there's no... What you said wasn't like, it wasn't a shock jock take. I mean, it's it's an opinion. Whether or not like people take it like you're trying to.
Well, it's just a minor thing. I'm not saying they shouldn't be on the team. They shouldn't have played the first half. Just to a minor degree, be like, we messed up. It's not going to happen again. We shouldn't have done it. But there's too much of a. I'm just worried. All this Pickens re-sign talk. And it's a much larger discussion. And I'm still for keeping him here, but I am worried about the maturity of both of them still. Just something down the road. I don't think the light has totally stayed green for CeeDee Lamb in that category. And we love CeeDee. He's our favorite interview at training camp. But we can't sit here and be homers like other people in town who'd rather kiss the asses of the athletes than say anything honest about them. Speaking of the New York Giants, scatter news.
Yep,
that's right, baby.
Yeah, we got scatter news. Go ahead and put this video up on the fan cam, Aiden. This is Cam Scatterbo was at WWE Raw the other night. And it's causing a little bit of a controversy in the New York media. This is the audio, and you can see the video up there, him mixing it up, getting into it. This is that's Andrew Schultz, the comedian, first, but then Scatterbo comes in to save him, as you see they're just mean-mugging. This is the audio of the interaction.
The only good thing that's ever come out of New York City is standing right in front of you. The only champion New York has seen in how many years? Can you count, Cam?
Pointing at Scatterbo.
How many years? He don't know. He can't count.
Let me take this interview back. Why don't you? You know what's gonna do, huh? What are you gonna do? Let's go. Come do it. Come on. I can't believe it. That's one of the Judgment Day to come. I would knock out and fight.
So they're mixing it up there, and you see he's giving a shove. He shoves him, and then he gets shoved down. It's crazy. The New York media hates this. They do not like this because they're like, bro, you just broke your ankle. What in the world are you doing? Sal Licata, you familiar with him?
Sal's with Tierney.
Works down here at Jimmy's food store.
WFAN, Sal Licata does not like this at all.
And Scatterbo could have gone and just not chose to get physical. I don't think it's a huge deal, but when you think about the optics of it, where the Giants are at, I don't even, like, they're walking around with the championship belt. You're 2-0.
Championship belt? You're one of the second worst teams in football.
They had the Giants championship belt.
I did.
They're 2-9.
How dusty is that thing?
It's just not. Optics.
It's a bad look.
Yeah, exactly. Optics do matter in today's world.
Yeah.
It's a bad look. Then on top of that, it's a unnecessary risk that you would take by getting involved in even the smallest of physical storylines.
Well, later in the day, old C-Mac. I don't know who this guy is. Do you know who this is? Chris McMonagle? But he goes by C-Mac, I guess. This is one of their afternoon guys as well. This is C-Mac saying that Cam Scatterbo's behavior was fit for the Jets.
You've only got one good leg, bro. I don't want to get on Cam Scatterbo. I don't want to get on Abdul Carter for going to have fun and going to a WWE event and having a good time and being part of the storyline. Like, it's one of these things. You're a young kid. You just became an NFL player. You get asked to do these things. You're probably a wrestling fan. It's fun, but like you just had a devastating injury and you're on your feet pushing professional wrestlers. Like that is so Jetsy, and that is just so. It's the optics are so bad.
That's so Jetsy.
What are your thoughts
on this, Sean?
My thoughts are. So I agree with the portion. The optics, I don't care that the Giants are 2-9 and he goes to a WWE event.
With a belt.
I don't care that he's
championship belt.
I don't care that he's holding that nerdy Kevin Hagelin belt. That nerdy Kevin Gray daily accessory. I don't know. Stop being a loser criticizing that. The problem is Cam Scatterbo was on a scooter the day before.
Yeah,
did you see that little scooter?
Yeah,
how low to the ground that was? His knee was bent back on the scooter. Yeah. I don't want to see him up pushing back and forth in a physical altercation. That's the only optic I care about. Not that the Giants haven't won a title. Not that the Giants stink. Not that the New York Jets would do this. Like, Cam could not, he was not standing up the day before.
Listen, there is not a single fiber of that bone that has reconnected to the other half of that bone by this point. Okay? It is still a shattered leg. So, yeah, it's a little bit weird to do that.
I would not be say like, oh yeah, even if it's playful, like, oh, you shove him and then we're gonna push you down into a chair, which God knows what could happen when you fall back.
Yeah.
He went onto Twitter and wrote, A-Y-E. Honestly, if you don't like that I'm having a good time while dealing with a tough time, then just go ahead and unfollow and casually move on. I'm not able to play football and have the fun I've been having my whole life, so I'm doing things outside the box, trying to find stuff to keep me happy. Enjoy the rest of y'all's week, and just don't talk about me if you ain't got nothing nice to say. And I have nothing nice to say also about the diamond grill he was wearing. What a douchebag.
Man, I can't wait for my jersey to come in.
God, it sucks, man.
All right,
my Arizona State jersey.
Chow, speaking of fighting, and then we're going to get to post-Hut clarity back inside the Star at 7:20. Let's talk about this Jake Paul fight.
So he was supposed to fight Gervonta Davis, okay? But Davis had some personal issues to attend to. I believe there were some legal matters. He is now fighting in December Anthony Joshua, who we saw in Vegas.
Well,
a 6'6", 280-pound menace. Absolute menace. And he is fighting him. I am stunned that he is fighting him. First of all, good on him for doing it. This is a real fighter. But he's a killer. Like, it's not a fight. It's like, this is Clubber Lang.
Is he now like 37? Like, what's the catch here?
He's like 37, 30. He's like 36 years old.
How big's the check to take the dive?
Jake says he stands to make $267 million.
For taking a dive.
This fight.
That's a lot.
Jake says he's going to make $267 million.
Joshua's 36. He just turned 36.
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that he might pay him extra to take a dive, but then I found out this is a pro fight. This is not an exhibition.
But it's not 12 rounds.
It's an 8-round fight with 10-ounce gloves. I don't know why. Why just make it a 12-round fight?
Why not make it a 12-round fight?
Because in the 5th, his ass goes down, Anthony Joshua.
Oh, really?
Yeah. In the 5th, your ass goes down.
Make that play. Make that play. Because, like, the moment you make it an 8-round fight, my antennas go up. It's like, oh, is this not real?
Right.
What are we doing here? Because if this is real, and he's making Joshua get to a certain weight, because Joshua's so much bigger. If this is real, I don't know how Jake Paul stands a chance against that. If this thing
this is finally it.
Yeah.
I hope this is finally the fight that exposes him. But there has to be a catch.
There has to be. Like, I would guess if you were to just put on the up and up, Anthony Joshua makes mincemeat out of Jake Paul.
Hopefully. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco text line. It's also the number to call to win the Jack Johnson tickets that we are going to hook you up with during the commercial-free expressway. We'll chop it up to give you some laughs on a hump day at 7:40. But first, post-Hut clarity. How did the Cowboys slow down Max Crosby? Did the defense actually take a step forward, or was it just the Raiders? Bobby has it with his film review that got us all paid after this. And
Brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
You watch it and you're super into it. It's like really exciting. The storyline's good. And then you finish it and I'm looking at the film and I'm just like, I was watching it?
Stop calling them films, Mike.
That is gross, and those people are getting paid.
That's right. It is time for post-hut clarity. We do it after, not directly after every game, usually 2 days after the last game. When we get a chance to look at the film, and not just that, you get a chance to think clearly about things. So, usually you're still amped up. You're still full of all those hormones and everything else from the game, and you got to come down a little bit and then go, yeah, you know what, maybe I was a little too excited about this aspect or that aspect, or when they lose, it's maybe I was talking too much trash about this. It wasn't as bad as I was saying. So that's what we aim to do here on Tuesdays normally, but we're doing it today on Wednesday. And so where would you like to start? Would you like to start with some offensive or defensive notes?
Defensive.
All right. Since this is clarity and they did win and we were all excited about it, then I'll have to take a little bit of a step down. The pass rush did kind of settle down in the second half.
Yeah. Was it 3 sacks first half, none second half?
Yeah, they were getting blocked. It wasn't just that. The pressure wasn't as good. Now, the Raiders were trying to do things. So because the Raiders couldn't run the ball effectively, they were replacing the run with swing passes. They were just trying to get the ball to the outside, get guys in space. So a lot of that, you're not going to be able to generate pressure nearly as much. But I do think that Raiders kind of settled in, figured some things out. I still like the prospects for them to rush the passer into the future, the Cowboys, but it was not as dominant as an overall game as much as it was just a dominant first half where they really disrupted things, and then after that kind of settled into place. I do think that Donovan Ezeraku played probably and I know I referenced this yesterday that he was impressive there, but going back and watching it, he is at DeMarcus Lawrence levels, like prime DeMarcus Lawrence levels in terms of playing the run right now.
Wow.
He is so good at just remaining patient, getting off of blocks, keeping contained, holding the edge, being able to get off of those blocks, make a play in the run game. He is so good right now. That game against the Raiders was one of the 3 or 4 best run games I've seen from an individual defender on the Cowboys ever. Like in terms of when I actually go back and watch the tape, I thought he was really, really fantastic. Malik Hooker is a big difference maker for them in terms of what they do in the run game. It's something that whenever I watch Hooker, he's obviously always been kind of a center fielder type. So he was at Ohio State. His big thing was just going after the ball. When he first came into the league, I was certain he was going to injure his shoulder at some point because he just so recklessly would kind of throw his shoulder. He has become such a really strong, patient defender, the way he sees things in the run and the way when he's asked to play more up in the box like Eberflus has been asking him to do. And that really gives you something on the third level of your defense against the run that you haven't had. Like guys who are playing patient and aren't going to olay you a little bit like some other guys have done in that secondary before. He has become, for me, since I don't really consider Wilson a deep player, he's physical, but I don't consider him a deep player. If you want to talk about the guys who are deep players, he, for me, has replaced what Jordan Lewis did. Because Jordan Lewis used to always play physical in the run, and he always would attack and would never, try to avoid contact or anything like that. He is such a big addition for them also in their communication. I think you can see on film the way that he's talking to guys and the way that he's motioned. He's going to help settle things down the secondary. I think that's another reason why they've had so many issues in the secondary recently has been because he's not out there kind of communicating and keeping things settled. So you're hoping Logan Wilson, Overshown, they're kind of keeping things in the box good with communication. And then in the secondary, you've got Reddy Stewart, who gets a lot of marks for being a good communication guy for the Cowboys. And then you've got Malik Hooker back there. Hopefully, some of these ridiculous busts we've seen of just like guys not knowing where they're supposed to be standing, I think Hooker coming back hopefully can settle some of that down. Offensive side of the ball. The offensive line, which, and I don't know if you want to do this separately at some point.
What about Logan Wilson? So, I did not notice Logan Wilson except maybe 2 times. And Overshown.
Logan Overshown was not as good.
I didn't think. One tackle for a loss near the sideline.
Yeah. Overshown looked like a guy who's going to be knocking off rust to me. Like I don't think he played poorly. It looked like a guy who they're getting him back into the swing of things and they're getting him comfortable. Logan Wilson has lost a step in terms of just speed. He's not as fast as he once was. He's not going to be able to get to the outside on a running play as quickly as he once did. He's not going to be able to carry guys in coverage the same way that he once did. He's still got really good instincts, and he knows what he's doing back there, so that can kind of curb some of it. But I thought Logan Wilson played solid. It wasn't great, but I mean, he wasn't asked to do a lot of things that they're typically going to ask the linebackers to do in coverage because the Raiders were just trying to get the ball out so quick to the outside. Where he's going to make a difference in coverage is when Kenneth Murray against the Giants doesn't take the receiver vertical like he's supposed to. Logan Wilson's going to do it. Logan Wilson is going to be able to cover things in the middle of the field. He's going to be able to take a receiver or a tight end that's dragging across the field. He's going to be able to take that guy. He didn't have to do as much of that in this game, but he is also, like I said, he gets a star up for me, like I mentioned yesterday, because he was wearing the green dot. Like the fact that he was in charge of plays and everything else coming in here for a week, basically, that was impressive, I thought. And you didn't see a bunch of just running free busts. And so that means that he was doing an effective job at communicating things to guys. Offensive line, Steele was good. He was good. He was not being asked to just, hey, you and Max right out there.
Right.
They were putting a number of times. It would be Schoonmaker, for instance. Schoonmaker gets the initial block, but like Steele will give him a quick chip. Then Schoonmaker's taking the block, and then a back comes in and chips. I mean, you would have three people blocking Crosby on a given play, or who would make contact with him. So I thought tight ends did a good job. Backs did Javonte Williams, I thought, did a really good job in pass protection. Some of the stuff he did in blitz pickup and with chips and different things like that. He is an advantage for them in that department. But they were doing, like I mentioned at 620, they were at times like pulling Tyler Smith. So you'd get Steele to down block, and then you'd get Tyler Smith kind of pulling and getting out there, and he would take over the block after Crosby would get chipped by a tight end or a running back. So they effectively were able to slow that down. Nobody else on the Raiders was really threatening them in terms of the pass rush. So it wasn't a whole lot more that you had to worry about. I don't know how much we can take from it because of that. That's going to be something that's going to be a little bit more difficult to understand. All right, is the offensive line settled in? Because you were going to just be able to funnel so much attention onto Max Crosby. In the run game, though, they were solid, I thought. Tyler Booker did not get great grades from PFF. I think it's total BS because I thought he played really well in the run. Guyton is, to me, Guyton is at the point now where we can say he is an average. At minimum, he is an average left tackle to above average. He's playing. He's not a problem anymore.
Someone said, hey, give him credit. Pitched his first ever career shutout at left tackle in 35 pass pro snaps. Does that mean first career shutout in terms of never allowing a sack?
A pressure.
A pressure. I was like, a sack? He hasn't allowed a sack in 35 in all his games. Microphone.
Oh, there we go. I thought it was on. Not allowed a pressure. That's a hell of a day.
No, it's solid.
That's a hell of a day.
Especially with Dallas dropping back as frequently as they did. I think they had, so when you go to the time to throw, throws over 2.5 seconds. So that's obviously not just a quick throw. You're letting things develop. I think there were 16 pass block reps that he had. So you're talking about Guyton 16 opportunities where the play is going like 3 seconds and he's not giving it up. And again, it is not technically pretty. It really is not. It is at times really ugly looking. But he's getting it done. He's fighting. The biggest thing to me was I thought at times last year he was getting close to dropping his head. And that was Mozzie's problem, for instance. First round pick the year before Tyler Guyton. Mozzie Smith would hang his head, and he got defeated. And he couldn't recover from the noise. He couldn't recover from bad performances. Guyton was starting to concern me at the end of last year that he was starting to mope a little bit, or he was feeling down on himself instead of just going, I can improve or I can battle through this. It's not been an issue for him this year. Confidence, I'm going to have to talk to people over there and figure it out. I would assume that's Connor Riley has somehow made him feel more confident. It could be Clayton Adams. It could just be Shoddy. I don't know. But somebody over there, it feels like, has gotten through to him on just, hey, just battle. And when you lose a rep, just move forward. And it could be somebody on the offensive line, no telling. But it is something where he is battling right now. And even when it's not teach tape, like you wouldn't throw it up to offensive linemen in a film room of like, guys, here's how you got to do this job. It's effective and it's getting done. And he is one of the nastier offensive linemen they have in terms of like wanting to put people in the ground. He's not as bulky as you would want him to be. He's a little lean, but he wants to finish into the ground. I was very careful about Peyton pulling something there, but he wants to be able to end the play. He will finish his blocks. There are times guys are able to break free because he just can't sustain because of power, but wherever he can, he's trying to drive people into the dirt, just like Booker is. And so I like it. I appreciate it. Tyler Smith, I don't know what we're dealing with there. I thought the offensive line did a solid job as a unit. Tyler was solid. Tyler has not looked like domineering all-pro player this year.
You thought he's been hurt for a month. You keep saying that he must be hurt.
He was definitely hurt for a couple of weeks. I haven't heard anything more about that since. So I would just assume that it's not bugging him. And I thought the bye week was going to, all right, that's time for him to heal up. He's going to get some time off. He still has just looked not quite like himself. He's at times looked like he's a step slow, or like he's having trouble sustaining blocks and finishing things off. He's not able to do it as consistently. And so I don't know. I saw John Owning tweet something yesterday that
on G-Bag today.
His win rate in terms of run blocking was one of the highest in the league, or I can't remember what the metric was. Whatever it was like the rate was one of the highest in the league of dominating and finishing a play. And he had one of the highest rates in the league of losing a play too. So and then there's an in between, but he's got this polar opposite end in terms of the way that he's doing things. But I think it's encouraging that the offensive line looks like it's ready. Like the offensive line in the run game looks like it's ready to settle down. I think Cooper Beebe's been big for them. Like just being able to kind of bring some stability. He plays with not a nastiness that Brock Hoffman has, but he plays with so much more power that I think it allows everybody else to kind of do what they need to do. And he's such a good mental processor, Cooper Beebe, that they're having a better time with twists and different things that they want to do there. But offensive line, I think run game, good. Pass blocking, it was good, but we'll need to see them do it against Philly and other teams, because that may have just been the Raiders. It's hard to tell.
PFF says Osa, who I thought was just getting some garbage time numbers, and Bobby said no. Osa played good throughout. Osa and Quinnen Williams were graded as the top 2 interior defensive linemen across the National Football League for Week 11. I want to cry. We're already in Week 11. That's according to PFF. Osa finished with a 90.6 grade. Quinnen had a 90.2.
It's the best game Osa and Kenny Clark have played this year, both of them. And I don't think it's a coincidence it's when Quinnen Williams was there.
I'm getting is that it?
Yeah,
that's post-Huck clarity from Roberto in the film room. I'm getting an internet rumor sent to me that I feel comfortable enough reading.
Well,
about the status of at least CeeDee Lamb and his whereabouts the night before, or maybe the morning of the
morning of
Raider game. CeeDee Lamb was seen throwing up at a Vegas casino at 7:30 a.m. at the Red Rock Casino prior to the Raiders matchup. So they don't have anything about Pickens on here, but this is the photo with Red Rock in the background. It's not CD at Red Rock. It's just putting together whatever you would call this.
He could be at the hotel, the team hotel.
It's no actual picture, Choppy, of CeeDee Lamb. It's just making the story go together.
Sure.
So it's not a picture of him there, but this is CeeDee Lamb seen throwing up at Vegas Casino at 7:30 a.m. Like the morning of the game. Maybe he's just like, we got a late one tonight. I got time to recover.
And listen, I mean,
if it's true,
you go out. I mean, you go out and get some sushi at dinner. You know, it takes about 12 hours for that to kick in.
Man, what you can do in your brain. You texted us something yesterday, like it's scary. It's like scary if I'm related to you with how frightening your brain works to just find the out, find the excuse, find the reason, find the lie, find the cover up. Yesterday, you texted us an immediate thing about maybe it was a time change thing, maybe it was a 2-hour difference, and I was like, "This is frightening.
You got to be
able to scary.
You got to find ways to get out of problem when you're a troublemaker, like I was as a child. You know, I set. I hope my kids listening. Yeah, they are. I
doubt they're listening. They call you during the show while you're on air.
Yeah, but this is the time Luca drives to school. He drives with my mom. My mom makes him listen.
Yesterday at 5:55, one of them calls. Dad, my apps are gone on the phone. Dad, Dad, my apps are gone.
I just from the outside and viewing it now, I would think when Luca calls, I might go, I might need to answer that if he's calling during the show. When Julian calls during the show, I'm just like, He's asking if you
Voicemail.
can drive home and give him a sandwich or something.
Yeah, he has no. He thinks I'm always on call.
Yeah.
He's just like,
always
"Answer.
there.
I need things, Garcon.
But yeah, I set the school record for detentions in 1 year. 108 detentions.
No, you didn't.
In my 8th grade year.
You didn't get 108 detentions.
108 detentions. And it
no
was,
suspension? You
no.
didn't get suspended off that?
I did not get suspended off that. Now, the following year, I did get suspended. And then the following year after that, I got suspended, freshman and sophomore.
Gosh.
But 108 detentions. And then Brad Thompson, my nemesis, okay?
Why was he your nemesis?
Well, when we were 12 years old, he lined a ball off my stomach in baseball. And that was the only hit I gave up the entire day. It would have been my only no-hitter my whole life. I was pitching, first inning, lined a ball off my stomach. It was the only hit.
Well, off your stomach, you should have made the play still.
I was down. I got up, and I threw a no-hitter the rest of the game. It was the only hit.
Oh.
And then, a couple of years later, he breaks the record the following year with 111 detentions.
Oh,
God.
What's he doing now? Hopefully he's a failure.
He's, he had some health problems.
Okay.
He's still alive.
All right.
Still alive.
But you're winning.
But I'm winning.
You're winning.
I had to Google how many school days were there in the early 90s.
181.
100. So this said 175 to 180.
Yeah.
So that means you're telling me 108 school days, 60% of the year, 3 out of every 5 days.
I was literally in detention Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Is your teacher still alive that did that? We're going to track down the teacher.
Was it a punishment like for the year of like, Choppy, you did something so bad, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of every week you're in?
I was getting detention for chewing gum, hats, talking.
Stealing the janitor's lunch.
Farting. I mean, anything. Anything I would do. Go get in the bathroom pass to go to the hall. You get the hall pass to go to the bathroom, and then not coming back. Constant detention.
Tolo's responding to the CD rumor. Tolo Ryan, we are so back. Feels like the 90s again. I had seen Kevin tweet over the weekend. You can't get in trouble for this. We have the White House. This is child's play. So that is the CD Lamb rumor that he was out partying and even throwing up at 7:30 in the morning of the game. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
I wanna turn the whole thing upside down.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Jack Johnson at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas on Sunday, August 30th. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Power rankings at 8 o'clock. Who dominated last week? Did the Cowboys move up, or was the rest of the football world not really impressed because it was Vegas? Power rankings at 8 right now, and we have another Jack Johnson ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour. Let's chop it up.
Let's talk to our dude who knows everything about Big D. Really, it's Little D. We're talking to our guy, RJ Choppy. Pew, pew, pew.
The House has voted.
Oh, man.
427 to 1 to 5. 5 were abstaining to release the Epstein files.
Who was the one?
I don't know. It was
hold on.
I don't know who the one was. It was a Republican. So one Republican voted no. 2 Republicans did not vote. 3 Democrats did not vote. And then 427 sensible individuals voted to release the Epstein files.
It was American politician, reserve law enforcement officer from the state of Louisiana, the 3rd District, Republican Clay Higgins.
Okay.
Clay. So they're going to release them. We still don't know what's going to be released and how much will be redacted.
Right.
Or what we're actually going to see from this.
But doesn't this have to go to the Senate first, then Trump's desk, or those are it sounds like they're formalities.
I think this sounds like formalities. I think at this point, if you just don't release them, nothing's going to happen to any of these guys.
Right.
Or they're not going to get kicked out of office.
Right.
But I don't know what
to mess up Trump's third run.
Yes, it could mess with his third run.
Because he is going to figure out a way to run for president a third time. I guarantee you that.
1,000%.
Guarantee.
No doubt about that. No doubt about that.
I feel like, though.
Wait, he'll be like 83, won't he?
One of 2. Best shape, best 83, or best physical you've ever seen.
You should see the MRI. It was a wonderful MRI. Okay, they said, we've never seen an MRI like this.
One of 2 things here, because I don't think there's going to be anything in it that really gets the president in trouble, because right now, and I was listening to Mike Johnson yesterday. That's the Speaker of the House, right? Mike Johnson.
Yeah.
Listening to him, and Trump is like, okay, go ahead. They're at a tone now. Now maybe they're just doing this because they realize it was inevitable for it to come out, or it's good politically because of the pressure. But I feel like nothing's really going to come out to burn the president because of their tone of, okay, fine, go ahead, just do it, or everything is going to be so redacted and so wiped out that we're not going to really get any answers.
People are saying that it already passed the Senate unanimously.
Okay.
So now I guess it just has to go to the president's desk.
There's not going to be forget anything with Trump. There's just not going to be anything in here, I think, that gets anybody in trouble.
No.
Because I think anything, if this is as bad as it is, or as bad as everyone has assumed it is, and then what's out there, just because they voted on it, I don't trust that if they were keeping whatever is so awful under wraps that they would then release that. They'd be like, well, that just doesn't exist. Right. We turned in everything that was there. I think they would just release stuff that's like, yeah, we'll just release we'll keep all this in the vault with whatever else.
And I do agree with the premise that if there was something in there to destroy Donald Trump, the Democrats would have done it over their 4 years. It already would have gotten leaked, or it already would have come out.
Yeah, if
my problem is going to be with the editing, with the redacting.
Right.
Now they're going to say
they should redact nothing.
We're doing except for the victims' names.
Absolutely.
You don't want to sit there, right, and get them dealing with drama all over again after the awful tragedies that already took place. But names of people who were there, whether it's Prince Andrew or whoever else. Man, Trump was dropping names yesterday. He's like, Clinton, what about him? The president of Harvard, what about him?
Yeah.
I think he said J.P. Morgan, what about him? I wasn't there, so that's my prediction on it. But I am excited, to see if anyone gets caught and put on blast as they deserve to.
Yeah, I agree that the idea that, if he is really implicated with children, the Democrats probably would have put that out. On the flip side, though, I could also see nobody wanting to air it, because if you air one, everything's going to get aired, and everybody would get outed for doing that. The victims speaking over the last couple of days, man, some of their stories, horrific.
He was clearly pure evil, Jeffrey Epstein, no doubt about it. And I'm certain that he orchestrated things that were really, really terrible. I don't believe that it's as widespread as everybody has rumored it to be. When you go on conspiracy websites and they're like, there's literal things in these files we believe of every single famous person on Earth is basically a child predator and goes to this island and nobody's found out. I don't believe that.
Plus, Choppy is a JFK nerd. Tell me one big thing that you remember that came out with the JFK files being released.
I have absolutely nothing that of note. No. That I remember that came out from this thing.
But I think they're same sort of situation. They held back some stuff. It's not like here's every single bit of info that we have on. Same sort of thing here. Anything that would be truly damaging to the country's headspace, being able to process there's a massive leader, or there's somebody here or there that is this evil person, and nothing was done about it until we forced you to show. Yeah. They're not going to put that.
Plus, we had 60 years. They had 60 years to destroy those things. With JFK, if they wanted to. Chopping it up here on 105 through the Fan. All right, let's stick with Predators. Bill Cosby's house has been sold in New York City for a massive profit, avoiding foreclosures. $28 million is what this thing sold for. Woo. Now, we have said, would you take a picture with a disgraced celebrity? What about buying their house? If you had the money.
No. I can't buy Bill Cosby's house.
You can't. It's off limits.
Off limits. I can't buy OJ's house. If I have the money, if I
had the money, you're looking to move to New York City.
Yeah. Now, can I buy the land and tear down the house?
You could do that.
That may be different.
You could do that.
I can't be in the same walls.
You can't, just to be clear, you can't buy OJ's house, or you can't buy Nicole's house. Because it happened at Nicole's house.
Neither.
So just him owning the property, even if it didn't happen there.
Definitely could not buy Nicole's house.
Can't buy Nicole's.
That's what I was trying to think. Like, is it just the fact that he lived in that house, though, even though the crime wouldn't have happened?
I didn't realize it was Nicole's house.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna say neither.
Be that as it may, you could not buy Epstein, Diddy's, nothing.
Nope. You kidding me? Diddy's? How am I going to send it? Look at Aiden's face.
Unless, like Sean's talking about, you buy it and then you can have like a very public display of like, look, we're tearing this thing down and like.
Because how do you show off the house? I could picture RJ bragging about anything, but how do you go in there and be like, and can you imagine what Diddy did on that? And do you know how much baby oil's on that? And how many Jello Cosby shots were over there? No.
Yeah, you definitely could not give. Yes, I mean the Cosby one. Diddy, I don't know. OJ, it's like if I were to think about which one I would most like to buy.
Just be quiet. Be quiet for a sec. Let him. I want to see his mind.
I'm trying to think which one I could justify buying. Diddy's, OJ's, Cosby's. I think is least justifiable because OJ's is like nothing happened there,
right?
Theoretically, I don't know. Maybe Diddy's is the one I could buy the easiest.
I think
the grindiest.
I think OJ's is the easiest.
OJ's the easiest?
Nothing happened there. Those other two things most likely
I'm sure
happened
domestic violence happened there, but
Well, I don't know. They were split up by the time he got that house, so I don't know about that one. But who's the most high profile criminal you can think of that you would be like, all right, I could buy their house? Did you buy Luigi's house?
Yes.
Like I'm saying, like you got to figure what's the biggest criminal where it's like, okay, I could buy that
It'd
house.
have to be like cocaine. I'd be cool with.
Well, I could buy
Pablo
tax
Escobar
evasion.
or something.
Yeah. Pablo Escobar.
No, there's a lot of murders there.
There's some murders there, no doubt.
But he comes across as cooler. It's still kind of cooler. I was at Pablo's. That's where the hippos. I fed the hippos.
Man,
you got the hippos
there.
Yeah. Hey, you got one?
I mean, I would say off limits on all three, but OJ's, would be the easiest. If murder or something didn't happen at that actual house, I'd be fine with it. If it's just the person that did the murder, whatever, then I'd be fine with it.
Would you rather buy one of those or I told you it was haunted?
One of those.
Over a haunted one.
Yeah.
Haunted.
Really?
I just don't believe it.
Yeah.
Man, I don't think I've ever seen a ghost. I think I would know that if I've seen one. But like,
closest was that elevator in San Fran.
Just the idea that it could be haunted. Every time you hear something in the house,
every time
you're screwed. You could never sleep.
972 wants to know if y'all would buy Nico's house.
Oh,
absolutely!
Yes,
in Dallas?
Yep.
Yes.
To tear it down?
I'd buy
to
it.
let Luca tear it down.
Chopping it up here on 105 to the Fan. Aiden's going to put this up on the fan cam. Check this idiot out. Now, this is Today in White People Things. We go to Yellowstone National Park, where there is a guy in the park walking towards a pack of wolves.
Is that the guy there on the right?
That's the guy there on the right.
Yeah.
And there's the wolves walking up towards him.
He's like stepping to him, it looks like stepping, like, what up? Like, what are you going to do?
And these things, like these gray wolves or black wolves, these are massive. Like the size of them compared to a dog is not even comparable.
He looks like he's an animal. He thinks he's an animal whisperer. He's wearing like his sweater or scarf in a very fancy way. And they're kind of walking away from him.
Yeah.
They're not going towards him.
No, they're not. And then he starts to walk away. And then he goes back for seconds.
I have this belief, and you're going to be able to use this against me down the road. I'll do the sound effects and everything. I feel like, because I thought I heard coyotes waking up this morning. What are you whispering, Bobby? I can see you. Do this effect. Do the sound effect.
No.
I do feel like if you're walking up on a pack of wolves and I just was acting like an angry wolf, that they wouldn't jump me immediately. Like if I was just like...
They say like when there's...
There you go, Bobby. Do your little stupid AI.
You can put the music back up now, Peyton.
Like they say when you come, like if you're like hiking and a mountain lion or a cougar or something like that comes up to you, like you're supposed to like get big, make a lot of noise, like just
scare them,
try to freak them out.
I'm crazy. I'm rabid.
Yeah, I'm an animal.
Yep.
Like you got to act like that. But they're Today in White People Things. That idiot in Yellowstone, he lived, but he was walking up on a pack of wolves, chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. What do you do in this situation? This is package season. all the packages are going to be left on porches over the next couple of months. Okay? And you have situations where people steal these packages. It's obviously become a very, very big problem. You see videos on these Ring doorbell cameras left and right. This LA woman says FedEx sent her someone else's package. She opened it up, and it was a Rolex. And she said it was a test. It was a test. Now, the first thing I thought, I was like, well, why are you opening it? You see it's addressed to somebody else. Now, obviously, she could say, I didn't look at the name on it, which I've done that before.
Yeah, I've just opened mail and not.
But I've done that with letters. I don't think I've ever done it with a package. Maybe I have. I don't know. But what do you do in this situation? She said she did return it. She did return the Rolex.
Yeah.
But what percentage of people... Let's just take the people up here in this building.
Yeah.
What percentage of the people up here in this building are returning that Rolex? I know that guy's not.
Less than 50.
Brunoff.
Damn, Bruno. No, Brunoff.
Yeah, he absolutely would return.
No, Brunoff almost helped me yesterday in the parking garage. I'm not parking on that RJ level that you guys anymore. I almost tweeted out the license plate of this car who parked next to me. It was criminal. Like, I had to do the limbo to get in my vehicle. God. It was bad. Brunoff backs up in the garage because he sees how close my driver's side is to this idiot moron who couldn't park and was like, that's effed up. And then he goes on his merry way. He backs up, he rolls down the window, he goes, that's kind of effed up. And then, boom, gone. He's like, you better get in the other side.
Choppy almost fought somebody walking in the door yesterday. The guy who didn't like you tailgating.
Yeah, so
what?
I was on the jet bridge, that little breezeway thing. And I am from here to Jake Riepma, right from him. So not very far. And he looks right back at me at the key card to open up and shuts the door.
He closed the glass door with Choppy coming like, no, you're not tailgating in here, sir.
Like, I don't know who you are.
Oh.
And I was like,
we should just post our ratings on our windshield.
Yeah, and he was dressed just like us. Like he was in gym clothes. Apparently there's a massive fitness center in here, not downstairs, like mid-floor. It's like a private whatever. So he's going up there, and you know, we get on the elevator together, and he's trying to talk. He's like, have a good day. And I'm like,
it's not like you not to say anything, at least in a joking. You're very passive-aggressive.
I am very passive-aggressive.
Why don't you say something?
I did. I couldn't think. It was 5:55 in the morning. I couldn't think of anything to say.
Yeah.
I probably could have said, oh, thanks for holding this for me.
I'm returning the Rolex, but no, less than 50% are doing it. I just don't trust in humanity to that degree.
Yeah, probably. I think you're right. Less than 50%. I'm returning it because I just
30% send it back because we don't like watches.
I'm never wearing. I don't know if I'd look at it and just be like, is this fake or something? Or like, is this somebody trying to test me? Like it's a John Quinones. What would you do?
Chopping it up every hump day at this time in the commercial-free expressway with Ralph James Choppy. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. I think this is a very easy addition to Power Rankings. There's only 6 teams to pick from. So that's it. We all are going to have the same exact 5 or 6. See if I'm wrong. And how much credit did the Cowboys get from the rest of the NFL world for that dominance over the Raiders? Power Rankings 1 through 5, 5 through 1 after this.
After we get you over.
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Let's get ready for this week's edition. Every hump day at 8 o'clock. It's the NFL Power Rankings 1 through 5, 5 through 1 here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Peyton and Aiden running things, as always, on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. Let's figure out how we did last week, and then we'll see if the rest of the country had any love for the Cowboys win over the Raiders.
Sean Sharif, Seattle at 1. The Rams at 2, or the Rames, as Peyton would say.
Do we have the buzzer yet?
No, we don't.
So you got to do
but
it.
It'd be on both.
But why?
Yeah.
Where's the buzzer? Where's the equipment?
I don't know. We were told it was supposed to be up here, but I don't see it.
Where's the clock in
Well,
here?
it's on the punch list.
Behind you on a TV.
You.
Yeah, put it on the punch list.
The last studio had multiple clocks.
Yeah, it did have multiple clocks.
KNC needs it the most right now. They become G-bag. I mean, Kevin Hagelin, Corey, whoever is running that ship, I'm seeing 8:45 return times. Yeah.
All right, so Seattle 1, Rams 2. The Pates 3.
Wait, the Rams beat Seattle.
Yeah, and you had Seattle above them.
So I don't get credit for the Rams. All right, who's 3?
The Pates, the Patriots.
Yep.
Detroit 4.
Yeah.
And Indy 5.
Bye week.
There you go.
Yeah. That's one win. 1, 2, and 1.
1, 3, and 1.
I can't get a loss for the Rams, though.
Yes, because you had the Rams. No, we've talked about this. You have the Seahawks above the Rams. That's a loss because you said the Rams were not as good as the Seahawks.
Do yours, RJ.
All right, mine.
I knew this week was going to get you. This is going to. All these rankings are going to get you worked up because of this tiebreaker.
I had New England 1.
Derling?
The Rams 2.
Derling?
Detroit 3. Seattle 4.
Tie. That's a tie.
And Kansas City 5.
All right, you still beat me. 2 wins. 3
Bobby,
wins. 3 wins will win it.
Rams 1.
Derling?
Seattle 2.
Yep.
New England 3.
Derling?
Detroit 4. Philadelphia 5.
I'm so pissed.
Double A.
So he gets an X on that.
Yeah, I don't get that.
And then Peyton, Rams 1.
Derling?
Indy 2.
Bye week.
Detroit 3. New England 4.
Derling?
And Seattle 5.
I think Peyton had the best week.
Sure.
Whatever.
Can't keep track.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was ugly. 1 through 5, 5 through 1. Which way would you like to start? I think it's only 6 teams you can pick from. Let's go 1 on down.
Yeah, I think the drama's 4 or 5, that area.
Okay. Peyton, since we think you may have won, you start us off.
Number 1, it obviously is saying the Los Angeles Rams. They beat a really good Seahawks team last week. Sole possession now, first place in the NFC West. And right now, they're my pick to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. I think they're really good. That defense is pretty good, too.
So you and Bobby had the Rams won last week?
Mm-hmm. Right. Correct.
I think that's the most credit to give. Because, number 1, to have them up there, and then you're like, all right, this is a legit test. Let's see if they can do it. And then you pick them to beat the team I had up there for the last few weeks. Bobby?
Number 1 is the Los Angeles Rams. Still, that's the best team in football. And that's the only team right now that I feel like that's in any context, any given year, that would be a competitive football team. Because this league right now is, every team is super flawed except the Rams, I feel like. Rams and Seahawks-ish, but you kind of got to ask the question about what their quarterback situation is. I don't know when I'll ever feel good about that, but it's the Rams number 1.
I had New England here last week. I'll keep New England here. They're still rolling. They still got Drake May. And I absolutely love how much it's going to kill those massively overrated Bills fans. Those losers.
The Bills fans are overrated.
Oh, they're so overrated.
Yes.
It's good. I can't wait that the Pats, who won all these titles, are going to lose Tom Brady, lose Bill Belichick, rebuild, and still go back to the Super Bowl before Josh Allen will. I can't wait for that to happen.
Why are both of you calling out Bills Mafia?
It's just they're the cute fan base that is, they're no different than any other They're under. Why do they get more credit than the Browns fans?
Are they cute? Was it you that was saying that they were kind of angry and mean?
They're talked about as like, oh, look, we're just the Buffalo. We have
Lovable
fun.
losers.
We jump through tables. We're awesome. Everybody I've talked to with the Cowboys, who when they've gone into Buffalo, they're like, that is the worst stadium to ride into in terms of people are aggressive, walking and then like nasty.
So I got New England number 1.
I will go Rams number 1, and then just for the sake of time, I will go Patriots at number 2. I think this is probably the highest up I have had New England, but it's just too tough to deny anymore. So Pats at 2 for me, Rams at 1.
So I'm doing what you did, Sean. I'm moving the Patriots up. Colts, I hate moving them down on a bye week. They didn't do anything to go down there, but the Patriots did a lot. I mean, I know they faced the Jets and but they're winners of 8 straight here. They're undefeated on the road. They get 2 easy wins their next 2 games against the Bengals without Jamar Chase and then the Giants. So I have the Patriots not running away with the division, but they're close to. Patriots number 2.
Only team that Seattle would have lost to last week, I feel like, was the Rams. And so I've still got Seattle at number 2. And, I mean, when you look at it in just box score numbers, they beat the Rams almost across the board, except in the turnovers. And they couldn't execute in the red zone. And that's ultimately the difference between them right now. But Rams 1, and then I've got the Seahawks 2.
L.A. Rams at number 2. Tough win, solid win. I still don't know that I buy Seattle. I don't know. They're a good team, but I don't think that Seattle beats Buffalo. I don't think they beat Detroit. I don't think they beat Philadelphia. But it was still a good win. Still good. Rams 2.
Well, the thing about Seattle is Darnold turned it over 4 times, and they still barely lost.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
On the road.
Yeah, they lined up that field goal. They just missed it. They had a chance to win it.
61-yarder.
Yeah.
But,
Aubrey would have made it.
That's what Seattle... they wouldn't have been down 3. They would have been down 13 at least. Seattle Seahawks, number 3 for me in the power rankings.
And number 3, I have the Indianapolis Colts. They were on a bye last week, and I didn't like, obviously, moving them down, but I had to there to put the Patriots up. And, man, they have a big test this weekend in Arrowhead against the Chiefs. So they can really put the Chiefs in a hole if they can beat Mahomes and the Chiefs there. But Colts at number 3.
Number 3 is the Patriots, and I like them. They're starting to see a few cracks with Drake May a little bit.
Who was your 2?
It's Seattle 2 still.
Okay.
It's tough. It's tough. It's tough.
No, it's not tough.
Well, no, it's tough to really judge what they are.
Yeah.
Number 3, I have Philly. From out of my rankings to number 3, that was the win of the weekend. They out-physicaled maybe the most physical team in the league. Or maybe the Philly
rankings after they lost 2 straight early on this season. Finally put some respect on the Eagles' names. They don't blow teams out, but I mean they have wins against the Rams, the Lions, the Packers, and the Chiefs all this year. They're not, they're getting all these tiebreakers, beating the top NFC teams in the conference, which has to mean something. So I have the Eagles at number 4.
There's one great team, there's 2 good teams, and then there is a whole bunch of stuff behind it that I don't know how to feel about it, but I am putting Philadelphia up 1 more spot after they beat Detroit because I thought Detroit was a solid team, but they continue to have some struggles in recent weeks, but I've got Philadelphia number 4.
Are you calling the Rams great?
Yeah. I think the Rams are a great team.
Ooh. Okay.
At number 4, first of all, I think there's right now, last week I thought there was 4 teams. I think there's even less because I think the line is drawn after Philadelphia. I have Indy here. I don't think Indy beats Seattle. I don't think they beat Buffalo. I don't think they beat Detroit. But none of those teams have earned this spot. Indy has earned this spot, so give me Indy at 4.
You guys almost talked me into changing it. But I'm going to hold strong. They didn't even come into... Well, they came into my mind at number 6, so that's where I'm going to keep them. The Buffalo Bills are 5. Philadelphia is out of my top 5. No Green Bay, no Philadelphia in my top 5. I'm going to have the Bills there. I don't feel great about it. That was a fun back-and-forth shootout, the amount of lead changes against Tampa Bay. But I'll have the Rams 1, Patriots 2, Seattle 3, Indianapolis 4, Buffalo 5.
Thought about leaving the Seahawks here. Had them at 5, I think, last week, and they lost. But I was like, okay, they're still a really good team. But
you're going to bump Seattle out of your top 5?
I'm a believer in the Broncos, what they have going, Sean. I'm a believer, man. Another AFC team that's won 8 straight games. It's a good win over the Chiefs. I thought the Chiefs were going to blow them out. I thought, okay, this is the game the Broncos actually get exposed. But they're running away with that division. They're the 1 seed right now in the AFC. So I'm a believer in the Broncos. Mark Schlereth on G-Bag has talked me into it. Their defense is really good.
He's a Bronco.
It's like asking Michael Irvin.
Yeah.
But Broncos 5.
Number 5 is the Denver Broncos. Because here's the thing. The Broncos defensively are very, very good. And there's enough that they've done offensively. I know it was blowing everybody's minds recently that when we realized, Denver's a top 10 offense in the NFL statistically right now. But their defensively that's what to me is a separator for them in a group of just okay teams the rest of the way. I still don't believe in Bo Nix, but I think given what the league is and watered down, I got Denver 5, and then it's Philly 4, New England 3, Seattle 2, and the Rams 1.
I mean, no team deserves to be here. To be honest with you, I think Detroit is probably the one that would be favored overall. In fact, I know they would. They're still the favorites in the North somehow, per BetMGM. I don't know how they're the favorites in the North.
Because Chicago's not really good, and Green Bay is not as scary as Detroit.
True.
There's no threat that Green Bay has that's more scary to me than the Lions' offense.
There's what? There's no threat?
There's no threat. There's no side of the ball that the Packers possess that's as scary as Detroit's offense.
So I'll put Detroit here. I don't think they're that good, though. They got some problems.
All right, where did the Cowboys end up after the Raider beatdown?
So I thought they were going to get a little bit more of a jump because they'd made trades and done different things like that. ESPN kept them flat. Yahoo and The Athletic basically kept them flat week over week. NFL.com, CBS Sports, Sports Illustrated, they all bumped them up like 3 or 4 spots, but that ends up settling them into a even area basically where everyone right now has them about 20th in the NFL. So they've crawled out of the bottom 10 in the NFL, I guess, with the Raiders win and some of the trades. But yeah, right now, that's kind of the consensus is that they're around 2021 in the NFL right now.
K-Lou, no way you can have top 5 without the Eagles this week. I'm a Cowboy fan saying this. They can't score. They have team upheaval. Their wide receiver hates their quarterback or coaching staff. So you got to tell me that this defense, it was super impressive. It really was. I'm just saying, to me, on a neutral field, I would count on Buffalo scoring enough to beat the Eagles and what the Eagles are putting out offensively. And let's see how many of you picked the Cowboys over the Eagles this Sunday on The Fan. Oh, God, I'm getting the homer kickback after tweeting out the CeeDee Lamb rumor. How could you do this? Why would you ever post that? And
They're not saying that, are they?
Yeah, look at my timeline. And this is what was passed along to me on Instagram, that CD was seen at a Vegas casino throwing up at 7:30 Monday morning. Y'all, I don't work for Dallas Cowboys public relations. None of us do. That's not my job. I've never cared about it. My job is to sit there and give you all the information that is out there for you to make the decision. So if you don't like it, unfollow me. Unfollow me. You haven't gotten it after 15 years. You're never going to get it. I don't care about kissing up to CeeDee Lamb or anyone that works in professional sports around here. If it's a rumor that I've heard other things about, I'll sit there and retweet it and talk about it on the radio. If you don't like it, or if you want me to be Mickey Fisher, then go somewhere else. It's that simple. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on DFW Sports Station. Did the Dallas Stars get robbed with the controversy last night? And RJ Choppy with some Diamond Calves say goodbye to 2 Rangers that have been around here for a while? That's next on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
But let's...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
And Frankel, if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-417-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
3 seconds. Stars with a shot at the horn. Same score. Did they beat the clock? Riddick was bumped into as well. The Stars are celebrating. Everything will get looked at. And did Dallas just pull off an absolute miracle?
No, they unfortunately did not. Controversy at the end of the Stars game that sees their 5-game winning streak snap. They lose 3-2 to the Islanders.
I thought that was the wrong call. It was a crazy finish. I mean, it really was. They were down 3-1. You got a couple of minutes remaining. The Isles are on the power play up to about, 3 minutes left? They're on the power play. And they get off the power play, and all of a sudden, here come the Stars. You pull the goalie, and now you get an empty net. You get a goal there with the man advantage. And as you're creeping down, they're getting a ton of shots late, ton of opportunities. I thought, oh boy, they're gonna do this. They're gonna do this, especially after they blocked an empty net goal opportunity from the Islanders. They come right down. Very ensuing play. That Isles player goes right into the boards behind the net. Face first.
Reema came in here and said, I audibly gasped, thinking he could be dead.
I thought he died. I was like, holy cow. That was vicious. Vicious. And it wasn't like, he got pushed. It wasn't like it was body into the boards, right? That could have been even worse. He got pushed, which is bad enough.
I think their coach, Jake said, was screaming at Mikko, you won't finish the next game.
Yeah. I think it's Patrick Waugh. I think they're coach Patrick Waugh.
It's Patrick Waugh.
He was like, you could see him just going into Mikko. This was a crazy finish. But there was only a handful of seconds left. They still had a face-off. You get your 10, 12 seconds left after that hit, and the Stars were able to score with 1/10 of a second left. And that's where the controversy just starts, because they go to review, and it was Robo that got, pushed into their goalie. The call on the ice was a good goal. Let's go to the dot. Good goal. And they go to the review, and they say, that was actually goalie interference. And I was like, ooh, man, I don't care for that. If the call on the ice was goalie interference, I might have kept it. I could understand where the refs were coming from. I don't agree where they were coming from, but I can understand their thought process.
Glenn Gulletson afterwards on the call.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I have a different take on it, but anytime there's a player in the blue, you're going to argue, was he pushed in or did he go in on his own? And, obviously where we'd stand on that. So I thought we had a good chance because the goal, it was a call on the ice. It was a good goal. And we can sit here and argue all day whether contact was made before he got into the blue or when he got into the blue, but it's not going to do us any good.
And Jamie Benn was also back. And he was a huge lift. Obviously, their leader did not say much post-game other than the vanilla good to be back, got to get in better shape. And then Robo on an absolute heater. 8 goals in 4 games. And Rema said, I will die on the hill. He's a max contract player. So that's Jake Rema, Gavin Spittle with the Spits and Suds recap, wherever you get your podcasts. Some controversy. No, I have no interest.
I have something real.
What?
I have something real. He has 8 goals in a week. 4 games. His first 8 goals of the season last year, Jason Robertson, it took him 3 months, the first 35 games of the year.
That was good.
8 goals in a week is absurd. That's absurd.
We are your home of the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers, and Choppy has been loading up Diamond Calves.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
I hope you're not close with your Adolis Garcia jersey. Jeff Passan reports in his off-season preview intel updates. By the way, you know it's going to be a sad off-season when you go to these off-season columns and you hit Control or Command F and type in Rangers and one thing shows up. You know it's like they're going to be slow. But he does. They actually pop up twice in him. They say for those targeting first baseman, Rangers are one of them. And then the other one is this little nugget. The Rangers are trying to deal outfielder Adolis Garcia and catcher Jonah Heim before Friday's tender deadline. If they can't get a deal, both are non-tender candidates, which essentially means they become a free agent. And they can
what a great job by the boys.
Now they're trying to, they believe, shed some payroll. John Morosi said the Rangers are not close in terms of finding a dance partner to trade either one of these guys. But it does look like they are trying to trade them. If not, they're considering just releasing them from their contract. I saw a story over the weekend on social media. I have no idea if it's true or not, but people are saying Jonah Heim has put his house up for sale.
Yeah,
I don't know that. I don't know. People can sell their house for any number of reasons. It may not be because he knows he's leaving. He may just want a bigger house, smaller house, whatever. But these things online that get talked about from guys like Passan, guys like Morosi, these are plugged-in guys. It does make sense. We've heard these rumors. Jonah Heim has not been fantastic.
No. Bye-bye. See you later. Adolis can't be as cutthroat and cold with over what he did during that championship run. Obviously, a thrilling, exciting player. I was worried about him getting dinged up and banged up. It's all, and I know this is baseball today, all or nothing. It's going to be a home run or a strikeout. But Jonah Heim, see you later. Adolis, thank you for the magic.
Well, and defensively, Adolis was one of the top leaders in the outfield last year in defensive runs saved. And so, he's somebody who still contributes definitely on defense. Yeah. And then it is all or nothing with him at times. But I think everybody is kind of in that same spot you're just talking about, where it's like, thank you, but it's also probably time. But you better replace some of that pop because you don't have near enough bats to be just saying goodbye willy-nilly to anybody who can hit it out of the park.
Yeah, and his one of his big things was his frame rate as a catcher. And I saw some reports that some of his stuff has dipped off a little bit, but the problem is that, you're wanting to trim some payroll. Are you going to be able to find somebody to replace him that is any good? If you don't want to spend $5, $6, $7 million to replace Jonah Heim, then you're going to replace him with what? Just Higgy? Is it just going to be Higgy?
Yeah, Higashioka was like the MVP of the position players last year, the way he played.
I don't know. I have to go back and look how often Higgy has been a everyday catcher in his career. Are you going to throw him out there 100? He's not going to catch 162 games.
Jonah Heim's batting run, this is from Baseball Savant. Jonah Heim's batting run value, 7th percentile last year. Base running value, 4th percentile. Fielding run value, 29th percentile. He was awful.
So, yeah, the one thing that I did notice about this offseason is that they might be one of the teams that does want to get Munetaka Murakami, who has just been posted from Japan.
Well done.
I think that's right.
Oh.
But
Maybe done.
Yeah. There is one problem with him. He has a very high whiff rate. We're talking of all the swings that he takes, he swings and misses at almost 40% of them. It's like 38%.
Wow.
Which is it's a stupid high number. I mean, that's Joey Gallo.
Is it Gallo-esque?
Gallo's high.
No, I know it's high, but I got a fact check because if you tell me it's Gallo-esque,
no, Gallo's strikeout rate is like 40%.
Okay,
maybe more.
Gallo's whiff rate in 2024 was 39.6.
Yeah, and this is like 37. So it's kind of you're in the same ballpark.
Whoa!
I also saw a stat. My kids are all up on this, and he said you can't get this Murakami guy, and I'm like, why not? And he says. He had an 0.95 batting average on fastballs over 93 miles an hour.
Your kids told you that?
Yeah.
Man, they should be doing Diamond Cats.
I know, right? On pitches over 93.
Bobby takes over Degenerate, Kill the Sharks, and the Young Choppies.
There we go. So 0.95 batting average on pitches over 93 miles an hour. In a related story, every pitch in Major League Baseball is over 93 miles an hour.
But then why is he being hyped up?
Because he has got nukes. Power, baby. I mean, this guy is like, they're talking Schwarber-y.
Oh.
Like he's got 40, 50 home run pop. But he just swings and misses at everything.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a problem.
Are you in, Bobby?
Sure. Give me anybody who's going to hit the ball out. Like, that's what they honestly need. They need power, and they don't have enough of it.
And then did we just waste time of that 5 seconds talking about the Rangers signing someone like that with the money?
Right. They're not going to sign someone like that.
I'm still I have a lot of bitter feelings towards Rangers management right now because of that.
You've had it for a while. What did Jared tell you when I was out about the state of the offseason?
I mean, he talked about like a similar to what we've all discussed here of like, they're in a spot right now where they're trying to get through this year and kind of get their finances leveled a little bit. It's like, but the problem to me is you were selling me that was last year, not Jared, but I mean, just in general, the organization was kind of selling this idea of like, hey, like, things are kind of tough right now. We'll get through this and then we'll be okay. And then it's like, all right, well, here we are again. You're doing it again.
Diamond Cavs here at 105 to the Fan. This is a bit of a bummer. I was hoping the Rangers could get him. He's a local kid. He probably would have given them a little bit of a hometown discount. But Trent Grisham has accepted the Yankees qualifying offer of $22 million for a one-year deal. Now, if you had signed him because they gave him a qualifying offer, you would have had to give up. I think you would have lost your first-round pick or maybe your sandwich round pick, however the league does it now. But, I mean, this is a guy with 30-plus home runs last year, outfielder. He's from Richland High. I'd love to have gotten him here, but obviously that's not going to happen. Yankee fans melted down on social media about this yesterday. They don't like it. It's $22 million. To me, it's a one-year deal. I don't know what the big deal is, but there is Trent Grisham. He will not be coming here. And that, to me, is a bum. That's a bummer.
And but I mean, if you do have to give up any sort of a pick or anything else, I don't know that I want to do that either. The guy, mean, get me somebody who I know is sustainable and somebody who like Naylor was the one that we had talked about that he would have been a good option. He was somebody that was kind of like when Jim Bowden would write about it or other things they talked about. Naylor could be somebody that they would consider. But
you said we don't have the right mascot for that.
No, we don't. Not the right mascot. We don't have the right just like comfort thing. In fact, Peyton, this will be the cut 12. Josh Naylor, one of the reasons he apparently re-signed with the Mariners is because he just loves the damn clubhouse dog.
Just feeling love right away was, honestly, it's hard to describe in words. You just feel just so blessed. And then when I found out we had Tucker was just like, he put me over the edge, man. I love that little guy. I love feeding him every day and just playing with him when I can. So he was a blessing too. But just the love I've got from the fans, from my teammates.
Is there any room in the Rangers' budget to get a golden retriever then or something?
Here comes, I guarantee you Peyton has a Naylor jersey for next year.
Yep, already coming my way, man.
A Mariners Naylor jersey.
People over dogs over people for Peyton.
They're eating the dogs.
Diamond Cavs with RJ Choppy on your home for Rangers baseball here on DFW Sports Station. We have another Jack Johnson ticket giveaway in the final hour of the show for you turning it on and leaving it on. Dak Prescott says he has a new favorite teammate. Hear why and who it is next. And below the belt on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Dak Prescott is playing favorites in the locker room. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. Before we get to that, we got to play some very important audio from a very important person. On Good Morning Football this morning over on NFL Network, they were speaking to The Undertaker. And The Undertaker is a lifelong Cowboys fan. And so they made sure to ask him, hey, how you feeling about those Cowboys now?
I tell you what, it was a drastic improvement. For a lifelong diehard Cowboy fan, it was just enough for us to hang on to and well, maybe, But that defense was we hadn't seen that kind of defense all year long, and and we just need. Seriously, with the numbers that Dak and the offense are putting up, if we can get the defense to play that kind of football, they might be in the conversation for the playoffs at the end of the year. As a diehard Cowboy fan, that seems like a recurring theme every year, but we got to hang on to our star.
If he believes, we should all believe. This is the man who always defeats death. He's the Undertaker. The Cowboys need to mirror that right there. But the Undertaker feeling pretty good. I knew he's always been around the facility. He'll pop up, do stuff with the Cowboys or nothing. I didn't realize he was diehard, quote unquote, Cowboys fan.
Well, Bobby, even though you put the Sharks 6 feet under, like the Undertaker, I still do most of the times believe in Vegas. And I just got sent the updated win totals from Bet Online. The big, I would call it a $300 bet. It's not cash, but it's a bottle of alcohol with Bobby. I say the Cowboys get 8 wins or less. Bobby says they get to 9. Before week 1, they were 7.5 with the over-under. After week 4, RJ Choppy, the over-under was 6.5. After week 8, 7.5. What is it right now today? Rest of the season, the Dallas Cowboys, of course, are 4-5-1.
7.5. Up juice to the over.
7.5 is what I was thinking.
6.5.
Wow.
Well, that's easy bet, I would think.
Shave your head worthy?
That they get over 6 wins? Yeah.
6.5.
Yeah, so if they get over 6 wins, they would finish with 7 wins. Yeah, that's 7
wins.
Yeah, they're winning 3 more games this year.
There you go.
Especially with 2 of them are Washington and the Giants.
That's Bobby. He said if he gets that feeling in his head, not dandruff, of it's worth shaving his head over, it's an automatic win. So if you go ahead and you can bet it over 6.5, Bobby's saying it is a guarantee.
Yep. So you can trust that. Now I'm projecting 9 wins, but I'm saying head shave worthy that they get to 7 for sure. They're not going to finish the year 2-6 or 2-5 or whatever it would be. All right. Dak Prescott, you're not supposed to play favorites when you're the leader, but apparently he does. He was speaking after the Raiders game, and he told everyone who his favorite player is.
Overshown's my favorite player. I've told him that. His locker, y'all knows right by mine. I knew he was going to go out and have a great game. That's because of the way that he approaches the business each and every day with the same attitude. A hell of a leader, special player. That's no surprise. He really is. He's really my favorite player. And then Rev was just super excited. Young player, right? Had a couple of times of, like you said, rehabbing with him, but to just seeing him over these last couple of weeks at practice, watching the way he runs, watching him turn, get in and out of cuts, he can run. And he's going to be a great player for us.
So DeMarvion Overshown is his favorite, and I feel like that's the case for a lot of people.
Great taste.
He's your favorite.
Great taste, Dak.
Jerry, it sounds like that's one of his favorites. He loves him. He's also, it sounds like, Britt Brown's favorite. And this was an article that Todd Archer wrote over at ESPN talking about the comeback trail for DeMarvion Overshown. Obviously, the second big-time knee injury that he's had. DeMarvion Overshown said that going down against the Bengals, he said he felt all the ligaments tearing one by one by one in his knee as he went down. The ACL and MCL were torn. The posterior cruciate, whatever you say, that ligament was ripped from the bone. Only the LCL was still attached. Overshown couldn't move his leg. He was in pain, but he told them, he said the one request when they came out there, he's like, do not cart me off the field. He's like, if this is the last time I'm on the field, they're like, you can't. He's like, hold me up. I need to move. I want to walk off the field. So they walked off the field, started walking back to the locker. And on the way back to the locker, he was already asking Britt Brown, what's it going to take for me to get back on the field? Like, they were already talking and trying to figure out rehab plans as they went along.
And Britt said it's going to be tougher than the first one.
Yeah, he said it's going to be harder than the first one, but if there's anybody that can beat the odds, it's you. He says nothing phases DeMarvion Overshown. And before Overshown had left the locker on the night of that injury, they said that two teammates were inconsolable as they talked to him because everybody just loves him, and he's a big-time leader. And he told them, I'm fine. You know why? Because I know I can handle this. And Archer writes that the resolve comes from his mother, who worked as a custodian and an in-home health care worker to support DeMarvion and his three siblings, who were raised in Arp, Texas, a small East Texas town about 120 miles from Dallas. DeMarvion said, my siblings were a year apart, so you think about 4 growing teenagers at one time and then 4 almost in diapers at one point. My mom's done it all, and she cried. She cried, but those tears were strength because she never gave up. She never let us know that it wasn't okay. I thought that I had the best childhood growing up. I wouldn't realize that I was underclass until I got to where I am right now. The way we live, she made it sure that we were okay. So I'm great. This injury, anything that happens to me from here on out, it would never compare to what my mom had to go through raising us. And we've talked before about his mindset of just, I'm attacking the rehab and I'm not going to let this get me down. That's so rare in the NFL. A lot of guys are kind of given grace from teams of like, yeah, you got to attack your rehab. But early on, they're like, it's easy for guys to feel isolated, like they're not part of the team during that period, that they're on their own. And Overshown has, when he's been in a rehab group and he's got other guys with him, he tells them, this is our position group, guys. We're going to work the same way. And then when we got to be together, and this is how we're going to hold each other up. And this is the work that went into it. Overshown spent hours with physical therapist and assistant athletic trainer Hanson Yang. They said that it was priming up the tiny muscles in his knees, hip, and feet. Strength and conditioning coordinator Harold Nash and his staff helped keep the rest of Overshown's body strong, and when the knee was healthy enough, they put him through football drills. The bulk of Overshown's time, however, was spent with Britt Brown, who's been with the Cowboys for 31 years. Brown couldn't quantify the hours involved. Neither could Overshown, but there wasn't a day when one was there and the other wasn't. He said it's tough love, Overshown did. I don't think anybody is going to want it more than those guys that work in the training room. Those guys see you every day. That's their mission, is to make sure you're at the best. Forget what they've got going on. Forget what they get paid. Their mission is to make sure you're at your best. And Britt had said that DeMarvion is always on time. Like when we talk about people missing things, he said there has not been one time that I can tell you that he's been late. He shows up every single time, comes in and puts in the work. And there was this really cool layout of one of the ways that DeMarvion he thought about it was, I need to have a timeline here of goals that I have of what I want to achieve in my rehab. And what he had set out was he wanted the setbacks, the way that he had the tracking going. He said that he tracked his recovery against a calendar of events. So he wanted to be off crutches in time for a friend's bachelor party. He said he was going to wait.
I get it, right?
He said he was going to wait to propose to his girlfriend only once that knee that he was recovering, he could get down on that knee to do the proposal.
Wow.
He said
I love this dude.
He said he needed to be able to dance at weddings that he attended. So that was part of his recovery timeline. He had his second child, Texas Lee Overshown, in June. And his rehab mindset, he said, if they say in 2 weeks I'm supposed to be riding a bike, I'm going to do it in a week. And so this is the kind of thing that everybody just loves about him, is the mindset, the mentality. And this is the difference and the separator. We played some of the audio. Leighton Vander Esch has said that when we talked to him on Cowboys Crosstalk, he was like, well, one of my biggest regrets is I didn't get to play with him for a full season, because that guy was so rare in the way he looked at football and the way that he attacks the game and the way that he approaches things. And you see it here in this kind of thing laid out. But I like that he's looking at it in the sense of just, I'll can do it in life. Here's how I'm going to be able to track when things are. All right, I need to be doing this so that I can take off the crutches by this point. Need to be able to get down on one knee at this point. Need to be able to do this. And that's why he's beating the projections. I don't know about you guys. As hard as he works, I did not think he was going to be back by this point. A lot of people with the Cowboys didn't think he was going to be back. It's less than a year of every single ligament being torn.
I love the name too. You don't hear people named after states.
No, you don't. It's maybe, not very often.
Maybe you get a Washington every now and then, a Dakota, a Montana.
A big part of this that they talked about, though, was that bond between Britt Brown and Overshone. And Overshone said that on the night of the game, he said, I'm probably going to cry, and I'm going to go up, and I'm going to have to hug him really tight. And he texted Britt Brown a long message thanking him. He said, I appreciate you for not giving up on me. I appreciate you for not letting me give up on myself. And Britt, we've heard about it from Brian and from other players over the years. Britt's he's gonna work you. And you need to have a tough mindset. If you're going to be a little wishy-washy or a little flaky, you're not going to be able to attack your rehab the right way. And for Britt to be that glowing about him and talk about this dude's always on time, there's nothing he can't handle, okay, Overshone's a tough MFer is basically what you're looking at.
Takes a lot, it sounds like, to win Britt's approval.
Yeah, and because he knows the demands that it takes to get you prepared to play and get you ready to get back on the field. One more quick note here. George Pickens did come up yesterday in Brian Schottenheimer's press conference, apparently, and Brian Schottenheimer did make it clear. He said, sign me up for if we're going to talking about extensions, sign me up. I want him back. I want George Pickens here for as long as I can have him. So he said he's very in on a George Pickens extension.
Yeah, Overshone could teach Trayvon about rehabbing.
Oh, yeah.
Here, and then teach CD and Pickens about being on time, since he's never late.
No.
Below the belt. Hump Day Edition, right here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. Des Bryant had a little take on the George Pickens future situation. It seemed like Des, maybe he was having fun while watching the game, but he had tweeted while George was going off, I want you to understand that whenever it's time to negotiate your new contract, your legacy will be worth more than being the highest paid wide receiver if you stay with the Cowboys. There's a lot more to the thought process, but think about it. And then he tails off. He goes, if I was Jerry, I would respectfully go in a different direction than Eberflus, not because he's a bad coach. I would offer Al Harris the DC job and let him find his defensive support. You have to be the best at what's current. I've watched great teams, I've been a part of great teams the Cowboys have had over the years. You have to keep the roster young and hungry. I play with guys who were past their due date and didn't love the game. Respectfully, these are my thoughts while watching the Raider game. So that was Des hitting all over the map, but telling George Pickens, think about that legacy. We're going to think about some around the NFL with RJ Choppy. We have a patented game. What's this one called, Choppy?
Make or miss.
Make or miss.
Well, Anthony Davis, make or miss this next game. I was kidding. No, it's not that one.
Well, yeah, we know he's going to miss. Will, Mike McDaniel, John Harbaugh, and Mike McCarthy make it. Whoa. It's a make or miss around the NFL. And another Jack Johnson ticket game.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. Peyton Russell is getting it over here, and we got Aiden also. I see him on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Does it feel like the week is going by fast, or is it just because Cowboys Monday night?
Cowboys Monday night. I mean, I'm tired. I think I'm more tired this week, but it does feel like it's kind of flying by. But we're halfway there, more than halfway there.
Yeah, I feel like it's slow, actually. Probably just because, I mean, when it's the turnaround and stuff like that with the flight. That
you went there.
Yeah, so that drags it on. Usually I'm used to, when I get off the plane, it's It's just a weird turnaround the way everything
I'll tell you.
After my Vegas trip and then staying up, Amanda said yesterday, and I only slept for like an hour and a half. She said she heard me snoring through the wall. She's like, you must have been exhausted and dead. I could hear you through the wall.
I'll tell you what's flying by is we have not put the Christmas stuff up yet. We have the lights outside. Jellyfish are up there already. But I like to have my Christmas stuff up before November 1st. November started 2 days ago. By the way, it's already the 19th.
I'm not even excited for Thanksgiving and Christmas with this weather. I hate it.
It's warm, man. It's warm.
It sucks.
It's not in here. It's not warm. Huh? It's very cold in here.
Corey Major's going to come in here and freak out over this temperature.
Yeah.
But you can't celebrate Christmas when it's 80 degrees outside. Even Thanksgiving, okay, maybe. Man, give me a power outage. Give me a freeze. Give me some dangerous road conditions. Give me something. give me Dan Brunoff in here one time over a 2-week span. This is terrible.
I love it because I haven't gotten those sweatpants out yet. They're not even out of the house. Out of the storage.
Kristen has morphed, by the way. She told me this year she's always resisted it. She's always wanted to do December 1st for Christmas decorations. And she's just like, I'm full on embracing it now. I don't know why, but I just have the pull for I want to decorate before Thanksgiving even.
Yeah, I feel like more and more people are doing that this year. My son bugs Amanda. What? Gosh,
you guys not have your stuff up yet?
Not. I mean, no. I mean, we've been in Vegas planning for that.
It's a 30-foot tree that he has. It takes a long time to get it.
I need the father-in-law to come over and help me with it to put it up.
My thing is if I'm gonna we are gonna put it up. I like to have it up for a while. That makes it worth it.
Yeah.
I don't want to put it up, take it down 3 weeks later.
Oh, I've never walked into a room with the nostalgia and been like, ugh.
Yeah.
No, it's warming. It's awesome. It's fantastic. But the weather, give me some. I can't have presents open Christmas morning, 82 degrees. But hopefully that changes.
All right, here we go. Make or miss. So I'll give you a name and a category, like a theme.
Nick Eatman, by the way, coming up 9:20, and we may have some infighting here at the station at 9:40 for KNC Crosstalk.
All right, here we go. Mike McDaniel, will he make it to Black Monday?
Black Monday already happened. No, I'm sorry. Black Monday right after the season.
The day after the season where they fire all the coaches. Will he make it there or miss it?
He'll make it. Because, they've won the 2 games. They fired Greer. They clearly were more fed up with him than Mike McDaniel at this point. So it feels like he's getting sort of all right, here, show us what you can do.
Let me amend it because I agree with Bobby. Will Mike McDaniel coach the Dolphins week 1 next year?
No.
Okay. I agree with that as well. But he will make it to Black Monday.
Okay. All right, another coach.
Will he make it to the Tuesday after?
Oh.
No.
No, he'll get fired on that Monday. Next coach, Mike Tomlin to week 1 of next year as the Steelers head coach.
Is his contract up that I don't know about?
I don't think his contract is
Yes,
up.
absolutely, Mike Tomlin. Yeah.
No. Do you know something? I don't know. You look like you've got secret info or something.
It's just, it's every year. I know Steeler fans are getting annoyed. It's every year. They haven't won a playoff game in a decade.
He signed a 3-year extension June 2024.
And you never know if he's going to go follow Joe Flacco, wherever Flacco's playing, because he's just the god quarterback. No, Tomlin will be coaching next year, 100%.
Okay. I think it's more likely than not that he will, but I think it's probably no more than 70.
You think it's more likely than not
that he will be coaching?
Okay.
The Steelers next year. And if he's not with the Steelers, he'll be with somebody else in a heartbeat.
More likely that you always do these brain pretzels to my head. You think it's a 70% chance Tomlin's not the Steelers coach?
No, that he is.
Okay.
That he is.
30% that he's not.
He is, by the way, if he's 3 years away, I think, from matching Chuck Noll's run with the Steelers, which is ridiculous.
Man, they hang on to you a long time.
Yeah, they do.
3 coaches in 6 years?
Yeah, it's a long time, man. They do not have turnover there. Make or miss.
Cowboys change out coordinators 3 times in 3 years.
Mike McCarthy, make or miss to a sideline week 1 of 2026.
Woo! I probably had this topic number 1 on my regret missing list when you guys talked about Mike McCarthy and the New York Giant rumors with what Bobby had to say. I don't know what he said. So just give me a quick little recap.
The Giants are stupid, so that sounds like something they would do.
I think we said, we agree. He would be a stabilizing figure.
Yeah. There are things he brings to the table that are reliable that you can get, that if you're a mess of an organization, I'm sure it'd be like, well, that's attractive, but no, he's not going to be coaching anywhere.
For the Dolphins job. You thought he'd be better with Miami.
When the Dolphins were in all their turmoil, that makes a ton of sense. I don't know if he's a Florida coach, like a South Beach coach, but the idea of just a bunch of insanity going on around you, just like, hey, let's calm down here. He could do that, but no, he's not going to be coaching next year. No.
I'm looking at Cleveland.
The Giants.
Looking at the Giants. It's such a giant hire.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if Tomlin leaves,
that's who interviewed him right before he got to Dallas for his interview here.
Is Tennessee's on their interim, right?
Yes.
Tennessee will be open. No one in the NFC
Atlanta be
North.
open? Are they going to move on from Raheem?
I don't think so.
It's too early.
I think it's a little bit too early.
Tennessee, teams are going to convince themselves that he somehow had something to do with good quarterback play here in Dallas when he didn't.
Well, I mean, finished second MVP, Dak Prescott.
Yep. Thank you, Brian Schottenheimer. Appreciate you guys basically taking over the offense in a hostile takeover at the bye week that year. That was awesome.
Who are the coaching candidates? Who are some of the hot names right now?
Well, I mean, look, I think Sark and Lane are names you got to throw out there.
Lane's the betting favorite for the Giants right now. So you're always going to look at, it's usually just who are the hotshot coordinators. So right now I'm trying to think Clint Kubiak will be in there, I'm sure, as a candidate.
I'll give you the Giant names from Bet Online, and maybe we can cherry pick that for other jobs. Lane, favorite 4-1. Kingsbury, Jesse Minter, Clint Kubiak, Jeff... Is it Halfley?
Yeah.
Who the hell is that?
Packers.
Who he coached for? John Gruden. Garrett is 12-1 for the Giant job. Joe Brady, McCarthy, Bill O'Brien, John Harbaugh, Mike McDaniel, Steve Sarkisian. What I'm getting at is if there's not a bunch of hot name you know what? I wish this was overreactions or not, because I'll say it's not an overreaction. Mike McCarthy is the head coach of another team, but I'll lean towards no.
Yeah, I'm going to lean towards no. I think it's like 52-48. I think he's got a good chance at Cleveland if they move on. The Giants would make sense. It would make sense.
Who else really likes Jay Glazer?
It's a lot of people. It's more possible right now today than I thought. Way more possible today than I thought at the beginning of the year.
That's fair. I agree. All right, make or miss. Bo Nix to his second contract with the Broncos.
Ooh.
Miss.
That's a good one.
Thank you.
I think he misses. A look at it says...
Number 5 in you and Peyton's power rankings, number 5?
Yeah, I know. They could have been higher if they had a quarterback. This is a miss because the thing I haven't been able to get out of my head in the last week is Cowherd has a good relationship with Peyton. They talk. And Cowherd has just been on this push in the last 2 weeks of oh, yeah, I don't think Bo Nix is going to hang around Denver very long. It's okay, well, why do you think that? When he takes a hardline stance like that and starts pushing something, usually I'm like, okay, well, this is one of the friends that he has in there in sports that has told him this, and so he's feeling super confident to be able to just keep pushing it.
Miss. Sean Payton has the stones and the power to start over with someone else, and the arrogance to be like, I'll just draft someone else, and he'll be as good as Bo Nix or better.
I agree. I think he misses. Detroit and Kansas City to the playoffs.
Both are. I know Kansas City's on the outside.
They're both on the outside.
They're both on the outside. Bobby?
Oh.
2 NFL powerhouses on the outside.
Do we have to say them as both, or can we take them individually?
I mean, you can take them individually if you
Detroit make Kansas City miss.
Kansas City is the 9. Houston is above them. This is gross.
Kansas City's problem.
This is gross.
Kansas City's problem is they do not have the tiebreaker with anybody ahead of them. Buffalo beat them. Jacksonville beat them. They don't have the tiebreaker. Chargers beat them. They don't have the tiebreaker with anybody.
And Detroit's the 8 at 6-4.
And they're not going to have the tiebreaker with San Fran because San Fran's 7-2 in conference, and Detroit's 3-3.
What's your answer to it, RJ?
I think Detroit makes it.
Here's Kansas City's schedule after losing 2 straight. Colts, at Cowboys, Texans, Chargers, Titans, Broncos, Raiders.
I mean, you got 2 guaranteed wins.
That sounds like an 8-9, 9-8 team to me.
I'll say miss if you got to take. Okay, hang on.
Detroit is Giants, Packers, Cowboys, 3 in a row at home, and then they've got road against the Rams, home against the Steelers, road against the Vikings and Bears to close the year.
We may have to have a Patrick Mahomes conversation if they miss this year. We're going to have one.
You know, we have not seen. So Mahomes is in.
I'll say make. I'll take make that they both get in.
Mahomes is in such rarefied air in terms of his peers. Like, his peers are not the quarterbacks of the league. His peers are Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Joe Montana, right?
Josh Allen's a peer.
Yeah,
Joe
sure.
Burrow might be a peer.
But like in the history of the sport, quarterbacks at the level of Brady and Montana and Manning, and they don't miss the playoffs in their prime. Like, they may not win the Super Bowl, they may get knocked out one another. They don't miss the playoffs in their prime.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do a little study on this when last time that happened. All right, make or miss. John Harbaugh to week 1 of 2026 as the Ravens head coach.
Make.
What if they miss the playoffs? Still?
I'll still say make.
Make.
Okay.
Contract, 3-year deal. If his contract was up, maybe that changed my answer. 3-year contract in March 2025. So I'll say make.
All right. I think he'll make. All right, last one here.
All right, if in the offseason you had to hire John Harbaugh or Mike McCarthy.
Oh.
Choppy. Oh, just that hesitation is a good enough answer. That deep breath. Did you give like both awful options?
There's zero chance I'm taking McCarthy over Harbaugh.
I agree.
I think Harbaugh's I struggle with Harbaugh because his title's a fraudulent title. Like, nobody really buys his title.
Why?
I mean, it took a lucky run, a Flacco run that nothing. I mean, they snuck into the playoffs. They beat Denver on a prayer with 30 seconds to go. Was it Jacoby Jones? Jones?
Yep.
Like, it never should have happened.
Rest in peace, I think.
It happened, but it shouldn't have happened.
I don't want to prematurely.
And then he kind of.
Did Jacoby Jones pass away?
Yes, wafted through the abyss for a few years of being 8-8.
Not that I want to say relief over someone.
And then he got Lamar. They luck into Lamar. At the very end of the first round.
Okay.
So, I don't know. I think go back to coaching special teams. Last one. Indianapolis to make or miss the AFC Championship game.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Miss. I don't buy them. They're not. I haven't had them in power rankings the last few weeks. I don't buy them.
I know you're picking miss, Choppy.
I'll pick miss. I mean, obviously, look, if the thing shakes out where they get Jacksonville in the first round, then maybe. But yeah, I'll say miss.
AFC Championship game: New England, Buffalo, Pittsburgh. I'll say miss. It's not my gut.
We're in full agreement. Well, except you put Kansas City in the playoffs like a fool.
877-881-1053 in order to weigh in, hit us up, and also win Peyton Russell, our final Jack Johnson ticket giveaway of this morning.
I wanna turn the whole thing upside down.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877. Get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to contract attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. This is Sean and RJ along with Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. Now joined by Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Nick. What is going on?
How you doing? How you guys doing? Everybody back in the studio?
Yeah.
We are.
Yeah. Everybody back in the studio. Where are you? You don't sound like you're in Frisco.
I'm in Frisco.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a phone. I thought it was a phone line.
It sounded like a phone line.
Okay. Well,
it is a phone line.
It is a phone line.
Okay.
Maybe I'm talking a little clear, a little into the phone a little bit more. Sorry.
Are you already in Philly preparation mode?
Getting there. Kind of looking at their stuff. You know, I mean, it's pretty easy to kind of figure them out, even though, A.J. Brown had he called it a show over there. But, man, there'd be a lot of teams that would love to be in that kind of predicament. But they win close games. They're not that flashy. They don't blow anyone out, but they win these close games. And when it gets down to the 1 or 2 yard line, they're going to, push their quarterback in the back and try to get over. I mean, that's what they're going to do. So, it's one of those things. You know who the good players are, and you just got to stop them.
Put the 3 games in order that you feel the best about in terms of winning. Philadelphia, Kansas City, Detroit.
I think the order of the schedule is the order of their best chances to win. I think it's Eagles, Chiefs, Lions, and maybe that's the home and the road. But it's weird watching that game. I actually said, the Eagles are beating the Lions, and I'm like, I think the Cowboys can go beat the Eagles. In fact, I'm picking them to beat the Eagles.
Ooh, whoa!
But I don't think they can beat the Lions. And Thursday night in Detroit, that one's got ugly written all over it. So, you never know. I mean, nobody's got. I mean, the only one that has the best record is the Eagles. But I just think we've seen them play them close. I understand Jalen Carter will be playing in the middle, but the Cowboys also have a guy just as good now in the middle. So maybe that offsets it. They know how to play the Eagles. They can beat the Eagles. And I think they will win Sunday.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Nick, so obviously it was a good game for the Cowboys on Monday night in a number of different areas where they haven't necessarily looked good throughout the season. What in the front coming out of this Raiders game do you look at and say, all right, I can't just trust that. I need to see that replicated again the next few times to feel good about it. Because obviously, I would imagine you feel good about Quinnen Williams, for instance, even though that's the first time. So what do you think you need to see them do again this week to feel better about it?
I think they need to go up against a quarterback that is either made a Pro Bowl, going to make a Pro Bowl, and see if they can rattle that player. Because we've seen Geno Smith, he hasn't been good against anybody really this year. We've seen average quarterbacks look really good, but, they're going to face Hurts, Mahomes, Goff. These guys have won Super Bowls, they've won MVPs, they're number 1 pick in the draft. All 3 of those guys have got something like that, those traits. And so the Cowboys are going to have to show that they can make those type of quarterbacks uncomfortable and rattle them a little bit.
Nick, how do you go back to week 1 when you're looking at that game and getting ready for this one and evaluating this offense against Philly first half versus after the delay, because they had that lightning delay?
Yeah, that was – and honestly, both defenses did it, I mean, when you think about it, both defenses settled down to the point because Cowboys hadn't stopped them at all. So it was a halftime, and then the third quarter, they everything changed, if I remember correctly. I mean, because the Cowboys in the third quarter had a big run with Miles Sanders. He gets tackled down inside the 10, and then he fumbled. And then, I don't think the Cowboys scored at all. The Eagles definitely, did some things differently for the running game, and it forced Dak to throw it. And, I mean, he threw it to his best receiver and over and over. And that's the one game, really in his whole career where CD just did not look like CD. And it was a strange ending, a strange game. But, I mean, I think you take your chances on CD and Pickens, both, being open and making plays.
Nick, obviously the offensive line had been an issue heading into the bye week. There was talk from Brian Schottenheimer, I guess, about there being a competition there at right tackle with Steele and Nathan Thomas. How are you feeling about the offensive line today? And did Terrence Steele do enough the other night to just say, all right, this is his job again for right now?
I think so, just because I don't think your options are any better. I think Nate Thomas is a young player that's developing, but I don't think he'd be at the point where you trust him every snap. And so I think Steele is fine. I mean, he was playing injured when he got benched, so I think he's a capable player. He's one of those guys where, and I know you can't have it both ways, but I mean, I do think when you're running the football and you're establishing that and you're kind of playing with a lead, I think Terrence Steele is perfectly fine. I think if you had to throw the ball, 50, 60 times a game, which sometimes they do, that's where it gets a little bit problematic for him. But in listening to the call yesterday with Jerry, did y'all get the sense that he kind of thinks Max Crosby's a good player?
Yeah.
Man, makes me wonder if not only did he make a phone call, but did he make two?
Yeah.
I mean, God, could you imagine? But he is. I mean, he really is a great player. He plays hard, and I mean, it didn't seem like everybody on that Raiders team was giving all the effort. I mean, you don't like to say that about other players, but when Pickens is just kind of weaving through like Swiss cheese, you kind of like, wow, I've seen this before. But the way Crosby was playing, I mean, he just has high motor, and I thought he posed a really good challenge for him, at least in the first half.
Nick Heatman from DallasCowboys.com here with us on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, Nick, so I think the number was out of the top 10 leaders in snaps on the defense on Monday night, 6 of those players did not play against Denver for the Cowboys. And so it really has become just basically a totally revamped defense. Is that the greatest hope? Because Jerry was talking about it yesterday and was like, no, the biggest hope is guys who have been here now doing their jobs. But is the greatest hope or outlook for the Cowboys the rest of the season just that you've basically been able to change an entire defense?
When I'm ordering at a menu and it's like we got chicken or steak, I'm going for the combo. I like the duo. Give me both. Why can't that answer be both?
Sure.
Really, because the new players there, the Quinnen Williams and then Overshown's coming back, and those guys playing at an elite level, that all of a sudden the guys are doing their job. Wow, Kenneth Murray, he's playing really well, and then all of a sudden Deron Bland again is playing like the Deron Bland that we're used to. I don't think it's coincidence. I think I think the knee bone is connected to the hip bone.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in some way, I think that's kind of the way this defense is. And so I think it's both. I mean, I do think that really good players that are, jumping into this defense maybe are helping the other guys as well.
Nick, based upon what you know or have heard, do you think that the Pickens-Lamb incident is done and over with? Is going to make them kind of question their leadership in the locker room moving forward? Where do you stand on that today?
I think I'll take a series a game if I get that at the end. I'm not to make light out of it. Obviously,
just like them after the game, you made light of it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know exactly what went down, and obviously, if it was that serious, they wouldn't have, just missed a few snaps. But I thought it was a good moment for Schottenheimer, and I think it's a good teaching lesson to everybody. I mean, I don't think Ryan Flanoy is going to be missing things. I mean, I think they realize, hey, Shotty's serious about this, and you have to be accountable. Now, I don't think it was the biggest thing in the world, but I like the fact that they came back from that. And we haven't always seen that type of player. We've seen some really great wide receivers. We've seen them miss curfew and fall asleep in meetings and miss meetings and all that kind of stuff. And the way they get disciplined is very tricky because of the way they handle themselves afterwards. But the fact that I think both those guys were like, all right, they understood it. Now let's go ball out. And they did. If it becomes a pattern, then maybe it's a problem. But if it's a one-off thing like that, I think it's okay.
Nick, how are Arkansas fans, local team, Bob, feeling about James Franklin choosing Va Tech?
Well, I mean, I think they're disappointed, but at the same time, just because they're kind of delusional. You know what I mean? I think Arkansas fans think they're in the top 5 of the SEC when it comes to facilities and should be winning and all that kind of stuff. When James Franklin is a smart guy, right? You can't coach Vanderbilt if you're not a smart guy. And so, Virginia Tech, where, you're going to face 2 good teams a year, or the SEC at Arkansas when you're going to be on the underdog 10 out of, 12 games. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, really. I mean, it makes Arkansas is not a good job, really, because it's an uphill battle the whole time, especially when the athletic directors have scheduled, Notre Dame's and stuff like that in your non-conference, like the SEC schedule. It's just not just not enough of a gauntlet for them. Let's go and let's play some of these others.
Did you ask Nick those local questions when he was on last week? Oklahoma, Arkansas. What do you consider the local college football teams, Nick? You cover college football.
Yeah, I do consider Oklahoma to be a local team. You can get to Oklahoma, you can get to Norman faster than you can get to Austin and College Station and probably Lubbock, and so. Maybe not SMU, but I mean, yeah, I think it's a local team. They play their biggest game of their year right here in our backyard. They have a lot of players there, and my daughter goes there. So that was kind of the reasons why I chose that.
Thank you, brother. Good stuff. We appreciate you.
All right, see you guys. I'm picking Dallas. Bye.
Oh, Nick, look at that! That trade re-energized him.
Yeah, it did. That really did.
That trade gave him life. He had been wanting it badly, and he got it. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Speaking of casinos, there's a Dallas Mavericks story out there.
There's two now.
It's going to have the conspiracy theorists saying, told you so, and a little infighting. We got a three-way show fight.
Oh, baby!
In our first internal fight in the new building. Don't miss this crosstalk with KNC after this.
Has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
it Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes?
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Zinkis is with him. The shorthanded chance. Scores! How do you like that? Kyle Palmieri.
What, Kevin?
How did you like that? My question is actually about something totally different.
Epstein files?
Yeah. So did one person vote against that?
Yeah.
Good call. That was just a stupid question.
It is a genius move to just not vote. It's a genius move to just not vote for it. The 5 who didn't vote for it, you knew you weren't beating it, and now you're not. Nobody's talking about the 5 who didn't vote for it. They're only talking about the one guy who voted no.
That is an interesting point. You said, while talking about Cam Scattaboo, me and the other belt.
Why do you decide to listen today? Listen one day.
How is that any different than going to BravoCon?
Whoa! Wearing a wrestling belt is the same as going to a convention
for women.
All right,
I'm sure there were some men there.
Oh, I'm sure there were too.
Well, guess what? I would like to ask your wife the same thing and say, when's the last time your husband did anything like this for you? This large, sweet, or expensive?
Dude, actually, C-Block today, we will be discussing something that went against my morals and fibers to my very core. So, yeah.
So that's what I would say.
Like, I don't have morning show money. She knows. I got midday money, man.
I got morning show money thanks to Bobby. Me and Choppy now do.
Right.
But look, this is a loaded crosstalk.
No.
Number one, did the Stars get screwed?
I think they got screwed for sure. But on the flip side, it sounds like this morning they're going to get unscrewed by Rantanen not getting suspended because that was a dicey hit, even if you think somebody pushed him into that player too.
I thought you meant an appeal was actually going to happen in work, in sports.
That never works, right?
Yeah, I think they kind of looked at the Ottawa game where Rope's foot was in the crease and could have clipped the goalie but didn't, and they were like, you know what, guys, we gave him that one, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to kill him on this one.
You think they have a running tally in Toronto? They're like, all right, the Stars are +2. So we can thumbs down them on this one.
Yeah.
Imagine the next time they play them, though, the Islanders.
Oh, my God.
It's going to be ugly. It's going to be must-see.
Yes.
Must-watch.
Miko might need to have I got a hip.
He
I got
probably
a hip that
should.
day. I can't play.
The Embiid.
I really do love the fact that we discussed it a lot, but the Four Nations has made this show, y'all's show, more excited about hockey. It seems y'all since last season. It seems y'all been more excited about the Stars team.
We just got Reetma.
Okay,
so you hear that excitement? Yeah,
I'm excited. I know you like hockey anyway. Like, regular season hockey becomes very, very tedious. I
get that.
Oddly into a lot of the World Cup qualifiers. Like I was getting really into some of the European.
Nice.
Stars issue 2. The Stars are arguing, this is from Odyssey.com. The Stars are arguing in a newly filed court document that the Dallas Mavericks are no longer a Dallas-based franchise, but are instead headquartered in Las Vegas. The filing submitted this week says the Mavericks owners designated Vegas as the team's principal corporate and executive office in 2024, allegedly violating the franchise's agreement with the city of Dallas. It requires the Mavs to maintain their corporate headquarters within, this is the agreement, requires the Mavs to maintain their corporate headquarters within Dallas city limits, the same provision the Mavs accused the Stars of violating by keeping their own headquarters in Frisco since 2003.
See, now this makes a lot more sense to me because they're filing this issue for something that happened a year ago, where the Mavs' contention that the Stars weren't in Dallas, that started like 20 years ago, and they just now brought it up. So this for the Stars makes more sense.
But the headline here that we need to figure out, is there something to it, or are we going to get tricked by a technicality for the conspiracy theorists? If the Dallas Mavericks, why would they list Vegas as team headquarters? Bobby, is that just, Patrick Dumont and the family, that's where they live out of, that's where they operate out of, or ...
Yeah, if they could, so I wouldn't be surprised if it is a case where it's like, oh no, they're like, it's the new ownership group, they have it, and because they're cutting checks and they're from this, then technically, like, for business purposes, the headquarters
is the Sands Corporation is
right.
already there, and now the Mavs are owned by.
Because it is not it is possible because of the Luka trade, but I was going to say, it's not possible they would be dumb enough to make that type of mistake on paper or say, we're planning on moving to Vegas, like we're the Las Vegas Mavericks. That's not possible, right?
I don't think so. I think both of these sides want to get out of this arena to create their own sooner than the lease is up, and they're trying to get the other one to foot the bill, hence all the squabbling. Just split the buyout costs and go on with your life. But I don't think that's what it means.
I don't look, the Stars having their offices in Frisco, that does nothing for me. Like that's to me, it's all the same.
I get you.
We're all in the same city.
Metroplex.
We're all the same city. I don't care if you're in Grapevine or Garland.
Makes a difference to the city of Dallas.
I don't care.
I know, but I'm saying to the city of Dallas, it does make a difference. It's not just a small technicality to them.
They can take that up with Consumer Affairs. I don't care. Like, we're all in the same city. So like just get over it.
Do you think Vegas being listed on there is anything?
I don't think it's anything, because I think Bobby's right. It's probably like that's my assumption is like the Sands Corporation or whatever bought them, and like that's just where they're from. Like that's just where the company is.
All right, issue number 3.
Oh no.
Tim McMahon apparently is reporting the Mavs will explore Anthony Davis trades before this season's deadline. Yes. Good.
What are they going to get for him? It's cool.
Did you guys run through any proposals that you liked last week?
It was a Bulls proposal, right?
So
that trade is never going to happen. I saw that deal.
There were a few different proposals that the Ringer had come up with, and the one that was the least appetizing to us was Detroit. Because the Detroit trade was going to give you like
Cade Cunningham.
It wasn't that. It was all players. There was no draft picks in there.
Oh,
and so, but they also had some others. They had for the Kings, it would be Anthony Davis for Zach LaVine, Keon Ellis, and a 2027 first round pick.
Oh God,
I needed 26.
Bulls, it would be Anthony Davis and D'Angelo Russell for Nikola Vucevic, Kevin Huerter, Kobe White, and Chicago's unprotected first in 2029.
That's an absurd trade. I would do that in a heartbeat.
Raptors, it was RJ Barrett and 2 future firsts.
I would do that in a heartbeat as well.
Hornets, it was Miles Bridges, Colin Sexton, and 3 future firsts, including the Mavs 27 back.
What if they end up getting
more to all of those?
They're going to get more.
They're going to get more for AD than Luka. Picks at AD than for Luka.
Yeah.
But
the Charlotte one sounds good. I really need a second pick this year, though. Like that. This is a great draft.
What's the value, though, realistically? Like, I hear you, and I would sign off on, like, those last 3 deals, boom, 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 done. What realistic value do you think you're going to get for Anthony
Players
Davis?
that are not very good, but they help match up the salary, and then a first-round pick.
I mean, I think
that's what it is.
I told y'all that Bassick said that Gafford, he thought, had more value than AD. Gafford would be a 1. He thinks AD would be a 2. I think that's crazy for Mike, even though the salary is going to get to $60 million a year.
Unbelievable.
$60 million a year.
Let me ask you about that salary.
And let's have a Kyrie discussion, too. I'm sorry.
Okay, Anthony Davis, one of those teams steps in, and you get no draft capital, but it equals out the money, and all of the money expires at the end of the season.
Yes.
Okay, so you're in on that?
I have to think about that, but that's very, very appealing.
Yeah.
I don't need Zach LaVine for any reason.
I think I think that was the Bulls one. They're all expiring this year.
But like, if it comes with the draft capital, deal. So I wanted to know, no draft capital, RJ, but all of that money will be off the books at the end of the season.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
The Pistons trade, for what it's worth, was Jaden Ivey, Tobias Harris, Ron Holland, and Isaiah Stewart.
Go Vols, but no.
All right, next issue, and don't give it all away. KNC can discuss it. We'll do it tomorrow. McMahon has dropped some Nico insight.
Yeah, he's got an entire breakdown of just the fall of Nico Harrison. But a lot of interesting stuff in here about basically he forced Mark Cuban out. He had isolated Patrick Dumont with corporate language of chain of command and the value of that. And once he forced him out,
fascinating take from that article. That is not what I read in that article.
Which article did you read?
Mark, the one he put out this morning. That was
the one
mediocre.
where he basically.
I forgot. It's really no. It's really long.
We have a perception off.
It's really long. It's not filled with a lot of new information. It didn't sound reading that article like Nico forced him out.
Oh no, I think it
sounded
totally did.
like Dumont was like, no, this is how we're doing it. And then when Nico made the trades for P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford, he was like, ooh, you did make good deals. You are the guy. And Mark Cuban was mistaken when he told everybody that he was in charge. That is not what I got from that at all.
No. So that's what happened is that Cuban, when he initially started commenting, and we'll get into the article later, but Cuban, when he started commenting about like, yeah, I'm still in charge of basketball operations, this whole thing says that annoyed Jason Kidd and it annoyed Nico Harrison. And that Nico Harrison, the exact quote on it was, Harrison connected with his new boss by speaking of corporate language of sorts, emphasizing the importance of establishing a clear chain of command by reporting directly to Dumont instead of through Cuban, which he had done for the previous 2 seasons. Harrison and Cuban both declined to comment for the story. And then team source said, Nico basically said, dude, I don't want to deal with Mark anymore. He's too much. With a new direct line to his boss and his former one out of the picture, Harrison accelerated the ice out.
But there's also other quotes in there from team sources that
People
are like...
were annoyed with Mark meddling.
Yeah, they were like...
That pushing him out of the organization was Nico.
See, that is not the way I read that either. And I just think common sense leads us to believe that that's what was always going to happen. When Mark Cuban sold the team, we were like, within 2 years, he will not be in charge of the team. Look, I think Tim McMahon is a great reporter. I thought this story did not include a lot of new information.
Cuban blames Harrison, not
That's enough.
That's the one quote.
Good Lord.
We'll talk about it. Mark Savarin is what you're saying.
Final issue.
You don't get it.
Bobby does. Sorry, I don't.
Peyton Russell is back at work today.
He's an enemy.
Apparently, he needs to dodge 2 bullets from the other shows in this building. The first one from the guys in the room.
And I want to talk more about that as well, because obviously Jerry mentioned that quite a bit in his interview with Sean, RJ, Bobby, who showed up, and Aiden. So
and Khaki Kev.
Oh, that's right.
No one cares.
I appreciate him for showing up for work as well. So that's too far? I don't know.
Okay.
I like it.
Bobby was in Las Vegas doing the same thing, and he was here.
Mm-hmm.
What's your deal, Peyton?
Bobby gets paid a lot more than I do. So, if this is a contract situation, maybe we need to talk to someone. No, look, I mean...
Is this a negotiating point?
It is now, Kevin.
Actually, Peyton does get paid extra to work the game, and I do not.
I think shot number 2 needs to be heard, and then Peyton can decide which one hurt more.
You have. I still don't know how you have all this time to watch all this tape. You must be sleeping like 4 hours a night during the season.
I got home me and Wolchuk got done at 1. I got up at 4:30 and started at 5.
My goodness. You're an animal. He's an absolute machine.
Well, we got to. I mean, this is what we do. This time of year, and the NFL.
That's what you do.
Well, the NFL schedule doesn't. I mean, they throw you these Thursday night games. They throw you Monday night games, and you just got to, and then the next day you got to show up and do work. I mean, there's people in our organization that'll work and others that won't.
Yeah.
We got some of those here.
You sure do.
Yeah.
And you've long detailed how you think I'm lazy.
Oh, I just, there's some people that will get after it, and there's others that will just, kind of find other ways.
We got some grinders and we got some non-grinders.
Whoa!
See, at least Corey didn't do anything. It was just me. That whole show was against you, Peyton.
How do we even
Was
know?
that a grinding in the film room shot, too? A little bit, maybe?
Yeah. How do we even know?
A hilarious shot at somebody.
How do we know that was all directed at Peyton? That sounded a little widespread.
No, it's at Peyton.
Is it?
Yeah. Every primetime post game show, Broadus leaves here and calls me some word that I can't say on air and says, "Oh, you're taking off tomorrow," even though Okay, so the first 2 Cowboys seasons I worked when I worked the morning show and then the Cowboys games, I did that. I worked every game, and then I came in the morning, and Broadus praised me for it, and he was like, man, you need to take off. You're only getting 2 hours of sleep, man. And now he's reversing roles here.
Now you got 2 segments, it's like I've made it. I'm big time.
Hey, I'm the lone on your side here with this.
I appreciate you, man.
That's how you know you're in a bad spot.
I'm with you too, man.
We need you sharp behind there because we don't have a dump button in here, so we need you on top of it.
Yeah.
So,
where's the dump button?
He's Peyton
There
Diggs.
isn't one in here.
We don't have a dump button?
No, we can say whatever we want. It's on them.
He's got one. He has one back there.
I got one.
Yeah.
Peyton's got the dump
All
button.
falls on those guys.
Yeah, but
now.
we should have a dump button as well. What?
Did you hear what he said?
No, I missed it.
I said he's Peyton Diggs. We're better when he's out.
Dang, dude.
You weird for that.
We weird for that. We're back tomorrow. I told you can't miss this crosstalk. It's the KNC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I definitely have the volume up too loud. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing?
Why is it so loud? Yeah, how are you and Bobby doing? Like, y'all were in a fist fight just now.
What?
That was odd. It was
felt
odd,
like a very
Alec.
calm and rational discussion.
Kevin, at one point, you remember that story about Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones and the Johnny Manziel?
Oh, yeah.
I had the name in my hand, and Stephen
Jerry Jones and Alex story.
Stephen threw me up against the wall, and then we fought about it. And then there was the one about Dion and how he went and made the deal without talking to Stephen about it. And Stephen threw him up against the wall, and he's like, "What are you going to do? Hit your dad?" And that's basically what happened just moments ago. Bobby threw Kevin up against the door, and Kevin goes, "What are you going to do? Hit your daddy?" And I was like, "Oh my gosh!" And so these two were going back and forth with each other, and here I am just like panicking, and Alec is in there. He's just cackling, and I'm just like in panic mode. And I want to know what the Tolos think. Who would win in a fight between Kevin and Bobby, bare knuckles? And actually, this isn't bare knuckles. They have to dip their hand in wax, and then they dip their hands in glass, and then they bare knuckle glass fight each other. Who would win?
So that was your take from. That's not really the way I read the article. That was
Kevin. When you grow up in a home, where your parents are constantly nice to each other, you start to imagine.
My dad was not around, so that
oh dang! I knew I hit one, and
they didn't really
Bobby's
interact.
mom. So
oh my god!
But he would make that joke. So that's why I feel like it's okay. See, I need to not be okay with that. That's the thing. When Bobby makes jokes, and I'm like, he's like, it's fine. Go ahead. Yeah. Then you feel emboldened, embiggened to do it, and I don't think that that's something that I should be doing. So I won't do that anymore unless he says it's okay. But back to you, Kevin. Do you think you could win that fight?
I don't know,
Alec.
I don't, because Bobby is a psychopath. So I think he would figure out some sort of creative way to win.
Okay, see, that's what I was going for. I wanted to know Kevin's way. I wanted to know how he would approach it. You know, what it would be his approach to trying to take down Bobby.
Perhaps a German suplex.
Oh, yeah.
Kevin got that mad at Bobby for not paying his taxes. He paid his taxes. He just needed an extension, which is totally fine.
It's different than Choppy, right?
Yeah, man. I really do kind of want to ask Choppy just more about that whole tax situation.
Let me see your last 4 years of W-2s.
Yeah, I have thoughts and questions. All right, I'm assuming we want to get into sports and not mermaid talk, right? Are we going to save mermaid talk for a different time?
Yeah, mermaid talk might be a completely different conversation for another time.
Okay, all right. Well, then we will hold on that. In the meantime, can you go ahead and give me cut number 9, please, good sir? Because I want to talk about the Cowboys defense. Sorry, Alec.
They'll have to go 4th and 1 at their own 15. Out of the I formation. And Smith is going to throw on 4th and 1. Pressured again. Down he goes, Odigizua at the 5. And the Cowboys take over at the 5 with 2.5 minutes left.
Now, I think the key for this, obviously, we all agree, and we talked about this to a certain extent yesterday, is going to be consistency over multiple games against significantly higher level competition. But the question, because Jerry talked a lot about it yesterday, kind of feeling like a new defense, do you think all the new additions, whether it's return from injury or the trades they made, could lead to a new Cowboys defense?
When you say new, does that mean better?
I think yes, because it is hard for me to picture this defense being too much worse. So yes, better.
Because I do think it's going to be better. You have better talent, and anybody that wants to. Mike used to say this all the time, and I was like, man, he is right on this one specifically. He would say about Luka. He's out there playing with minor leaguers. He's out there playing with G leaguers, Dwight Powell and Dorian Finney-Smith. And I'd be like, I don't know, some of those guys are actual good NBA players. this team had minor leaguers on the defensive side of the ball. Like, they literally did not have the talent at a lot of different areas.
I mean, Wizard brought us yesterday. He was like, yeah, you saw that some of the players that they had depended on, not that they didn't play, they just didn't even suit up.
Yeah. And so, like that, again, Damon Clark gone. You know, that, like those things right there, I thought Damon Clark was pretty good his first year. And then something fell off every step of the way for him with this organization. But I think it can be better because you have more talent. Now, obviously, that's one of the reasons I want Diggs back. I think Diggs is talented. Now, his desire and want to is another question.
I hear you.
But the more, I'd say this about the teeth all the time. Put more teeth into this thing, and you're going to is it Tim Brown? When you have guys that are that talented, then you can go outside of the box and start being creative and making plays instead of just filling your gap. Now I can go be a playmaker because I know the restraints. I know the rules of the defense. What's the landman quote from Billy Bob Thornton? If you think you know the rules, if you can bend the rules if you know them, you can break them if you really know them.
Are you taking that quote from a promo, or have you seen that show?
It's a promo, definitely. And it plays on our station, Kevin, because I listen to the station.
I do too, but you've not seen that show. Should
not
you
one
quote
time.
A show you've never seen?
One time. Hey, I saw a scene from it.
The Jerry Jones scene?
I watched that whole scene.
Okay.
I also saw that our former intern Amelia, is doing a story, or did a story on CBS 11 from one of the rooms where they make oil deals. So check that out because she's awesome and she was our former intern.
If you have watched Landman, will you let me know if it's good? Because I haven't seen it.
But I think because you have more talent, this defense can do things that Eberflus wants them to do because it relies heavily on the penetration up the middle and the fight and work that they do on that defensive front, and everything else fills from there. Now, Kenneth Murray has to play at the level he played at 2 nights ago every time.
You think he can?
I don't know. I've never seen it.
That's a fair answer.
His career is inconsistent. Logan Wilson, I'd like to see more, and you're going to get more as he gets going here. He understands this defense. He understands he's telling people what to do, actually. So that's nice to see. And secondary-wise, Kalen Carson had a good outing. Bland had a good outing. This team played against a bad team.
Agreed.
That's why, consistency-wise, Kevin, I have to see them do something similar against the Eagles in this next upcoming game.
So I just looked at, and I know a lot of this got talked about, but first 10 games for the defense, just terrible. It could have gone a tiny bit worse, but not too much worse. They were third to last in the league in yards given up. They were second to last, second to worst in the league in points given up. But then you had the return the trading impact of Quinnen Williams, Logan Wilson, DeMarvion Overshown, Revel, Hooker, Wilson. So a whole lot of new players came in. And then you saw a couple of interesting looks, and I'm not saying it's going to be like this all of the time, but the idea of the four-man front with Ezraku, Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, and Osa, and that's going from left to right. With Osa playing outside the tackle, I would love to see a little bit more of that. I thought that's an intriguing development, especially since we've talked a lot about what next year is going to look like, but you said something along this lines yesterday is, hey, let's just focus on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like next year will figure itself out in the offseason. But
Ezraku's growth and development this season, Kevin,
very positive,
is so much more than I even expected, because there are a lot of times where you'll get, oh my gosh, yeah, keep an eye on this guy. I'm like, all right. And we know what we saw at camp. And we were like, dude, this is fun. Then you get in games and we'd be like, what's happening here? Then as the season's gone on, you're like, oh, he just needed to turn into an NFL player.
Right.
He's still not, there's still some things, but that's a nice thing to see right now. But that is definitely a future thing. What can he do right now? Just keep doing what he's doing and growing.
And I think I'd be really excited about the development of Maris Liufau, because then theoretically, not to say they're going to be future all-pros or anything like that, but then you could look at all three levels of the defense and be like, ooh, I'm feeling pretty good about Ezraku. I'm feeling pretty good about Leofau at corner. Maybe you're feeling pretty good about Kalen Carson. Then hopefully we can throw Ravel in there as well. And I've already said the last name 2 different ways right there. But I would like it if you had those younger players that you felt like really were up and coming. And you'll need more games to stack on to feel that way, because then some of the moves you made for Osa in terms of the money you paid him or the move for Quinnen feel easier to absorb, because you're like, yeah, but we're not paying some of these other players very much money because we drafted well. Like that's the hope.
Yeah, and then later down the road, you can, when you have more money, obviously.
Hey, we'll worry about that in like 2 or 3 years, because then they're like, we're good and we want to get paid.
I know I joked yesterday about the 7-iron because that was something Schottenheimer had said leading up to hey, look, I'm playing with a 7-iron. The training camp games, the preseason games. He was just like, why am I going to show Philadelphia anything? I'm going out there and letting Joe Milton run around and toss the ball. We know what we have in Will Greer. We're trying to figure out some of these other guys, the ancillary guys on this team, letting some developing happen a little bit early. And so we were kind of like, all right, we'll wait. And then they pop, right? That first game, you're like, whoa, I didn't expect this.
Right.
And then they revert to being a bad defense. I think that Eberflus has had some things that he was like, I can't do that with this team. Much like the playing zone coverage.
Yes.
If I can't do it, why would I even try? Look what happened in Chicago. I mean, if I was a coach that had been embarrassed like that, I would have stood up on the table in front of the GM and owner and been like, did you just see what happened? I can't do the things I want to do. Get me some help. And so that's the main reason I think you're going to see different wrinkles pop up into this thing as you see, oh, I can do this with Quinnen Williams. I can do what you just said. I can do this with Osa.
Yeah.
I can do this with Overshone. Like, there's so many new things I think that he can do. Now, whether or not they can execute it, completely different thing.
I think DeMarvion Overshone said exactly how you feel. Did you hear his breakdown of the defense in that game? He goes, it looked like a magic show. As soon as you seen one of them do something, it was another one. Like, they just kept pulling the tricks out of the bag.
I love it.
And that is an amazing thing to say. But I wanted to go along with that. And look, I understand. It's not like the Cowboys players are going to go, oh, Raiders aren't very good. Let's see what happens after this. So I understand if people are like, what are they supposed to say? But I like these quotes. Quinnen Williams, after his Cowboys debut, I think we can transcend to be a great defense. If you think that rhetoric is too high, let's go to something more reasonable. I want to keep stacking these, man.
Yes.
I want to keep stacking these performances, and I want to keep getting better week in and week out. And then here's the thing that I think is your point. And it's just the main goal, man, to keep stacking up the good things, fix the bad things, and win football games.
Yes. There's nothing I love more than hearing a coach walked into a room and was like, guys, we got this. I got a plan that's going to knock your socks off. Now, the words that I'm using right now are very gentle. But guys, we're gonna go out there and F these guys up.
Right.
Y'all get ready. Y'all like to hit? Guess what? I got a plan for y'all to hit. I want Eberflus to have that kind of confidence in his players that he walks in and slams the book down and goes, guys, this one right here, this is the winner this week. Y'all get ready for it. But don't forget, last week, you just said, oh, what are they supposed to say? I hope in that locker room, everybody's going, hey, yeah, it was the Raiders. Guys, don't forget, that was the Raiders. This next team's the best team in the NFC. Kevin Hagelin says they're the best team in the NFL right now. You guys are about to go up against something different. So you better be prepared for this one, too. Not a, hey, guys, we did it. We just had a bye week, and then we came off of it and beat a bad team. I hope that everybody in that organization is like, not good enough. We got to be better. The only way we're going to do this is if we win out and do something special. I hope that that's what's going on because, Kevin, too many times we've seen, hey, mission accomplished, guys. Roll the banner out. Everything's good. Nobody's honest right now. Somebody internally has to be on them.
I like that as a protection for me. If the Cowboys go on a winning streak and they'd be like, where are all the haters at now? And that could be like, I said you're the best team in the NFL. Now, a lot of positive feedback for Landman, but I want to focus on this text.
According to Rappaport, ACL surgery for Michael Penix.
Oh, so he is out for the. I mean, look, we talked about it yesterday.
Unless he's a fast healer.
He's not. He could be the fastest healer, and he's not going to play this year. I can't see how that game could have gone much worse for the Falcons.
Yeah.
So you lose your quarterback for the rest of the year. You lose your star wide receiver, and he's now on a week-to-week basis. You lose the game, and you give up a passing record in the process to Bryce Young. Like, it could have been much worse. Now, I want to take your attention to this from the 940. Landman is just like Aquaman, but on the land. Do you think that is an accurate depiction?
That's a Mike Bassick depiction right there.
It is.
That's Mike Bassick texting and going, guys, the Bart Simpson show featuring the Simpsons. Yeah, no, that's somebody listened to Mike for many years, and that's what they drew from that.
But no, a lot of positive feedback about Landman, a lot of positive feedback about Billy Bob Thornton. I just have one more question about that show, and you can give me your answers. We'll talk about it in the break. That's a Taylor Sheridan show, right? Mm-hmm. Does he still need an editor? Because like the last 2 or 3 seasons of Yellowstone, he was like, I know an episode can be an hour. But what if it's an hour 17 and we add 17 minutes of country music concerts? And you're like, no, Taylor.
I love concerts.
Don't do that. That's fine.
He's trying to bring real life to the screen.
Yeah, that's great for like 10 seconds as a scene setter.
Oh, and you'll watch an hour of some dudes wrestling at each other.
Yeah, because that's what I'm there for, the wrestling show. If some
people love CMT.
Okay, then you can watch those shows.
Country music, television. Remember when MTV used to play videos?
That's why they went out of business. But yeah, I need to know, does he still need an editor for this show too? That's my only other question. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, navigating the NFC East, a historic start for a pair of Cowboys. And are the Eagles the best team in football? Next on The Fan.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Cool. Need a personality. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And out-of-pocket costs. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2nd and 10. Prescott fakes a toss right. He's got Lamb wide open on the right side of the end zone. And the second RN Raiders. Touchdown, CeeDee Lamb.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This I love. Thank you very much, Zach and Frisco. There's music in the show Landman like Yellowstone, but there's not a concert being shown every 30 minutes or a commercial about one of the actors' new whiskeys or bourbon. That is what I definitely wanted to know. Are you guys ready to navigate the NFC East?
Let's do it.
Did you say yes because of my hand movement?
No. I'm just like I was preparing my mentals, and I am prepared now.
Would you like to start with the Eagles? Go Cowboys, Commanders, or Giants?
Guys, big news. I just got Kevin's address in an email. And I don't know if y'all know how much I'm going to use this now.
Hey, let me tell you something right here and right now. Man, I hope this isn't going to a different segment. I have been cataloging Peace-a-thon stuff. We have about $59,000 worth of stuff right now.
That's almost $60,000.
That's true. I was hoping we would end up around $70,000. If you want to buy my address via a donation of my possibilities, we could definitely make that happen because we're going to need some donations to get over the hump because I think 100,000 is achievable yet again.
Yeah, here's my concern. All right, and I know that we have a topic here. I think it's. Oh no, Kevin, are you okay? Oh my gosh, are you okay? He might die, but we'll hold out hope.
I've drank so much water the last few days. You'd think I would have mastered this process.
The whole drinking and breathing thing. Every year we have raised a little more money for Peace-a-thon. Every single year this has been awesome. It's been one of the coolest events. The Tolos really get into it. That's what's important to me is that the Tolos said, we got your back. We support you guys. And what's even been cooler is a lot of people have found my possibilities because of us. I never knew this existed because we've made them aware of it. So that's really cool. But here's what happens. Kevin gets in his mind that if he doesn't do something, he doesn't raise $100 billion, we have failed. And I don't think it's healthy.
It's not. And Mike trolled me so hard. He goes, $86,000. Did we even bother showing up? And I was like, all right, Mike.
It's really awesome. I hope that we can get to the goal that we have set because this year's a little bit different. We are working with multiple organizations this year for the first time to help with both, and I think that's really cool. It's a really grand idea because we've always talked about opening the portfolio a little more and helping more people.
Yep.
And that's something that we're really excited about this year. We'll be discussing more of that as we get to Peace-a-thon next Wednesday. But Kevin, I think that the Tolos are very excited. I think that you do a great job of procuring items to entice and intrigue people to bid. And I think that there are some really cool items that people are going to love. And for the first time ever, we are adding a dinner with our show.
Yeah.
And a dinner with Sean and RJ.
Ooh.
We have
Ours
not.
is more expensive.
Well, yeah, well, obviously, but we have not gotten confirmation from G-Bag yet, and I got to get something going there. But we have. This is the first time ever. So there's a lot of really cool items to add to this thing.
From the 817, can you auction off some of Mike's burnt apple pie?
How much would y'all pay for that burnt pecan pie?
Just so I could dunk on him. Probably a lot. From the 713, is there going to be an online auction for Peace-a-thon? Yeah, and we will launch that next week. I finished cataloging everything we have so far. There are, I swear this is true. There are more than 160 items so far, ranging in price, and again, this is true, from $20 to $9,000.
What?
So if you're like, is there a range for me? That's probably as good as I can do in terms of range. $20 to $9,000. That's a big range. Or you can always donate, which you could really do to help us out. If you're like, I don't have all of the money in the world, me neither. Tell all of your rich friends that we got all these cool auctions going on, including a lot of stuff that you cannot buy, and except through our auction, or to just donate money. That would be great. That would be great. That would be great.
That will be but all that'll be rolling. We'll I think Monday is when it'll go live. I think that's what we're gonna do, and then on Wednesday we'll have the show, and we're really looking forward to all the Tolos taking part. We really appreciate y'all. Love you very much.
From the 903, what's it going to cost to sit in on the show and be able to talk on air with you guys? We will have...
That happened this week?
Because he won the auction last year. We will have 2 different Day with K&C experiences where you're in on the show email, the show text chain. You will come up in studio, be here for the entire show, participate. You can dictate a couple of the segments as well. All of those options will be available. From the 817, I got $20 on the dinner.
All right, let's roll.
And then from the 972,
that's a really good get a couple friends in on that.
Damn. My max range is $19. I have great news for you. You can donate that $19 to My Possibilities. Now, you won't get anything tangible, but you will get my admiration.
I love that.
So, again, if somebody
gave
that
my whole
to
life
me...
trying to get that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're a couple of years away. It's kind of like a credit score. Like you have to have 25 years of credit to get to the absolute top. So you're almost there, Corey.
Getting there. Close.
How much to donate to get Kevin's address? That's a great question. That is a great question. We will figure it out. Kevin, what does Peace-a-thon support? I've been at Tolo for over a year, but I've never asked. Do you want to take this one, Corey? As we are clearly going to push navigating the NFC East. But when we get there, Alec, it's going to be good.
All right, so Peace-a-thon promotes My Possibilities. That's where we started with this. I will add
is year 12.
I will add we are expanding. I have thoughts on even more expansion, but we are expanding with Sandlot Children's Charity this year as well. As Jared Sandler's auction, we just raised the most money for a table that we've ever raised for that this year, and the event's going on in December, so we're excited about that. So we are expanding a little bit with them, but My Possibilities is a place that we got involved with, 12 years ago is what you just said?
Correct.
Man, they came to me years before that and just let me know, hey, we got about 10 students, and we're working over here in Plano. And the hipsters over there, hugely important people, are people with cognitive disorders, Down syndrome. It could have even been a wreck that caused a brain injury.
Yes.
Lots of different things that people, whenever they're done with high school, they don't have the same opportunities as often.
There's nowhere for them to go.
Yeah, and so My Possibilities said we're going to give them skills. We're going to give them workforce skills, and we're going to get them into the workforce so they can live a life that it is also something they can be part of the society. And they've done that, man. They serve, I think I just saw the other day, they're up to 1,200 students now.
From 10.
Yeah, from 10. And so this is the work that they've been doing. Anybody that knows Lucy's story knows this. I've said it every year. I don't know if she will need my possibilities. I don't know if she will go there. But the fact that it's there, and I know that she'll be able to go there and get skills to go out and be in the workforce and do something like that, and also have a group of friends that she can work with the whole time she's there. That's something that's very special to me. So that's one of the reasons that my heart's so devoted to this thing in that way. And I love that we're actually able to open up even more and do even more in our community too, because that's what we're all about, man. We're all in this together, holding hands, trying to make it and trying to figure it out together. So thank you very much, Tolos, for being part of this.
Somebody asked about being on the show. And they said, I'm going to go to war bidding for that this year.
Good. I love that.
Please do. Because I'm going to say this now. Hopefully it doesn't come up again at the time. I know sometimes people want to win some of these auctions and the prices get really high and they're disappointed. I am sorry that you are disappointed about that. I am. We don't take any of the money. It all goes to my possibilities. You know, like if you ever wonder, like, oh, what percentage of the money actually goes to the charity?
Every nickel.
100%. Yeah. And so, like, any out-of-pocket costs are out of our pockets. All right. None of that is deducted from the amount. So whatever the total amount is, you know, like last year was like $86,314, whatever the hell the number was. That is exactly the amount of money that goes to my possibility. So if you're ever worried about, oh, what goes here, what costs that, nothing. $0 comes out of the total for that. From the 214, I'm totally going to bid big on this. We have so many cool things. We have a Cowboys preseason suite. We have a Texas Rangers regular season game suite. We have a Gordie Howe Houston Aeros 1970s era hockey stick, and I am still trying to track down information. I think it might have been used in a game. We have a Julius Jones game used autographed jersey. Like he wore it in the game that he played in, which I think is super duper cool. We have a Hank Aaron autographed baseball jersey.
Yeah, I've seen it.
It's awesome.
I've seen it. It's pretty special.
And that is framed up as well. And then we have it's a giant, it's like I think 5 foot by 6 foot Kevin Durant painting.
What?
That I looked it up and I thought, I'm going to have to look up the name again. It's David G. It's an artist, and I looked him up. I don't remember his last name, but I was amazed to learn that he is a huge deal in the art world because, well, guess what? Garibaldi. There we go. That was the first thing that popped up when I typed in David G. artist. He had a Kiss painting that was about the same size as this that went for $20,000. Now, we are most certainly not setting the price that high, but it is.
You want to?
It is if you want to bid that much, hell yeah. It is an amazing, amazing piece that I learned a lot about because, Corey, unlike you, I do not know a lot about the art world.
That's true. I've told you many times how important stories are to art. A couple things real quick. I did get a suggestion for some more wrestling tickets. I got a thought there.
Okay.
To talk about with you. But somebody said, have you guys ever thought about doing 1 or 2 raffles? And I know we've discussed this at length. Do we have an idea for that this year yet?
Yes.
And we need to talk to the people first.
We did a raffle last year.
Yeah.
Because I remember it was for the Luka jersey. Well, unfortunately, that didn't work out long term. But the woman who won it, she was like in her 60s, and she goes, "Oh my God, I've never won anything like that." It was like the most heartwarming email. And then somebody asked, "Are you still going to watch a wrestling pay-per-view with Kevin?" Yes, that is on there. Somebody asked, "Do you have any AEW stuff?" You know how I work, right, Corey? What happens at this time of year?
You almost die.
Oh, well, that's true.
Okay.
But also I try to get more.
Yes.
So I do have
that's true.
I do have 2 pairs of tickets to an upcoming AEW television taping of your choice. But we got the news that Collision, their Saturday show, is going to be at the Esports Stadium for the entire month of January. So I have gone back to the AEW people, and I was like, hey, you were super, super generous. Is there any way you could up the game a little bit here and give us a little bit more. And by the way, David Garibaldi, amazing drummer, that's the same guy. It is that artist is the same guy, the drummer guy. I promise you.
We do not get a big tax cut. There's no way we use this as a big tax cut.
Like you and I?
Yeah, that's not. We don't do that.
Monetarily,
this has nothing.
We have done this many years.
Yeah.
I can tell you for a fact, none of us benefit from this monetarily. In fact, we work extra for no extra money.
I could talk to my friends over at MoneyWorks Group and say, hey, is there a way that we can work a tax cut on this? But actually, I do think there's a way for you to donate and learn how to donate with through him.
Okay.
With that, but Kevin, there's some people saying, hey, I got a row of 3 to 4 chairs from Texas Stadium.
Yes.
Our friend Alec Medford has donated a chair from Texas State. I love this part too, because now people are like, hold on, I got an idea, and it gets the juices flowing, man, and it's really fun. I'm getting chills just thinking about it for next week.
It's like people don't care that I finished logging everything last week.
You want to add more though? You just said you want more.
I'm just kidding. I definitely. Are we going to auction?
I might ask you to take it up to my possibilities and drop it off.
That actually is a good idea. Are we going to auction off a session to watch that TV show with Alex? So, one more thing. I know.
We got a clock, Kevin.
I know. One more thing. Been talking with our great friend and fan alum, Mike Dingus, although I actually think he might not want any credit for this. And we are setting up maybe 1, maybe 2 theater rentals where you will have the entire movie theater to yourself. If you want to watch Lilo and Stitch with Alec, that is your option. And then I'll let Corey explain to you what's going to happen after that. Probably
get a couple drinks in Alec. You never know exactly what could happen.
No.
Is that what he wanted me to say, Alec? Is that what you wanted me to say?
I don't know. You backed me in the corner here.
In a room, you could sit in a room with him and touch people that are touching him. And maybe even order him a drink. See where things go.
Huh.
Is that what you meant?
I think it is societally acceptable to pimp out a guy.
Yeah.
But if it was a lady, that would be not okay. But since it's a man, I think you're fine. We're the KNC masterpiece right here.
Nope. No, do not answer that.
Because I had an answer. Coming up next. I promise we'll go across the NFC East later in the show. I promise. Coming up next, though, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Who can knock Judge and Ohtani off their MVP thrones? Next on The Fan.
to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The 1-2 coming from Thompson. And Ohtani torches one, tosses the bat, and watches it fly. Shohei Ohtani breaks the tie with a 3-run bomb because, of course.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Of course. This has been how I've responded to some people. Do you have a Patrick Mahomes autographed jersey? And I said, not this year unless you have one. Because we did have one last year. I'm efforting to get another one. I've not done well on that front so far. All right. Right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets. There was a trade as the Orioles acquired Taylor Ward from the Angels for Grayson Rodriguez in a 1-for-1 trade. Now, we've seen a little bit of trickling for the start of the baseball offseason. We saw Naylor, and now you get this trade. So not a ton just yet, but you are starting to see some more activity. One thing that I feel like would fundamentally shake the balance of power in baseball, Paul Skeens is like, no. On the reported Yankees trade rumor, Paul Skeens, a man of many words, said, obviously, it's not true. Which is great, because I'm not going to lie. I want to see Paul Skeens on a big stage, not that big stage, or the Dodgers.
You believe him?
I do.
Why?
He feels like he does not have tolerance for nonsense.
Also feels like he doesn't have control over that. Yankees want him, they'll get him.
That's true. That's true. The Pirates said it's not happening, but...
I'm just like, I agree. I think that there's no way the Yankees aren't keeping tabs.
Okay.
You know, their desire is to eventually get Garrett Cole 2.0.
Right.
Whenever
Maybe
Garrett Cole 1.0 is done. You know, like it might not be now, but it will be sometime. They are going to do what they can because the rest of the league understands that they are a farm system to the Yankees.
Yeah.
Except for the Dodgers. Yeah.
Now, speaking of the Yankees and the Dodgers, Ohtani and Judge, we talked about this last week. They both won MVPs. First time in the history of Major League Baseball that both the AL and NL MVP have repeated.
Really?
Isn't that crazy?
In the history of the game?
In the history of baseball, it's the first time both have repeated. I was going to say in back-to-back years, but I guess that's what repeated means.
Kind of does prove the point that it shouldn't happen. But the voters are a bunch of chumps.
I had not considered that. So that's a kind of good point. Now you got an opportunity, both the American League and the National League. You get to pick one player from the American League and one player from the National League you think most likely to knock off either one of those people from their MVP throne.
I mean, Wyatt Langford's not there yet.
No.
I think I don't think it's too difficult for Ohtani to get knocked off because he pitches as well and he's good at both. And I just think that he's going to do something else on the bases that you're like, huh? Nobody's done that either before?
So that was a semicolon. You said, I don't think it's too difficult to knock Ohtani off. You're saying, I don't think it's too difficult. Pause.
Yes, I don't think it's too difficult.
I gotcha.
Yeah, I stopped after I don't think. No, it's too difficult to knock Ohtani off. Judge, I don't. Have we ever seen Barry Bonds type of difference in him versus everybody else?
Yeah, and even that is difficult because he was strictly an offensive player.
And that's where, I'm talking about Judge right now. Judge and the way he's hitting. It's all right. I'm all over the place. But Judge and the way that he's hitting, I feel like Barry Bonds is a comparison because he's so separate from everybody else. Cal Raleigh had a great season.
Yeah.
Still, was his OPS 200 points lower?
Yep.
It's just the number is insane. Now, the other thing, too, is what do all these writers judge off? OPS, WAR, what is it? Because if you watch the games, those are different things, too. But hitting-wise, nobody's even close to Judge right now.
I think In the AL, I would say Bobby Witt Jr. because defensively, that's another wrinkle.
Nobody cares about defense. They just proved it with Cal Raleigh.
You're actually probably right about that. But platinum glove guy, and if he can get close offensively, because I think he can, maybe not with just the home runs, but in terms of the OPS, and he hits a ton of doubles.
And triples.
My vote, yes, because he's super fast. My vote for the AL, if you had to pick somebody, would be Bobby Witt Jr.
Okay, that's
I'm not saying it's easy. That's my guess. And then
I mentioned Wyatt Langford, or maybe I didn't. I just was thinking.
You said he's not there yet.
Do you think he ever will be MVP caliber?
Yeah, I do. I still do.
You think people will notice at that point? Or see, that's the thing. Didn't we feel like we had Rangers MVP caliber guys, but they were on the Rangers?
See, here's the thing, though. Baseball is an outlier in terms of that sport. Because remember, A-Rod won MVP when we were awful. You can win MVP when your team sucks. So from the 9-7-2 and 8-1-7, they said Acuna. And another person brought up Ellie De La Cruz. I'm going to go a different direction. Throw out a potentially radical pick. I say Paul Skeens.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry, Kevin. I didn't even think about Nick Kurtz.
Look, man.
I didn't even think about the amazing stretch he went on.
One of the best rookie regular seasons ever. If he can continue to do that, he can challenge.
All right, yeah, I'll leave. That's my option next year.
He's got pop for sure.
That is my option for next year. All right, NL.
I'm going to say Paul Skeens. He had an amazing rookie year, and in his second year, he won Cy Young. There's absolutely precedent for starting pitchers winning the MVP. And I know you're going to be like, well, Ohtani pitches too. Look at how much Ohtani actually pitched last year. If you think he's going to pitch a lot more next year, well, then it might be impossible. I think Paul Skeens can put up a season so dominant that he can win it.
Here's what I think is going to happen. Paul Skeens is going to be that great. Ohtani is going to also hit, like he does, 50 home runs or something like that, 58. Steal 45 bases.
Whatever.
Yeah, he's going to hit and do stuff like that. He's also going to pitch. You pointed out, like he was injured. They waited a lot this season.
For sure.
But then, Kevin, he's going to go, all right, what's Paul Skeens not doing? He's not closing these games. So he's going to pitch games, and he's also going to close twice a week.
Oh,
and
man.
You're going to be like, how is he doing that? And he's going to be like, because I'm freaking Ohtani, dude. I sleep 11 hours a day, and then I play baseball. That's what I do.
I realize that if you're like, sure, if I had $700 million eventually coming to me, I could figure it out. But do you ever wonder if you slept for 11 hours a day, if you could heighten your abilities as a human?
Yes.
I realize probably not conceivable for a variety of reasons, but sometimes I'm like, I know I can't be Ohtani. Could I be the Ohtani version of Kevin if I could sleep 11 hours a day? Don't know.
Somebody said NL upset Mookie. And I do
Mookie
wonder.
Betts is fantastic.
I do wonder the guys on those teams if they're just like, no, we love winning all these World Series. I don't care about an MVP. I'm not going to beat my teammate.
Yeah.
It's just not going to happen no matter how good I am. I can see James Wood being an option. He's got a lot of power in him, but it's just he's got a long way to go before he gets to the level of Paul Skeens, let alone Ohtani.
From the 9-7-2, if Kershaw never won MVP, then Skeens doesn't have a chance. I will, of course, tell you that Clayton Kershaw did win the MVP in 2014. So maybe that means he does have a chance.
It was that seventh inning that was a struggle for him.
Yeah. Hey, that's in the playoffs, you jerk. By the way, the Rangers made a couple of, just kind of bookkeeping moves. They moved Abby Ortiz to the 40-man roster.
I have a rookie auto on him.
I know.
Pre-rookie.
And then David Davallo as well and Leandro Lopez. They moved them all up ahead of the Rule 5 draft. Didn't think there was any chance they would be willing to lose any of those three players. So the Rangers made those moves as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just know this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring to you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Gentlemen, how's it going?
We're doing very well indeed. Always makes it easier after a win.
Usually after a win, guys are more cooperative, but I'm cooperating with you no matter what.
I see. That's a great point, and I love that enthusiasm. I wanted to talk a little bit about, and we can expand on both of these players, but they weren't technically back-to-back plays, but at the end of the first half, Kalen Carson breaking up the pass to Bowers to prevent a touchdown, and they ended up kicking a field goal, which meant at the half it was 24-9. And then in the first drive of the second half, Bland with the breakup once again on Bowers on third down for a 3-and-out. I felt like those two plays essentially sealed the game. I realize it's early, it's a two-score game, there's lots more football, but both of those cornerback plays on either side of halftime I thought were ginormous for this win.
And did you think it was significant that they had corners covering Bowers?
I mean, that tells you a lot about the respect level right there, huh?
Exactly. And that was one of the things I think I noticed during the game. It's like, all right, we're not leaving this up to linebackers to run with him or bring a safety down in the box to cover the tight end. We're going to use our cornerbacks. And, yeah, awfully significant. And, you know, I thought that was one of the things that got lost somewhat in the game, that Kalen Carson played every snap on defense, 100% of them. I think it was 60.
Is that right? Wow.
Yeah. And everybody was, you know, we all talked about all the other guys coming back in kind of a six-pack, right? And it's like, well, let's not forget Kalen Carson, because they kind of, after he was healthy and ready to play, they kind of moved him in a little bit on special teams, a few plays here, a few plays there. And the next thing we knew, he was the starting corner along with Bland when they just had two corners on the field. So I thought that was pretty significant. Not only that, but he played at the level he played, and kind of reminded me of what took place last year in training camp when Dak Prescott nicknamed him Seatbelt, right? He had an impressive training camp to make the team, and then it seemed like once he got hurt, tried to come back after that, and he just wasn't the same. And if I remember correctly, he had off-season shoulder surgery and, missed the majority of the off-season workouts, and then finally got into training camp, and then he had another injury. I think it was a knee. But, yeah, it was almost like adding somebody to the team without a trade, getting him back on the field.
Since you mentioned Kalen Carson's nickname of Seatbelt, do you think it's still weird that sometimes they tell you on the airplane how to work a seatbelt? Like you made your wear
demonstration.
Yeah, you were smart enough to buy the ticket.
It might be somebody's first time.
And they don't know how to seatbelt works?
Some seatbelts are different. Kevin, we literally have to have this is hot coffee on somebody's coffee at McDonald's so they don't spill it on their lap and sue people.
Yeah.
You want me to give you a better one? When we go to San Francisco for the home games, and you go in the bathroom, and you go to the stand-up urinals.
Yeah.
There's a sign on the wall in front of you, and it says, "Portable water, do not drink."
Oh! I wasn't sure.
I thought it was going to say don't sit, but
I did too.
They did tell people don't drink out of the toilet, Kevin.
I do think it would
laugh every time I see that in Santa Clara.
I think it'd be hilarious if some guy next to you was like lapping up the water and you had to tap on the sign for him.
Yeah. Hey, excuse me there. You're not supposed to drink that water.
It says right here on the sign. God.
It's potable water, I think is what they call it.
Oh, man.
That is amazing.
I don't know how.
I forgot my other football question. Yeah.
I don't know how we transition, but I'll try. Damone Clark waived. Perrion Winfrey activated. Can you kind of tell me a little bit about Clark's time here and then also the rotation that you might see at the defensive tackle position?
Yeah, it was kind of a strange career because they drafted him. I think it was a later draft pick because he was coming off that serious injury.
Yep.
He got ready to play maybe halfway, three-quarters of the way through his rookie year, and it's like, oh, they got something there. And then the next year, if my memory is correct, maybe that's when Van Der Esch got hurt, and he ended up going in, and if I remember correctly, leading the team in tackles. And then last year, he sort of, they were using him, but he kind of disappeared. And then in training camp this summer, I thought he played decently. And, they were using him early in the season, and then he disappeared again.
Mm-hmm.
And I think maybe, when they looked at the linebacker spot, with the trades and some of the young guys they were trying to develop, he became the odd man out again. So, yeah, it's been a curious career for him so far. And as Schottenheimer said yesterday, he hopes he lands somewhere, and maybe getting in a new situation helps him out. But was always a hard worker, good special teams guy. But, yeah, he never just flourished on a consistent basis. And then Winfrey, I can see, they liked him in training camp until he got hurt.
Yep.
Another guy that kind of came out of nowhere, the UFL. And really showed up on the line. So, again, it seemed like when Schottenheimer talked about him yesterday that he was destined to get on the 53-man roster again.
Yeah, I do believe, Kevin, that there was a moment where he thought he was cut from the team.
Yes.
And then
remember that day?
Shotty was like, hey, no, I just had to explain to him, like, hey, this might be the last opportunity, and here's your chance to prove your worth. This is, I think there are a lot of people that preseason-wise are very excited to see what he could possibly do with this group.
Yeah, and it's like kind of two guys coming out of nowhere, right? Yep. With James Houston, and now we'll see what he can do and if he can get active on game
Hold
day.
on a second now, Mickey. Would we say
he
James
came out of nowhere except for you?
Now, we talked about Quinnen Williams yesterday, and we talked about impact for him personally. But what kind of impact did you think having him out there did have and can have for somebody like Kenny Clark?
I thought we saw it immediately on Monday night when they had a meeting at Geno Smith for that sack, right?
Right.
It was like, okay, your chances are you're not going to be able to take care of both guys, and sometimes you're not going to be able to take care of either guy. And I think it's going to lessen the number of double teams that Kenny Clark has been facing. I remember after the Carolina game, I think I told you guys this, they basically in the running game, I know Rico Dowdle, but it was that offensive line, and they were double teaming both tackles, so Osa and Kenny Clark, and just saying, you guys aren't going to stop us up the middle. And I asked Kenny Clark after the game the next week, I said, have you ever been double teamed that much in your career? I mean, we're talking, he's in his 10th season. He goes, I can't recall taking on that many double teams.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, you put in a whole day's work. I think that, that's going to free him up some, too, if they say, well, can't double both of them. And the way Williams plays, he defeats double teams. And I think we saw that, and we'll continue to see it. So, yeah, absolutely. It helps Kenny Clark. And it helps Osa Odighizuwa, who I think had one of his better games, too, because now he's like a true, three-technique guy that's going to take on single blocks because they're going to double-team the other guy. And then if you go on their five-man front with five defensive linemen, then that spreads everybody out into more single blocks unless they're using a tight end or a running back to help out.
See, I'm glad that you brought that up because I was going to ask you about the prospect of what we saw and could we see more of Quinnen, Kenny, and Osa all out there at the same time because I was kind of digging that.
Yeah, and I don't, it was a look. I don't think they did it full time, right?
For sure.
But it was at times, and they're, when they're preparing a game plan, you're looking at what that team does, and you go, okay, maybe in this situation, we're doing this. And sometimes if it's two tight ends or three tight ends, it's like, okay, we're going to match up. We're not going to mess around and say, all right, well, we're going to play three linebackers. Well, maybe you play two linebackers and an extra defensive lineman if their propensity in those formations is to run the football.
Okay, speaking of running the football, can you explain the running back situation for this team? I know Javonte is the guy that carries the ball the most. What's going on with Jaden Blue?
Yeah, somehow Jaden Blue, after that fumble, I think lost some confidence in the coaching staff because since then they've been elevating Malik Davis as the backup running back without Miles Sanders available. And they've been using Hunter Lipke a little bit more to help out at fullback and using two running backs, right? And he's the second guy to help with the blocking. And then you saw them surprise him on a couple plays on third or fourth down, actually getting the ball to him. So, yeah, I don't know if Jaden Blue got himself in the doghouse, but I would think Malik Davis is close to being out of elevations, if I remember correctly.
Do you think he could average more yards per carry than Ashton Genty did against the Cowboys?
You mean Davis?
Yeah. No, I know Davis can do it. I meant Blue.
Oh, Blue. Yeah, I think he could.
Okay,
as long as he holds. Remember, and that was what his reputation was when he came to the Cowboys, and he didn't have any problem in training camp or preseason. But then that one popped up, and I don't know if that led to this or there was other reasons why that they lost trust in him so far.
How do we feel about more playing time for Siobhan Revell down the road here? How did he feel about his game, and how does?
Because I was surprised he got cornerback snaps in that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking they'd ease him in, special teams or something like that. And they know, what did he get, 17, 19 snaps? And I thought you noticed him not because he got beat, but because he was around the guy he was trying to cover. I think that if they get confidence in him and the way Kalen Carson played, maybe you trust your outside corners when they got to go nickel, and you can put Bland in the slot because, he's done that quite a bit. But again, I think previously when they didn't have guys they trusted outside, it's like, well, now he's got to play outside. We'll put somebody inside. So you could see, I think, Revel getting more and more snaps, and if Kalen Carson plays that way, then Bland can go in the slot, and you're not relying on either Reddy Stewart or Bridges or Elam to have to come in and play. And, and those are guys that, were kind of on the edge of the roster until the injury struck, and then you had to use them. And that's why, we sit there and go, well, what happened? What's going on at corner? Why is this happening? Well, you were playing guys that you probably didn't plan on having to start. You were going to keep them on the team, as backups, next man up. But you can't have too many next men up in the secondary without getting burned.
Yeah, and I know this is not a new or revolutionary concept or anything, but it feels like Revel in particular kind of went back to the idea of how important practice is, especially in the more limited NFLPA days of fewer practices, but like making the most of that time.
Yeah, he made the most of his 21 days, right?
Yes.
Because, and we got to remember, too, the last time he played a football game was the third week in September, third game at East Carolina when he tore his ACL.
He wanted to be on that field bad.
Yeah.
and so, yeah, I would see him when, he wasn't eligible to practice once they put him on injured reserve. But, even in training camp, he was one of those guys that would stand in the background and kind of mimic what the guy that was in front of him actually playing was going to do. And he's got a really good nature. And if you look back into his career, what he did to try to get on at East Carolina was somewhat remarkable because this is a guy that, didn't get any offers coming out of high school. And was working graveyard shift, I believe, at like one of the transfer delivery companies. And East Carolina had a tryout day for guys that didn't get scholarships that can come in and work out. And if I remember the story correctly, he finished his shift at midnight, 1 o'clock, something like that. His dad picked him up, and they drove to East Carolina, got there first thing in the morning to be able to get a workout, and he won a scholarship. So that tells you something about his work ethic.
Man, that is a tremendously fun story. That's what we depend on you for, Mickey. Thank you very much. We'll catch you again tomorrow.
All right, I'll be here. See ya.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus don't be like these hockey fans. Next on The Fan. This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, on Friday, we're going to be at Freebirds in Irving, 7601 North MacArthur, and the featured giveaway item that day will be those 105.3 The Fan Tolo cutting boards. So get something that you can bring to Thanksgiving and pretend like you spent a lot of time making it or bought it or whatever. Nobody needs to know. We're not going to tell anybody. But Friday, Freebirds in Irving. Now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah, it's back.
Yep.
It's back. Corey, I appreciate the effort.
You're welcome.
I really don't. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, don't be like these hockey fans. I respect the pettiness, but come on, we got to be better as a society. We'll get to that here in just a little bit, but a couple things first. Kevin sent me the list of Peace-a-thon items, Corey.
Right.
And I am just amazed at the selection, the variety of items. I see at least, I don't know, probably 10 to 15 things that I have to win, but I know I can't walk away with all of them.
I don't think you can afford that.
I'll say this.
I can't. I know that.
I'm trying to check my email. I think there's something wrong, Kevin.
Why?
Your message can't be displayed right now. Yeah.
It's a skill issue.
So I'm starting to wonder, maybe Alec just got Trojan horsed.
What's been the story with Hotmail for like the last 3 months?
Yeah, something has been going on, huh?
Maybe people are like, what do you mean? Like
Should
the
I
last
change?
13 years?
Should I not change my Hotmail?
I get it.
And get out of this thing?
I get it.
Oh, there we go. It's up, baby.
All right.
Well, it's all the way up.
He's out for the rest of the segment.
Huh. Well, he usually is at this time of the
Ian
day.
Kinsler. That's awesome.
That's the one you chose to shout out.
Paige Beckers?
Oh, yeah, we have a Paige Beckers autograph.
Warren Moon?
Yeah.
Micah?
Jared Sandler. Okay.
You're kidding me.
Man, this is going to be awesome. I can't wait for next week. It's going to be a good time. But we're going to look at the National Day calendar to focus on today rather than next week because I could talk about Peace-a-thon all day, but we got some national holidays today. But let's see. Today is National Education Support Professionals Day.
Oh.
It's a lot to say. But shout out to our education support professionals. We appreciate you as always.
What, is that like front office, assistant teachers? What is that? Do you know what that means? I'm sorry to put you on the spot there.
Yeah, it's the school support staff. So front office employees, counselors, stuff like that.
Counselors, yeah.
Yeah, a special focus on them. So a shout out to them. Cafeteria workers, maintenance workers, bus drivers. So everybody that makes everything happen to get the kids to the classrooms.
People don't appreciate the bus drivers enough, do they?
At all. And we need to because they, especially the high school ones, they put up with some of the worst things ever, some of the most weird, random scenarios. I've been involved in plenty of those in my high school days. Summit High School was an interesting place.
Could you tell one of those stories now? Or?
Yeah, I probably could. I mean, obviously the relations in the back of the bus was a common thing.
Is it because you listened to that freaking Platinum Chevy ad that Corey just did?
Yeah, and then there might have been drug situations at times and
I
stuff.
hooked up in the back of an airplane once.
What?
And a bus. That was high school. Not that kind of hookup, but you know.
You hooked up with
What?
somebody
High
in the
school
back of a
hookup.
plane in high school?
Uh-huh. And in the bus.
Okay.
It was a band trip.
And who'd you hook up with?
Can't say it.
I thought you'd only been
I said it
with
was
your
high
wife.
school hookup, dude. High school kind of stuff, you know?
So you guys are like holding hands?
Yeah. Yep, holding hands. That's right.
Remember when holding hands was like the height of that was your home plate?
And there were multiple. There's that like the fingertip hold, which is it's like meh. And then there's the clasp, which is the clasp is fine. It's the weave. It's whenever you intertwine fingers. Now you have made it. Now y'all are together.
Alec.
Yes.
Can I tell you a Thanksgiving-based hand-holding story?
Oh gosh.
So. This is really embarrassing.
I'm very nervous.
This was when Jess and I were still dating. And to Corey's point, we went all the way with that interlocking handhold.
Ooh.
But her family prays before dinner.
Yeah.
And I was standing right next to her dad. And out of habit, I interlocked my fingers with him. We were holding hands, and man, I still hear about that to this day.
That's a connection that only you two have.
Yeah. It's been special since day one.
I'm pretty sure that was the same day that I asked for his permission to marry Jess, and I sometimes wonder, did that go to that next level?
If y'all
He was like,
hadn't
you know
held
what?
He's like, you know what? I was on the edge, but he held hands with her. Yeah, he was comfortable enough. It's also National Carbonated Beverage with Caffeine Day.
Of course it is.
Oh yeah, and you know me, I'm a big fan of the coffees of the world and the energy drinks of the world. So it's hard for me to pass up this as a question of the day. But today is National Play Monopoly Day.
Oh yeah.
So your favorite board or card game of all time? 877-881-1053. Twitch and YouTube. Want to hear from you as well.
All right, I need you to know this. Avery came home recently with our Monopoly. He took it and went to go play with his friends. Brought it home and was like, I want to play Monopoly with you guys. So for 2 straight weeks,
you guys have been
we're playing
estranged.
Monopoly. We're playing Monopoly. We're playing Monopoly. And I was like, okay, fine. It takes forever to play this game, though. All right.
Yeah.
So finally, it was like a Sunday night. I said, all right, let's go ahead and start this. It was like 4 o'clock. Around 6 o'clock, things started happening. And Adrian had to do something with Lucy, and she got up to go. And then when she came back, she did not want to play anymore. And Avery was like, oh, and he crashed out. Like, he literally crashed out. Everybody decided to quit because of all, well, if she's done, I'm done, we're all done. He lost it. The next morning, I said, hey, man, I just want to let you know, most games of Monopoly end that way. Either somebody quits or somebody gets upset. But what happened? And he goes, well, so they all end with somebody crashing out. And I was like, not really. That was on you, buddy. But like that, like every game usually ends with nobody having won.
Do you ever feel like it's a chess match in terms of you're like, I can't win, but I'm going to try to bleed you down or break you down, and we're going to do this game forever.
I refuse to give this up even though I have $1 left.
Yes.
I'm going bankrupt over here.
Yes.
But dang it, I got some property to
Not
sell.
letting you win.
Absolutely.
I haven't played Monopoly in years. I kind of want to play it.
I win. That's the one thing I know. I have a good strategy.
Google me. Right.
I really liked Trivial Pursuit, and then when there was pop culture Trivial Pursuit, oh yeah, I was all about that.
The 214 is in lockstep with you, Kevin, on Trivial Pursuit.
You know what game is stupid? Chutes and ladders. There's no skill involved in that.
Yeah.
They just put that chute there because you're like, oh, well, you're about to win, but now screw you.
I'm saving that. I don't know why.
What about the ladder, though? You're not upset about that?
Yeah, no, I am upset about that because I've definitely been on the wrong end of that. When somebody's on space 24 or whatever, now they're on 87, and I was like, what the crap? You can't roll a 63.
I do remember telling my grandma we were playing Chutes and Ladder, and I was like, I love this game. I think it's awesome. And I was very far out in front, and she was just smiling.
Yeah.
And then whenever I slid all the way back down to the bottom, she just looked at me and was like,
See,
yep.
Chutes and ladders is the same as left, center, right. If you're ahead, you're going to lose. I know you think it's going well for you, but there's going to be a turn there, and you're going to be like, how the crap in hell did that person win?
It's a great game for kids, though, just to get their confidence up that they can win those games, because like you said, Kevin, there's no skill.
No.
There's no, just like Candyland. There's no skill in that.
Yeah.
Just roll big
purple.
numbers.
Good job.
Yeah.
You didn't plan that.
I loved it as a kid, though, because like that game required no thinking.
Yep.
Just roll the dice and go.
Yeah.
I loved it. But let's see. From the Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys text line, this one's in all caps and it's scaring me. From the 214, Uno, I will own all of you at it.
So I need to know what rules of Uno you're using going in, because there are house rules, there are the official rules, a lot of controversy surrounding what happens after the draw 2 or the draw 4, a lot of controversy about, like, here's the thing. If you play Uno, just only say Uno to get somebody to draw extra cards in like a normal amount of time.
Yeah.
Don't wait till one nanofiber of that card touches the and you're like, what? Yeah.
What is happening?
Yes. That is astonishingly close to games I've been.
Dude, there's a show or a game called Freedom of Speech. That sounds fun.
Isn't that a right?
It says a game.
Politics.
I always did kind of like Taboo. I thought
Is
Taboo.
that the one where you go beep?
Mm-hmm. I think Taboo was kind of fun.
Okay.
Because Monopoly was the one for me. I have a strategy that I have found over time has allowed me to win.
Yeah.
And so that's why I like it so much. Other games that I can't win, it just frustrates me, though. So that's where I'm at on that.
The 972 says, Alec, Phase 10 over everything. That
Phase 10's
game is
dope.
amazing.
Phase 10.
I've seen numerous texts about that. People who love Phase 10 will go to bat for it any day of the week, I've noticed. Like, people who are really good at it, they're like, I swear this is the best game ever, which, hey, to your credit, I do the same when I'm good at something. I'm like, this is the best thing of all time because I'm good at it.
Yeah.
And I just want to be better than you.
You ever played Scrabble with somebody who doesn't understand the English language? And you're just like, that's clearly not a word, and they're like,
of course, Quetzalfudge is a word.
Like, no, and then they're like, oh, hold on, wait. You're like, I don't want to wait anymore because you've done this 4 times already.
It's when they luck into, see, it's the Danish word for 3-footed cow, and you're like, you didn't know that. You did not know that.
Now I need to go find that word.
Yeah, I don't know. I
panicked. Please find it. Please.
Did I want to say legged? Yes, but I didn't.
I want to know how that is spelled.
Should I say it?
I wouldn't. I would wait.
Okay.
I would wait.
There's a word for it, though. I'm just saying.
And words scare me. Appreciate the interaction there.
Skip-bo.
That's a great one,
yes.
too. Yeah.
Did you ever think that was just a bootleg Monopoly?
Kind of.
Or Uno? Not Monopoly.
Yeah.
Kind of, but
kinda.
it's different.
Yeah.
And Maxine used to destroy me at that game, too.
Well, appreciate the interaction there. 877-881-1053 for National Play Monopoly Day. Your favorite board or card game. You can keep those coming in. 877-881-1053. Real quick, guys, do not be like these hockey fans. You might remember last week the Devils got some somewhat devastating news that their star center Jack Hughes was sidelined with a freak injury that he somehow suffered at a team dinner at some steakhouse in Chicago. The restaurant may or may not have been responsible, don't really know, but fans are still taking their anger out against this restaurant. And this is unfortunate because if you're a fan of hockey, you already know this, but the Devils were off to their best start in over 3 decades, I think, winning 8 of their first 9 games this season, an 11-5 record last week when they went to Chicago for that game where the incident happened. So some sort of injury involving glassware that is going to sideline their star center, Jack Hughes, for 6 to 8 weeks.
Golly.
So, Devils fans are going to the Yelp page of this restaurant and leaving 1-star reviews, and they are getting creative with it. Red M says, dirty, disgusting place. The food was subpar at best. The management here is pitiful. The servers suck. Shards of glass everywhere, causing injury to members of my party. Place should be shut down 6 to 8 weeks as punishment for the incident that took place. And pretty much every other 1-star review says, I'm not coming back for 6 to 8 weeks, or you should shut down for 6 to 8 weeks. Now, Yelp has a system that usually removes these, like a bot system that knows, okay, this is, spam, they're trolling, we're going to get rid of this. But look, accidents happen. Don't do this to companies because they kind of rely on that stuff, word of mouth, to make their money. But in a weird way, I respect a fan base saying, I am so mad that my star player got hurt at dinner that I got to take out this anger some way.
Yeah.
Just don't do it that way.
Yeah. What a fascinating edition of AM on the FM. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are you prepared to take this NFC team seriously? Next on The Fan.
very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some Fox Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to buy a new vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Smith in the black and silver. In the gun, back to throw. Pressured now. Say goodnight, Gino. Quinton Williams, enjoy your first Dallas sack. Back at the Raider 44.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where I can't tell if Corey is just friendly waving at people or encouraging them to walk in the studio while
I was
we're
giving
on
Carter
air.
Freeman a thumbs up.
Okay.
And people walked by the window, and I think they were thinking I was thumbs upping them. And I was like, you know what? Fine. But I wanted Carter to know that that was for him. All right?
All right. So you're yes thumb, not no thumb, right?
Huh? What's a yes thumb? I've never heard this before. What's a yes thumb?
No, it's just thumb or no thumb.
I have thumbs.
All right. So Corey, put him down for yes thumb.
I don't understand it.
Right now.
You don't want to.
I need one for the thumb.
See? He knows.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
He
I gotta
gets
go
it, I
Google
think.
yes thumb.
Right. It's not exactly like that, but right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, it's time for Gridiron Gravy.
Dip, I guess.
Text in and explain the thumb thing.
Oh, they will.
Kevin.
Oh, no, don't explain it to
for
me. I
Kevin.
get it. So here's what I love. We didn't technically violate any FCC rules, but it is 11:45 in the morning, and we're actively discussing that. All right. So I got some quarterback. Don't ask more questions, or I might answer them, and that will violate FCC standards. All right, let's talk about some spare quarterback news. Aaron Glenn is gonna.
That went out over radio, Alec.
Yeah.
No, it did not.
Okay.
Oh, did it get dumped?
No.
we were in queue.
Okay.
I told him in his ear.
Okay. Aaron Glenn announced that Tyrod Taylor is going to start for the Jets. And then the Browns, because really, who cares at this point, announced that Shedeur Sanders is going to make his first start after a robust relief appearance for Dylan Gabriel, in which he completed 4 of 16 passes.
Is this the end of the road for Justin Fields, or
I think so.
Does he have is it time for him to become a receiver?
Not that. He's a backup quarterback.
And
it would appear.
And a backup quarterback in situations that I think you can really use him in that can get big time yards, but not expensively. You know, like that's the thing. Or, like I said, the dude can run.
Sure.
Put the ball in his hands, he can get away. So maybe that's another way to find ways for him to play.
Jordan Davis was named the NFC Defensive Player of the Week. We will talk about him some more either later today or perhaps tomorrow. Another update from Aaron Glenn. We talked about the shooting of Chris Boyd. Glenn said that he's in good spirits after the shooting and will be okay. Now, probably not surprising to you on this, Bryce Young was named the NFC Offensive Player of the Week after he set the Carolina Panthers franchise record for most passing yards in a game. Josh Allen won the AFC Offensive Player of the Week award. This is the 17th time he's won that award.
Stat patter, you know? So all he does is just compile stats all the time.
Maybe.
Over many, many years.
Yes, over many years.
He's like the Frank Gore of quarterbacks.
Consistent performance. Stop that.
Consistent performance, just like you said.
Okay.
Frank Gore was very consistent over a long period of time.
That is true. And then the Saints waived Brandon Cooks. And I continue to think about this all the time. 3 years ago, I think it was 3 years ago, at training camp, and I was like, man, this Dak to Brandon Cooks connection is going to be something else. And then you just never saw it materialize in regular season games.
Yeah. It was, I don't know if it was McCarthy just didn't have the creativity to make it happen. Like it seems like Schottenheimer has found lots of ways to get multiple receivers the ball. As a matter of fact, I'm just looking right now. I don't know where the numbers stand exactly, but somebody was pointing out DK Metcalf and George Pickens. And DK Metcalf essentially replaced Pickens, and Schottenheimer's getting the most out of Pickens.
Right.
He's getting the most out of most of the offense. McCarthy couldn't for whatever reason. But I don't know, man.
I hope you took an opportunity to look at the fan text where it looks like people are in favor. All right. Are you prepared to take the Chicago Bears seriously as a contender? They beat the Minnesota Vikings 19-17. In the process, became the third team in the last 5 years to record a game-winning score in the final 2 minutes of regulation or overtime 3 straight weeks. They are in first place of their division. The last time they were in first place through week 11 was 7 years ago when Mitch Trubisky was their second-year quarterback. Good call on that pick, by the way. Are you prepared to look seriously at the Bears as a contender?
Okay. I was before the season started. Because I believe, I've said that much about Ben Johnson. I think he's that good.
Yeah.
I like the talent that he had. He already knew DeAndre Swift, so that's good. Monangai now has turned into something special that they can use as well. I'm fascinated that they can't find a way to use DJ Moore like he used St. Brown. Like
Right.
that doesn't, but maybe that's just because those are two different dudes. But DJ Moore just has been underutilized. And Rome Odunze, hit or miss with him. So I felt like their offense was there. I felt like their defense was close. I felt like they'd be a second team in that division. The Packers can't decide what they want to do.
No.
The Lions are, I think, underperforming at this point.
I think that's very fair.
And the Bears are taking advantage of it. The one thing I can say, though, is they've won close games. And I don't know how we discussed the variation of that and how frequently these close games can be won and lost. I don't know if they can keep that up the entire time. They got to start figuring out how to win some games and blowouts, I think. But I do definitely think that Ben Johnson knows how to get this team in the right direction. He coached with a really good coach in Dan Campbell, a guy who should definitely be considered for Coach of the Year sometimes. Maybe not this year.
Not this year.
But he understands that part of it, and then he's also very creative.
Jamar Chase's one-game suspension was, in fact, upheld for spitting in the game.
As it should.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
disgusting. Don't spit on people.
Yeah.
Even Stephen Jones said that's disgusting.
Yes.
That doesn't mean like, oh, even Stephen Jones. I'm just saying, like, that's another dude right there. Don't spit on people.
At the end of the day, no matter how well you execute that move, it's still gross.
Exactly.
All right, let's talk about those international games. Now, obviously, it's a tougher viewership slot since it usually starts at 8:30 Central. International games this year on NFL Network average 6.2 million viewers. That is up 32% from last year. And one of the reasons I think that is particularly interesting is it allows the NFL, who already wants to expand their international slate, to normalize these games. And you are not that far from having one of these every single week. I think you're going to see that sooner rather than later.
How many of them did you watch this year?
Not a lot.
Huh. I was excited to wake up, but a lot of times I forgot. That's something that's going to have to change.
Yes.
Because right now, your mind is noon, 3:30-ish.
Yeah.
Your mind's consistently set.
7:15, 7:20.
And then 1 week I hear, this is the last European game.
Yeah.
And they're like, by the way, we have one in Spain coming up. And you're like, hold on. No, explain this to. So, like, when they get an established, this 6 weeks is going to be overseas. I think they'll pump that even more.
Yeah.
And we'll be more excited about it. But also there were times where I was like, is this game something I'm really interested in or just casually interested in? I am a very big proponent of turn the TV on in the morning, let it roll, and just be there for football all day.
This is going to be a big ask, but the NFL frequently does whatever the hell it wants. Could you see a scenario in which they would ever flex an international game?
Hold on, explain.
So, like, you got the Dolphins and the Commanders. Oof. Could you see a scenario where you see that writing on the wall for...
And they send another team?
Yeah.
It's a lot of travel.
It seems like it should not, but I also don't think you should be able to flex in Thursday games and stuff, so...
Yeah. No, you know what, dude? You're right. Maybe not in the near, 10 years.
Yeah.
But at some point, they're going to be like, look, we're so strong still. we do whatever we want, just like they have been.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can talk about this more at any point, but we didn't get a chance to mention, I like what Dak said after the game on Monday night about Marshawn Nealon. He said, this doesn't put a cap on it. Marshawn Nealon always will be with us. And that's one of the toughest things. If you've ever lost somebody or experienced a tragedy, everybody is there for you at first. But then eventually, the meal train stops and everyone moves on with their life and you're still hurting. So I appreciate that he threw that out there into the world.
Same.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we navigate the NFC East?
I think we can do that.
All right, next right here on The Fan.
The more time. D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time to navigate the NFC East. We attempted this earlier, but then we ended up talking about Peace-a-thon, which I think is always a worthy cause.
Kevin, it looks like GTA 6 finally has a release date. Have you seen this, Alec?
No, I stopped caring.
Is it November of next year and they're lying to us?
November 19th of 2026.
Sure.
I'll take the over. I will take the over.
Lots of stuff happening next year, though.
You know what? By the way, just real quick from the 214, did you guys talk Stars yet? We did, but in case you missed it, the Stars winning streak came to an end after they got jobbed on a call at the very end of the game. And I know people are like, he was going into the crease. Well, he got pushed into the crease, so that goal should have counted. You should have gotten another point, which would be points in 13 of the last 14 games. And instead, they took the goal off the board, which is another bogus call because you go to Toronto and you need overwhelming evidence to switch the call because it was called a goal on the ice, and they were like, meh, well, I saw enough. No goal. Islanders win. BS. But good news is Rantanen's not going to get suspended, and also we have a Rantanen autographed puck and 2 lower-level seats for the Stars for Peace-a-thon.
Yeah, and still haven't even... I got something coming from Kingsville with Marty Turco also that I got to add to the mix, too.
Good, because I already wrote out that description, so I hope he does what I...
On the Jason Robertson goal, just my opinion, it looked like he was trying to spin. It looked like he was going to get puck, spin, hit the other corner, the part of the net that had been vacated. But he got pushed into the goalie. The goal, and that's not like I didn't see it the same way. Obviously, I'm a homer in this situation.
Yeah.
But his body did go through the goalie. Like, that is a reality that happened. But it looked like he was trying to make a different move. That being said, I'm not worried about this Stars team anymore. I was for a little bit, and
I'm just pissed they didn't get more points.
I was for a little bit, and right now I'm kind of in this place where I'm just like, all right, they'll bounce back. Seeing Jane Bim back out there was nice too after the lung injury. Like that was scary. That was a very scary thing for any human out there.
You know what should also be scary for people right now? The Jason Robertson heater continues. We talked about it. He had 3 straight 3-point games. Now, the bad news is that streak is at an end. The good news is, guess what happened? He scored 2 more goals. He scored their only 2 goals in that game, which means in the last 4 games, Jason Robertson has 8 goals and 3 assists. He has been on freaking fire. I think that's another reason that I was bummed that you didn't at least get that goal and get a point. Now, if they could have got 2 afterwards, that'd have been great. But I want to reward Robertson yet again because they had won all those other games where he's been on his heater.
Yeah, the other thing I will say, Kevin, I'm at a point now, and I hate this. It's unfortunate. I need to figure out how to love the Jason Robertson experience no matter what. You know where I'm going with this, right?
I was going to say, this might not be where you're going from it. You know who he is to me now? And it took me a while to figure this out. He's DeMar DeRozan. He's the mid-range god. And so, you're not going to see always the most flashy goals. But if you need a nice, consistent, in-the-middle goal, that's your guy.
Hopefully he can do that in the playoffs.
I get it.
I know he had a couple of moments in the playoffs where you're like, there it is.
I get it.
Hopefully that was a step to the next place of where, don't forget, I'm Jason Robertson in the regular season and the same dude in the playoffs.
Very fair.
When that happens, that's when I'm going to be all over that train. I don't like it because I like the player.
I get it.
But I'm hoping that, I'm not saying, oh, yeah, wait till the playoffs. I need that to turn back on, though, whenever it does happen.
Yeah,
I want to walk into the playoffs going, I know what I got.
Yeah.
We know that this dude's gonna contend for whatever it is.
I think that's a fair perception. Look, him and Ottinger, when you get to the playoffs, not if, but when, because I think we would all be just absolutely stunned if the Stars didn't make the playoffs. There's going to be a lot on the line for those two, both in terms of perception and for Robertson for money. You know?
Yes. That is an absolute fact.
If you want to go straight to the pay window for Jason Robertson, you bring that same heat in the playoffs and you'll be fine. You will not have to worry about a thing.
Matter of fact, you'll just have to say, who else wants some? And then Lots of numbers will have fall in your lap.
Absolutely. All right. Navigating the NFC East, do you want to go with, and we can skip over the Eagles for now if you like.
Yes.
All right.
Nobody wants to talk about them.
Well, we will eventually. Cowboys, Commanders, or Giants, which direction would you like to go?
Let's go Cowboys.
All right. For the Cowboys, we have a couple of historic things happening for the Cowboys. In his first game as a Dallas Cowboy, Quinnen Williams had 1.5 sacks, not including the player strike in 1987. Williams is the fourth Cowboy with at least 1.5 sacks in his first game with the team. Now, again, we qualify this all the time, since 1982, because that's when the NFL pulled their head out of their ass and started counting these. Other ones were Leroy Glover, Greg Hardy, and Eric Kendricks. So not necessarily the most illustrious list of players who would have an impact with the team for a long time, but still, good for Quinnen Williams. Hopefully he has more of an impact than any of the rest of those players.
I hope so, too, because what you just laid out, because you give me these things sometimes, I'm like, oh, my gosh.
Yes.
Hero. And then
this one,
that's when I'm just like, all right, so he played.
Okay, then you'll like the next one. George Pickens. George Pickens has 908 yards receiving and 7 touchdowns this season. He is the fourth player in Cowboys history with at least 907 through 10 games, 900 receiving yards and 7 touchdowns. The other three, now we're talking. Bulla Bob Hayes, Michael Irvin, and Terrell Owens. What do they all have in common?
Hall of Fame.
Exactly. So that's your list that you really want to be a part of. And George Pickens.
Some Super Bowls in there, too.
Yes. Yeah,
T.O. never won one.
That is true.
He lost one with Philadelphia.
Even when he went through his hyperbaric chamber to fix his broken leg or whatever it was.
He blamed that on an ab. He said, I wasn't the one throwing up on the sideline.
And then for Dak Prescott, he's posted a passer rating of at least 168 career games, passing Tony Romo for the most in franchise history, though I'm sure he does not particularly care about those numbers, as he's made very clear. CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb has the third most receptions in an NFL player's first 6 seasons. He's behind Justin Jefferson, and you'll never guess the other one.
Current players?
Yes. Oh, no. This is all, I'm sorry.
History.
This is all time.
Puka Nacua.
Kyle Yeomans.
Okay, Puka Nacua has not been here long enough to qualify for that.
Okay, Cooper Kupp.
Ooh, Cooper Kupp is an interesting one.
Jamar Chase obviously is the next person I'm thinking of.
It's Jarvis Landry. And that's why I said I didn't think
dude?
you were going to get it.
He had that 1 year. He had that 1 year.
Had 2 years
it was like
that.
It was in receptions wise. It was just like, give that dude the ball. And then he fell off.
Yes, he did. So I think, CeeDee, maybe in this next game, will surpass Justin Jefferson, has a shot to surpass Jarvis Landry as well. All right, Giants or Commanders?
Commanders.
All right.
Let's command this stuff.
They had a plethora of errors in their last game.
Yes.
Let's go through
all of
some of the lowlights.
Okay. All right.
He had an overtime interception on the first pass by Marcus Mariota. And what did that do? Set up the game-winning kick for the Dolphins. You had an injury to Jalen Lane, who led to a new punt returner. That punt returner fumbled the ball when Washington would have had the ball at its own 40. And you're like, wow, that's as bad as it gets. But it's not. Matt Gay was not so happy because he missed 2 field goals. And then let's go to Zach Ertz, who on a 4th and 1 fell down. And he said if he ran that route again 10,000 times, wouldn't happen again.
10,000 though?
I believe he said 10,000.
But on that one you did.
Yep.
So you're telling Coach, hey, I'll do it again, but on that one you specifically did, and that's what you got to look at is that happened. It's like when people are texting, they're like, well, if y'all didn't have Brandon Aubrey against the Giants, y'all will. But they did, so here we are. That's it happened. Run it better next time.
And by the way, going back to, I just now saw this text. Wait. Can we stay on hockey? If Robertson is hot in the playoffs, do we have enough space to keep him?
Yeah, there are plenty of lockers in the locker room. All right,
But if you mean cap space, I don't think so.
Oh, cap space?
I don't think so.
We'll have to do some moving.
Yeah, I love math. I'll work on that after Peace-a-thon. All right. By the way, one more thing for the Commanders, and this could potentially be a good thing, despite all of those colossal Columbles. Dan Quinn, he took over play calling duties on defense. The result, Washington gave up just 16 points and 311 yards. That was their fewest since the season opening win over the Giants.
Good for them.
Yeah, and they still lost.
Yeah.
Now, speaking...
That's brutal.
It is. God, it is.
We did the best we could this time.
You give up 16 points and 311 yards. Don't you think you're going to win all of those games?
Yes, absolutely.
Or at least you should.
Yeah.
For the Giants, they are going to run the ball. They had 35 carries in their game for 135 yards with 2 Devin Singletary touchdowns. Now, switching to defense. I'll get it together. Giants linebacker Brian Burns. He had 2 sacks in Week 11. Now has a career high 13 sacks this season. I realize that everything kind of falls behind Myles Garrett. But
Brian Burns is having an awesome season.
He really, really is.
Yeah. On a team that's their strongest suit. Is that bunch right there, which is kind of crazy whenever you see opponents decide on 4th down, they're going to try and run plays that go directly into that best part of. There's so many other things you can do against this team. Don't go at that.
Right.
But Brian Burns is having an awesome season, and it's one of those because he played for Carolina for so long. You're like, and then he goes to the Giants. You're like, Myles being in Cleveland and being the number 1 guy this whole time, but Brian Burns' career has been great.
And then just another thing to throw out for you, we talked about is Jackson Dart going to have to change his approach. Adam Schefter said people both inside the Giants organization and outside have spoken with Dart to urge him to be more thoughtful and careful with when and how he runs the ball.
Okay. That brings me to this conversation then.
Okay.
That happened with Dak.
Yeah.
And then Dak stopped running altogether. And then whenever it was like, hey, we kind of need, people started complaining about, we need you to run. There is definitely an understanding of the right times. Escapability is important. You also have to be better at blocking for the guy too.
Yeah.
But if that pocket's clean, he shouldn't have to run. So that's on the front office to put an offensive line, which they've put garbage in front of every quarterback in New York for the last 15 years, it's felt like. So they need to find a way to have a better pocket for him. Then he can pick and choose. Go back and watch Aaron Rodgers' career. Aaron Rodgers was very good at knowing when to escape, and he could do it for 12 yards.
I didn't think we'd be able to loop this back around to T.O. that you mentioned earlier, but check this out. The Eagles. So the Eagles have won consecutive games despite scoring fewer than 20 points in either game.
I know, man.
This is the first time
their opponents have, two
NFC
North opponents that have not scored enough points.
Absolutely. This is the first time they've done that since 2004. What happened that season?
They lost the Super Bowl.
Exactly, with T.O. But yes, they did make it to the Super Bowl that
Their quarterback threw up on the sidelines.
Who would have thought?
Different coach, though, Kevin.
That
was Andy Reid at the time.
Nick Sirianni. Is he better?
I'd love to ask those two of them that question.
And then, by the way, you mentioned their defense. They held the Lions in check. Detroit, season low 6 points. But probably more importantly, they were just 3 of 13 on 3rd down. We will talk more about the Eagles' defense on the money down later because they have been phenomenal.
We've seen both of those offenses score a lot of points.
Yes.
Cowboys offense. Now, again, this is a in division game, so you know these teams better.
Yeah.
Can the Cowboys score more points against this defense that looks like it has found its groove? That's something right now that leading into Philly this week is going to be concerning.
I think they can just because all the positive stuff we've said about George Pickens as well.
Yeah,
but that is a very good question. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some NFL overreaction or reality. And plus, since you asked the question, Corey, let's maybe do a deeper dive and we'll scout the Eagles. All of it in the Expressway next on The Fan.
shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forget it.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No. Said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
Play action. He's got all day. Deep to the middle. The ball is tipped and intercepted at the 5-yard line. Here comes Marquise Bell down the left side. On the deflection up to the 35. Before he's run out of bounds, Kenneth Murray, dropping in coverage, got his hand on the football, and it floated right to Marquise Bell for the Cowboys' first takeaway of the game.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to scout the Eagles in just a minute, but I wanted to start with some NFL overreaction or reality. Now, it has been pretty amazing to see the fluctuation for the Cowboys win total, and right now it's back down to a point that I think is too low, and it will lead to this first question. NFL overreaction or reality? The Dallas Cowboys will win 7 games or more this season.
Reality. I think there's 2 more games they could definitely win. Throw another one in there somewhere. I think they could. And this schedule right here in the next, 3 weeks? 2 weeks really does
12 days. Yeah.
It's tight, and they're going to have a lot of work to do. But I think they can win 7 games. They can win 3 more games. I think they're going to ride a high off of this defense right now. My concern is that one game made them think, all right, we did it, guys.
Yeah.
Especially because everybody's so happy that it happened. Okay, half the people are so happy that it happened, that they finally saw something that looked like a functional defense.
Right.
Sean said this to Jerry the other day, and I completely agreed. I wanted to watch the defense more. As much as fun as I was having watching.
Thought.
Yeah, as much fun as I was watching Pickens, I was like, dude, let's see what Quentin Williams and company can do some more. So I hope that carries over. I hope that defense doesn't settle because there's a lot more work to do. And but I think they can. I do.
NFL overreaction or go ahead.
7 games though is a complete letdown.
No, I agree. It's just the betting line has dropped back down to 6.5, or it had, and so I'm like, feels like there's something there to be had. Alec, overreaction, reality: the Cowboys will win 7 games or more this season.
Reality, because they do have 2 scheduled wins left in my mind against the Commanders and the Giants at the end of the season. So if you just got to win 1 more, I would start looking at that Vikings game at home and saying that's a winnable game.
I agree.
Because I still don't know what the hell J.J. McCarthy is. So that could be one of his legacy games, or that could be one of the games where he has 2 interceptions and 100 passing yards.
Right.
I don't really know. But kind of starting to feel a little too confident about this Eagles game on Sunday. I don't know why. I think the biggest part is Wyatt Johnston being out of that lineup for an offense that has already been sputtering. And I don't think Wyatt Johnston ever gets enough credit for how good he is and how consistent his level of play has been for the past, it feels like 25 years he's been playing for that team. But I'm starting to get confident in that matchup. So, yeah, I'd say they can do it.
All right, so if my bonus question was they'll win at least 8 games, or bonus statement.
I can't go there yet.
Okay.
Because, Kevin, I don't know if I told you yesterday or not.
Oh, yeah, that would put them at the mediocre level, and they're not there yet. Check the chart.
Refer to the chart. And currently the chart still has them as sub-mediocre. You are here, all right? And they have not proven that they can beat mediocre or above mediocre teams. They have proven that they can beat bad or sub-mediocre teams, and they can tie potentially mediocre teams. But they've not proven that they can beat them. So once they do that, then I can go. I can make some more advances on what I think they can do at 8.
All right, then you know what? I'm going to pivot to another thing because you just mentioned it. Overreaction or reality? The fact that Cowboys' 4 wins are against teams with a combined 9-33 record is very concerning to you.
That's their only wins.
Those are their only wins are against teams that are combined 9-33.
Yeah, that is their only wins. Yeah. Yes, is concerning. But that's why you are where you are on the chart. because of
check the chart.
It's a reality, and that's why, like Jerry Jones will say to you,
yeah, he did.
I don't, but I will take that into consideration. But if I was the GM/owner, I would have a chart just like this in my office, behind my desk, behind me.
Would it be framed?
And it would have a magnet where it says, "You are here." That way I can move it up and down and be like, "Hey, guess what, guys? Now that we're better at beating not 9 and 48 teams or whatever you just said, then yeah, we're good."
It's not that bad, but it's still pretty bad.
214, does Corey have an actual chart? Go to the fan cam.
Yes, he does.
Alec told us all the fan cam things yesterday. Go to the fan cam and you can actually see the chart, or you can see it on Twitter where I posted it at in the majors. Majors is spelled funny.
Oh. Okay, Alec, overreaction reality. You are concerned, very concerned, that the Cowboys' 4 wins are against teams with a combined 9-33 record.
Oh, absolutely. Reality. It is concerning because when I start looking back at the season and the games you didn't win, I felt like there was at least 2 or 3 games that you should have won. Whether it was just you are a better team going against a worse team, or you were in position most of the game to win said game. Those 2 being the Eagles opening the season matchup in week 1 and then the Green Bay game. I feel like you should have won both of those because you outplayed the other teams for most of the game, but 1 or 2 pivotal series costed you those 2 games. So I do think you should have more wins on your record, but you shot yourself in the foot, whether it was penalties or in those cases the offense fizzling out a couple of times. So yeah, it is really concerning for more than one reason, more than just the number.
You know, he said pivotal moments in games. And I think one of the Jerry, I know Jerry was talking about Dak's leadership. I know you disagreed with him not including Troy Aikman, but
this is a bold move.
But one of the lines though he said about Dak was he recognizes what needs to be done in that moment. And I think that is a very important part of leadership. I sent my son something that Bill Parcells said about moving on, recognizing the moment. And do I need to bitch about it right now, or do I need to focus on this? I think Dak does a good job at that. I think the rest of the team lacks it. And in game, right now, there is no moment that you can take focus off. This team does not have the space or the leeway to not recognize that every single series is going to be an important series. So this team has to they have to go into a different mindset for the rest of this season in order to do something they want to do if they want to do something special.
Now, on Sunday, there were 13 games. 7 teams won after trailing in the fourth quarter. Overreaction or reality? Being ahead in the fourth quarter really should be more of an advantage.
One of the things I love about Red Zone is that Scott Hansen will bring up the witching hour. And he was like, where wins become losses and losses become wins.
Do you know they do that on Underdog as well?
That's fantastic.
That's like a promo time for them.
And Kevin, there's so many days where when I'm like, I hear that and I'll go check all the scores real fast.
Yeah.
And I know if I just look up, they got the scores on the TV, but I'll just go check all the scores because I know it's witching hour and I'll be like, oh, which ones do I think are about to turn? And dude, it is fun, but that's the parity the league's wanted. We want fourth quarters, especially with Underdog, right? We want these opportunities. The NFL wants that kind of parity. They don't want blowouts.
No, I get that. It's just, man, it is amazing to me, Alec, that like, oh, you're ahead? Oh, good for you. Maybe 50-50 proposition.
Yes.
It is extremely weird, but like Corey said, it's fun, so I don't mind it. But as a fan of a specific team, it does make me worried because, like, even against a bad team like the Raiders on Monday, you know, you could still say there's a world where they could go 3 and out on every single drive in the fourth quarter, and somehow Pete Carroll and that offense figure something out. You know, like just because in this season alone, we've seen so many close games in the fourth quarter, and after that Giants-Broncos game, I think anything is possible this season. Right. So I'm like, until we are done and I see the players doing the post-game interviews on the field, I'm not confident that this game or any game is over. So, yeah, it's a reality. For me, it should be, but it also just shows like two sides of the coin. One, are teams just really bad at managing games, or are other teams getting really, really good when it matters? And I like battling that mentally. Like, is this team just really good in clutch moments, or is the team that gave up the lead just really, really bad when they think it doesn't matter anymore?
The NBA started this, right? With Golden State. No 30-point lead is safe.
Yeah.
Like, that's something, and the NFL's like, hey, that was a genius idea. Let's steal it. Also, for whatever reason, Kevin, on my Facebook timeline, Sleepaway Camp has made its way, and I don't understand what's happening here.
You should watch Sleepaway Camp.
Can I just watch the final scene?
No, because you need I don't want to say nuance, because I don't think that word should be used in that movie, but you need the buildup. The movie's only like 80 minutes long. You need the buildup to really have the final part hit home for you.
Is that one camp counselor attractive, though? Is that okay? Or
no, it is very much an 80s horror movie where they're like, hey,
lots of crop tops on men.
Yeah, do you like the men showing off? Do you like some hot ladies and murders? There you go. In the movie.
in the movie.
Overreaction or reality? Let's get spicy with this.
Get spicy.
Ashton Genty will never be a great running back.
Not with this offensive line.
Ever.
Not with this offensive line. I think, and the other thing about that is you can identify the dysfunctional franchises in the NFL. Cowboys are as popular as they are. The ability to build a true contender has not existed really. So they're one of them. But I think you could refer to the chart on this. Mediocre and sub-mediocre and bad teams. The bad teams have a lot of dysfunction, and the Raiders are one of them. They'll try to build an offensive line in front of them, but guess what? They'll give up on that, and they'll say some other coach needs to do this, and some other GM needs to do it, and then they'll forget that they have Ashton Genty, and they wanted to build around him in the first place. Kind of similar to what I think that is going to happen with the Mavericks, and they're like, we're going to build around Cooper Flagg, and they're going to forget how to do that in the first place. But I think that Genty's going to have to find another organization to play in. But guess what? He won't, because players don't leave teams. The money is too good to stick around for that team. Ask Myles Garrett.
Alec, overreaction or reality? Ashton Genty will never be a great NFL running back.
Overreaction. I don't want to give up on him yet. It's awful there. His situation, that offensive line, I knew they were bad. I had watched their games before going into Monday night's game. I did not realize they were that bad. I think that it's going to get better over time, but I do ultimately think that something could be in play. Think about what happened with Saquon in New York, where the money from another team was just too high. The Raiders say, your production was cool and all, but you didn't take us anywhere.
He recognized the dysfunction of the organization,
exactly.
too. Yeah,
and he just says, look, I love it here, but I'm fine with leaving to go to a better team. And he flips to another organization and goes and wins there and plays behind a stout offensive line. I could see a world where that happens, where they're like, hey, we don't want to pay a ton of money to a guy that we know he has a short shelf life because of his position and the nature of the running back position. And we know we're not going to be competitive, so we're not going to pay him. So I could see a Saquon Barkley move happening for him down the road if he's still playing at that level.
Okay, I like that. NFL overreaction or reality. Josh Allen has surpassed Patrick Mahomes as the most exciting player in the NFL. He threw that awful pick, and then he had 6 touchdowns. And it just feels like, including a two-handed chest pass. And so, it just feels like Josh Allen does the things that Patrick Mahomes used to do.
Patrick Mahomes still does them. We're just not watching as much anymore. And it's not as consistently stat compiling. Is Drake May making his way into this conversation right now? And it's funny that Lamar Jackson's not in there. Because after last year, Lamar Jackson played the best quarterback he's ever played last year.
And he is a very exciting player to watch. Because this doesn't necessarily mean best at all.
I think Matthew Stafford's an exciting quarterback right now. But I think you're dead on.
Interesting, because I don't think I would say that.
Well, you know what? Get with it, Kevin.
Oh,
no, I'm just joking. I think he is because of the position. Like, he plays the position so well. But you're right. Josh Allen does all these things. Should he have to? That for me, some of the things that he has to do, I'm like, man, did you build your team correctly? Or you're just like, well, Josh will take care of it. But yeah, I think you got something. Jackson Dart had made his way into the conversation. A young guy, he can run, he can throw, and do all those things. You got a point though.
Now, Alec, I want to get your opinion, but split decision here on my recommendations from the 972. Kevin, you owe me 45 minutes of my life back from watching that horrible movie. They said they fast forward watched it. Again, I don't want to use the word nuance, but you need to take in the whole thing. And then from the 469, I went and saw Anne Juliet on Kevin's recommendation, and it was amazingly entertaining and as clever as anything I've ever seen. Thank you for the recommendation, Kevin, even if it was a musical. So some positive feedback, a lot of really negative feedback. And Juliet, I would give a recommendation to on a more straightforward platform. But I still think you should watch Sleepaway Camp. Overreaction or reality to you then, Alec? Josh Allen has surpassed Patrick Mahomes as the most exciting player in the NFL.
It feels so weird to say, but I'll say reality, just because it feels like he's still making the plays that we used to laud Mahomes for making every single week. It just feels like the volume of wow plays aren't there anymore. It's just not there for Mahomes, but the consistent good play for Mahomes is he's still one of the best quarterbacks to touch a field in this generation. That's fine, and he's still playing really good football right now. But Josh Allen is just doing it in a more flashy manner, and I saw a tweet that actually happened before this past NFL week, where a Bills fan said, my favorite part of watching Josh Allen play on Sundays is the part where he sets some sort of NFL record every single week that you've never heard of.
Yeah.
And it's true. He sets or breaks some sort of record, ties some sort of record that you didn't know existed, and you're like, he really is insane, isn't he? And it's every single week. And it's true. Yeah, and even the bad plays are exciting. The two-handed chest pass was stupid, but it was exciting.
Mm-hmm. He's right about that.
I agree.
And it was the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
I got one more for you.
But I was very excited.
Are you not entertained?
Mm-hmm.
NFL overreaction or reality? The Packers are not a serious Super Bowl threat. They love to play down to their competition. And by the way, all three of their losses, they've given up 16 points or fewer. And so it's not their defense, and that's the most losses they've had in that scenario since 1978. And then Mill Williams goes on injured reserve. I know they're 6-3-1, but I say overreaction or reality, the Packers are not a serious Super Bowl threat.
Two things. One, 469, Josh Allen might be the most overrated of the modern quarterbacks. That's fine. Wow. That wasn't what he asked, though. He said entertaining. Also, the Packers lack a run game. Josh Jacobs is a good running back, but the fact that he's hurt and they don't use him enough, they are a team built on explosive plays. But it's the things in between the explosive plays that I don't think they're good at. And this goes to the offense specifically. Their offense has a tendency to be like, well, we can get back 15 yards.
Right.
And you know what? If we can just get this 40-yard pass downfield, there are things in between that you have to be able to do to get you to that. There's setups. There's lots of other things that get you there. When you're not getting the 6 yards to put you in good position for a big play on second down, then you have problems. And I think them not running the ball effectively is one of the main keys for them. So yeah, they can't be a one-dimensional offense and be a Super Bowl contender.
Alec, What say you?
It's a reality, and I like what Corey wrapped up with there, is that you can't have just one single identity. You can't be good at one thing. It seems like most of these offenses that do make deep playoff pushes in the 20th century are going to be teams that, 20th and 21st, I should say, because like the way the league is going towards offense and just pushing for offense is you have to have multiple looks. You have to have multiple identities. When your quarterback is having a bad game, lean on your run game. When your run game is getting stuffed, air out the ball. You have to play complementary football on the offensive side of the ball because teams will try to eliminate what you're good at. That's just simple X's and O's football. And I think about the Eagles last year. It felt like they were good at everything on offense. They could run the ball because they had Saquon Barkley in the running back renaissance year. They had A.J. Brown doing good things. They had Devontae Smith looking like another number one receiver alongside A.J. Brown. They had one of the best tight ends in football, and Dallas Goedert, one of the best offensive lines. Like, they were good at everything, and they won the Super Bowl. You have to be good at everything. You have to be good at least momentarily to try to win those games, especially in the playoffs.
Now, we're going to switch gears here. Alec, if you can go ahead, we're going to continue the content, but switch the subject matter. If you can go ahead and give me cut number 6, want to do some more scouting of the Eagles.
Now it's start. A lot of time, no one open. Pressure, looking around, and he is slammed. Jalen Carter gets home his first sack of the year.
By the way, from the 469, I'm a Packers fan, and this is reality. And then a confusing pair of texts from the 682. From the 682, why is all you sports heads so willing to accept the Chiefs suck this season? And then they followed up with the Chiefs suck, deal with it. I don't know what part of that segment you heard and was like, man, the Chiefs are badass and are going to win the Super Bowl. They might not even make the damn playoffs.
Yeah, and we didn't really discuss much about the Chiefs.
Yeah, so there you go.
But hey, man, you do you.
Fair enough. All right. On the Eagles front, do you want to talk more about their defense to get it dialed up, or the offense?
Let's start with the defense for sure. Right. That's where they begin as a team, because their offense doesn't have an identity right now.
Yes. No, I agree with you on that. So Vic Fangio's group, they're looking more and more like the 2024 group, and that was the number one defense in the league. And I want to talk about the money downs. The money downs, third down, used to be third down. Now it is expanded out to third and fourth down. We already told you that the Lions, 3 of 13, I believe it was, on third down. But check this out. Detroit loves to go for it on fourth down, right? Mm-hmm. 0 for 5 on fourth down against the Eagles. It really has been looking more and more like the Eagles, when you get to the money downs defensively, that's when they really dial it up. Because I know for the entirety of the season, I believe they do still have some like mediocre kind of defensive stats. But if you look at the way this has been trending, if you look at the way the defenses have been going with the addition of Jalen Phillips, you have seen a difference, man. And like, we'll get to this on the offense as well. It feels like with the Eagles, when it matters the most, that is when they play their best.
Yeah, Cooper Jean is the second-ranked cornerback in the league, too.
Probably should be behind Quinyon Mitchell.
Yeah. Well, guess what? Guess where Quinyon Mitchell is?
4?
10.
Okay, that feels
So they have 2 of the top
low.
10 corners in the league. The only team that has 2 in the top 10, other than them, is Denver. Denver's the best, right? Like, Denver is, you look at that and you just go Patrick Surtain, but that's what you have with the Eagles secondary right now. I often wonder, because the first thing you usually see is, who's that secondary coach? He needs to be a head coach now.
Right.
But how much of this is Vic Fangio's, the way the defense is built and the way that he coaches? Because Bill Belichick was very good at having good secondary players, right? But then you say, oh, when those players leave, they're not quite the same player anymore.
Sure.
Why is that? Well, it's the coaching. It's the attention to detail.
And you always think that's the best compliment of a coach, right? Like an unsaid compliment is you see all these players that you did it with, and then they're like, oh, they're not. Okay, shut up.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
What do you? Nobody saw my face.
Yeah, okay, but see, but that's the thing. I have human reactions too, and my human reaction was to you immediately looking at Alec for that.
The other thing is the Cowboys have now picked up on this. The defense for the Philadelphia Eagles starts in the middle.
Yeah.
Like that's where this thing begins. And Kevin, that makes it difficult on third down because of what they do on first and second down, and then they also have pressure up the middle on third down. That's why they're as good as they are at what they do, because of the front. They have good linebackers, and then they have elite secondary players that are also assisted by what's up front. We've asked many players over time which one's more important. I think we're finding out how important it is up the middle and in that on that defensive line, what those guys can do to help the others.
Now, offensively, because I believe it or not, I think their offense is way, way more interesting because I think it's clear, and you just walk through it. Their defense is really good.
Yeah.
Now
they have talent.
Yeah, their offense is more complicated. I will present
it has the potential to be really good.
Yes, I will present you with the same player in shockingly different statistics. Jalen Hurts, their quarterback. You might have heard of him. He has been held under 200 yards 6 times this season. That's not good. But his passing touchdowns versus interceptions is 16-1.
I want to know the percentages. I'd love to find this number. How often they were in third and short situations last year and were able to pick up 10 yards as opposed to saying, we're going to push twice and pick this up. I think Kellen Moore can be a big difference here with the way the offense looks. I'm just going big picture first. Then we can narrow it down. But I think that Kellen Moore, we saw Kellen Moore here.
Sure.
He can design some really good, big, explosive plays for a team. And I think that is missing from this group.
How much of that do you think is a function of struggling Saquon Barkley?
Offensive line is that whole group. Absolutely. And there are times when I see them hand the ball off to Saquon where I go, I would absolutely dump that off. That would have been something out in the flats to him. Or Jalen Hurts doesn't even look in the flat to see him open on other plays that they can pick up the yards they need. So the way this offense functions, Kevin, I don't think it's functioning as easy as whenever Kellen Moore had that thing going.
And this is just a shocking discrepancy to me. This year, they have 115 rushing yards per game. That's like middle of the pack. Last year was 179, which was second.
They used him a lot.
And he was spectacular last year.
Yeah, he got the opportunities, and I do wonder. Did you say that he's not doing well? I wonder how much of that has to do with maybe he was used too much last year, and he just doesn't have the same.
I cannot rule that out.
Versus. Maybe this offensive line just doesn't have it. Can I throw something out real quick? Lane Johnson out.
Yep.
Back up, Fred Johnson. So I just think it's amazing they have two Johnsons. One is the starter, and then the other Johnson just like, I got you. Don't worry about it. I'll fill in.
Yeah, Johnson and Johnson.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what people do.
So no more tears.
I like it. I wonder how many people in our audience understand that. Yeah, Lane Johnson, still waiting for specifics because I know they were going to get a second opinion. But the thought is that it won't necessarily, this Linz-Frank sprain won't necessarily be season ending, but maybe go on IR, could be out 4 to 6 weeks. All right, let's talk about the very movable force versus the very resistible object.
All
right? The just terrible parts about both of these teams going head to head. The Cowboys are god-awful on third down defense. We have discussed this. Just terrible.
Says who?
Says the numbers.
How were they on against the Raiders?
They made their first stop all season on 3rd and 1. So they're trending
in your
upward.
face, Kevin.
They are now.
You said they could never do it.
They've now only given up 18 of 19 3rd and 1s.
Hey, that's a start.
But here's good news. The Eagles, they're almost as bad on third down offense. Their conversion rate, 34%. That's 4th worst in the league. So you have...
Because they know they can get it on fourth... what's their 4th down conversion rate?
I'm going to have to check on that.
Give me a minute.
But you think about it, you have the worst third down defense going against the 4th worst third down offense. So it does very much feel like that is going to be what swings this game. Now, I know you can say that about plenty of NFL games, but it feels like in particular this one, since neither team is very good at it.
Okay, I think just very specifically, they are that because they will go for the tush push on 3rd down and 2 and say, that's fine.
Yeah.
We'll do 4th and 1 next. And their conversion rate on 4th down, their 4th down conversion rate is 64%. So I think that has a factor in it. But I agree with you, Kevin. The Cowboys got to figure a way out to not let that happen. Don't even get them in positions to have a 3rd and 2 or 3rd and 1 situation because they're going to tush push, and you don't know how to stop it. Nobody does. So I think that's a factor. I need to go look at attempts, though, because I think that's a big factor there, too.
Yeah,
I found it.
I was going to say last year, 4th down conversion rate was 57%, so they're better than average, but like not off the charts better. They're 8th in terms of 4th down conversion, it looks like.
Oh, they only have 17 4th down attempts.
You would have thought it would have been a lot more.
Heck yeah, I would have.
So see,
Carolina has 27.
That is weird. Maybe Carolina's been in games where like, who cares? But they have a better record than the Cowboys.
And they have a 66% advantage there. So wow.
Huh?
But they also stink on 3rd down. So.
And then the other thing to throw out there is we talked about how Philly's good on the money defensive downs. They are good when it counts in the red zone. They have the best touchdown conversion rate in the red zone in the NFL, and in terms of their offense, league low 4 turnovers.
Wow.
So, like, that's why I think they're so interesting. Their quarterback doesn't throw for a lot of yards, but he doesn't turn the ball over. They struggle terribly converting 3rd downs, but then when they get into the red zone, they're touchdown machines. It is a fascinating dynamic. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and coming up next, time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
Kevin, we'll discuss Jerry Rice. Have you ever been tricked? And cryogenics. Next on The Fan.
Ooh.
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up. You'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. And using Underdog, it's easy. Just pick whether your favorite team is going to win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today. Use the promo code MASTERPIECE to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog. Crypto.com predictions are powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involve...
K&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you.
Are you sure?
Kevin, for that introduction. I'll tell you this, man. The level of interaction on the fan text is phenomenal. Yeah. Lots of people. Today we started it off talking about Peace-a-thon and what we're doing. And by the way, Jake's hopped in on this. Thank you, Jake's. We're excited about what they're doing. I'll find out more here shortly. Yes. But we do have a basket on the way from them.
Can I ask a question real quick? How many people listening right now live like near Abilene? A lot, yeah.
Because I didn't have the answer.
No, yeah. I don't need you to be the Google on this. But yeah, I just want to know because we might have another thing there too.
Yeah, if you live near Abilene or can make it to Abilene, text us. Let's know. Let us know. Also want to say thanks to Knife and Centro on the Square in McKinney. Really looking forward to the dinners that we have auctioning off there. You're going to be able to... You can eat dinner with us. Now... I'm not a great dinner companion. Kevin is. I've seen him. He's very good at it. Alec, also very good dinner companion. But I'll also be there. Dinner, though...
Is it because you're thinking about, like, eating? And...
My mind is like, which bourbon do I want? And which steak are we actually going to dive in on here?
Gotcha.
And by the way, the steaks at Knife...
They are so good.
Yes, the steaks at Knife are phenomenal. Have you been to Knife yet, Alec?
I have not.
Okay, so this is one we've done with Reggie and Slim Scotty, I believe.
So the last time we went, this sparked a conversation about how many hundreds of years ago or whatever we figured out the evolution of these products are better when they're older. These ones will kill you. And because they have like all this age stuff that's phenomenal, but we're like, how did we get there as a society where you're like, I'm a food trier or whatever, and you're like, oh no, 12-month old yogurt?
That wasn't good.
But yeah, you know?
Who's the one that decide? And Alec, I always used to think you were in the 4-H club, but you were slinging milk. And so do you know how they decide on milk, why it expires? Like when expires?
The cow tells him.
You know,
he gives the milk and he goes, February the 2nd.
Is that true?
That's actually a Seinfeld joke.
I wish it was because the answer I have is a lot more boring.
Okay, all right.
Just depending on the quality of the milk, there's like a standard kind of time frame that they have.
Wow, that is boring.
Yeah. So,
sorry.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm sorry, Corey, for asking that question. That's not on you. That's on me. I should have never asked a question you don't know the answer to already.
That is a big fact.
Legendary wide receiver Jerry Rice is continuing to pay it back off the field, according to News Nation, Kevin.
Okay.
And Yahoo News. Rice and his wife recently wiped out more than $667,000 in school lunch debt across 103 schools nationwide, helping out thousands of kids.
Wow.
Quote, no child should ever step into a classroom hungry.
I agree.
Our responsibility is to plant strong seeds for the next generation to thrive. One of the things I admire a lot about Reggie is his work with food banks. And I think whenever they got down there in Houston, first thing they did was rip off Peace-a-thon. And
is that what we'd say? Didn't we just rip off the Normathon then? That's what we're doing? I'm sorry.
Oh, you know what? Let's be honest. Yep, that's what we did.
Yeah.
So the one thing they did was say, hey, how can we affect our community? And that was the purpose he chose to serve. That was always a purpose he chose to serve here. And I really appreciate Reggie for that, but also Jerry Rice for saying, you know what, I gotta help out. Now, the other thing I do think though, isn't it a shame that he has to? You know, that these lunches, Kevin, and we might have differing opinions on this, but dude, that stinks that he had to go in and throw down almost $1 million for kids to have some school lunches.
We do not have differing opinions on this whatsoever. I actually, when I started dating Jess, I guess I just did not realize this, and this just shows like
'Cause you didn't see it every day, probably, right?
Yeah, and like we grew up middle class, and so we were not needing that or anything. But one of the things that Jess told me, especially when we were talking about like the pandemic, for example, I was like, I did not realize that, and she goes, you would be shocked at the number of kids who those are their only real meal.
Yes.
And like that just,
and I never saw that. I never thought about it, about the dude sitting next to me in second grade. I never thought about that.
It broke my heart to hear that. And I was like, because I didn't totally understand that aspect of it. So like we definitely chipped in on like different food drives and stuff, because that was a huge thing that a lot of people lost for a while during the pandemic, before everyone was like, holy crap, this is terrible, we should do something. So no, you and I are 100% on the same page.
Even though he was a Niners receiver.
This is pretty awesome.
High five to Jerry Rice.
Yeah, for sure.
Guys, Bill Belichick's in a bad situation. And this is more a story about me than it is Bill Belichick.
His own fault.
This is more about me than it is Bill Belichick. But Bill Belichick was recently spotted at a cheerleading competition in Raleigh, supporting his girlfriend Jordan, who is a member of a co-ed adult cheering team. I am not taking a shot at anybody who's on an adult cheering team. I want that to be known. I did not know that that was a thing. Okay. Much like I bet people that are in adult cheering teams don't think that men's 40 and over baseball's a thing.
Right.
You know, like, hold on, they actually play football after high school if you're not on the college team? I get it. But this picture, have you seen this picture of him, Alec?
No, I have not, and I don't know if I want to.
It's brilliant.
Corey,
I wish I'd have sent this over to Carter to pull this up on the fan cam right now.
This might be the greatest bit of content I've seen since the Dolphins owner off the plane, and I couldn't stop thinking about this. This image is going to be in my brain.
Okay, I just sent the link to Carter, but it is a picture of him at this event, and he is literally sitting next to some lady who, it says I can't send the link. I don't know why, whatever. But he's literally sitting there, and it looks like some lady is beating him down. Just, oh my gosh, can you believe that they pulled off that pyramid? And he's like,
it's the best herky I've ever seen.
What are you talking about?
Everybody
right now?
should think right now about what they think that picture looks like. Instead of seeing it, picture it.
All right, here's how you can picture it, all right? Bill Belichick is still the head coach of the New England Patriots. All right. So you already have the cutoff sleeve attire and hoodie, because that's what he's wearing in this picture. He's wearing a hoodie. Now, I want you to ask him if he thinks that it's a good idea for them to have puppies on the football field at halftime. And imagine what his face looks like when he's asked, should they have puppies on the field at halftime? And his face is going to tell you, I will never answer your stupid questions again. Don't talk to me, even if you have a credential or are married to me. Like, that's exactly the way his face looks. So that's it. All right. That's where that ends and this new conversation goes.
Huh.
Because
you really need to see it.
I see it.
See it?
He looks like Jeff Dunham's puppet Walter.
Yes, he does.
Oh my God.
Just look him up. Just look him up.
So here's the deal. He was drugged to a situation he did not want to go to. I have to go watch a cheerleading competition. I didn't even like the fact that we had cheerleaders on the sideline when we were running NFL games. And I have made it very clear, I do not go to couples baby showers.
Right.
So
when did that change? That
I don't know, and that's why I don't do it.
Baby showers.
877-881-1053. What's the thing you put your foot down on? And you say, I'm raising my foot and I'm putting it down right now because I will not do this. Over the weekend, my wife said, hey, we're going to go see some family. Some of my family, some of her family.
Okay.
And I was like, awesome. I love your family. I think they're wonderful. Unfortunately, Lucy was feeling a little stuffy. Adrian was feeling a little sick, and I wasn't feeling too great either. I'd caught Kevin's throat.
That's fun.
No, I'm just joking. I wasn't feeling that great either, though. And Adrian said, well, I don't want to get her sick because she's pregnant. And I said, hold on. were we going to see your family? Or was there something else at play? And she said, Corey, I have to tell you.
Oh, no.
I tried to trick you into going to a couple's baby shower. And I was like, what are you doing right now? Can you imagine? And I know the girl, her husband's a Tolo. And I know for a fact he would have been like, Corey, I hear you tell Sean all the time that you don't do couples baby showers. What are you doing at this one? And so I'm mad. I'm very mad. I might have to sleep in another bed for the next month because I'm so upset.
Feels like a long time, and shouldn't she have to sleep in the other bed?
Well,
she transgressed.
You know what? I might have to buy her another bed in a hotel for a while.
I was actually, never mind. Wait until tomorrow's over, and she's collected all the piece-a-thon stuff, and then you can tell her that's what I said.
So that happened over the weekend, and what is the thing from the 682? I don't change grandkids' diapers from the 956.
Okay. There are only so many bar hangouts I can go do with my wife and her friends.
Oh, really?
Because that's the only place they ever socialize is at and it's not a bar. I shouldn't say that. It's a brewing company, and that's great. In moderation for me.
Do they have barbecue there too?
No.
Oh, you should go to that place instead.
And that's the issue. They sometimes have little finger foods or something, which is great. But I don't want to do that again and again and again. They're like, oh yeah, we're going to this place. It's a brewing company. I was like, you didn't have to tell me that. I already knew.
From the 903, I no longer go to the mini birthday parties each and every weekend unless it's my daughter's. And I did get away with that for a while, where I didn't have to go to birthday parties because I was like, I don't know those parents, and also I work on weekends, is what at the time, I put my foot down on the ground most of the time. Thank you, I really appreciate that. That's a good one. From the Black and Gold, put my foot down. Won't drink Bud Light ever again. I understand Miller Lite's better. There are lots of other local breweries that have a lot better beer as well. So
like Natty Light,
natural. I'll take Natural Light any day, baby.
I called that one.
From the 979, and I will say, I told you last week, I gave into this. I don't do matching pajamas at Christmas.
Oh yeah.
Look, man, you got to pick and choose, right? You can't win all the battles. You just do. But I have chosen no couples baby showers. I will take the pajamas, but I appreciate what you're doing there. Watching reality TV is trash from the 507.
Okay, so can we talk about that for just a second? I have gotten into more reality TV, like Married at First Sight, with my wife because she watches all kinds of garbage that I enjoy. Like if it's like a science fiction movie or, well, you've heard the movies that I pitch. Mm-hmm. She has to watch a lot of that crap. So I watch stuff that she likes and get invested because it only feels fair.
From the 817, no cats.
Agreed.
Listen, if you're allergic or if you just don't like cats, that's fine. That's you. Cats don't like you anyway.
That's
what did CA
true.
tell us the other day? Dogs have owners, cats have staff.
Oh, that's probably true.
He said cats are a sport.
Tell me.
I bet he would.
You could not see a scenario
I'm about to get
in
a
which
text
Chris
from him right
Arnold's
now.
like, I got you down. Cats are a sport. Like, come on. I love CA, but come on. You know that could happen.
He's going to come up with something.
He's tremendous.
And then everybody's going to be like, you know what? He was right all along. I don't know why I ever doubted.
And from the 214, reality TV sucks. I'm not saying you have to like it. I'm sure she doesn't like a bunch of the crap that I want her to watch, but I get invested.
I don't watch a lot of reality TV. I never really got into it. I want somebody to give me something fake.
See, I like it because the level of actual drama in my life is pretty low. So I like the artificial drama.
From the 817, I will not start celebrating Christmas in any way before Thanksgiving. Have y'all noticed? Alec, I was right behind you walking in this morning.
Oh, I didn't know that.
There's Christmas music playing downstairs.
Yes, there is.
It's kind of jazzy. They kind of try to cover it up a little bit.
They're not slick.
Yeah, it's not Deck the Halls, kind of stuff, but it is kind of like, hold on. What is this?
Oh, is it like Jesus Christmas music where you're not sure and then you hear more and you're like, hold on a minute?
Yeah, something like that. And then from the 214, deal breaker, heroin addiction. That's the C block, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your time today. I really appreciate y'all. We'll get to the cryogenics thing tomorrow.
We're the KNC masterpiece. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot, and also we will hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer. All of it next right here on The Fan.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will check in with Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer in a little bit. Wanted to throw this out as well. Blair Automotive, they came out earlier. We're hanging out with good old Eric Chiafalo. They're doing a toy drive right now, and it's off of Chenault Drive in Carrollton. You bring in a new unwrapped toy, free oil change.
What?
Oil changes are expensive,
dude. Yeah.
So,
and that's labor.
Yeah.
Oil.
He even said
change.
He even said he was an idiot for doing this and taking on all different
for my
kinds
buddy's
of
an
cars.
idiot. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but he's doing it for the most positive possible reasons. So I really like that. Appreciate him for getting that job done. Now, fire up the song. Let's do some My Buddy's an Idiot.
My buddy, my buddy, my buddy, my buddy. Wherever I go, he goes.
My buddy. And you know how I'm going to start this. Give me cut number 2. The New York Islanders, NFL officials, well, not the NHL officials. They got it right the first time. But the reviewers in Toronto, they're idiots for this.
3 seconds. Stars with a shot at the horn. Save score! Did they beat the clock? Riddick was bumped into as well. The Stars are celebrating. Everything will get looked at. And did Dallas just pull off an absolute miracle?
They did, but then they didn't. So the New York Islanders, maybe Jake Onger just a tiny bit on a couple of those goals, and the officials in Toronto, are they all idiots for taking this away from us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, listen, again, somebody texted in after I said I'm not really worried about the Stars, and they were like, I'm worried about their injuries.
Yes.
And that is, yes, that can be concerning. I guess you're fortunate with the depth that this team's built over time, but that's frustrating. That's one that stinks. The facts are the facts, though, Kevin. His body did interfere.
So you support Toronto?
I think his intent was different. But there's no way to decipher the difference between intent and the physical activity that took place. And that's unfortunate.
So that's how it's going to be, huh?
Hey, the people up that are doing that stuff suck. They get rid of them all.
There you go.
What happened to good old hockey where you could just run through the goalie and still get the puck in the net?
Hey, don't forget the Gordie Howe hat trick. We got an autographed stick of him from the Houston Aeros in the 70s.
Yeah, I don't even think goalies should wear face masks.
Okay, I'm not going that far.
Hey, Otter also shouldn't be giving up those goals.
I agree. That's why I said he might be on the list as well. Am I an idiot for trying to sell a hospital administrator and a plumber on the idea of a golden ticket for Peace-a-thon? I've been pushing for this. I want them to auction off a golden ticket. So you get sick, you have a heart attack, whatever, hospital will take care of it all. Plumbing, slab leak, whatever, golden ticket. Boom.
I love this idea. I can understand how it might not work. Like the golden ticket might need to be for a certain value of things.
That defeats the idea of the golden ticket.
I get it, dude. I understand where you're going. I like where you're going with this, though. Hold on. Can I ask you a question real quick? From the 214, I decided last minute to go to that game. That was such a blast. What a third period. Rantanen was laying down big hits all night. One of the things we discussed the other day is my brother-in-law said that, hey, the goaltender sold as well. That could have gone either way.
I agreed.
One of the things that we've been asking, and Rantanen, in my mind, has been showing, is he's willing to be physical. And this Dallas Stars team needs to be physical. But usually it can't happen unless the best player is also doing it as well.
Yes.
Do you think this team is seeing this and starting to go, we need to add that to it?
That makes a lot more sense because I don't think anybody will ever classify Jason Robertson as a particularly physical player. He's a really good player, but not to that level. And look, I already told you, I am surprised that Rantanen avoided a suspension, but sometimes that's part of like skating on the razor's edge, right? Like being that physical versus that's a little too physical. Now,
and you have to learn it. But isn't it crazy how let's watch NFL teams or even hockey teams, NBA teams, the ones that are already known to be physical, the referees seem to give them a little more leeway. They're just like, that's just like, let's go back and look at the Seahawks.
Yeah.
The Seahawks were holding on every play defensively.
Yeah.
But they were like, that's just how they play. And I think that can be, if you start making that part of your identity through the season, that just becomes, that's how they play this game. So I agree with you. Don't skate on that edge just too much, but be a team that learns how to be that kind of thing, because you're a pushover in the playoffs. Yes, you're skilled, but you have to be a different mind when you get into the grind of the playoffs.
See, Corey, this is all I was looking for from the 972. Yes, Kevin, they're all idiots. Go Stars. And then for the 972, no, Kevin, the golden ticket idea is genius. Okay, I like it. All right.
You also like gold.
That's true.
We love gold.
What a topical reference. So is J.J. McCarthy and his private quarterback coach an idiot? Did you see what he
Kevin O'Connell?
No. Not his head coach, his private position coach. He got into it with Chris Carter. And
because of the fall guy situation?
Yeah, no, but I could see that.
Gotta get a fall guy.
So people were praising McCarthy for having the clutch gene on Twitter. And as it goes, the discussion quickly devolved. And Chris Carter responded, "Did you watch the first 59 minutes?" and put a thumbs down for J.J. McCarthy. And McCarthy's quarterback coach, Greg Holcomb, responded to Chris Carter and said, "Effing clown."
Really?
That doesn't feel like a fight that you should pick with anybody in public, let alone Chris Carter, for obvious reasons.
Yeah, he'll send his fall guy after you.
Okay, not necessarily just because of the fall guy thing.
I mean, add to that too, though. Will we ever have a time where old heads and current players, the old heads are like, no, they're doing it exactly the way they should be? Or is it always going to be, in my day?
I don't think so, because what happens when that team wins a Super Bowl or a championship or whatever, and they're like, oh, they're one of the best of all time. Then that's when the person who's going to be like, yeah, maybe, but they're not better than us. So, like, even when they're good, it's not good enough. All right, Patrick Beverley. It's been a tough couple of weeks for him. We already talked about the whole stuff involving Klay Thompson and whatnot. He is now accused of choking and punching his sister in the eye. Now, he released a statement via his attorney, which I get, and he says he categorically denies all of this, but arrested for assault right after. You have a current NBA player calling you and Jason Williams out, and it's not been a good run.
Yeah, did you see his group's message of kind of denying that and saying, hey, when you see what I saw when I walked down the stairs, of course you're going to react in a certain way. I am very curious to know what happened whenever he got down the stairs and saw what was going on that made you do that.
Because there's certain situations, like if you were breaking up a domestic situation or something, I wonder where you accidentally maybe hit your sister or something like that because you're trying to break up like a domestic violence. I have no idea, but just tough run.
Plumber just texted in, said he's a plumbing service manager and he's going to speak to his owner. So see if we can get that thing rolling. Or maybe we can get the golden pipe.
Just because
Thank you.
I told that story to my wife. She said something.
The J.R. Smith story?
Yeah, and I was like, and I just said something. I was like, you trying to get that pipe? And she goes, what?
Oh, no.
What does that mean? And I was like, you're kidding me, right? And she goes, no, I have no idea what you're talking about. And I told her that story. And she goes, men are the worst. And I was like, oh, man. And I want to defend myself. But I guess the way I started the whole story probably wasn't helpful to the cause of men.
Yeah, maybe
right?
not.
Yeah,
maybe not.
Women are.
No, thank you, PJ Washington. I've always respected that about
this
you.
is the exact moment that I needed that support from PJ Washington, but appreciate it. And then also, I wanted to know, do you think the sport of boxing is still idiots, or is this a genius move? Jake Paul, he's supposed to fight. That fight fell apart and everything. Now he is going to fight Anthony Joshua, former heavyweight champion of the world, Anthony Joshua, December 19th. And the word is that Joshua was pitched some rando fight and he'd make a couple $1 million or whatever. But for this, he could make... The number's been kind of disputed, but between $10 and $35 million. And he also asked Netflix if he could have a password now, since that fight's going to be on Netflix, which I think is tremendous.
I love it.
You can make $20 million, so you're like, yeah, but if you can give me that hookup on a password. Do you think this is dumb, or if it's a fight people are going to watch, then you win? Oh, we got Coach ready to go right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I need some. So my wife's birthday was Monday. My daughter's birthday is today. So I, of course, don't have any gifts. So if anybody has any good gift, not you, Clarence. If anybody with style, Patrick, Nick, is Nick in here? He's got some style. If anybody's got any good ideas, okay? I'm a big spender. Just send it my way through my representative here, Tad Carper, because birthdays come at the worst time. They really do. Where? Nicole, all right, Nicole. Yeah. All right, let's go. That's good. Yeah. Honey, something's coming, but we just got to figure out what it's going to be. We don't know yet. Yeah. Okay. Lucchese's good. Yeah, that's good. See? You said Todd wouldn't have any good ideas. He did say he wouldn't have any. Didn't you? Does she know? Because now she does. Oh, okay. I got you. That's good. The other thing, you guys will get an update on some of the injuries. A couple guys will be on the injury report. Dak's got a little hip. He got banged around a little bit in the game. Should be fine. We're going to be real smart with the tempo today because basically it's Tuesday for their bodies. But just when you guys see that, so you're not surprised. Cool.
That's the only thing?
Yeah. A couple of minor things. Yeah, you'll see some guys on there, but nothing major.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. I have that question. It's hard to play that position, as you know, but the level he's playing and how difficult has it been for him just to play at that level for the majority of the season?
Yeah, it's definitely hard, man. But that's what the great ones do, and there's a consistency about it, and I think that's the thing that I think when you look at quarterbacks that are playing good, there's stats that you can always look at, hey, 4 touchdowns here, whatever it is, but the consistency of what Dak's really done over the course of the year is what I think is so impressive, and against some really good competition, and he's given us a chance in every game to put ourselves, for the most part, in a chance to win, and just proud of him. But again, I always go back to the work ethic and the stuff that he puts into it during the week, which allows him to go out there and play that way. It's not something where you just wake up on Sunday or Monday and go out there and sling it around and put up the kind of numbers he's putting up. It's, the process of Monday getting in here, watching the game film, then moving into the new team that you're playing and the prep for that, and then taking care of his body and all that stuff. It's hard and it's a grind, and I think he's not mastered his routine, but I think he's very comfortable with his routine and how he preps and takes care of his body.
Obviously, having the weapons that he has with Pickens and CD, and obviously Williams is playing in the line, how much fun do you think he's having? I think you referred to him as a point guard, I think, at one point.
Yeah.
How much fun do you think he likes being in that? So if you talk about quarterbacks that are gunslingers and all that, and now you say he's a point guard.
Yeah, I think that's the evolution of Dak. It's a maturing process. All quarterbacks want to throw it 40, 50 yards down the field. You obviously saw him launch one on after the sudden change down there. GP did a great job breaking up a potential PI, or interception. But yeah, he is. Your job as that position is to spread the ball around, get the ball out of your hand, let guys create, and we have guys that can do that, which is no different than some of the greatest point guards in the world, man. They just Magic Johnson dishes it off to Worthy and guys like that, and he and we are all very blessed to have the guys that we have.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys. You're telling your age when you pointed out Magic Johnson.
Yeah, showtime, baby. Come on, showtime.
Man of a certain age.
Can you get to it?
How you doing, Coach?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. You usually have to wait one more question to get that. Yeah. This guy's all business. This guy's always all business. Yeah.
Quentin and Osa and Kenny Clark and the tush push is such a big part of the Eagles' offense. And I don't know if there's any way to solve it, but you have a better chance now with what you have up front.
Yeah, I mean, again, they were the ones that started it, so they get to name it, and they still do a very good job of it. But we've got some reinforcements in there and guys that have seen it, and it's a game of leverage. It really is, and I do think that the league is trying to make sure that it's a legal play, in terms of everybody getting off on the snap and stuff like that. But they're still really good at it. We'll still see it, and but we've definitely got some reinforcements in there that give you a chance to win the leverage game.
On the flip side, certainly your offensive line is playing better. I think Tyler Guyton had one of his better games, but just to watch Tyler Smith just in the tape, you're asking him to peel out and pick out people on the backside. Is that normal for a guard? And or would that just speak to Tyler Smith's ability, just seeing him peel around and help on this backside, help on this side?
Yeah, I think it speaks to his athleticism. I mean, one of the things we love about Sis is his athleticism, and the power is there. It's evident just how strong he is, but the athlete is probably not talked about enough. I'll show my age again since we've talked about this, but really reminds me a lot of a guy that I was around watching growing up with my dad, Will Shields, who was a great Hall of Famer, I think. Could be wrong about that. I think he is. But Hall of Fame guard, certainly in the Chiefs Hall of Fame. But that athleticism and the power and the combination of that is special. And Tyler's very special as a player. But the play style and the wiring of the young man is right, too. He just loves to do stuff like that. And he brings a physical nature to our play style.
Now, when you talk about Hall of Fame guards wearing 73, you're supposed to mention Larry Allen here.
Well, absolutely, Larry. Well, I was waiting for the follow-up question about that because Larry's probably the best of all time.
All right.
How you doing?
What will
that was an awkward exchange. You guys, that was a little awkward, yeah.
What will Dak do today?
Yeah, he'll go through all his normal stuff. It's just because it's a mock tempo. It's just slow. He's just a little sore. I'm a little sore too, but for different reasons, just sleeping short. So, but yeah, I mean, it's because it's just slow mock walk through. He'll be fine.
And then your rookie class, you got Revel came back this past week. What do you make of the production you've been able to get from those guys?
Yeah, again, it's kind of case by case. I mean, you look at T-Book, and I think again he's getting much more comfortable playing guard. He missed a couple games in there, but again, I think we love the person, we love the power, we love the position. He's got a great matchup this week against one of the best interior defensive linemen in the game, and Jalen Carter, which he didn't get a chance to play Jalen last game, and it'll be fun to watch him because Jalen creates all kinds of problems. But T-Book's doing great. Ezaraku, I think we've talked about him. Somebody asked about his ability to play the run, his ability to influence and affect the passer. I think is great. He's being aided because of his work ethic, but because of the guys we have inside of him. I think he's doing great. It was great to see Von get out there. He belongs. He's talented. He's long. He's aggressive. All the traits that you look for in a corner. I keep going. You got Shamar, who's played a lot of valuable snaps. Again, no one is higher on Jaden Blue than me. It just sometimes takes a little bit of time, but I love the talent. I love the explosiveness. I don't want to miss out on people. I probably will, but again, overall, I think this rookie class and even just the youth of this team is something that's very exciting for me. Kalen Carson, I talked about him, very passionately yesterday because I do think he deserves it. He's been through a lot, and he played really well last game.
You mentioned Jalen Carter. Obviously, he didn't the spitting thing. What kind of difference do you think that makes for them and going against him?
No, it's a big difference. He's a really good player, and again, he's he's packaged in there with some really good players, and Jordan Davis is obviously an incredible player as well, and you got Jalen Phillips. I mean, the front, this is a hell of a defense. I think they're best in the league, I think, and again, it's going to be really, really tough, but we love that challenge, and we think we're pretty good too.
John Machado with The Athletic. Jalen Phillips, what have you seen from him in the couple games that they've had?
Yeah, long. Long. Really good pass rush tools. Really good motor. But it's the size and the length that creates the problems. He's hard to stay blocked because he's slippery. He gets off blocks very well, and he can affect the quarterback because he's got a really cool assortment of pass rush moves that he uses. And I don't know him, but it looks like he's a guy that studies a lot of film because you see him counter and take a strength of a player and kind of use it against him. And I think anytime you see a former coach like Vic that was around him in Miami, and then you go trade for that guy, there was a reason that Vic stood on the table and said, hey, I want Jalen Phillips here. And I think he's proven why Vic felt so strongly about it, and he's reason he's a high first-round pick.
And then when you're figuring out what guys you're going to have active during the game at running back, what makes the difference when you go with Malik Davis over Jaden Blue?
Yeah, it's really everything. When you get to sometimes that second and third back, and we're carrying a little heavy at some other positions, whether it's linebacker or corners or defensive linemen. You're a little bit short in some areas, but it really is. It's really both phases. It's offense and special teams. And so Malik's done an incredible job since he got back, and he's a personal protector. He's doing a great job. I think he's on 3 of the 4 core special teams units. And he's running well, and he and Jaden will continue to compete. But right now, when you're looking at the two, it's like that's where Jaden's got to understand, until you're the guy, which at some point hopefully he is the guy, that you got to be able to impact the game other ways. And I think he understands that. Jaden's learning a lot about this league, and again, I think he's always going to continue to compete and put his best foot forward, and then doesn't have to like the decision if it goes against him to play someone else, but he's got to make sure he's always prepared to go play.
Tom Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. How are Solomon Thomas and Trayvon Diggs progressing through their injuries?
Good. Solly's making progress. Again, we'll know more, not really today, probably tomorrow. And Trey, again, all signs are that he's doing everything he's supposed to do. And so, again, positive reports on both those guys.
And then the young corners they've gotten, Mitchell and DeJean, where have you, from last year to the first game this year, and then over the course of the year so far, where have you seen them kind of grow?
Yeah, I'll talk about Mitchell first. I just, very high on him, very good cover corner, physical, patient. He understands that there's a time clock that the offense has to work with because they're good at disrupting and affecting the quarterback. But I think the coverage skills, you've seen the growth. You've seen him improve and get better. And I think he's got a chance to be a star in this league and trending that way. And then the versatility of Cooper DeJean is what they love about him. The guy plays corner and base. He plays nickel. He plays all kinds of things. He's a very good blitzer. The football instincts is off the chart. He's got a knack for the ball. And there's nothing new. They've done a great job of drafting and getting these guys and develop them. And I think they've done a great job with those two guys for sure.
Scott Dixon with the AP. What's your sense of whether there's any kind of new range of emotions with the first home game without Marshawn versus having already played one game without?
Yeah, again, I think, we're getting used to Skylar, the new norm. I think we're, this will be, a chance for us to honor him at home. I believe there's some things that we're going to do for his family. Again, my job as the coach is to make sure our guys are not caught off guard with anything. So whatever we are planning as we finalize some things, I'll make sure that they know and they're aware of that. But again, whether we play home or away, we're going to honor Marshawn ourselves with the way we play and our play style. And whether we have a moment of silence or we don't, or whether we introduce members of his family or we don't, moving forward for the rest of the year and beyond, he's always going to be out there with us to honor.
You mentioned the new normal. Are you sensing that, feeling that this week?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. My assistant, Laura, came in today, and I was blaring my music in my office, and I'm a big music guy, and she kind of was, tongue-in-cheek, kind of being silly, but she's like, it's great to see you playing your music loud and whatnot. And so that kind of made me chuckle because I'm feeling more back to myself.
There you go. Brian Schottenheimer right here on 105.3 The Fan. Obviously, number one thing it feels like a lot of people will notice is potential Dak Prescott being kind of banged up right there. Coming up next, we'll chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on The Fan.
forget something else? Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Back-to-back number one Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you very much to Shoddy for that presser. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time to really just ask the G-Bag Nation what's coming up on the program today.
Well, Pure Gold as always, Haggy. Yes. Thanks for asking. We'll have a John Owning Pro Football Focus on at 4 o'clock.
Good thing we stuck around for that. Aren't you proud of us?
Very proud.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation.
Good job, awesome, guys. Good job, Wolchuk.
They're all here.
We did it.
Wolchuk, Broadus,
We're all matching, too. This is great. We're playing
all
this.
Here.
Was Shoddy on time today?
He was
4 minutes late.
Yeah.
4 minutes late, not bad.
Not bad at all.
It's for him. That's much better.
I talked bad about him yesterday being late, hoping he was listening, and I think he was.
Okay.
Because at the updated time he gave yesterday, he was actually 2 minutes early for it.
I like it.
You can't get mad at CD and Pickens if you're going to just say, oh, well, the media doesn't matter. I can disrespect your time.
I like that.
Yeah, this is human to human. Screw you, coach.
And I've always thought, I don't want to hear about you telling me about the tiny details and how they matter when you can't show up to a press conference. I'm
You're
with
on
you
it,
on
Hagee.
that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow. We'll be on time, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say be on time, Kevin.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. In a recent podcast, LeBron James and Steph Curry talked about the 2028 Olympics. LeBron said he's out, and Curry said he's highly doubtful. Makes sense. LeBron would be 43, and Steph would be 40. Instead of the Dream Team, they'd be more like the fall asleep on their recliner team. They've both been amazing Team USA players, but it's definitely time to move on. So hopefully they're true to their word when the LA Olympics come around in a few years. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-922-1284. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results vary. Consult with your tax professional prior to enrollment.
The NBA season's rolling, and DraftKings' newest game, Pick 6, is the easiest way to play for your shot at big wins. NBA stars are lighting it up. Now their numbers aren't just highlights. They're your shot to cash in. Here's how it works. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats. The better your picks, the bigger your payout. New DraftKings customers get $50 in Pick 6 credits with just a $5 entry on your first pick set. Don't just watch basketball. Pick, play, cash in. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code DFW the Fan. That's code DFW the Fan. Play just $5 and get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Make the call. Ride the upside in partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. Ends December 2nd at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Welcome to Coffee House. How are you today?
Hi, great, thanks. May I get a sea salt caramel latte with almond milk, extra caramel, extra shot, iced,
gross,
and to go, please. Did you get all that?
No, I was just ringing you up for all the extras. Can you repeat your order, please?
Oh, never mind. I'm just gonna go.
Stop paying extra for extras. Get fancy coffee without the fancy coffee price at Quick Trip. Raise your coffee bar.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. After working hard to keep you cool this summer, your HVAC system is filled with dirt, dust, and debris. And that's the #1 cause of heater failures. Call the On-Time Experts today and get their fall tune-up. Normally $199 for just $59. Your system will get a thorough cleaning and maintenance, and you'll get a stay-warm guarantee plus peace of mind this winter. Book your appointment now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com.
Hi, I'm country singer Lori Morgan, and when it comes to remodeling my bathroom, Zentex Remodeling Group hit all the right notes. Need a new bathtub or shower? Zentex can get it done in as little as 1 day. Save $999 on your new bath or shower system or 0% interest financing, plus a free Kohler toilet with purchase. Trust me, you'll be singing in the shower before you know it.
Call 855-4ZENTEX.
Mark, I've heard you guys say don't get hurt twice. What does that mean?
Don't get hurt twice means you've already been in a car wreck. You've been hurt once. Don't make a decision where you're going to get hurt again. And that decision could be going at it on your own without a lawyer. It could be choosing the wrong lawyer. It could be going too long without getting health care. Give us a call. Don't get hurt twice. When you get a call from the insurance company, just tell them your lawyers are Frankel and Frankel. They've got my number.
That's 214 or 817-333-3333. Frankel and Frankel, attorneys you can trust. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
I'm Pete Thompson with a consumer team alert. With colder weather coming, don't be fooled by the quickie 30-minute tune-ups that many companies do. Call the on-time experts now. They'll thoroughly disassemble, clean, and reassemble your HVAC system and give you a no-breakdown guarantee so you know you'll be warm this winter. Normally, this tune-up is $199. For new customers that call right now, you'll pay just $59. Go to theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com.
Tolos, we're back on the road for 105.3 The Fan's Friday Football Feast. Come join me and Kevin broadcasting live from the official burrito of your Dallas Stars, Freebirds, at 7601 North MacArthur Boulevard, Suite 110 in Irving, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We'll be previewing the upcoming weekend slate of football games and doing giveaways every hour. This week, come feast on their Korean barbecue items. Come see us at Freebirds at 7601 North MacArthur Boulevard, Suite 110 in Irving this Friday from 10 to 2.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Let's do this. We have 5 hours of sports coming up for you. General at your service. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy Scout Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup at Master Control here, 75 and 635. He'll keep the Gators down best he can over the next 5 hours. Go 5 flawless like it's nothing. Wolchuk and Shia follower here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Thanks to Men's Tea Clinic for having us out yesterday. That was a lot of fun. We're going to be at Twin Peaks and Grand Prairie tomorrow.
We are.
Right?
Yes, sir. We are.
Looking forward to seeing everybody out there. Just found out at the break, Broadus knows how Diggs got the concussion, but he won't tell anybody. Can't tell anybody.
Yeah. Sorry about that, man.
Well, you know, inside information.
Those things where there's things I talk about, and then there's things I absolutely just say. You know, if somebody tells me, listen, I could lose my gig over this.
Yeah.
I can't do that to somebody.
I think it'd be a good afternoon to tap into some Mardi Gras Broadus, see if we can get him to make some reckless decisions, share with the world. I'm so curious about this right now.
Maybe Twin Peaks tomorw.
Okay.
If you come out,
sounds like a date.
Fireball shots,
I'll do a bunch of fireball shots, and maybe have a few pops along the way. Yeah,
I know how
we'll
difficult,
talk about it.
I know how difficult that information is to get out. It's highly sensitive. We don't want to get anybody in trouble, man. But it's always cool how you always seem to find out what needs to be found out. Texas coach Steve Sarkisian pushing back against claims that he's looking to leave the program, saying today not going anywhere. Says, I've had no discussions, not with my agent, not with the university, not with any other school, not with any NFL team about ever going anywhere else. I came here to win championships. And he says, if you have a question
that Alamo
about
Bowl championship, is that what we're talking about? The Houston Bowl. What are we talking about?
You got to be
able
able to beat bowl. You got to be able to beat top 5 teams to win a championship, Steve. But point taken. Says you can call me or call Chris Del Conte, our athletic director, and we can set the record straight for you. So
I don't know, man. It's been Diana Rossini and Desmond Howard, right?
I told you guys yesterday,
and Zach Wolchuk.
I started to get some buzz.
I'm sorry
from my Texas peeps.
Well, you're doing better than me. At least you could tell people what you know.
I mean that there was some concern. Now the one source that I have that has been right when it came to Quinn Ewers and Arch so far, he says that he has not heard anything and he thinks it's a bunch of bull. So I'm leaning towards until I get the yes from him that there's legitimacy here. I think Sark is staying, but that'd be a massive loss for Texas. I mean, you can say what you want about Sark. They made the Final Four the last 2 years. He's completely turned that program around. Mm-hmm. They're back to relevancy since Mac Brown. They sucked before he got there, up and down with Tom Herman and Charlie Strong. And so Sark's actually been able to keep them now
that's fair.
In the national conversation. I don't know where they would go. I mean, are you just going to try and money whip Nick Saban? I don't. It's too late now to get into the Lane Kiffin sweepstakes. So it's, I mean, are you going to try and get Kenny Dillingham? Birmingham? I think all options are on the table because it is Texas.
Yeah.
But I don't know that you're going to upgrade over Steve Sarkisian.
Probably not. I would bet against it. It opens up a Pandora's box. Maybe you get the next Nick Saban and you go on a decade-long run. But I would just chalk this up to college football has become so damn competitive.
Yeah.
And you got to, make a decision between the portal and believing in the guys that you recruited, like what's going to put your best team forward. And if you mess up a little bit and trust an offensive line that you recruited, next thing you know, you can't protect your quarterback. I'm not holding the coach's feet to the fire. And right now, if I'm a Longhorns fan, I'm like, please don't let him go because the unknown, there is a very, very high chance that it would not be as good. There's plenty of teams spending a lot of money and losing 6 games.
Welcome to LSU.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's that, the Sark update, and we'll see. It is very difficult to tell exactly what's going on. And I wouldn't be surprised if any college coach is at least interested in hearing what the NFL has to say. Who wants to pay me $15 million a year?
Yeah.
This is like normal for this industry.
I kind of feel like, though, if you gave me a choice between him and Lane Kiffin, I'd take Lane Kiffin.
I'd take Lane too. I think Sark's a really good coach, but Sark, him as a play caller, there are problems. And he's not going to give up play calling.
That would be the scenario where you feel like you got a better one. Boy, I don't know. You felt awfully good about Charlie Strong and Tom Herman.
No.
Not you specifically, but the Longhorns fans were fired up. This guy's a genius.
I'm just telling you, man, both of these guys coming from underneath the Nick Saban tree, and you look at Sarkisian and then Lane, I just think Lane is better equipped to handle all the things you mentioned about college football.
Yeah.
He can handle the recruits. He can handle the NIL money. He can handle the alumni. He's going to be competitive in games. He's going to have his guys ready to play. He's going to be innovative on offense. Man, you let him go to a place like Texas, man, please. That is you talk about being in the playoffs. I mean, I'm maybe talking about being in the finals every year.
Yeah, I mean, he's just fallen short of making the national championship.
Texas, to me, is one of the great powers of just sports. But you think about if you got the right coach there, that guy that can handle everything that I just mentioned. I think Sark's a really good coach. I just don't know if that's why I'm begging for Lane Kiffin somehow, some way that we just, empty the treasury at LSU and find a way to get him, because I would feel so much better about my program having him at the helm, than I would, having any other coach. Like the guy, Eli Drinkwitz or whoever else, the guy down in Tulane or whoever. I would feel so much better.
I couldn't feel better about anybody just off the rip than Sarkisian, though, because you've been there, you've proven it. We've been winning. Like, there's only a little bit better you can do. And I would say the fact that you've put roots down there, worked your network, and have established that I can get this done, I don't think there's anything more attractive than that. There's hope that Lane Kiffin could do it, but that's no guarantee.
Yeah, I would take my chance. I would take, because what will happen, I think that Lane Kiffin, I'll say this, I think Lane Kiffin, and I think the guy out at Texas Tech's really good at this too.
Yeah, Jim McGuire,
he
gets this.
I think they know how to evaluate players. I think they know how the money they have to spend.
Spending it on the right guys.
Yeah, their rosters look different than everyone else's rosters because, I just gave you LSU as an example. We spend $20 million on players, and we're talking about going to the, we're replacing a coach. Where's the evaluation of how to spend the money, but spending it on the right players? I think that Sark, I think there's things they do at Texas that's very well. I wonder about the evaluation part of things, and I wonder if you got it, and that's why I mentioned Joey McGuire as a possibility at Texas. Yeah. Just because, give me a guy that can evaluate, give me a guy that knows how to handle the players, give me a guy that could go into the NIL meeting at the golf tournament and glad hand everybody and bring in even more money.
Yeah,
he got a billionaire out at Tech, who happens to be alum Campbell.
Yeah, he played at Tech.
Yeah, he got this guy to now come on board, and now they're getting more. Not only Campbell, they're getting more money. They're building a program out there. Like you're kidding, these 5-star recruits are showing up in Lubbock.
I wouldn't leave Tech.
Yeah.
I think Joe McGuire's got that thing humming.
If I'm
to where
Brett Lashley, I'm not leaving SMU either, by the way.
I mean,
why you've proven you could get in the playoffs being there. You go to Arkansas,
right?
You're gonna
swallowed up in the SEC.
You're battling LSU to be 7-5.
And I think that's the same point with McGuire at Tech.
Yeah,
like being in the Big 12 and the amount of
money. He can evaluate players.
No,
that's the key.
They're also throwing money at the key positions. I mean, if you look at it, especially with their big recruits, it's a 5-star tackle. It's a 5-star edge. They've got the best quarterback prospect in his class in 2027. Those are the highest graded recruits that Tech's ever received, and it's at the line of scrimmage and quarterback. It's your most important spots.
806 says no way in hell McGuire would leave Tech for Texas. That'd be a huge step down at this point in time.
Well,
that's coming from the 806.
All respect. Is that Lubbock? Is that Lubbock?
I think he's right.
The Texas job is far more prestigious. But
Congratulations.
I do think at Tech right now they're built for success.
Congratulations, Kobe Horcut, I think, or Holcut.
Kobe Horcut, yeah.
Yeah, is the AD out there? Congratulations, sir. You got you. You found the right coach. Now, and would Joey leave? It would be hard for a guy who is well known in the state of Texas, the high school football, all that stuff. Every high school coach that's ever wanted to coach, you offer them the University of Texas job? Come on now.
I don't think he's turning that down.
I love you. I love you out there in West Texas. I love you guys in Lubbock.
Yeah, me too.
I'm friends with Joey. He loves the program. He listens to us and stuff. But Joey, if you told him he could be the head coach at Texas, I just hate to say this, folks, but if you're a Tech fan, he shows up in Austin. I really do. And I love you guys out in West Texas.
I mean, it's the richest program in the country. The prestige winning there.
Yeah,
you're a legend. I mean, we're not sure that Tech is any different than the TCU run or where SMU got last year.
They've done a great job at Tech. They have done a tremendous job.
Sure have.
Yeah, they have.
And I think one of the great things about Joey that I'm not sure about Sarkisian or Kiffin, just to bring that home, is Joey has the network and the trust of the high school coaches.
Yeah,
he's getting great information from them. He's leaning on relationships he's had for 2 decades.
Well, imagine if you give him money and now he can go evaluate a player in Newport News, Virginia. Yeah. Or he could go to Detroit, Michigan and get a running back. Or he could go out to Palo Alto, California and get a wide receiver. Think about that. Think about the reach. He kills you in the state of Texas.
Yeah.
And you give him money and let him go nationally in the way he evaluates?
It's just a difference in how the two are perceived. Okay, I'm going out to oil country in West Texas to play for Joey. This is going to be cool. I'm getting $500,000 a year. We're probably going to win. Joey's a good coach. Oh, you're going to Austin, Texas to play for the Longhorns and all the history and whatnot goes on with that.
Tech will be great in the playoffs. It'll be fun to watch them play.
We got a mountain of Mavs updates today. I think Mark Cuban's influence might be growing. Tim McMahon with the report that it boils down to them looking to trade Davis in anticipation of building around Cooper Flagg. And then you add to it the Kyrie Irving is making great progress on the court, but his return this season is in question because of other reasons. That's been the second highest curiosity for me of the afternoon beyond the Trayvon Diggs info that I'm going to beat out of Brian here on the way to the parking lot afterwards. Brought my Billy Club with me. What do you think the other reasons are, guys? A lot of theories out there.
I think the team is bad.
Yeah,
I think it's a bad team and they don't want to use him up. I don't think they want to maybe have him to have to come back halfway and try and save a season that's probably lost.
Take the full 12 months.
Get healthy. Get completely healthy.
Take an extra month.
Yeah. That save some wear save some wear and tear and on the body. If he comes back, he might save you, but into a play-in situation or something like that, maybe it might be way done before he gets back.
Because next year and the 2 or 3 years after that are massively important. You're not going to have control of your draft pick. It makes total sense to tank now, make sure Kyrie is healthy.
There you go.
And we work some sort of a compromise between rebuilding and going for it now. We're going to move Anthony Davis to get other future draft picks. and Klay Thompson as well. But Kyrie with PJ Washington, Gafford, and Lively, now we can be a legitimate playoff team, so we're not handing over top 10 picks to people.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right.
And if this draft class is as good as people are making it out to be, you could snag another lottery pick that's in the top 5 this year. You pair another young stud with Cooper Flagg.
Let's go.
That future's looking really good.
I just, too many nights of watching this basketball team and go, nah, even with Kyrie back, maybe better, but just let him get completely healthy. This season is it's too much. It's to me it's already over.
Flagg also might not be playing tonight against the Knicks.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I saw he's questionable.
He just got downgraded, yeah.
What's he got going? It's a shoulder and a thumb or something that he's been dealing with? It actually
he wears
makes
a brace on his thumb. He's been wearing like tape brace on his thumb,
Might have contributed to his field goal percentage numbers. Maybe he just needs
his illness is what they're going with.
Okay, so
him and Caleb Martin might have both gotten the flu.
Well-timed night off there for Cooper Flagg as they take on the Knicks, who are pretty good. They're not off to the hot start they were last year. I think they're 7-4, and Brunson is questionable as he deals with his leg injury of some variety or another. The Mavs Stars legal battle got more interesting as the Stars filed documents. The Mavs have violated their deal with the city by listing their HQ in Las Vegas. And I can't make heads or tails of this situation, but it's fascinating to observe billionaires, fighting about this kind of deal. Joshua Sandler, counsel for the Stars, said, in other words, the Mavericks engaged in the very conduct they allege entities. They allege entities to take full control of the American Airlines Center. I don't know exactly how that one reads, but I guess that's lawyer speak. Maybe I miscopied and pasted that one in there, but they're basically doing what they accuse the Stars of doing by moving their headquarters, and this.
Theirs just happens to be in Nevada.
Yeah. And this story it's very unfortunate. It's an embarrassment for the city, and you hope that it all can play out and without too much more damage to the fans. But it is embarrassment for everybody involved. All righty, G-Bag Nation here, 105.3 The Fan. We got the champ on the other side. Then Wolchuk's top 10, buddy. Where are you taking us?
All right, put out a poll. What did you want? 877-881-1053. Today we're going to go with it is National Carbonated Beverage Day. So the people wanted the top 10 best soda brands of all time, and I might sprinkle Ninkle, my personal NFL top 10 power rankings. That's next.
But first, fellas, I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids. I know as parents we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here to ask you today to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It doesn't have to be running, probably a total eyesore in your driveway right now, but you can change a kid's life by donating that vehicle to Cars for Kids. And it's so easy. Free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437. Right off the car, not the kid.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Whatever you're facing, whatever you're struggling with, the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline can help. Trained counselors are available 24/7 to provide confidential support at no cost to you. If you or someone you know is having a mental health crisis, call or text 988. Or to chat, visit texas988.org. With 988, you're not alone in the Lone Star State.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too, for my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge credits ended. Balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Helzberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at Helzberg.com.
Football is heating up while the temperatures in DFW are dropping. Cold snaps and shifting Texas soil can bring out foundation issues fast. Don't fumble who handles your home's foundation repair. Call Permapure Foundation Repair. Stinky doors, cracks in your walls. With over 25 years serving DFW, Permapure can tackle it all. They're also Tolos. Schedule your free foundation inspection and mention code TOLA to qualify to score a free $50 gift card. 844-919-7276 or visit dirtnerdsdfw.com. When shift happens, call the Dirt Nerds at Permapure Foundation Repair of Texas. Fellas, feeling tired, sluggish, or not yourself? Gavin Dawson from Men's T Clinic, they have the fix. From testosterone therapy to hair replacement, joint recovery, bedroom wellness, they do it all. Same-day appointments, fast results. Get your edge back right now. Visit Men's T Clinic today.
Hi, I'm Nick. And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box so that family memories would be safe and could always be enjoyed together. And starting now, we're offering listeners early access to our best deal of the year during our $9 tape sale. 1 million families and counting have trusted Legacy Box to convert their aging media because Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your videotapes, film reels, and photos aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. With the holidays approaching, don't wait. Simply fill your Legacy Box. We'll take care of the rest. It's the most meaningful thing you can do this holiday season and the perfect time during our best sale of the year. Visit legacybox.com/value to get early access to our Black Friday sale and digitize your memories for only $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value. legacybox.com/value.
What is up, my friends? Let's talk about a place that is near and dear to my heart. That is RS Diamond Broker. It's my dad's new store right in North Dallas. Best prices for lab-grown diamonds, natural mine diamonds, engagement rings, and fine jewelry. Just go on into RS Diamond Broker and ask for Robert. That's my dad. Make sure you tell him I sent you so my sister doesn't get the credit for it. They've been in DFW for over 40 years. You can visit them at rsdiamondbroker.com. That's rsdiamondbroker.com. Ask around. Someone you know has done business with us.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by traininfo.com.
Trane heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit traininfo.com to find your local independent Trane dealer. Traininfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. If you're tuned in right now, Woolchuck actually has a bottle of smelling salts. He just opened up his backpack, and there were some four-letter superlatives in there, but and a warning. But I'm excited about that, man. Okay.
Wow, are we doing this today?
We got smelling salts in studio. Yeah. All right.
How about
that's breaking news?
Yes. Well, we talked about this. I totally forgot about it while I was off. I saw it on the TikTok shop, and so I'm like, okay, we've been trying to get these smelling salts to take with us to the Super Bowl, or to Radio Row and maybe have guests do it. Now, it's not the packs that we can just like pop. That's what I thought it was. It's got you shake it up.
Those are the ammonia caps.
You just give the bottle a little sniffy sniff, but holy smokes, guys!
Yeah, I'm pretty interested in doing that.
Okay,
we'll have to set a time for it. Segment here brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius with the champ.
I'm pretty sure that stuff is good for your sinuses.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty sure. Wake you up a little bit.
Burns.
Yeah. I believe this is going for 5 times today, Mr. Eric Chiafalo.
5 times.
Oh, he's done it. Going for 5 times today. Your goodbye letter to Mr. Nico Harrison.
Fortune favors the bold. So exciting things fell our way.
You, Nico Harrison. You didn't just rip our hearts out. You tossed them in a blender of betrayal. You chugged the smoothie of heartbreak, and you crapped it out. And then you urinated all over it. Your sick, selfish hatred for FUPA fat boy, beer-chugging superstars who drop 30-point triple-doubles in their sleep and carry teams to the finals on their big-ass backs sent us spiraling down into the sewage of the sport. And you traded our guy for an older, fatter, glass-boned big man who's played in maybe 30% of the games that you dragged him here. Defense wins championships, huh? What wins is fat, pale loaves of European bread rising to the occasion. Just ask the Nuggets. Luka was our loaf, home-baked, yeast-perfected, a once-in-a-millennium crust, the kind of talent most cities wait a lifetime to sniff. The basketball gods handed us a miracle, straight from our German goat loaf to this Slovenian masterpiece, and you wiped your Heidi with it. You rubbed it in our faces, and then you jammed Anthony Davis pipe dreams and 2-year windows down our throats. Windows held open with toothpicks over the most fragile roster in the league. Misfortune favors the incompetent, Nico. A wise man once said people are either showers or growers in this life. But Nico Harrison, he's both. There he is, Eric Chiafalo, your champ, looking for 5 tonight. G-Bag immortality and a spot in the G-Bag of the year coming up in January or late December. Champ faces challenger every night, 5:30. Or April. Yeah.
Sometimes March.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the G-Bag of the year.
June.
We'll get to it eventually. Okay, it's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here he is, back with an H.
All righty. Happy National Carbonated Beverage Day. 877-881-1053. What is the best soda brand? As we will get into that Top 10. But I did go ahead and I just made my own Top 10 NFL Power Rankings. As we get into Week 12 of the NFL season, these are who I think are right now the top 10 teams. I think people are probably going to be ticked off.
That's embarrassing that you got the Cowboys at 1.
Dude, don't spoil the lead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You kidding me?
Just throw it out there.
No, the Cowboys didn't crack the top 10.
Oh, okay.
Was I tempted? Maybe. But I didn't do it. OLI, outside looking in. Bears, Packers, Chargers. Didn't put them in the top 10.
Ooh.
Can't buy the Bears. I know they're division leaders right now. Green Bay's got issues. That offense is looking not very good. And the Chargers are really banged up along the offensive line. And they're Jekyll and Hyde. One week they look good. The next week they look awful. At number 10, I got the San Francisco 49ers. Really the Christian McCaffreys. As long as Christian McCaffrey's playing, that team's got a shot.
Purdy looked pretty good.
He did. He looked pretty good. He sure did. And audibling, they used a lot more motion with Purdy versus Mac Jones. Kyle Shanahan kind of able to get back to what he wanted to there. A lot of injuries still on the defensive side of the football, but San Fran at 7-4, they're a threat. I still got the Lions at 9. I didn't want to drop them out, even though they're 6-4. They're third place. They're behind the Bears and the Packers in the division, but I still believe in Detroit. Now, the play calling situation on offense, they hung in there with the Eagles. I didn't think Dan Campbell had his best day, but they're still one of those teams that I love their ability to run the football. The offensive line's really good. They're about to get Malcolm Rodriguez, their linebacker, back, which is going to help them quite a bit as well. So I'm not out on Detroit. I still think ultimately they're probably going to sneak in and take over one of those wild card spots.
And their corner, DJ Reed, coming back. I think they got a handful of guys that are about to come back from injury, especially defensively. So that's going to go a long way for them.
Tampa Bay at 8. Tampa Bay, as soon as Bucky Irving's back, look out. Bucky Irving is the player to put Tampa over the top. Their rushing attack has not been the same without him. Now, they're going through a gauntlet of a schedule right now. They did lose to New England, and they got a tough one coming up again this weekend. But I still like the fight in Baker Mayfield's. Their wide receiver core has not been whole all year long. Emeka Egbuka has still been fantastic. Tez Johnson stepped up in a big way. They got Sterling Shepard still catching balls. Defensively, still like a lot of what their parts are, and they can stop the run. And when you start to get into post-Thanksgiving football, that's going to be important for Tampa Bay. And they got a lot of division games, as you noted yesterday, Eric. They're going to end up ascending here, I think, heading into the postseason. game. Indianapolis at 7. I really don't know where to put the Colts. I still don't know how I feel about them. They run the football really well. Jonathan Taylor certainly has a case to be an MVP with no quarterback really stepping up and taking that. He'll be the Opoy. And their offensive line's legit. Now they added Sauce Gardner, so I do think defensively the Colts are looking pretty good. I think they're the real deal, but it's just, is Daniel Jones going to turn into Sam Darnold from last year?
Absolutely. He probably already is.
Seattle at 6. Love the roster, but it's Sam Darnold. He's the one that's going to weigh him down. I still got to see him step up in big games, but gosh, Jackson Smith and Jigba has turned into everything I thought he would be coming out of that draft. Kenneth Walker had a good game. They can run the football with their two backs, and defensively, I love what they got going. Denver at 5, and the only reason I don't have Denver higher is Bo Nix, although got to give him credit. He's been fantastic in the fourth quarter, had a hell of a throw to seal that game to his college buddy, Troy Franklin, against Kansas City. Their defense is absolutely incredible. They're now legitimately the number 1 defense in football, which I thought they'd be coming into the season. The bold prediction of them winning the AFC West looks really, really strong right now. I still got them at 5, though, as I mentioned, because of Nix.
Bo Nix sucks. They have the best offensive line in football, and they can't get consistent offense going. I'm surprised Sean Payton has stood pat for this long, even though it's only been a season and a half.
It was actually pretty funny watching, was it the referee who truck sticked him? Did you see Sean Payton get decleated?
Oh, yeah.
I did not see that.
Sean always wanders out onto the field.
Yeah,
he
got flagged.
Was he chewing his juicy fruit, and his juicy fruit flew out of his mouth?
He kind of it looked like me getting up a little bit there. He was kind of stumbling around a little.
I was made sad by it.
Yeah.
And I don't know how the new studio deals with flatulence yet, 214. I have not tried that out. I've been trying to be kind to my co-host, but I don't think I think it would get real musky, real disgusting.
Well, this is only your second voyage doing a program.
Just wait till Friday
in the studio. So.
Buffalo at 4, because nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
The Buffalo Bills.
And it's Josh Allen, and he's a super alien human freak, James Cook, and I think that they're about to sign Brandon Cooks, and that'll help them too, at number 4. The Patriots at 3. My gosh, Drake May. He's been fantastic. They got a statement win against the Bucs, because I do think the Bucs are a good team. That schedule's tough, so it's tough to because it's so easy for them. It's hard to judge just how good New England is, but they're well coached.
They're good on defense.
They're fundamental. They're very good on defense.
Yeah.
Travion Henderson has now emerged as their RB1. Yep, certainly is. If they got a running game going and Drake May can protect the football, New England's a tough out. Filthy at 2. I don't like it, but they just find ways to win. Yeah. And you got to just give them credit for that. But number 1, I got the LA Rams. And I know the Eagles beat the Rams. I take the Rams in a rematch. The Rams for my Super Bowl pick.
Rams should have won that game.
Preseason, they should have. The Eagles got lucky.
But 2 blocked field goals, right?
Yeah, but just ram it. Matthew Stafford and company, I think they're the best team in the NFL. So there's my power rankings heading into Week 12. Top 10 best soda brands of all time. 877-881-1053. You're welcome for the Lions love. Some text that came in here. Dr. Pepper, Mexican Cokes, A&W root beer getting in here. Are you even I don't think I've ever seen you drink a soda, Brian.
I don't.
Ginger ale?
Ginger ale, though, when we had the transfusions. Okay. That's when I drink the soda. But ginger ale is my favorite. Yeah.
That's the crustiest thing you might do.
What?
Ginger ale.
Ginger ale. Oh, I love ginger ale. But like I say, it usually is as a mixer. I don't drink it on its own.
I'll drink it on planes.
Yeah, there's something about it with the pretzels.
With the tummy.
On the
tummy.
Yeah.
It eases you a little bit.
There's a comforting feeling.
Kind of nervous.
Sipping on that.
Little jitters. IBC root beer is an honorable mention. RC Cola is an honorable mention.
Boy, that is like
a throwback right there.
If you go RC Cola, that is way back in the day.
RC Cola?
I haven't seen RC Cola in a long time.
That was like a knockoff.
Go to Deep South, you'll find it.
It's an original. I think it's caffeine free. I think that's their niche.
That and a moon pie.
Oh yeah, I never understood the Big Red. Not for me.
It kind of tastes like medicine.
Yes.
Big Red's too much.
Oh, there are people out there that love Big Red, and I'm sorry for offending you. I
think Big Red with vodka would be real good.
There you go.
Yeah, I could see that mix. Maybe even whiskey.
Big Red and how about rum?
Okay.
Big Red and rum would be good.
Ginger ale is honorable mention on here.
That's okay. Enough with the list.
And Sunkist. I do like Sunkist.
Sunkist is great.
Sunkist is underrated. Yeah. Really, really good. Lucius, did you have a favorite soda brand, my friend?
All right, so I don't drink much sodas, but when I did, it was a knee-high peach.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man, knee-high, yeah.
Yeah, I could be pronouncing that wrong, but I believe it's knee-high.
You got it right.
Peach soda.
Yeah.
But now I'm into the Topo Chicos.
Yeah.
Make my belly feel good.
Mm-hmm.
You're such a damn snob.
Yeah. I like to burp.
It does
Shout out to
feel
Corey
good.
Majors, man.
Maybe the snobbiest friend I have is sitting in that booth over
Absolutely not.
He just knows what
Little
quality.
bougie.
You're so high
Knee-high
end.
peach soda. I've never seen this before. It looks, it's passing the eye
Soda
test.
sounds delicious.
Yeah.
You got your Clearly Canadian.
Oh, I remember those, man. Grandma used to drink them joints.
What is Clearly Canadian?
It's divine, like fruity soda. It's kind of like Sprite, but with strong, like raspberry, blackberry, peach, just infused into it. Strawberry, very, very high in sugar. In junior high school, it had taken over the entire world. Went away. I've seen cases of them popping up lately at like Costco.
You thought about
Clearly Canadian
going back in?
No, because what ended up happening is these things would give me a stomachache that had so much sugar. But I loved them for a while until I figured out, holy crap, these are giving me an epic stomachache.
Yeah, I'm seeing Sam's Club.
Yeah.
Zero sugar variety pack. Let's go. Maybe you could dip back in.
Those are like Zimas without the alcohol.
Yeah, exactly.
Shout out to Zima.
It's like a wine cooler or something without the booze.
Gosh.
So good.
Mug root
Oh
beer.
my! Sorry, somebody on the fan text just said Zima. Right there. Amazing. We're in sync, bro. We're in sync.
Lucius goes home every evening, sits in his backyard drinking a Zima.
Give me that Zima.
It's the
Dude,
bottle.
Zima's
It's the bottle.
I used to steal them from my dad.
Oh. Oh, that's funny.
Zimas were all the rage there.
I've never had one of those.
They definitely had its
They
run.
got a good-looking bottle. That's about it.
But the best soda brands, just specific to the brands and how they resonate, it's Dr. Pepper, Sprite, and Coke.
I would probably agree with you.
Dr. Pepper's amazing.
Dr. Pepper has always been my number one.
I mean, root beers all time.
Yeah, number 10 is the Mugs root
Cream
beer.
soda.
Cream soda gets it done.
AMW cream soda, bro.
Who's getting on the vanilla Coke bandwagon?
Nah, not at all.
It was
That
huge.
is so freaking good, dude.
Yeah, when I was in middle school, the vanilla Coke really took off.
Yeah.
I preferred the cherry, I think, to the vanilla.
Cherry was hot.
Anything that's other than the original Coke is trash.
Bro, you ever just pull up to Sonic and get a Route 44 vanilla
yeah.
Coke?
No.
Oh my gosh.
They got you with you, bro.
Because they got
will now.
75, they've got
Mixie clinic,
75
bro.
other drinks that are
Get a
better
little
than that.
mixy going.
That's why the body fat percentage is not where we
Crush
need it.
comes in at number 9, and Crush has some good beverages.
Orange
like
Crush? Orange Crush?
Yeah.
Peach Crush.
Peach Crush.
Yep.
7-Up at 8. Heads up, 7-Up. Fanta.
There's
7.
another, that's with the Seagrams, the 7-Up.
Fanta. Now, DJ told me a story that Fanta was actually created by the Nazis.
What?
So now I'm like, I probably should.
A lot of stuff was.
Yeah, they created a lot of stuff. You like Hugo Boss? You like that stuff?
Yeah.
Adidas. Broadus has a sweater.
Adidas, yeah.
Hugo Boss jacket, yeah.
Jacket.
Man, burn that
Are we
thing.
going to get Jolt Cola here inside the top 7?
No Jolt. I don't see Jolt anywhere here listed on the list. Mountain Dew at 6, A&W Root Beer at 5.
Mountain Dew, what?
Yeah.
People love Mountain Dew, especially the Midwest and
Yeah,
the South.
like
The kids.
psychos.
I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
Pepsi at 4. My grandparents were a big Pepsi household, so I did
My
growing
dad-
up drink a
my
lot
dad-
of
That
Pepsi.
was to honor Jerry, wasn't it?
Probably.
Because they were such Cowboys fans.
Probably was.
You guys remember the Pepsi Blue?
I do,
So bad.
I do remember.
bad.
I do remember
Clear
the story.
Pepsi.
I do remember the story a while
clear.
back.
Pepsi went crazy with like all what they tried to do.
Yeah. Jerry was like, Jerry signed the Pepsi deal. He goes, "Hey, somebody give me a Diet Coke." Oh wait, man, give me a Pepsi. Give me a Pepsi. Yeah.
He knows what's good for him.
Top 3 though, you nailed it, Dawson. Dr. Pepper at 3, Sprite at 2, and Coca-Cola at 1.
Look at that.
Let's do a top 10 all-time great mixer.
Okay.
That's what we need.
Absolutely
to do.
can do
the,
that.
The greatest mixers of all time when it comes to soda.
I mean, they really just have the best marketing. That's what it comes down
Their
to. Like the top
commercials,
brand.
especially at the holiday period.
Yeah.
They just make you feel good.
I'm just telling you, you can't mix Dr. Pepper with anything. I've never had a Dr. Pepper mixed
I
drink.
think it was made for alcohol.
It was. You told us.
I believe it was made for alcohol.
Man, Dr. Pepper.
This
with
didn't
any-
work. Let's sell it some other way.
exactly.
Those 23 flavors are just
I'm
too
telling you
potent.
what, a Sprite or a 7-Up is a game changer for a mixed drink.
Yeah, they're both good.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fantasy Top 10 at 2:20 every afternoon here on the Fan. Today we got 2, the NFL Power Rankings.
doubled up.
And the top 10 sodas. Thank you, buddy. What's next, Chief? College football
Hump Day, Darty, featuring the most honest assessment of a team I have ever heard, next in the nation.
Let's chat Prize Picks, though, shall we? Oh, I love Prize Picks. I'm playing every single day, and I want you to as well. I'll tell you what, it's an absolute blast. Makes sports watching even that much better. It's the best way to cash in while you're watching your favorite sports teams, Cowboys, Mavs, Stars, and before not too long here, we're going to have Rangers season fired back up, and it's super simple to play. Literally all you're going to do, you're going to go more or less on at least 2 player stat projections. If you get those picks right, you're going to cash in. And Prize Picks is now offering stacks, so you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. You can follow other Prize Picks players. Go ahead and send your lineup over to your buddies. That way you're playing all together. If you're hanging out, hey, we got this one. We're going all in on, say, the more on the George Pickens receiving yards. You're counting down with every single catch. Cha-ching, boom, we hit it. So for today, we got some plays like you want to go more or less on the Donovan Mitchell, 38.5 points, rebounds, and assists. They're taking on the Rockets. Mavs, of course, are in action tonight as well. Cooper Flagg is questionable. Now, if they don't play, Prize Picks, that's not going to cost you either. They're going to go ahead and fix that for you. Tyrese Maxey, local product, 30.5 points, more or less. Sixers, they're taking on Toronto. They got tons of different stuff, different options for you, whether it's the rebounds, whether it's just points, assists, 3-pointers made. They've got hockey for you. You've got college plays as well, basketball, football, you name it. In Tolo's right now, download that Prize Picks app and use code TOLO, T-O-L-O. Okay, that's T-O-L-O to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code TOLO to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, friend of the show, but from filthy. Ross Tucker previews the Eagles at 8 o'clock. We'll have the payload at 6:40, Neighborhood Watch at 7:40, and 2 more Jack Johnson ticket giveaways. It's a Thursday morning on Sean and RJ.
Do you like to have fun?
Do you like to save money?
Well, Funtown RV has got you covered.
With huge savings and massive discounts on
trailer trailers,
massive savings.
Fifth wheel,
massive savings.
Toy haulers,
massive savings.
All the outdoor fun.
All with no hidden fees.
Shop us in-store or online and start your next adventure at Funtown RV.
We've all seen it at games. A fan holds up a sign that says, "Believe." Well, Ford offers vehicles you can believe in, like F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 48 years straight. That's why your Texas Ford dealers are a proud sponsor, the official vehicle of the Dallas Cowboys, and proud sponsor of Believing, based on 1977 to 2024 CY total sales.
Ford is the best in Texas.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Chop here, my good friends over at QC Kinetics. Does this sound like you? Where every step hurts, where every reach is a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, and how far you've drifted from the life you used to have when you didn't feel that joint pain. Oh boy, do I got good news for you. Relief is closer than you think. It's QC Kinetics. They tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors to help restore and repair damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, relieve pain at its source. They did it for me. I went through steroid injections. I went through surgery chatter. No drugs, no steroids, no surgery, no downtime. Natural biologics, restorative, regenerative options. Be able to swing that golf club again, or take that hike, or dance in the kitchen with your favorite girl. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. Dallas, Fort Worth, Plano, Grapevine. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610.
Get crowd-pleasing appetizers at Whole Foods Market. Prime members save 20% on select raw and cooked shrimp through November 27th. Serve chilled shrimp cocktail or crispy tempura at your holiday party. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it quits working. It's time to call the doctor, Garage Door Doctor. We've been Houston's go-to for over 35 years, and now the doctor is in the Big D. No subcontractors, just pros who show up and fix it right. If your garage door is loud, slow, or letting bugs in, don't ignore the symptoms. Call Garage Door Doctor. We've been all over Texas, and now we're right here in the Big D. Call Garage Door Doctor or schedule online at garagedoordoctor.biz and ask about our $29.99 tune-up special.
This holiday season, Target has your back with irresistibly cool gifts for everyone on your list.
For the trendsetter, start with affordable beauty kits and gift sets. Need something the whole fam will love? Grab snuggly matching fits in every size and style. And for the thrill seekers, don't forget the hottest toys and tech of the season. Target's got you covered with the best deals for endless fun. Shop in store or online. And step into the holidays with Target. Restrictions apply.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Hello, DFW. Are you looking for unrestricted acreage? You're invited to our one-day land sale event this Saturday, November 22nd. We have exclusive 10-acre properties starting at only $79.9, just 90 minutes from Dallas. That's less than $8,000 per acre. These properties feature mature hardwoods, paved roads, power, creeks, ponds, and a lake. And there is no HOA and no restrictions. Your ranch, your rules. This one-day land sale event is by appointment only. Premium, unrestricted 10-acre properties from just $79.9. That's right, 10 acres, unrestricted for under $8,000 per acre. Ask us about our event day discounts for veterans and cash buyers. Call now to book your appointment this Saturday, November 22nd. Call now, 903-206-3985. Call for additional acreage options. Call 903-206-3985. You could finally own your own ranch just 90 minutes from Dallas. Call now, 903-206-3985.
Come celebrate the Lowe's of Roy City grand opening on Friday, November 21st at 634 West Interstate 30. And while you're there, join My Lowe's Rewards for free to earn 5 times the points on eligible purchases all weekend long. Plus, they'll have in-store promos, free food, product demos, and more. While supplies last, 5 times the points offer valid through 11/21 through 11/23 in store at Roy City, Texas store only. Exclusions, restrictions, and more terms apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for program details. Subject to change.
A deep Cowboys dive on Love of the Star, DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo. Presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a nice little Wednesday here. We are. We've got our daily football fix coming up at 3 o'clock. Then the Cowboys news of the evening. And Krusty's Corner is now under an hour away. Big night of college football last night, shortly after we went off air. The rankings update and all that. Here's the chief of the college football hump day, Darty.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get into all of it right after this.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get. They bring the head cold.
All right, boys and girls, we did get the college football playoff rankings.
They sucked.
You didn't like them?
No, there was one very notable omission, Eric.
The Mean Green.
Where was North Texas, and why the hell was Tulane ranked?
Well, that's a perfect transition because, yes, Tulane right now, who's the 24th ranked team in the country, is sitting in the 12th spot. If the playoffs started today, they would be taking on Texas Tech in Lubbock. That should be our North Texas Mean Green. Now, I was really, really excited when I saw this clip here. This is even more reason to feel like UNT should be in at 12 over Tulane.
Was it Coach Shirtless or something?
This is their very own head coach, John Sumrall, being very honest about his team after being number 12 in the college football rankings.
I mean, I'll just be very candid. There's some days I feel like we're one of the bottom 25 teams in the country watching us play. So if we want to start feeling comfortable or casual about somebody wanted to vote us in the top 25 teams, there must be a lot of bad football going on if we're one of the top 25 teams. So, there must be some really bad football played right now in college football. So, I don't know. We're average. We're an average team. We get every 6 or 7 days, depending on the schedule of the week, to promote ourselves or embarrass ourselves. And we've done that before. So we better get ready to play. I think I watched this practice today. I think we're average.
Wow.
There you go.
That is
the guy with standards.
Average, dude.
Might be doing a little psychology there, you think?
Yeah. I would like to imagine these are some mind games that he's playing. I also think he's just riddled with honesty.
Yeah,
right there.
He's right.
Like the nature of college football, there must be a lot of bad teams. We are truly not that good, but here we are, and we can't start sniffing ourselves because we happen to be in the college football playoff as of today, even though we're the 24th ranked team in the country. So I really appreciated that from him. Now, elsewhere in college football, there's a couple of things of note. The first of which is you have Arizona State quarterback Sam Leavitt, doubtful to return to Arizona State next season. His brother calls the On3 Sports report a joke, but I think that in this world that we're living in right now, it could easily happen. Teams are going to be hungry for quarterbacks, and Sam Leavitt will be a guy that teams are going to be interested in. And then it's also leading to the question of what does that mean for Kenny Dillingham?
Absolutely.
Like, is he about to get poached by a bigger, better program to be a head coach there? Right, so maybe they're a package deal for a team, or maybe Dillingham's planning on going somewhere else, and so Leavitt's going to up and leave as well. But that is something to monitor here, and he could probably fetch a ton of money. I mean, these schools, Carson Beck, what he just got at Miami, Mendoza being another guy going to Indiana, and what it's done for them. You saw it last year with Cam Ward. Like, it's happening all over the place, and so Sam Leavitt might be the next guy, and then Dillingham as well. I don't know. Would Dillingham do anything for you at LSU there, Broadus, or you need something bigger and better?
I think he's a good young coach. I like where he got Arizona State into the playoffs and how they played. I think there's an element of where I think he's one of these guys with the summer, like that guy that Tulane. He's like, I think Dillingham, I think he's an honest guy too.
And he gets the modern era college football.
Yeah, he really does. And so that I don't know if he has the flair of the play caller or the offensive wizardry and I know he was at Oregon, right? Was his background?
Yeah.
I don't know if he has that of what Lane Kiffin has, but yeah, if you want to say a poor man's, they always say that in scouting. Oh, he's a poor man's player. Dillingham might be a poor man's Lane Kiffin when this is all said and done.
He'd be the next up on my list. I think he's an absolute star in the making, Dillingham. Now, it's going to be hard, I think, to get him out of Arizona State because I believe he's an alum. So that's, that it means a lot to him to be with that program. But you get one of these big offers, especially, let's say Sark did leave Texas.
Yeah.
Now you're sitting there like, well, who else are you going to go get? Maybe Dillingham would be one of those guys that's on their radar.
All I know is Dillingham is begging for an indoor facility. Like he's having to like take his press conferences and go beg to get stuff. That, and to me, that's, if you're a coach having to stand up there and beg for stuff, you might not be too long for that place.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to try and get this a little bit easier. Now, Wolchuk mentioned the Sark situation. He mentioned that yesterday.
But
Wolchuk
you're right, Zach.
it.
I think he's, the coaching, I think is very good. Though.
And I love the personality. I mean, I think his players absolutely love him. Great job so far at Arizona State, and we'll see where he ends up next. But Wolchuk mentioned Sark. This was Desmond Howard. How about Desmond Howard getting in the news-breaking game? Listen to him taking his trash out and giving us a bit of a scoop here.
Happy Monday morning, everybody. I'm here taking out this garbage. Had a couple of thoughts. One is, man, I miss the Twins. But as I'm walking past this tennis ball in my yard, I was also thinking, don't be surprised if that Texas job opens up at the end of the season. You guys were shocked when LSU opened up. Imagine how you're going to feel if that job in Austin pops open. I'm not calling or saying anyone's going to get fired. Maybe a mutual parting of ways. You dig? Anyway, you guys have a great Monday.
Yeah, I'm sure Longhorns fans are going to have a great day.
You'd have to have something lined up. You'd have to know where you're going and have good reason to believe you're confident. We talked about it in the opening segment. Maybe that is Lane Kiffin. I just wonder, was he referring to the Coors Light twins when he said I miss the twins?
I don't know.
I miss them too. They were great.
I wasn't really sure exactly what he was doing. The whole thing just threw me off.
Is he working on the road?
Does he have
the
twins?
Trash out and talking about random stuff. Sark has come out and went on like a huge long rant about how his family has roots here in Austin. They just had their son. His older kids are attending the university, and he has no plans to leave.
Yeah,
but Desmond Howard clearly must have heard something there, and maybe it's for the NFL. Maybe the Rossini report ends up being correct.
Sounds like he's negotiating the buyout.
Yeah, perhaps he is.
I mean, I wonder if he was in Atlanta. He's got a connection there. He coached with the Falcons. If they move on from Raheem Morris, is that a job that he's I mean, I think it's a jump to the NFL if he leaves Texas. I don't think it's somewhere else in college. I think it would be that Rossini reported the Titans job. Maybe he really likes Cam Ward. But Atlanta, if that opportunity opened up, just going by familiarity, that might make some sense as well. But Desmond Howard does have two twins, Desmond Jr.
There
and
you go.
Demir.
Love it. Okay, we had some alleged, rumored cockfighting going on in South Carolina.
You don't say.
After the meltdown to the Aggies.
Was Beamer a part of this?
Rumors circulated that the members of the coaching staff had been involved in a physical altercation. That head coach Shane Beamer was supposedly upset with the defensive play calling in the second half. And so he had allegedly come to blows with the defensive coordinator, Clayton White.
Wow.
They have both said that this is untrue, but I like the idea of Beamer just being so upset and so embarrassed after doing the hyping up the crowd at halftime bit where he thought the game was over, and then he surrendered an all-time historic lead. So we'll see. Maybe maybe there's a bloody lip or something like that we can get some evidence. But people are down bad in Gamecock land. And to that note, I did want to just run through some of my favorite TAMU police from Saturday.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
I was wondering about what that was going to say with our DPS trooper.
I know. Yeah. They did announce like, hey, we've relieved him of the duties, but they haven't gone any further in it. They tweeted out at one point during the game, subject with 2 Michelob Ultras in pocket, ejected. You have another one, neat, they started out with.
I hope we got to keep this Michelob Ultras.
Yeah.
That's an ejection?
Yeah. I'm kicked out for these. Let me have them, fam.
Yeah, I better
barely any
keep those.
alcohol in these things. Thanks. Give me a break.
That's just some hydration, bro. Subject removed a 16-ounce Miller Lite from shorts after entering stadium, ejected.
Ooh.
You have fail to ID.
Women around him were impressed.
Yeah. Girl, you see that? With the great pants on. Great pants. Girl, look.
Wow, it's a beer can.
Fail to ID an MIP. Section 100A saw officer and put drink down.
Okay.
Provided false name and date of birth to officer. Arrested.
Eric, could we do a study one day of go back and take all the tweets and look at all the section numbers and make a determination which is the drunkest section at Kyle Field?
I'm here for that.
That'd be awesome.
Section 238 has 17 arrests.
100A had 3 in a row. So you had that one, the MIP. Then you had another MIP in 100A. Saw officer tried to hide beer can in red Solo cup. Citation issued. Then you had MIP times 2 in section 100A. Saw officer passed drink to friend. Another subject saw officer and threw drink in the trash can. Citation issued. So there was just a handful from the debauchery.
Are these
college football.
Are these officers just walking around in the crowd?
And looking in cups, apparently. Looking inside your cups and looking at how bubbly it is.
Well, because they know how good of a bit they have on Twitter right now, and I think they want to keep that alive. That's just my guess.
Okay, content of everything.
The engagement.
Exactly. Engagement farming.
At Fun Police.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking at.
Most popular website, Texas A&M Police.
There it is, a college football hump day darty here in the nation. We got 1 down, 4 to go, talking sports with you all afternoon here on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. Still keeping an eye out for that Rangers breaking news whenever it happens. We'll be first to jump in, break it down for you, and have a trade. Might have a release sometime in the next 48 hours, Wolchuk.
All right, let's do a little daily football fix, shall we? Hump Day mock and an all-time Lawrence Taylor story. That's next.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course, with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The weekly college football playoff rankings reveals are annoying, to say the least, which is why I don't let who's where bother me every Tuesday night. Instead, I choose to focus on my favorite part of this setup, those on-campus first-round games. The possibility of Alabama in Eugene and Notre Dame in Norman makes me forget the ineptitude of this committee. I'm Andrew Bogish.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Looking for some iced caffeine, left you in the cold. No one knows why brown water costs as much as liquid gold. Told him your name was Brian, why does this cup say Nicole? But then you found paradise in your cup at the Quick Trip. No regrets to start your day.
Hey Tolos, quick question. Have you ever tried financing a paint job? Spoiler alert, you can't.
Yeah, nobody's handing out payment plans on a bucket of beige, but you can finance Rhino Shield.
That's right. Gary Zanobi here. Our ceramic coating comes with a 25-year transferable warranty. Unlike paint, Rhino Shield won't chip, peel, or crack. It's UV ray resistant and helps insulate your home.
And with easy financing, Gary can even get your payment under $200 a month.
Protect your home for the long haul. Get 20% off now through the holidays. Visit RhinoShieldDFW.com.
Why just paint your house when you can shield your home?
Rhino Shield.
The best mornings
In the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, official partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Available at Cavender's.
Game day starts with Wrangler, the official jeans of the Dallas Cowboys. This week, the boys return home to take on division rival Philadelphia. Our 105.3 The Fan coverage starts at 12:30 Sunday with the Cavender's kickoff at 3:25.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your Happy Plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
I asked a D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone budget conscious looking to save 30 to 40% on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. With 50,000 active customers, D&M has the program for you. Leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys news of the evening coming up in 20. Here's Wolchuk with your daily football fix.
All right, we got Thursday night football tomorrow. Bills, Texans, a lot of players out of this one. So if you're a fantasy manager, plan accordingly. Bills just announced Dalton Kincaid, Curtis Samuel, and wide receiver McCole Hardman all going to be out. And C.J. Stroud is also not going to be playing for the Houston Texans. So the third straight game. Gosh dang it.
How's that voice?
Thank you. It's back. The neck of Davis Mills going to be getting his third straight start for the Texans. So it's going to be gross. This is going to be a gross Thursday night football game.
Well, it's always a little unsettling when a man with that long of a neck is trying to play quarterback. I fear for his safety.
It's like a giraffe out there.
Long neck.
Can't believe he hasn't just gotten. I'm worried about decapitation anytime he's running around out there. I also forgot, December 2nd on Max, we're going to get the in-season NFC East going on with Hard Knocks.
Yeah,
so they just put out a trailer for it. I forgot this was even happening. Giants, Eagles, Commanders, Cowboys, all going to be part of the in-season NFC East Hard Knocks December 2nd. That going to perk your interest, Brian?
Do you think that, what happened to the Giants, that everybody's now aware of that, and that's not going to be any good?
Yeah, that one's not happening anymore. The off-season one. They scrapped that one.
But
last year they did the AFC North, and I think it was pretty successful.
But I just kind of wonder if now, after what we saw with the Giants, that teams aren't going to be willing to.
No, they're not. They had to scrap that one of it, and it stinks because that was my favorite version. Like, I kind of loved it. I loved seeing the way that the Giants, even if you agreed or disagreed, obviously they got completely. The backlash is why they're not going to do this again with the way they handled the Barkley thing. But seeing how their board was working, what they were doing at the combine, the draft talks, what they were thinking in free agency with Devin Singletary.
Yeah.
And I thought all that stuff was really the team building. You got to see the behind the scenes of the team building part of it.
It'd be nice if they did it with a team that knew how to team build.
Yeah.
That would be even better.
Baltimore or something.
Yeah.
It might be the closest thing to real reality TV that you get, but as Brian has told us, when these cameras come around, these guys start acting.
I tell you what,
they don't want to show anything.
I was part of 2 Hard Knocks episodes, or part of the filming of it. Our coaches were the absolute worst when it came to that. We would sit in those meetings, and you're right, the coaches would act. Hey, God bless Joe Alvazano, but Joe knew how to act. He'd be dramatic and all that.
He was great.
He was great at it. I'm sure his son might be driving around listening. I love your dad, but I'm just telling you, we couldn't have a meeting. And the Cowboys did this the last time they were in Hard Knocks, and I believe they kept their scouts at home so they wouldn't have to have meetings on camera.
That makes sense.
It's hard. It's hard because everybody wants to come off as the. We've watched the Hard Knocks episodes and we're like, oh, what a great personality that guy is.
You can become a character.
And a lot of them are. But then it turns into you become an actor. We never could have a personnel meeting because everybody was always
going to change everything.
BSing everybody.
Yeah, it's tough.
All kinds of different things. Like Lucius points out, you just bring a pretty woman into a room and people will start acting different.
Yeah.
You bring cameras in. You just observe somebody. They're going to act significantly different than if they were by themselves in a room.
Preach. Brandon Cooks has been released by the Saints, our old buddy. That's per Nick Underhill of New Orleans football. Now, where is he going to go? Some teams that already are emerging as possible contenders. You've got the Bills, who need a wide receiver. You've got Pittsburgh, who's been wanting to go get a wide receiver. And Seattle could be another team that's interested in acquiring one. Brandon Cooks. I'm happy for him. He's got a chance now to go to a contender.
The Archer.
7 games left. That should get you at least 140 yards and maybe a touchdown or 2.
Just 140 and a TD?
There's needy teams out there, though.
There are. And, I still think Cooks is a little bit left, but he's certainly, you're right, not at the height of his powers anymore. Saints also finalizing an international game in Paris. NFL taking on Paris. Could be on the 2026 schedule.
Yeah, we'll kill Paris.
What do you mean?
Saints taking on Paris? Is that what you're saying?
No way they can have a good football team over there.
Yeah, they can't have a good football team.
No. I don't know who they're going to play, but it's not going to be the
I was just having fun
Paris
with you.
national team.
You made it sound like they were playing Paris.
I mean,
bunch of quitters.
They might be asking for some help. They usually do there.
Direct quote, they're taking on Paris, Brian. I heard it.
I heard the same thing, Dawson. I was about to say, maybe the Saints might win a game.
True. You're right. New Orleans versus Paris. Michael Penix Jr. official today. The ACL out for the season. So we knew this, but they just made it official. And Drake London out. I think the Falcons are starting to say, you know what, we're done ski
They're
here.
about to need to clean house of that place. I mean, like Rich McKay, president, man.
Yeah, it's bad.
That thing needs to be everybody out of the pool.
It's really bad. It's also really bad for the Giants right now. This is surprising to me because you have teams with worse records, but the Giants can become the first team to be officially eliminated from playoff contention this week. In fact, they are going to become the first team because there's 3 different ways for this to happen. The first is the Giants lose, which they probably will, and the Cowboys win. And the Cowboys are going to win on Sunday. So this is going to happen, and now you're going to have the Giants be the earliest eliminated team since 1976.
That was the Buccaneers, I bet.
Not good. Yeah, I think you're right.
The Buccaneers didn't win a game that year, I believe.
But it's just, there's trouble, and I don't know what they're going to do with their coach. I mean, their head coaching hires have been just bad. Ben McAdoo, Joe Judge.
They're going to let the guy who's been the general manager hire more coaches.
They got to fire the GM too, right? Like Dayball and him, they both got to go.
You would think, but that's just not the Giants' way of doing business. You know, these teams get locked into continually making bad hires.
Oh yeah,
you know,
they're going to keep making them.
I mean, they hired Garrett 5 years ago, right?
Yeah.
That's bizarre.
It is.
As much as he's my guy and everything.
He's your guy.
He is your guy.
I know you love him. What do you think about
great broadcaster?
Cowboys winning Sunday?
Yeah, they're winning Sunday.
We're in on this. We're all in this together.
I'm trying to figure out if they can beat the Chiefs and make this thing real interesting. Let's make it real fun.
Right. Like, I think they're beating the Eagles on Sunday. Now, do they end up then just losing to the Chiefs and Lions? Yeah, it could happen. That likely will. But I think they're beating the Eagles on Sunday.
Give them a chance at home. You let them play at home. I think they got a shot.
Bring them on.
Yeah.
Chiefs might be leaking oil here at this point. It's
going to be a short week. The Chiefs' defense is average.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know why they're not scoring more, but they're barely inside the top 10 in scoring. The analytics say play to play, the Chiefs are still dominant, maybe top 5 in the NFL. So you got to have respect for that. The 1-score game thing is a factor. Like they could easily be 8-2 instead of 5-5.
Well, they'll get in a 1-score game with Dallas and lose. Then that's
they can't get stops. They can't go to Kelsey. As I've been trying to tell people, Worthy and Rice is no cure-all. They're just pretty good players.
Yeah, I thought Rice. I mean, as soon as he came back, it really seemed like they got that offense back humming. But now it's kind of back down.
Kelsey had a decent game last time out, right? Didn't he have 9 catches?
Yeah, it was a big game for him.
Yeah.
The Broncos.
It's been few and far between, though.
Yeah, he'll have the one pop-up game and then 4 stinkers, and then he'll get back up and have a good one. I could see Thanksgiving. He has a pretty good game, big stage like that. Taylor Swift at AT&T.
Is she going to be there?
Post Malone. I bet she'll be there. She's not going to let Travis be alone for Thanksgiving. She's going to bake all the sourdough bread. She'll be there.
She's going to fatten them up.
She might be a front runner. They're 5-5 right now.
She's going to call off this
she
engagement.
Might be. I'm not really
make the playoffs.
I'm not really
done.
interested in seeing this. This 5.
Are they still having the sweet parties and doing the dances with mom and everything?
Yeah,
still,
I think
that's still happening.
I think they're still. Well, I mean, they're definitely doing the sweet parties. I don't know if it's always mom that's in there.
I just don't think we're posting it like we once did. Right?
I'm glad. I think the NFL is kind of like, yeah, we did this. And now we don't. I mean, they'll probably show her once at least, for those Swifties that want to pay. But otherwise, I don't think we're overdoing it anymore. I think we've kind of that's come and gone.
We're used to it.
It's just
I imagine it'd have been a beating if I'm what's her name too. The future Mrs. Kelsey. Yeah, Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
After a while, it's like, wow, all these family members of teammates coming around wanting to party with the rock star.
She got tired of hanging out with old Mahomes' brother. That guy.
Yeah, that'd be a beating.
Lot of people would get tired of hanging out with him.
Wouldn't take long.
That dude seems like
what a play by me.
Party pooper at Jackson. Speaking of partiers, Lawrence Taylor. He went on Pardon My Take. Now, we've had...
I'll tell you what, he could have gone out with our guys Monday night and been okay.
And I thought this was perfect because we had the CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens thing happen, and then Abdul Carter also sits out a quarter because he missed a meeting, took accountability. He says that he did not sleep. He was not falling asleep in the meeting. He just missed it. But
at least he's honest, because I'll tell you, it's hard to keep awake in a meeting.
I bet. It is. Dark.
It's dark. It's cold.
It's like when you're in school.
You're tired. Seriously, and I'm just going to give you the advice. If it ever happens to you, when they catch you, say you're praying for the team.
Well, how much sleep do you really need, Lawrence Taylor?
That's what you do. Hey, when they go, hey, Broadus, you go, Coach, I was just praying for the team. You know, your eyes closed, you're going to head down. Just tell them you're praying.
If I'm the coach, I'm going, all right, why don't you go ahead and make that out loud so we can all hear it?
Yeah,
let's
go
do
ahead
this
and pray
together.
for the team right now.
Yeah.
Well,
silent prayer, Coach.
Here was Lawrence Taylor talking about sleep and how late he was to an NFL game.
I am a big believer in getting at least 2 or 3 hours of sleep before a game.
Okay.
You know, so I mean,
you got to get a couple.
You got to
get a couple.
You know, I've been known to come in a little late for the game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Would anyone ever say anything, or were they just like,
Why?
We know LT's going to be here?
What difference does it make if I show up there at 11:30 or 12:30? Or 1:30. Well, 1:30.
1:30's a little late. Second half.
Yeah,
A little late.
You're
an impact sub for the second half.
Yeah. I mean, but listen, hey, I show up on the field, I'm there.
What was the latest you ever showed up?
Second quarter.
To a game? Yeah. Okay. How'd you do that game?
Dude, I had a great game playing. We were playing New England. And this is the first when they started playing Sunday night football games. You used to play Monday night football games, but now no Sunday night football game. So I'm thinking the game is on Monday night. I don't know why I didn't ask, but I just didn't ask. You know? And I'm riding, and I see all these cars over at the stadium. I said, oh, what's going on over here? Got a game, man. So, hey, I got this about second quarter, just about one play before the second quarter.
Oh, my God. That's fantastic.
That was a good game, though.
Yeah. You have any sacks?
Yeah, a couple.
Oh, there we go.
What a savage.
Just a different breed of human.
And what a different time. I just didn't know that we had a game. I'm driving by the stadium. The parking lot's full. What the hell's going on? Oh, my God, we're playing a game right now.
Can you imagine?
Just stroll in there.
You see the time, and you're like, 7:15 start.
What?
Cool, it's a Monday nighter. We've just started the Sunday night games. There's no cell phones. It's not like you're checking social media all day. Different world. Nobody can blow you up and be like, bro, where are you?
Yes.
They're trying to, can you imagine trying to find him? Like, this is no cell phone.
They must have been freaking out.
Yeah.
I mean,
I bet they were just happy that when he did eventually get there, he was sober or sober enough to play.
He just needed 2 or 3 hours, man, and he was good to go. Had a couple of sacks against the Patriots. All right, Hump Day mock draft. Matt Miller's got a fresh one out on ESPN. Now, he does have a trade alert.
Right off the jump?
Right at the top. He's got the Jets. Jets.
Coming up for
Fernando Mendoza.
Okay.
And if the Titans do end up with the number 1 pick, I would assume that they probably will trade out of that because they got their guy in Cam Ward. So if somebody wants a quarterback like the Jets, probably will. Actually, they definitely will. Fernando Mendoza, number 1 pick. Browns then move up with the Giants because the Giants just took Jackson Dart. They go with Dante Moore, the quarterback out of Oregon. Giants moving back just 1 spot, end up going with the offensive tackle from Miami, Francis Mauigoa.
Yeah, he's a right tackle.
It's a tough name.
Really good athlete.
The local guy, Jordan Tyson, out of Arizona State, then goes to the Titans.
I'll tell you what, people were arguing with me today on Twitter. I think that's George Pickens. I don't
like him as much as you do.
I like him a lot.
I know you love him. You love him.
Yeah, that's a big time player.
I worry about him down the field at the next level a little bit.
Don't worry about him, Wolchuk. Seriously, don't worry about him.
I love his blocking.
Pickens is an alien. In my mind, he's a 1 of 1. I got to watch this tape, Brian.
Yeah,
he is a big body that goes up and gets the football, though.
This guy could torch, run after catch. There's some violence to his game. I know, man. I just kind of saw the things of that that build, how he looks and how he snatches the ball the way he does.
He does have some strong hands.
He absolutely
does.
I got GP on 3 saved interceptions for the season. The one from last week was insane. He was 8 yards away and was like, I'm just going to go Spider-Man here and go hit this ball.
He's just different. The Cowboys, though, picking at 13. Earmuffs, Eric. Matt Miller's got him taking Jeremiah Love, the running back from Notre Dame.
Oh, wow. That makes a lot of sense. That's good team building right there, Matt Miller.
Yeah, I mean, I like Jeremiah Love a lot, but I don't know. I don't think I'm going that route, although my guy Caleb Downs was already off the board.
Can you give me a couple guys after he was picked?
Yes, David Bailey, edge from Texas Tech.
Boy, that would be a good get right there.
The guard from Penn State, who's also got a wild name that I'm not even going to try.
Olave
Vega Ione. Mekhi Lemon, the wide receiver from USC. TJ Parker, the edge from Clemson.
Yeah.
I'd probably go with Jeremiah Love over TJ Parker.
I would take Howell from Texas A&M over Parker myself.
And Howell was there. So was the LSU corner. Mansour Delane.
I'm telling you what, McCoy from Tennessee, Delane from LSU, Terrell from Clemson. Give me all three of them.
Players.
Give me all three.
At 2040, as the Cowboys taking with the Packers pick Damon Wilson II, the edge out of Mizzou. Now, I watched him today, transfer from Georgia, and he looked better at Georgia because he played at 2-point stance, like that outside linebacker standing up, getting after it. He is a natural pass rusher.
That's what Howell does at Texas A&M. He's kind of a stand-up guy, too.
Well, so now at Mizzou, they've got his hand in the ground, so he's playing more 3-point.
Yeah.
And he's got a nice cross chop. He's got a good long arm. I like the first step. I mean, he's got a quick get-off the line. The problem is there are times I think he's just got wasted steps.
Yeah.
The angle to the quarterback, I think he gets himself out of position.
Give me his measurables.
He is 6'4", 250.
Okay.
But he does have 6.5 sacks right now. He's got an interception. I mean, he does wreck some games at Mizzou. It's just kind of it's hot and cold.
Plays Oklahoma this week. That'd be a good test.
Yeah, watch him. They're number 8 at Mizzou. Give him a watch. But I mean, Matt Miller's comparing him to James Pierce Jr. I could see that a little bit. I think worst case scenario, he's kind of a pass rush specialist. Wonder about him against the run a little bit. I definitely put David Bailey over him. But
yeah, I think
Wilson's more of a second round guy. But at 24, that's probably what you're going to be picking.
I wonder if Bain, the edge from Miami, is really a defensive tackle.
I've got him as a D tackle.
Yeah,
and then Reese from Ohio State at linebacker, I've got him as an edge.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
There you go. There's your fix.
Thank you, Will Chuck. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We got the C-Note coming up next. Cowboys news of the evening here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
But Toles, I want to tell you about the good folks in Fort Worth, Alliance Hyundai, brand new, and it is conveniently located at I-35 in Golden Triangle. You can't miss it when you're driving down I-35. Absolutely stunning. And I was in the car business for a couple of years. Let me tell you, man, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's a big-time Tolo. He's the owner, and he is delivering a dealership experience that is second to none. Trust me, you will feel the difference. A one-of-one car buying experience at Alliance Hyundai. Right now, score 0% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Hyundai Tucson or 0% APR for 72 months on the 2025 Hyundai Ioniq 5. Now, do not miss the fall tire event at Alliance Hyundai. Buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1. From brakes to maintenance, they've got it all through November 30th, all right? So you just got a few more days to go ahead and capitalize on the fall tire event. 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 at Alliance Hyundai. Now, keep in mind, every new Hyundai comes with America's Best warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, plus owner's assurance. And check out the stunning 2026 Hyundai Palisade selection as well. Now, their state-of-the-art facility features Hyundai certified techs using advanced diagnostics for top-notch care, oil changes, repairs, you name it, with same-day service and no appointment needed. Relax in their comfy waiting area, free Wi-Fi, drinks, snacks, the whole 9. Visit AllianceHyundai.net. That's AllianceHyundai.net. And remember, at Alliance Hyundai, it's their mission to be your ally in the automotive business.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
I'm Pete Thompson with a consumer team alert. With colder weather coming, don't be fooled by the quickie 30-minute tune-ups that many companies do. Call the on-time experts now. They'll thoroughly disassemble, clean, and reassemble your HVAC system and give you a no-breakdown guarantee so you know you'll be warm this winter. Normally, this tune-up is $199. For new customers to call right now, you'll pay just $59. Go to theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Chopper here, my good friends over at QC Kinetics. Does this sound like you? Where every step hurts, where every reach is a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, and how far you've drifted from the life you used to have when you didn't feel that joint pain. Oh boy, do I got good news for you. Relief is closer than you think. It's QC Kinetics. They tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors to help restore and repair damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, relieve pain at its source. They did it for me. I went through steroid injections. I went through surgery chatter. No drugs, no steroids, no surgery, no downtime. Natural biologics, restorative, regenerative options. Be able to swing that golf club again or take that hike or dance in the kitchen with your favorite girl. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. Dallas, Fort Worth, Plano, Grapevine. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610.
North Texas, those summer storms were brutal. Don't head into winter with a damaged roof.
I'm Caden Vining with Greystone Roofing. Our licensed inspectors will inspect your roof free of charge. And for a limited time in October and November, we'll upgrade you to a Class 3 impact-resistant shingle, free.
That upgrade can save you 15 to 20% every year on insurance premiums. Real savings that help offset those big deductibles when a storm hits.
Call Greystone Roofing today. Trusted, licensed, family-owned, and local.
Schedule now at greystone-roofing.com.
Get that end zone dance ready. Football is back. And nobody brings a pregame party like Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Specs has Texas' largest selection of canned cocktails, spirits, wines, and gourmet bites. Everything you need to take your watch party from JV to the pros. So head down to Specs and cheers to savings. Down, set, delicious. Specs, the fun starts here.
A billion-dollar resort to reshape the Dallas skyline. But there are groups ready to stop the project.
There is nothing good to be gained with gambling.
The global powerhouse spending big to give voters the final say. The Big Bet. Tonight on NBC5 News at 10. When weather becomes risky, NBC5 sends out severe weather alerts, keeping you informed, up to date, and safe. Download the NBC DFW app to know where the storm is and where it's heading first. The most accurate forecast in North Texas from the NBC5 weather experts.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2025 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Hey, it's Brian Baldy here. At the Home Depot, Makita tools are built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts, who know the job's only done when it's done right. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year, performance that pays off. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Batteries Plus and Euless.
Batteries Plus and Euless is powering up with the Dallas Cowboys. Meet Rowdy today from 4:30 to 6:30. It's all happening at Batteries Plus on Highway 121 in Euless. Meet Rowdy from the Dallas Cowboys today at the new Batteries Plus, 2720 Highway 121.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. It's time for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening. We're going to go to Robert Mays and David Hellman on the Athletic Football Podcast. Tell me if you agree or disagree with what they're thinking about the urgency level for the Cowboys. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Should never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. All right, here's the clip.
This 2-3 year push is probably like your last best chance with Dak. Yeah. He's on a 4-year deal. it's going to be a similar situation. I mean, we'll even see what his level of play is in 3 more years. But like this really feels like it. And so like not this year, but like this window here when Dak is in this contract. And if you can't step outside your comfort zone a little bit to make that happen, then, you know, I don't want to hear Jerry's whole thing about how not winning a Super Bowl with Tony Romo is his greatest regret, because you're trending toward the same thing. And miss me with the Quinnen Williams stuff too, because that's a correction to the situation you wound up in by blowing it up with Micah Parsons. Like, that's not some bold stroke. That's just treading water because you bailed on one of the best defenders in the world. So we're still not there. We are not to the point where they are like gaining ground in their effort to maximize this last window of Dak Prescott's prime.
I love that point, though, because I do think that if you're looking at this in like a 2-3 year run and you feel good about the offensive staff, I'm really happy with what the Brian Schottenheimer, Clayton Adams thing has looked like for the first 11 weeks of the season. Like, there is something here. There is something here for like a 2 to 3 year run if you're really willing to push it. If you want to, that $74 million that Dak is making next year, it doesn't have to be $74 million. Like, if you want to push your chips in over the next couple of years and you want to see like how far you can push this thing, and his last real run as your starter with a comparatively like a relatively young and cheap core around him outside of like the stars that you've paid, I'm interested in this team. And I do think that there is enough potential to warrant that level of interest.
Yeah, you know, beat the Eagles, beat the Chiefs. Things could get real fun here in the next couple of weeks. But beyond that, the excitement lies in how urgently they're going to team build this thing to close out Dak's window. Tony's window went from open to just slammed shut all of a sudden. They really couldn't anticipate that the end was coming. I do hope that Quinn and George are a sign that they're building up for a big go-for-it move early in 2026 when we get to free agency. But I also love what Dave said. They aren't really going for it yet. This is replacing losing Micah. And I think they've done a great job at converting Micah into assets that help the team more than he would have. But you can do more, a lot more, especially since they've missed on so many draft picks. They don't have an assembly line of players that are about to get paid now. You need to take those resources. Like when they hit rock bottom in 2010 and had that 5-11 year, or was that a 4-12 year or something like that? It was really, really bad. Or no, that's right. They rallied in the second half and finished 6-10. Yeah. They rallied when Jason Garrett took over, so they end up with Tyron Smith at number 9. But they waited that time until the draft bailed them out, and it took them 4 years to really become a legitimate team again. I hope they're thinking, I don't want to wait 4 years and hope that we can draft the next Zach Martin, Tyron Smith, Travis Frederick here to pull us out of it. Let's go spend money now and make it happen. Do you think they will, Brian?
I think they will, because I think Jerry Jones is 83 years old. I think that he's. I say this, and I say it in a way of not being morbid. He doesn't have any campaigns left, and I think that he knows that, and I think he knows he has to find a way, to get George Pickens, tag him, sign him, do something. But then the opportunity of using these draft picks, but he's got to supplement that thing. He needs to keep things open for this draft. You can't just say, okay, we're going to go draft 2 defensive players. No, he needs to have some flexibility where he can go a couple of different directions, and I think they will spend some money in free agency. I think they will tag George Pickens, but then it's going to be about, okay, do we need to go get another linebacker? Do we need to go get a safety?
Definitely need a safety.
Yeah, I mean, they need to go out and supplement this thing to keep their options open for when they get to draft there at the end of April.
I think it's safety and elite corner on defense. And if things are as good as what they appear to be right now, assuming you bring back Clowney or maybe you go get Khalil Mack, you get a veteran pass rusher that's better than the young guys that kind of failed other than Ezra Rocco. I think the defense is close, but it's going to have to take some sort of a commitment financially. And I don't want bottom of the barrel guys. I mean, go out and get a great veteran right tackle.
Yeah. I think you're right about that. To me, though, the corner, I'm interested to see.
I think they got in-house.
I think that's what they're going to try.
How does Carson play the rest of the year? How's Revel look?
Yeah.
The perfect scenario is those two emerge, and you've got them plus Bland, who you've paid, and then we'll see what happens with Diggs' future here. But now
go get the elite linebacker.
Or another end, because I don't know about Clowney. I mean, Clowney's one of these guys. You could probably bring him back. He's not going to want to do training camp, so that'll be a September signing.
People are telling me that Phillips is making a difference for the Eagles.
He is.
Oh yeah,
you know,
he absolutely is.
That and I'm going to get the
and
tape.
he'll be a free agent.
Yeah, we'll
so
get
maybe
the
that's
tape
a guy you
tomorrow.
sign.
So yeah, I kind of feel like that the corner has got me to the point where I need to see what these young guys do. But linebacker, I'm clearly let's go get a guy. If that's maybe get a linebacker, you'll get an offensive lineman. Maybe get the tackle out of that. You know, depending if that's what you want to do.
But I like the idea of being flexible so you can legitimately take the guy that's got the best chance.
I don't want to sit there and have to work at the first day of the draft and think all the draft is defensive players. Keep this thing open to where you can go get some help, because you did some good things in free agency.
It's the C note. Was the CeeDee Lamb report that he was seen throwing up at 7:30 a.m. in a casino butt crack? I saw Sharif tweeted that this morning.
Yeah, seeing Sean jump on it made me feel like, okay, maybe there's some reality to this. And just based on what you said, Broadus, I mean, I don't think you can totally rule it out, but you would think that there would be some
pictures.
Yeah, some real documentation. Everything is just like graphics. There's not like an actual photo of him yakking in a casino.
Yeah, maybe you got somebody around you that's paying people off, like, hey, I'm trying to get him up to his room. Put your phone away. We don't want this stuff out. There's things that could happen, but in this day and age, if that would be real, I would be surprised at this point. How about Des Bryant tweeting about George Pickens, saying, I want you to understand that whenever it's time to negotiate your new contract, your legacy will be worth more than being the highest paid wide receiver if you stay with the Cowboys. There's a lot more to the thought process, but think about it. Yeah, I appreciate Dez's perspective. I think he's one of the few players that looks at this as a fan like nothing could be better than playing for the Cowboys. But I do think for George Pickens, if you're really worried about your legacy, you would be eyeballing San Francisco. You would be thinking, what's going on with the teams that continually are having great success? Would Buffalo want me? Is Kansas City an option? Like, those are legacy moves. Like, maybe your celebrity will be larger playing with the Cowboys, but I would love an opportunity to ask Dez, like, what do you think is going to be better about the legacy being with the Cowboys and being out in the divisional round or wild card round at best? A couple of times in your career, and then it'll be over. You might have great stats playing with Dak. But I think he knows that if you do chase the money and end up on a bad team, you are going to be anonymous, and losing is going to suck. And we saw how he reacted to losing in Pittsburgh. It was no fun. Yeah. So I wonder what everything's going on in George Pickens' mind about that. I desperately hope he's back with the Cowboys one way or another. But I also don't think you named David Mulligetta your agent if you aren't really interested in taking the most money that's out there.
I definitely agree with that. I mean, you've got an agent who's the best in the business right now. But I also think another element for George Pickens is you got to think about the fit. And it seems like this fit here in Dallas has been perfect for him. I mean, the Steelers got rid of him because the locker room got sick and tired of him. They were sick of the antics. They were sick of him showing up late. I get it, right? Him and CD had this run-in in Vegas where they were out and whatever, the 7:30 a.m. thing. But otherwise, it sounds like he's been an awesome teammate. They're best of friends. He gets along with people here. He fits here. Brian Schottenheimer likes him. Is that guaranteed if he goes to San Francisco or Buffalo or name the other team? Yeah, I don't know.
I'll tell you what means more. His decision he needs to make is go where a quarterback is. Because we saw at Pittsburgh when he played with a sad quarterback, he wasn't as good of a player. Now he comes here, he plays in an offense that they get the ball to him in space. The quarterback can get it to him on the move. I think he needs to look at that. I was thinking, in my mind when I was hearing all this, I was thinking about Howie trading Brown away and then trying to get George Pickens is what I was thinking.
That's a very Howie move.
Well, I mean, that wouldn't be going with a quarterback that's going to make you happy.
But then that was in my mind, I was thinking
and
of
I think same locker room issues.
Yeah, but I was sitting there thinking like, okay, who would make a move like this for George Pickens if you could do it? Howie would move on from one guy and bring in another this way, but you're talking about a quarterback, and we'll get into it here in a few minutes about how Hurts is playing. But obviously they trust him, in Philadelphia. But I think if George Pickens is not here, his next move, if he gets the opportunity, is he needs to evaluate where the best quarterback is.
The thing is, the Cowboys
that'll help him the most.
The Cowboys might be the ones to control where he is. Because if you tag him, I think he's either a Cowboy or they're trading him somewhere. So they're not trading him to the Eagles. It would be a team that maybe they can compromise like they did with Micah. Now he goes to Green Bay. He's happy there. He gets his money. But it's certainly not going to be a team in the NFC East. I'm sure there's that poison pill clause in there.
You could also look at Philadelphia, though. If you were to trade him, I would look at some of their defensive pieces is what I would do. If you're like seriously thinking like, okay, fine, you want to trade him in the division, I'll take a pick, but I'm also going to take one of your better defensive players. Maybe you could pry one of those corners away from him or something like that. That's a thought.
It's going to be another fascinating offseason, and hopefully it's followed or preceded by a playoff push. That's still a little bit of a long shot, but I win against Philadelphia this week allows you to imagine it, and then Kansas City sitting there at 5-5. Could they do that on Thanksgiving afternoon? That would make this thing just a whole bundle of joy there. Could you imagine being 6-5-1? I mean, right now you're only a half game worse than the Chiefs. Everybody's talking about the Chiefs have a better than 50% chance of making the playoffs. I think the Cowboys' percentage right now is 6, and if they win this game, it only jumps to 13, just to give you an idea of how much of a long shot that it is. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, let's talk about this Philadelphia offense. We'll do that next.
Okay, but football is heating up, like I just said, but the temperatures in DFW been dropping. Nice little warmer week this week. Kind of feel...
seen it before.
Of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's not your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Krusty's Corner is brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. Greystone-roofing.com. Here's Krusty.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius, for always playing that, and thank you to Greystone for being a part of this one. We really do appreciate you guys. Yeah, it's Philadelphia Eagles, and I did a psycho thing, getting ready for this one.
How psycho? We tell you.
Psychosomatic, out of insane.
I did.
Sorry.
I did something psycho.
Sorry, man.
That was right.
System of a
Don't
Down,
you ever
or-
apologize?
That was pretty good, though, Lucius.
What was that?
Smack my jaw. You know what I'm talking about? Was that Prodigy thing? Bring the pressure.
Bring the
That
pressure.
song goes hard, bro. I'm about to listen to it. Go ahead, do your thing.
Play it.
That's why I don't need to ask you any Philadelphia Eagle questions, Lucius. No questions.
No.
No.
Great cheesesteaks, man.
Yeah, work on them cheesesteaks.
I always thought a good Rangers season slogan would be, "We'll smack your pitch up." We'll smack your. Oh, wow, I just destroyed that.
Well,
have another coffee, Dawson.
Smack your pitch up.
Hit the
Thank
pitch.
you.
Smack it.
Yeah, here's Brian.
Thank you.
Press the corner.
Appreciate that, Dawson. By the way, if you're into slogans,
That's when the quarterback throws the ball and he's going behind him a little bit. He's like, damn, I had the right grip on that.
If you need a slogan for your team, just give Dawson a call. He'll be happy to help you. I looked at all 175 carries for Saquon Barkley.
Good Lord.
Did ya?
Yeah. I was curious. You guys curious why he's not running the ball very well? Anybody want to come with an opinion why?
Well, I just look at the offensive line.
Yeah.
I think they've taken a step back, and especially without Lane Johnson, their on-off splits with running the ball with him are big time different.
Yeah.
I mean, how many touches did he have last year, though? Isn't this rule of 370 territory?
Dawson might be onto something here.
Oh, he's not looking as explosive.
Well, that was the
he's
whole
not.
preseason thing where I thought
he's really not.
that's why they'd missed the playoffs.
Wear and tear.
Chief, you're onto something about their offensive line has not been healthy, completely healthy. And there's been times where they've had to bring in guys like Fred Johnson. He's like their extra blocker guy, but now he's the starting right tackle for them. So now they're going to have to use Matt Pryor as their extra blocker guy, and he's not really getting the job done, nor is their tight ends getting the job done as blocker guys. And so what happened is they've struggled with centers, like that Brett Tooth. He is a guy that, like, when he's in there, they really don't run the ball very well because he has no power. So anytime he has to cut somebody off, there's been more penetration with this offensive line because of the problems with the health. But I think a big thing is the back doesn't look as explosive and as quick as he once did.
Yeah. 91 carries in the postseason plus 345 in the regular.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
It's when it's to the hole, hit the hole. This is a team they're going to try and run the ball. They're a right-handed team. So they try and run the ball to their right side, which would be the defense's left. But what Barkley's been really good at over the years is taking the ball where it needs to go, but then breaking it back. Like his vision to kind of see. Mm-hmm. And they've played some teams, man. I was watching them with the Rams, watching them, against the Buccaneers. Well, I mean, every game where there's a team that plays with a pretty decent run defense element to it, the Eagles have had some problems. They just can't sustain blocks. They haven't been able to get a lot of movement. The runner looks like he's kind of slowed down a little bit, and they've taken away some of his cutback lanes. When he wants to cut the ball back, that's where you see some really, really big plays. But he just hasn't. Teams have been winning at the line of scrimmage, and kind of there's been a lot of those 2, 3, 4 yard gains before you've seen him where he's had those gains where it's against the Giants, he had a long run, a 50, 60-yard run. But he hasn't had those explosive runs. When you look at him, he's only had 16 runs of over 10 yards this season, which is not great for him. Because he's usually the guy it's usually a 15, 16, and it's a 30-yard 50, yeah. Mm-hmm. But I think that they've kind of wore them out. This team also is they have the third. When it comes to drop back passes, they don't throw the ball. Like they're the third in the league with the least amount of drop back passes, and you can kind of tell that they lean on their running game that way. So they put so much pressure on him because they don't throw the football. So you talk about they don't drop back much. They're not very good in completions when it comes to their drop back game. But they face the most amount of blitzes. Well, actually the second most amount of blitzes. And I think people try to change the picture on this guy. Mm-hmm. That's how you kind of get to this quarterback a little bit. You blitz him, but you feel like that maybe how do you control him running is what they'll do. But I could see teams, when you watch them throw or him try to throw, they change the picture of him. They give him different looks and stuff like that and make him have to process. And he's a guy that holds the ball, and he holds the ball into some sacks.
Oh, yeah.
Is what he'll do. Now, he hasn't turned the ball over. I was trying to go through and say, okay, computer, give me all the plays where he's thrown an interception. It was one.
Yeah, I mean that's how they end up.
And I thought
he doesn't beat him.
I thought the computer was messing around with me. I'm like, computer, give me all the interceptions, not knowing the number. It's actually one.
He's not going to lose you the game.
Yeah, he's just been really very conscious of not throwing that. He had some bad drops in the Detroit game on him. He's had some bad overthrows that he's had to deal with. He hasn't always put the ball right where it needed to be. And they're very basic when they come to, you think the Eagles as being a big crossing route team, that's lowered. They don't
throw it over the middle.
They don't. That's a big problem. They used to be a team that was always running routes through the middle of your defense with all these different route combinations, and it hasn't been that way. And I could see why that receiver's bitching about the offense.
Sure.
It's a go route, it's a hitch, and it's a slant. That's the Philadelphia Eagles right now. Now, nobody runs more go routes than the New York Giants. The Giants are the only other team that runs more go routes than the Eagles. But they don't do anything else. Like I used to think, oh, look at the amount of crossing routes these guys. Look at the mesh, the deep mesh stuff that they used to do, try and pick guys off. I don't see that much more from the Eagles in their offense. So that's been a big problem for them.
We're talking about bringing your guy Doug Peterson back.
Yeah.
Help the offense get more aggressive.
Are they really?
Well, the media was.
Oh, the media was? I haven't talked to Doug in a while. Like when he got let go in Jacksonville, I said, "Hey, bro, I'm sorry." He goes, "Hey, don't worry about it. We'll be all right." And that's it. I haven't talked to him since. But just to go back with Barkley real quick, just the numbers and stuff, just looking at those. But you could see it on tape. 3.8 yards per carry, only a 35% success rate running that 4 yards per carry. I said the 16 explosive runs, 33 missed tackles. Jeez, it seemed like he used to do that in a game,
Yeah.
But not this case. But they are a right side running team, is what they are. So Cowboys had better kind of be on the screws for that one. I'll say this though, like I say about their offensive line though too, that the injuries have been a problem. They have been, and it's a problem. Like I say, it's the thing that the way that people are now attacking the Philadelphia Eagles, and the right side of their offensive line with Fred Johnson at tackle is going to be an issue for them because he will give up pressures. I mean, he's not like Lane Johnson. Lane Johnson doesn't give up pressures or sacks. This Fred Johnson does, number 74. You got to be mindful of that. Tyler Steen at the start of the season, I kind of thought was maybe a weak link here. I actually think that Landon Dickerson's the weak link now with this offensive line, and I'll tell you why. When you get him one-on-one, and I went back and watched this because I was curious. You go back and watch him when he has to deal with blocks one-on-one, he will give up pressures, and he will give up sacks.
He's left guard?
He's the left guard. Yeah, he's the left guard. And what he really, really relies on is double team blocks. Like he gets help from Cam Jurgens, the center. Mm-hmm. But when you get Landon Dickerson on one-on-one, and this is where the Cowboys can do some good because of some of the line, they play with the five-man line.
Now you're going to have Quinnen Williams go at him.
You got to cover the center here and put somebody over, and don't let Dickerson be by him or make him play by himself.
Nice.
You could get a quick pressure inside because when he has a double team, he's okay. When he has help, he's okay. But as a single blocker, he has problems. So there's a couple different areas. Jordan Mailata, by the way, has given up some pressures this year too. The
slippage across the board.
Left tackle has been a big problem there as well. So kind of a couple areas to look at.
Did you mention Jurgens was out last week?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. He's been.
Yeah, that guy stinks.
He's horrible. Their backup center is bad.
Is he?
So that's and they drafted that Drew Kendall. I haven't seen
Boston
him,
College.
Yeah, I haven't seen him play. He was a center that he
was okay. It was a weak center draft.
Yeah.
I mean, he was probably one of the better ones.
Okay, but focus on right tackle, focus on left guard one-on-one, and then maybe some pressure twos from Jordan Mailata, though. But I'll tell you what, this offensive line, they don't block well at tight end. They've struggled with some people with some power up front. I never thought I would say this about an Eagle offensive line, but they've struggled with some teams that are winning on their side of the line of scrimmage. So there's some hope for your Dallas Cowboys defense, kind of this new look Cowboy defense.
I like it. Could be a back to 500 Sunday here on your home of the Cowboys. We'll get John Oning's thoughts from Pro Football Focus. Johnny joins us next year. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
All right, it's one thing to save for retirement. It's another to feel ready for it. Wealth helped me build a real plan with less guesswork and more peace of mind. They explained everything. They gave me options and never once tried to sell me something.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we're about to be joined by our special football guest of the day, John Owning, Pro Football Focus. Wolchuk has a mixed bag coming up for you at 4:20. Then at 4:40, I'm going to give you a very intriguing Mavericks trade idea and why we should look at trading our injured guy for a different team's injured guy. But trust me, hopefully it'll make sense for you here coming up at 4:40.
When did you start wanting to trade for anything injured?
This is big.
There's a brilliant catch here in this one.
Okay, I'm waiting.
It gives you it gives you high upside with very little downside.
You're usually warning us don't take the injured guy.
Hope it's an expiring contract.
It's probably what it is.
In a way, it is. I think you're going to like this, Chief.
Right.
It's 3D chess for Mavericks team building as John Owning, Pro Football Focus, joins us now here in the nation. And a good afternoon, John. How you doing out there?
Doing well. Just got back from jiu-jitsu, so got a little ego boost going, so I'm ready to take on the Twitter trolls for the day. So feeling good.
You tear them up there on the mat?
Yes, sir. I don't get to train as much as I would like during the season because they're just so busy with everything that we got to do. So it's always nice to be able to get back on the mat at least a couple times a week to keep the skills in check.
Now, my experience with jiu-jitsu guys, y'all are very humble. I like your life philosophy. You won't brag, but how good are you at this jiu-jitsu stuff, John? I'm always wondering.
I'm pretty good. I used to compete a lot in college and stuff. I won the absolute at a tournament to go to Abu Dhabi to compete in front of like the sheiks and everything. I got third at the Pan Americans as a purple belt.
What? You're a black belt, John. You're really damn good, okay?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm pretty good. I like to let others speak for it. Talk to people who have rolled with me, and they'll let you know.
I love it, man. Well, thanks for that detail. Now, I've been saying, speaking of good, I've been hoping that Quinnen Williams can have a Micah Parsons-like impact, making teammates better. Can we see that? Can we project that?
Yeah, I think that obviously I've been one of those people. I know Brian and Zach, and I think all of you guys have been on the same train for a few years now that the Cowboys have needed a real butt kicker at the inside interior defensive line, and a guy like Quinnen Williams is a guy who makes everybody else's jobs easier. Not only is he gonna draw double teams, but he has the ability to win off of double teams. He can take on the combo. When the combo leaves, he can shed and make plays. And I think a really cool little detail that is different between his time this year in New York and his time now in Dallas is he switched up his stance a little bit so that he could be a little bit more productive against the pass. You see him, he's a little bit more forward in his stance, his butt's a little bit higher, a little bit of a sprinter stance, whereas in New York, where they were playing more of a read-react type of front, he was kind of had his butt a little bit lower so that he can read and mirror step with the offensive line so that he can kind of stay square to the blocks, extend, see where the running backs go and shed, make plays like that. And his run production was really up, but his pass rush production has really plummeted in compared to other years. And as we saw, the switch back to the more forward stance allowed him to be a little bit more explosive out of his stance, and that allowed him to be extremely productive from a pass rush perspective against the Raiders for sure.
John, I wonder how you think this offensive line is coming along. And Tyler Guyton, I think, is coming off maybe his best game. But now you finally have these five together after a lot of injuries up front that they were mixing and matching. What do you think, and how close are they maybe to gelling as a group and making this thing a strength for the football team?
I think we're as close as we have been at any point in the season for sure. I think that the areas that you see it most are kind of on those exotic pass protection plays. And, the Cowboys like to, on their play action passes, they like to pull a guard like they're running power or they're running a counter or something and pull them to the edge to seal the edge defender. And I think that's something that you're seeing being a little bit more successful when you have the continuity of your five best guys, when you have guys like Tyler Booker, Tyler Smith doing it rather than, a TJ Bass or Hakeem Adeniji or any of those kind of backup interior linemen that we've seen how to be put in that area where we've seen the Cowboys, honestly have a little bit of trouble in the past because they couldn't seal that edge and they're allowing too much pressure to leak in those areas. So I think that that's a big area where you see it in the Cowboys doing a little bit better passing off stunts. I think that was an area where they really, really struggled especially at the beginning of the season, was passing off stunts, and Dak was just being so masterful in his pocket manipulation and getting the ball out quick that it wasn't really hurting the Cowboys as much. But I think now you're seeing the Cowboys front be a little bit more solid and bit more continuity in their ability to pass off those stunts, read those blitzes, see those coming, being on the same page. And, one thing that people don't overlook is like passing off the stunts, yes, but the offensive line has to pass at the same level so that they can pass off those stunts. And that was something, especially when Bass was in the game, you saw that him and Steele were having a lot of issues setting on the same plane, so they were struggling in passing off those stunts. And it's a little bit better when you have Booker and Steele in there.
Are you starting to see Guyton just get quite a bit better?
For sure. I think he's being more comfortable. He's a guy who hasn't had a ton of practice time with the Cowboys. He's had a lot of off-season injuries. He's had a lot of things that have really limited his ability to practice. And I just think the more reps he gets is the more comfortable he's going to get, and it's going to allow him to be more successful. I think the Raiders game was his best game that he's had this year for sure. Not only was he very successful in pass protection, I believe according to the PFF numbers, it was his only game where he wasn't credited with allowing a pressure. And then in the run game, I thought he had 4 or 5 blocks in the run where he was showing a good ability to, reach blocks on outside zone, reach blocks on inside zone, those type of things, kick out blocks. He was doing a little bit better job in that area. And he's a guy I think we all want him to be. I think he's most comfortable in pass protection, but if he can really continue to progress as much as he has in the run game, I think that would be a boon for his game, especially because we already know he has the athleticism, he has the range and pass protection. He just has to clean up some little things, and it's all going to start clicking for him much more consistently, I hope, down the stretch of this season.
John, you mentioned kicking ass. I'm going to let you kick my ass on this one.
Kick his ass, John.
I want to try Diggs when he comes back at safety is what I want to do. I want to play him some at free safety and maybe let him be kind of a ball-hawking center fielder. I know people are concerned about tackling, but I think he plays with his eyes and the way he kind of reacts. If you let him do something like that, is that a possibility, or am I hitting the crack pipe on that one?
I think there's a lot of traits that he has that could, lend itself well to playing free safety. Obviously, the ball skills, the athletic ability, the size. I think he has all of that to be a very good free safety. The only thing that I worry about is we have seen that he has a little bit of issues in zone coverage when he has to coordinate with his fellow defenders, when he has to pass off routes, take on routes, and all types of things that kind of see multiple things at once. And that's something I kind of worry about from the free safety position, because he kind of has to take a big picture look. He can't really have a narrow focus on one receiver or on one little, alley or silo of the field. So it would be something that I would honestly, if I was the Cowboys, I would try it in practice and see if he's showing the awareness to be in the right places with his eyes, if he has them in the right places, if he knows when to break on the ball, if he's making positive breaks on the ball. Because if he's someone who can make positive breaks on the ball, and I mean he's breaking on the ball before the quarterback lets go, in the middle of his throwing motion, he's breaking on the ball. That is, with his ball skills and his athleticism, he's going to make a lot of big plays for your defense. So I totally understand why you would want to do that. But I just think it's something that he needs to show in practice, which we're not privy to.
Sure.
But if I was the coaching staff, I would definitely experiment with it in practice to see if he has, the right eyes, the right awareness. He understands how to communicate at such a vital position in this defense, especially a defense that plays so much cover 3 and that plays a lot of single high.
John, there's a reason why you're my favorite analyst. Thank you very much for doing that, sir.
Wickedly talented John Owning with us here on 105.3 The Fan. So sticking with the defense, and somebody that watches as much film as you do across the board around the league, how do you weigh the positivity we saw defensively for the Cowboys versus really an inept Raiders offense carrying over to when they're playing this gauntlet through the next 3 games?
I think that's something that's really hard because, the Raiders really aren't a very good defense. No. But the things that the Cowboys were doing successfully, the principles that we're in, are things that can bring you success against any team. The thing that I like the best is bringing these 5-man rushes so that you can create single one-on-one matchups with your three interior guys, at least two of your interior guys if you have them in, or all three if you have Clark, Odigizua, and Quinnen in. If you can give those guys consistently one-on-one matchups, I don't care who the interior line is, they're going to have success because they're going to find the weak point on that offensive line, and they're going to continue to attack it. I think against the Raiders, one thing we saw was that the Raiders' offensive line were using a lot of high hands with their strikes. Their strikes were landing really high. And you saw especially Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams were using that forklift technique where you attack a leverage point, whether that be the wrist or the elbow, and you lift it into the sky. And that really hurts the offensive lineman's ability to, one, anchor against power, but also it provides the rushers access to their edge. And that's when you saw Quinnen Williams. That's how he got his sack, because he was able to forklift the elbow. And then when you forklift that elbow, the offensive lineman has no ability to protect that edge of his body. And you just saw Quinnen Williams rip through, and he's so strong and he's so athletic that once he gets to your edge and he can get forward momentum going, you're not going to stop him. So I think those are kind of traits that you will see them have success no matter who you're going against, because no one has three interior offensive, even the best offensive lines don't have three interior offensive linemen that can all vie with Odigizua, Clark, and Quinnen Williams on a snap-by-snap basis.
Yeah, John, I just did a breakdown of the Eagles, and I was watching Landon Dickerson play for the Eagles, and then I was like, God, why does he lose so many battles one-on-one? But you watch him when he plays with, he gets help, he's like a much better player. But to your point, if you put him in that one-on-one situation, I think the Cowboys have a really good shot of attacking the middle of the pocket, especially over him.
John, did we lose you? John owning Pro Football Focus. It appears he is off into the California night. I thought you had a damn good point there. He's probably going to back you. He was going to back you again.
He was, man.
I was hopeful he was.
Okay, well, let me throw this in. Mark Cuban just made an announcement or released a statement that their Mavs are not going to try to trade Anthony Davis.
Oh.
My initial reaction is, oh, man, what could they possibly be thinking? So hopefully this is him attempting to manipulate the trade market. Yeah, they don't like what the offers that they're getting, and we're saying, well, that's fine. You don't get him then. I guess you don't want a Hall of Fame power forward. You can have fun losing to the OKC Thunder. I imagine, but it's also possible. I just feel like there's been so many reports over the last 2 weeks that they are trying to trade him.
Right.
That would be the most logical thing for me.
Yeah, because it's different when it's just anonymous kind of sources and quotes, but Mark Cuban sitting down in an interview with The Athletic and Joe Vardon and saying that with his own name on it, yeah, that's our plan. I don't think he wants to do that. I think this is just sort of posturing.
Yeah. Thanks to John Owning, Pro Football Focus, for joining us. We'll be back. No, he's still here. All right, John's still here.
John,
buddy, we got you back. He is back.
That's stamina, man. That's the jiu-jitsu for you.
Yeah, what was that question you were asking, Brian?
John, I was asking about Landon Dickerson because I was watching Philadelphia tape. Feel like that he struggles as a single blocker, and then you brought up how Dallas is playing with the inside and the inside three, and they're able to kind of go one-on-one with guys. I thought maybe that was an avenue for him this week, trying to attack the Eagles, especially in the middle of the pocket.
100%, and I think the best way to do that I'm not sure if people listening understand, but a bear front, I think, would be the best way to attack the interior defensive line or the interior offensive line of the Eagles while staying – while giving you enough people in the box to defend the run adequately. By a bear front, I mean you have a head-up nose tackle on the center. He's covering the A-gaps. And then you have your two other defensive tackles are in three technique positions, which means they have outside eye of the guards.
Yeah.
So all the interior gaps are covered. And against the pass, that basically, unless a team wants to insert a running back to be the double-teaming force, that's single one-on-one matchups for all interior three of your defensive linemen, and I think that would just make hay for the Cowboys. And I think it's something equally as successful they can do with when Solomon Thomas comes back.
Yeah.
When he returns from injury, he was doing, in my opinion, he was probably the most consistent defensive tackle on the team throughout the year, both against especially against the run.
Right.
But his quickness and stuff can give people a lot of issues. And I just think with, those four defensive tackles creating a rotation, maybe even use a Perrion and Winfrey in there to give you some more pass rush ability, some more athleticism in the interior. I think that could be a very successful front, especially against a team like the Eagles. And a great thing about our bear front is it gives you a lot of answers against zone reads, RPOs and stuff. So I think that is something that Eberflus kind of flashed against the Raiders, and I hope that he uses it a little bit more consistently against the Eagles.
Yeah, if you look at Barkley, the metrics and the eye test and the film will tell you that he does not want to pass protect. I mean, he gives up some pressures and stuff. So inserting him as a blocker might be something that they really don't want to go down that path.
And it's so weird because he is such a big back. You think that he would be someone who would be really successful in pass protection, but he just doesn't bring the physicality in that department.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
What insights do you have on Lamb and Pickens if you could only have one, or compare and contrast?
It's really interesting. I think I've been thinking about Pickens especially a lot recently and what his kind of superpower is as a receiver. And everybody talks about his ability to run 50-50 balls, but that hasn't really been the case for the Cowboys, at least the large portion of this production. I think his real superpower is his ability to manipulate pace. And I think that you see that with his route spins and his releases. Is he kind of slow plays a lot, and then he'll accelerate out of nowhere, and the cornerbacks just aren't ready for it because when he's not getting targeted, he does run lackadaisical routes from time to time.
That's the truth.
Just jogs through it. But I used to be, at the beginning of the season, I was really hammering him for it. But it kind of plays into his pace manipulation because he kind of lulls these cornerbacks into a sense of confidence, and then he'll just accelerate, and they kind of are like a tick slow to react to what he's doing. And you see that on these slants, on these stop routes, these kind of things where he can kind of slow play this and then accelerate at the break point, and that's allowed him to be really successful. Now, me personally, I still kind of prefer Lamb because I'm the kind of guy that thinks route running over everything, and I just think Lamb is a much more refined route runner who can win in a much bigger variety of ways throughout the field. You can get him the ball in so many different ways, and he can be successful, and he can beat a wider variety of cornerbacks, in my opinion. But I honestly think the best thing for both of them is having the other one on the opposite side of the field, because that maximizes both of their abilities the most, in my opinion.
I love it. John Owning, Pro Football Focus. Great stuff, man. We'll try to catch up with you soon. Have a great night.
Hey, thank you, guys. Really appreciate you guys. Have a great day.
Salute. All right, the man, John Owning, here in the G-Bag Nation. Mixed bag coming up, Woolchuck. What's in store?
Could someone actually break Derrick Henry's high school record? That's next.
All right, but Tolos, I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids. I know as parents we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future, but some kids...
have to forget something else? Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What was it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for a mixed bag here with Wolchuk. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, we'll be back on the Mavs here coming up in about 15 minutes or so with, again, Mark Cuban saying this afternoon they're not going to trade Anthony Davis. They're trying to win now. So
that's horse hockey.
I think it's horse hockey as well.
He's lying to you.
Here's Wolchuk with a mixed bag.
Damone Clark has been claimed by the Houston Texans.
Doesn't have to go too far.
So he will move on to their 53-man roster. So congratulations to Damone Clark. I hope he has tremendous success. I mean, we got to talk with him a couple of training camps ago. Awesome dude. Just didn't really work out here in Dallas.
Lack of instincts hurts.
Does.
Great. I mean, the size.
Had everything you want.
Desire. I mean, yeah. He just. When it came to processing, it didn't happen fast enough.
No.
And it's hard to play when you process slow.
Some Ranger updates for you. There was a handful of minor league signings that the Rangers announced late yesterday, including a former first-round pick and a reliever who was actually with Skip Schumacher in Miami back in 2024. So they announced the signings of Declan Cronin, Peyton Gray, and Trey Supak, and infielder Richie Martin Jr. to minor league contracts. All four of those are going to get invites to spring training. Cronin, though, is the long-term play, according to Evan Grant. 28 years old, pitched in 56 games with Skip Schumacher in 2024. Had a sub-3 ERA entering July. Then the second half hit, wore down, maybe overuse, so he did not pitch last year. He had to have elbow ligament replacement surgery at the end of the season. So he's actually not expected to pitch the upcoming season, but that's kind of a stash play for the Rangers moving forward.
So
could be an answer in 2027. Yeah, for Declan Cronin. And then Major League Baseball has a new media deal with NBC, Netflix, and ESPN. As they announced that, the new agreement will give ESPN rights to out-of-market games for all 30 teams and 6 in-market clubs. NBC/Peacock will become the new home of the first round of the playoffs. Yep, Peacock will become the new home of the first round of the playoffs. Sure. Yes, and Sunday Night Baseball. And then Netflix is going to showcase the standalone opening day game in prime time, and then they'll get the home run derby and the Field of Dreams game. So those will be the specials on Netflix.
I hate to say this. I don't think I've watched a Sunday night game in forever.
Oh, ESPN, like when they did Sunday Night Baseball?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't even think I watched the Rangers on Sunday Night Baseball over there.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you at the cheerleading, the co-ed adult cheerleading thing,
on radio.
like Belichick?
I do enjoy listening to the games. I'm not going to lie. It's an old man thing. It really is. I think that Eric and Hicksy and those guys do a hell of a job, and I just like listening to my guys, but I have a hard time watching like when they're on another channel, and I like Joe Davis and those guys, but what the hell?
What the hell? What the hell?
What are you laughing about over there?
I just I love your commitment to keeping radio alive.
You know what the thing about it is? Like Hicksy and Eric just saw me blasted, hammered, and they were nice to me about it. So I kind of feel a loyalty to them.
You're trying to make up for it.
Yeah, like you idiots let me sit by them. I asked Dawson not to. I told Dawson, Dawson, whatever you do, don't let me sit. Dawson was basically two-hand shoving me into the position to have to sit over there.
Mm-hmm. I wanted the show. It's impressive. I knew you'd do all the talking for me.
Yeah.
What did Hicksy say? I was kind of a boisterous guy. What was I?
He was
very social.
Very social. Yeah, Broadus was very social last night.
I bought him dinner though. I felt bad because I was really hammered.
Yeah, they deserve that.
We should replay that this year. I think that'd be fun. Let's get to know the name Miles McLaughlin. This is a guy that
is this another guy for 2027?
No, this is a high school running back
is this
right
a
now.
Minor leaguer?
In the state of Alabama. And he is on the verge of breaking Derrick Henry's high school rushing record, which is 12,124 yards over his high school career.
Where's he committed to?
This kid is just 365 yards away from tying Henry's high school rushing record, which I thought was probably never going to be broken. Now, he's not committed anywhere.
What?
Nowhere.
3 stars I'm seeing.
Just a 3-star guy.
5'11", $190.
Small kid. Also plays some safety. Had a game-sealing interception. Not a big dude at all. Goes to a school with less than 1,000 students.
Wow.
During his sophomore year, he was moonlighting at quarterback, and the coaches liked him enough to essentially make that his full-time spot. Now he's running for 450 yards a game.
So this guy's not an ATH?
Yeah, I mean, listed. I don't know. Maybe schools are looking at him as a safety. Maybe schools are looking at, hey, running back sounds like this is the spot he should be playing. He had 10 touchdowns in one game. One game.
That's against Greenhill.
Unbelievable. This kid is a freak show. And Derrick Henry wished him congratulations and go get that record he was on with Kay Adams earlier. But that is just absolutely crazy. Right now, he's got some D2, D3 offers, but nothing.
I'll tell you what, scouts, these teams, they miss players. I don't know how you could have a kid that could be in the state of Alabama.
Dude's going for 450 a game, 10 touchdowns.
I mean, you got to find something for
These
him.
These numbers are absolutely insane.
He's got 71 touchdowns on the season?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy what this kid's doing.
Oh, my gosh.
All right, fellas, let's do it. Gear up. Get your minds ready, your bodies ready. We're playing a game of playoff contender or pretender. Eric, we're going to start with you, and I'm changing it up. This is Super Bowl contender or pretender, not just playoffs, because this is a playoff team, baby.
All right.
Are they a Super Bowl contender, or are they fool's gold? The New England Patriots, led by the Vrabels, who'll cut off his manpiece if they win that Lombardi trophy. Contender or pretender?
I do think from a Super Bowl standpoint, you're looking at more of a pretender than anything else. But in the AFC, could they get to the conference championship game? I guess I could see it, but I think they're more of a pretender than anything else when you look at the advanced numbers on them. And kudos to them. I love Vrabel. I love Drake May, and what they got going on for the future here was a bold prediction preseason playoff team.
Nailed it.
A lot of it has to do with just their poor schedule for the most part. So I don't think they run the ball anywhere close enough to be an actual contender.
Pretender, says Eric Chiafalo. All right, Brian Broaddus. The Buffalo Bills. And nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills right now.
Buffalo Bills circle the wagons, yeah.
Contender or pretender?
Man, I am going to say that is a contender. And I'm going to say it just because, my belief in that quarterback is what I'm going to say there. I think they're could be a little bit of an up and down team, but this quarterback's got to get it done one time, right?
Yeah, he's got to put that Superman cape. I mean, he might be able to not worry about Patrick Mahomes this year.
You could say it about the quarterback or just the team in general. The team has to get it done at some point.
I mean, I think Sean McDermott would probably be fired.
I still like what's going on at D. I want to believe in him. I really want to do. So I'm going to say he's going to be a contender.
All right, Gavin Dawson. The Pittsburgh Steelers. Contenders or pretenders?
This is perfect because he does a podcast for these guys.
I might know what I'm doing here, boys.
Yeah, jump onto YouTube if you happen to be a Steelers fan. Me and my guy Newbear, who's up there in Pittsburgh, the Knoll Road is what we call it, play off the toll road. But they're pretenders. They don't have the offensive line. Their defense has been a Jekyll and Hyde situation, and Aaron Rodgers is totally washed up. No wide receiver, too. Didn't make a move at the deadline. So they really need to move on from Mike Tomlin. They will not be a contender ever again until he's fired.
We'll try and sneak just a couple more in.
He makes Jason Garrett look like a good coach, if you ask me.
Wow, really?
Haven't drafted a Pro Bowl defensively since T.J. Watt. You're a defensive-minded coach.
That's stunning.
You can't find a defensive star out of college. And you're spending 2/3 of your cap dollars on defense. You're an average defense. It's time to move on here.
Wow. That is wow. I have not drafted a Pro Bowler on defense since.
That is wow is his other podcast.
That is how about wow?
How about wow?
Eric Chiafalo, the Baltimore Ravens. Don't look now. They've won 4 in a row. That division might be Poochie's. As Dawson just said, Steelers ain't any good. Contender or pretender?
Yeah, I would go contender here. I mean, they still have a buttload of talent. They've started to get a little bit healthier, and their defense has gotten things turned around. I would absolutely, and like you said, in that division, they're going to win that division. And so, yes, I do think that is a Super Bowl contending type team.
Brian Broaddus.
Yes.
Daniel Jones. He has resurrected his career. Jonathan Taylor scoring 3 touchdowns a game like it's nothing. Javarius Ward, he's about to be activated. He's healthy. They got him. They got Sauce Gardner. The Indianapolis Colts. Contenders or pretenders?
I'm going to say they're contenders because I think they play pretty damn good defense, and they've got the ability to run the football. And there's a pretty good shot that that they can get the number 1 seed here, depending on what happens. I think Denver's at 31%, and the Colts are at like 22. So yeah, I'm gonna say that is a team that I like. I think the quarterback's doing enough. Obviously, you look at what the offense has been able to do, but I think that defense is actually pretty good. So I'm going to say that is a contender.
All right, Gavin Dawson, last one for you, sir, and we'll carry over tomorrow. But the Jacksonville Jags, they've got sunshine at quarterback. Trevor Lawrence, their defense, it's been playing okay. They just got themselves a nice win over the Chargers. Jacksonville, contenders or pretenders?
Yeah, it's a massive pretender here. Jacksonville maybe still one off season away. The injury to what's his nuts there, Travis Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
They got issues there at receiver. Just a pretty good defense. So I'm impressed with what they've been doing. But and some decent wins here. I mean, to beat San Francisco and Kansas City, they're on the right path. But until further notice, they're one of the few teams in the AFC that might be in the playoff picture that's not a contender.
Fool's gold. I'm with you.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
All righty. Coming up next, very intriguing trade idea. We'll get you updated on everything that has been reported about the Mavs today. It's been a whirlwind of a day, but I'd love it if the Mavs could trade their injured guy for a different one, and that's next year in the nation.
But first, Toles, I want to tell you about my number 1 favorite local family-owned business here in the Metroplex. Of course, that is Greystone Roofing.
Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
All right, thank you, Lucius. Let's go around the Mavs here, G-Bag Nation. It's been a whirlwind, as I tease, just the number of reports that have been fascinating today. And we got a new one about 90 minutes ago. We'll get there here in just a minute, then I'll get you my trade idea. Kyrie Irving might not play this year because of other stuff, was one of the first reports from Tim McMahon earlier today. He said he's been playing quite well on the court and he's looking good, but might not play this year because of other stuff. And you're thinking, why could that be? You know, is it because he could maybe want a full 12, 15 months to recover or come back next year? Would that be aligned with the front office thinking, let's go ahead and tank? That's what we believed here when we opened the show. Klay Thompson likely on his way out. And, you know, the Anthony Davis is going to be dealt. Drum got louder this morning as Tim McMahon and other outlets were talking about it. About 90 minutes ago, though, Cubes popped in with an announcement saying they aren't moving anybody. They're trying to win. And I could see that as a legit scenario if the offers are not good enough. You know, there's a small chance the moon and stars align for you. And if you're like, well, trading AD doesn't increase our probabilities that much because they're not willing to give us even a 1, like they want to throw us bad contracts back, then, you know, I could see deciding to stick with it. But my read right now is this is kind of like when the month before the NFL trade deadline and all these different players were getting thrown out there, and it became clear NFL teams were like, no, we might want to trade these guys, but we're not giving them away to anybody. So I think as the volume got turned up across NBA media today, maybe the Mavs phone started lighting up with people saying, are you ready to deal? Let's do this. You know, let's make a trade happen. We heard you guys are going to do a deal. So is it our offer that you're going to do, or, you know, what are we looking at? And it's a smart move with the trade deadline, 2.5 months away, to just pump the brakes on it quite a bit. And hopefully that increases the offers. But, you know, overwhelmingly, we need to see the Mavs, you know, make at least one trade to make themselves less reliant on aging, injured stars.
Do you think, though, that maybe they're saying it to kind of keep the fan base interested in coming to the games? That, you know, that like, listen, in reality, we're behind the scenes here. We're burning up the phone lines. We're trying to make some deals here. If you're this early into the campaign and their sellout streak has ended, right?
Yeah.
You know, but then you got rid of Nico. So now what you need to do is continue to push, like, come see Cooper Flagg play.
Yeah.
You know, that needs to be what the organization needs to do. But I think Cubes is trying to, like, all right, if we make it like we're just going to fire sale this thing,
this would become like a Morgan here.
We've got
even more.
Yeah, we've got too many. Now, maybe in 2 months, 8 weeks, you've still built, you know, you've got some home games and you built a little revenue and all that. But if you wave the white flag now, does your fan base quit on you as well and stop coming to the games?
No.
I think that's. You don't think so?
I don't think so. I think the fan base is they understand what's going on here.
Oh, I would hope. That's what I'm just saying. I think that I would, if I was ownership, I wouldn't be waving the white flag. How many games we in? 13, 14
not
games?
not very many. I mean, 20-ish.
Yeah.
13, I think.
Yeah.
I think Brian nailed it.
Wow.
See, I can't.
4-11?
Yeah, I can't.
15.
If I'm Patrick DeMond, I appreciate Mark going out there and being now my mouthpiece a little bit, because that's kind of deflecting things away from me. But I think Mark's probably playing it. I think the organization's saying we can't just throw in the towel 15 games into this thing because then we'll have nobody show up at these games.
Well, I was wondering, I mean, they've been fined for tanking before. And Mark's been pretty open about tanking.
Oh,
Maybe
we're not tanking. Oh,
we're getting ahead of this now. We're still trying to win.
Right.
So
Pat,
we're saving face to the NBA right now.
I just saved you $1 million, Pat. High five. You know, I know what we need to do here. I think he's taking more of a leadership role here with this team. And
I think behind the scenes, they're doing everything in their power to trade these guys.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
The other detail on Cuban, apparently Nico blames him for losing Christian Wood and Jalen Brunson. That was another piece from the McMahon story. And I think he did lose Brunson because Cuban just didn't want to allocate the funds to keep him. I think cash flow might have become an issue for him late in his ownership.
Yeah,
but
I agree with that.
If Nico thinks it was a loss that you let Christian Wood go, that's just another reason to believe the guy really didn't know what he was doing.
I know we had those days where we were doing radio together. We kept talking about Christian Wood, and Christian Wood was
Talented
just not
player.
talented, but not very smart. You know, this like they would play him in the game, and then they would have a defensive. They'd call a defensive set, and my guy couldn't even get lined up to be able to help. Like they took him off the court. If you remember, late in games, they couldn't even play him because he was such a liability.
He'd score 20 and give up 30 on the other end.
Like it's like, and they got tired of like having to browbeat him to like get him to do anything.
And so his next season was his last season in the league.
Yeah.
He went to the Lakers and had some decent games as per usual, but he never got back into the league.
No basketball intelligence at all.
Yeah, I read it the same way you did initially, and then but it's actually he was upset that they traded for Christian Wood in the first place at all.
Oh.
He's putting that on Mark Cuban of like, why did we trade for this guy when Jason Kidd didn't even want him?
Okay, that makes more sense.
And we've seen the way
he's Cuban under the bus.
He's just blaming Cuban for the Christian Wood move and then also blaming Cuban for not retaining Jalen Brunson. Meanwhile, he's being described as the silent assassin for his subtle power consolidation.
Thanks for cleaning that up for me, Chief.
No, it threw me off too. When I'm like, okay, and then I read it because it was kind of a weird read.
Yeah. And I just got a quick blurb on it. Okay, so for my trade idea, I think they need to make trades that allow them to tank this year, but then get back into the playoffs next year because they don't have their picks for 4 years, right? Everybody knows that. You don't have your picks. You don't want to be a bad team from 2026 to 2030 and just hand teams top 5 picks because you're thinking about building around Cooper Flagg. Now, if the offers aren't good enough, which would maybe explain why Anthony Davis has not been traded yet, what is the best scenario after that? And allow me to introduce you to the trade idea of one Zion Williamson. Okay. Now, before you throw open your mouth and think, why would we want a fatter, more injury-prone guy? The most important thing to understand about Zion Williamson is because he has missed so much time, the Pelicans structured his contract that if you do not hit certain criteria of games played, the guarantees on your contract go away. So while he is under contract for 3 more years after this one at $40 million per year, it's not guaranteed. If it doesn't work out, you could get out of it at any time. I think it presents a scenario where if you do believe in your training staff, and I don't know if they do or not, but if you believe Zion Williamson, and I think he's one of the most top 10 talented players in the game, if there's any chance that he can stay healthy or a change of scenery, getting out of New Orleans to a slightly less intriguing food and beverage scene with DFW. Now, the great thing about that is, number one, if it doesn't work out, you can just get him off the books whenever you want to. But also, he might be a trade asset in the future because a team that wants to rebuild could always give you players for Zion Williamson with the idea that his contract is immediately going to come off of the books. What do you guys think about that? Crazy?
Certainly.
So what's you're trading for Zion but giving away
AD?
Okay, so he goes
one
back
injured
to New
guy
Orleans.
for another. Yeah, he gets to go back home. You get a younger guy. They get to move on from the Zion failed experiment, and you have all of the upside for Zion with almost no downside because if he fails, gets hurt again, you're like, okay, we're done here.
Yeah, that's crazy. The final 3 years non-guaranteed. That's amazing how they were able to do that.
Yeah, and if he does, I think, play 80% of a game and hit criteria, he could earn that back. So he is an incentivized, player, but only making 2/3 of what Anthony Davis is. That's another important thing here. Is it actually takes $20 million off the books, and I think maybe the Pelicans would be interested in it. I just don't see anything else out there that's intriguing. Like this Trae Young rumor, I want nothing to do with Trae Young.
Not at all.
We already have one undersized point guard who's, a good offensive player, but fails defensively. So, all right, we got 3 hours down and 2 to go. Chief, what is next?
Football's finest, featuring some interesting numbers on the Eagles, plus an all-time bleep hole headline of the week next year in the nation.
K&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Shoot, yeah, it's hour 4 of the Nation, and we got G-Bag of the Day coming up here in 28 minutes. LA Live coming up at 5:40. Here's the Chief with some finest.
Yes, we got plenty of football action to discuss right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
Mm-hmm. To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It's true.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
We start with the very, very small amount of good news.
Okay.
With the Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh.
Everything else is a disaster. Looks like Joe Burrow with the toe injury, full participant in practice today.
He's trying to get back for Thanksgiving.
Trying to get back, and that would be certainly a welcome sight. I think Flacco limited with a right shoulder injury, so I guess we will be seeing Joe Burrow sooner rather than later. Now that's the good news. Bad news is, one, we congratulate the Cincinnati Bengals for having the single worst defensive DVOA ever through a team's first 10 games.
Oh.
It's the worst defense in terms of DVOA that a team has ever had.
That's crazy because, like, I guess week 7 through 11, before the Steelers game, Joe Flacco had led them to the top EPA offensively over that 3 or 4 week period. I mean, they were lighting it up.
Yeah. I mean, it's very similar to last year. They can put up big, gaudy numbers offensively, but their defense remains a total disaster unit.
Oh, that's just defensive DVOA?
Yeah,
the number you're giving? Okay.
Just the defense. Now, you also have the spitting situation, Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
And he is... He is appealing this, of course.
I didn't do this, okay?
Like I told you after the game, I didn't do it.
There's no video evidence that shows me spitting.
Did you see his argument?
No, what did he say?
His argument's incredible. This is his quote defending himself. I would have spit on his face, not his jersey.
Oh, yeah.
So I clearly didn't do this.
Like, if I was going to do it, I would have gone.
They'd have done it right.
I would have gone
worth.
all the way with it.
And he would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for, like, somebody filming from the sideline?
Yeah, I don't know exactly which camera. I don't know if it was a TV camera or if it was a different one. But, yeah, there's clearly video evidence of it. And I'm sure there was loogie evidence on the jersey of Jalen Ramsey. But, yeah, his defense for himself is that, no, of course I didn't spit on him because if I would have just done it in his face and not on his jersey.
I like Coach Tomlin's response to it. He said, I had no message for Jalen Ramsey. If somebody spits on you, do what comes naturally.
It's a brilliant response.
It is.
It is so good.
Do what comes natural.
You have the Steelers taking on the Bears this week, and Ben Johnson was asked about it, and he was like, yeah, I co-sign everything. That Coach Tomlin said. So, yeah, I mean, that is just that. I think that is a hilarious response from Jamar Chase there.
I think Jamar Chase is like an underrated crash out contestant. He might be on the Antonio Brown trajectory.
We're all a little different from LSU. Come on, man.
Yeah. Might be a little closer to Tyreek Hill than Larry Fitzgerald.
A little different.
Yeah, and it just keeps getting cranked up a little bit more and a little bit more each week when you score like 30 points and your defense gives up inevitably at least 31.
Well, I have to check concussion history on this guy.
At some point. And Jalen Ramsey will certainly get feisty with you. So, I mean, that's a guy that can definitely draw you off sides a little bit.
Is he good? Is he going to get fined, Jalen Ramsey I'm talking about? Is everything all right with him? Because if I got spit on.
Yeah.
Wipe my slate clean, bro. Apologize, in fact.
No question.
And I think the fine money from Jamar Chase, which is over $500,000, should go to Ramsey. Damn. You spit on somebody, that fine money is going directly to them. How about that to clean this up?
He's getting fined and missing a game?
Yes.
Oh, that's going to hurt, bro.
Oh, Jamar Chase? Yeah. He's losing big money. Yeah. It's like $500,000 or something for him.
Yeah, 510, I think.
His contract is so fat. So, yeah, but that's a good question. When it comes to Jalen Ramsey, I don't believe he will get any further punishment than just being ejected from the game when he probably shouldn't have been in the first place.
Should get an apology. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't even really a real punch. It was just kind of grabbing.
Yeah.
More than hit.
A little grab.
Yeah.
Plus, a little mush.
I mean, is that really? I guess it looks bad, but getting hit with a hand with the helmet?
I've never understood that.
Yeah.
The people who punch with the helmet on,
Yeah.
you're going to do more damage to your hand than you are to that person.
Yeah, it's more of a wrestling situation than a punching situation until you get that helmet off. Then you start piecing
push
them up.
that face mask up a little bit. Of course, Myles Garrett would be Defensive Player of the Week in the AFC, right, for having 5 sacks.
Wrong. Yeah, it's an easy. Oh, what?
Yeah.
Who was it?
Jordan Brooks, the linebacker for the Dolphins.
What do you
which
have,
is
20 tackles?
I don't even know what his numbers were. I'm sure he had a fantastic game. This is not an indictment on Jordan Brooks.
I just got tired of giving it to the guy.
But this is the second time that Brooks has won despite Myles Garrett having unbelievable games that same week, because Garrett had a 4-sack game a few weeks ago, and Jordan Brooks won AFC Defensive Player of the Week. And then now you have Myles Garrett with 5 sacks, and Jordan Brooks of the Dolphins still ends up winning AFC Defensive Player of the Week. So I don't know what it is that they have against Myles Garrett here, but that seems like a no-brainer if you get 4 or 5 sacks in a game. But I think a lot of it comes into play with they want to award a player who was on a winning team. Oh, and so it's like, are we really going to do
tackles.
that? It was 20 tackles?
Yeah.
Okay. Versus the Commandos, which is just disgusting on both sides of the ball. And that's another guy that, again, I do wish it
would have been nice.
The Cowboys would have gotten the mix on from a trade deadline standpoint, trading for that Dolphins linebacker. Okay. Speaking of Cleveland, I thought this was just a hilarious but very mean headline about Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, come on.
It reads, Shedeur Sanders' house got robbed while he completed 25% of his passes in his NFL debut.
God, that's unnecessary.
It's definitely unnecessary.
It was a double lose situation for Shedeur.
All right, let's go ahead and take a little look-see at these Eagles. I found interesting from Ben Solak a couple of numbers here. 42% is the opposing quarterback's completion percentage when targeting Quinyon Mitchell of the Eagles this season. So you throw his way, and you have a 42% chance of completing that pass. That's the lowest mark since 2018 among defenders, according to Next Gen Stats. So he is playing as dominant a football as you could really imagine at the cornerback position right now.
I mean, he had St. Brown in the clamps on Sunday night.
Yeah, and they do interesting stuff with St. Brown, moving him around, and I'm loving the stuff that these teams are doing now. I don't know if the Cowboys have done it yet, where they're like motioning a guy, and then at the snap of the ball, he runs back towards the line of scrimmage and actually runs through like the C gap. He's running like on the inside of the tackle to go into his route. Like he literally runs through the lineman to get into his route.
Wow.
And
picking guys off that way.
Yeah, a handful of teams have started to do this. I don't know who exactly was the first one to implement it.
Yeah, maybe somebody making a mistake.
Yeah, maybe it was
actually a good idea.
A mistake that actually turned good, but yeah. So Quinyon Mitchell's playing out of his mind right now. But on the flip side of it, it's super interesting to see not only with the Eagles but also with the Broncos, two teams that are, they only have 2 losses, each of them. But 31% is the rate at which the Eagles offense goes 3 and out.
Yeah.
That's the highest rate in football. They go 3 and out at the highest rate in football. It is crazy to think that you could be 8-2 and have that on your ledger. And then the second highest 3 and out offense in the sport is Denver at 29%. That's crazy to me. Now, obviously, when you talk about both these teams, it's a little bit different for each of them. Like the Eagles just take care of the ball so well. And when they get into the red zone, they are as efficient as any team you could imagine scoring touchdowns. So they don't get to the red zone all that often. They're going 3 and out all the time. But my goodness, when they get to the red zone, they're punching it in for a touchdown. And then when it comes to, and they have a really good defense with the Eagles, same with the Broncos. So that's doing a lot of the heavy lifting for both of these teams right now. But man, that's a total surprise. If you told me that the 2 highest rated teams at going 3 and out would both be 2-loss teams at this point in the season, I don't think that is inspiring confidence in terms of trying to win a Super Bowl. You can't be going 3 and out at those kind of rates and win a Super Bowl.
No, I guess you need the outlier of, to your point, the red zone percentage for the Eagles, and then the Broncos have scored the most points in the fourth quarter. They're the best fourth quarter offense, and so maybe that bails them out. They're stuck for 3 quarters, and then all of a sudden here goes the offense erupting in the fourth.
Yeah, it's the defense wins championships thing. And the NFL has been working to make it easier and easier for offenses, but it still rings true. Like, that's the biggest difference in the Chiefs right now. They can't get a stop in the fourth quarter when they need it.
Yeah, man. When you think about the Chiefs right now, they allow over 70% completions on 3rd down this year, which is dead balls last.
Holy crap.
Like Steve Spagnuolo's defenses in Kansas City have never given up more than 60% completion percentage on third downs. They just they can't get off the field in a lot of these situations, and that's totally killing them right now. And they certainly need to get more explosive offensively, and they just don't have an explosive rushing attack to save their lives. A lot of the numbers indicate that the Chiefs should be going under center a heck of a lot more, but that's a different story for a different day. I'm looking forward to breaking down the Chiefs once we get into Chiefs week for Thanksgiving. But continuing with the Eagles here for a second, the other one too that we were kind of mentioning a little bit earlier brought us in your Eagles offensive breakdown, but with Lane Johnson out at right tackle, the numbers are pretty damning here. The Eagles have run 153 plays without Lane Johnson on the field this season. They're averaging 4.2 yards per play on those snaps. That would rank ahead of only the Browns on the season. So with Lane Johnson off the field, their yards per play would be only better than the Cleveland Browns, which is not an offense you want to be in the same sentence with. With Lane Johnson on the field, they average 5.5 yards per play, which would be 14th in the league. So it's still not like out of this world amazing, but it totally bottoms out on him when he's off the field. Jalen Hurts has completed 58% of his passes with Johnson off the field for under 7 yards per pass attempt. Those rates would rank 33rd and 22nd on the season if they were full season rates. So, I mean, having him out of this game is going to play a huge role.
I was wondering about that because it felt like, I think Wolchuk said it yesterday, there was a time where if Lane Johnson was out, the Eagles would stop even being a playoff team, and it doesn't sound like that's far off right now. Their defense is so good that I could see them still piling up wins with 17-13 results.
Which is, I guess, what's happened because Fred Johnson, they're 8-2 with him starting, so the win-loss hasn't been impacted, but I guess that's just because they're finding ways to win games, and it's probably an outlier again because it's not like the offense is looking good with him on the field. Hopefully the Cowboys can kick their ass, man. They're due. They are due.
They are due. Chad Johnson, Ocho Cinco, he's actually saying, he was on the Nightcap show with Shannon Sharp, and he's saying that just from his couch, he can tell exactly what route A.J. Brown is going to run based on his alignment before the play.
Ouch. Dang.
So that'll be something, maybe Broadus would be able to see as well, but he's just sitting at home, and based on the alignment of A.J. Brown.
They run 3 routes.
Yeah, the route tree is pretty small anyways.
Go, hitch, and slant. Those are the 3 routes they run.
That is crazy.
I wonder if you see Nick Sirianni take back over the play calling before the end of the year.
Is that with the feet, like the inside foot is up or the inside foot is back, depending on what kind of release? Like, what's he looking for?
Depth from the tackle, or where like if you're a little bit wider, you're probably going to run the slant. If you go a little bit more, like split that, go halfway inside, say, like you go to the hash or go between the hash and the numbers, you're probably going to run the hitch. If you go all the way to the numbers outside, you're probably going to go vertical.
Well, that'll be nice, especially for the young corners. Get a little beat on what's going on Sunday there at AT&T Stadium. All right, let's close things down here in the finest with a Week 11 John Gruden nicey, and he's got one defense that he really wants to show some love to.
I grew up an offensive coach, and I love offensive production, rushing yardage, passing yardage, receiving yardage. But what I really love is a defense that gives you absolutely nothing. Defenses like the LA Rams, led by Chris Shula, their defensive coordinator. They're the lowest paid defense in the NFL.
Got me feeling nicey. But they can run like hell, and they will ring your bell.
They have an excellent defensive line, no matter where they align. And if you run inside,
they got Ford and Turner and Fisk. Enter at your own risk.
And the men on the edge, Byron Young and Jared Verse.
Got me feeling nicey. If you're a quarterback, it just can't get worse.
And their linebacking core, Troy Reeder, Omar Spates, and the man, Nate Landman.
Got me feeling nicey. You better have a plan because he hits like a moving van.
And they have talented DBs that are having some fun. Look that way after their 4th interception. They got Durant and Williams and Ford, Cam Kitchens and Cam Curl.
Got me feeling and nicey. Don't make a mistake because they still got Quinn Lake.
Gosh, the cocaine is so apparent there in that particular video.
Turned him into Dr. Seuss.
He's getting more and more cocaine each and every week. Thank you, John Gruden.
And thank you, Chief, for your football's finest. 806 says Gavin has the worst takes. The longer he does this, Jamar Chase crash-out trajectory compared to AB is wild. I don't know, dude. I think you were the guy that earlier said Joey McGuire going from Tech to UT would be a downgrade at this point, so I'll go toe-to-toe for you in the bad take department. But I would like to point out that he has had no concussion so far, so we'll see on the other side of a concussion. And Antonio Brown was a model citizen for about the first 5-6 years of his career, but what you're looking at is impulse control and then just lying. Alternate facts, a detached view or perspective on what is objective reality. That's the way I'm seeing it, 806, and I guess we'll see who's right here over the next couple of years. But I think that man is in desperate need of a therapist, if you ask me, Jamar Chase. Okay, coming back here with more sports. G-Bag of the day coming up at 5:30. We'll get you caught up on everything that's been breaking, including the latest out of Austin with Coach Sarkisian here in the nation. Do you need a new vehicle? Are you on your way home right now and you'd rather it be in the sweet new truck, car, SUV, whatever it is? D&M Leasing can put it in your driveway ASAP. Just give them a call, tell them what you want, tell them what you're trading in. They'll give you the highest trade-in value possible, and then just go back to enjoying your night, your drive home, have some dinner. D&M Leasing will bring it by the house or the office and just drop off the keys, and you sign the documents on a phone app. That's why the Easy Lease from D&M Leasing is the most consumer-friendly lease on the market, and people love them. Thousands and thousands of 5-star reviews. I have 3 vehicles from D&M in my driveway every night. I wouldn't do it any other way. Up to 50% less compared to buying. And right now, going into the holidays, they're giving you nothing down, nothing due for 60 days, so you can free up family budget, take care of your loved ones, maybe yourself at the holiday.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I think your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut.
But that's not your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Coming up at 5:40 here on The Fan. Dak, one of 7 Cowboys to be limited today. Coach Schottenheimer saying he'll go through all of his normal stuff because it's a mock tempo. It's just slow. He's a little sore. I'm a little sore too, but for different reasons, just sleeping shorter, he says. But yeah, it's because it's just slow mock walkthrough, and he is going to be fine, so nothing to be concerned with. But on a short week, maybe a good idea to get some of your more veteran players some added rest. A Romo Wednesday, essentially, Brian.
Do we have a Philadelphia report? Because I'm interested to see if, in fact, the center, Cam Jurgens, practice. There's some thought that he might not play this weekend. So I was kind of. So you're looking it up, or
yeah, he was a DNP.
There's some thought that maybe that we were talking about that tooth.
Yeah,
that could be if he plays. Boy, that's big.
I was reading about that earlier.
That's big, especially with the defensive tackles that you're having to deal with in this game.
Yeah.
Because you watch him in the running game. I was watching those 175 snaps of Barkley running the ball. When he was in there, he's the one guy that consistently gets, like, he can't get his head across. He doesn't play with any power. He came into the game in week 1 at guard for when.
Oh, that's right.
And
they really did not do anything on offense.
Yeah, and he was a problem with him. That's what I'm saying about the rookie there from Boston College, that
Drew Kendall.
They're not using him at all. But here we go. That could be that 2 spots: center, right tackle. Could be
the right guard. Steen has been okay.
He's been better. He has. And it kind of felt like early in the year when they played him the first time that he was going to be a liability. But I feel like, though, that now that, like, the 2 guys, like, say, the center, the right tackle, Dallas has got a shot of getting some pressure here and maybe even affecting the run game. With those 2 additions.
I love it. I think there's a good chance you beat Philadelphia, and then we'll see about Kansas City.
Yeah,
Tom Pelissero saying, speaking of the Eagles, Kevin Patullo is a top candidate to be hired as a head coach next season. Am I getting ball sacked here? Yeah. I mean, is it an admirable offensive strategy to say, hey, we're just not going to turn it over because our defense is amazing? Like, I don't know how that adds up.
He's doing the guy a favor. He's probably got some, he's got some info from him, and he's like, listen, I'll throw you a bone, and thanks for all your help this year, kind of a thing.
So is that Sirianni sort of affecting our offensive philosophy, you think, and how it's been neutered? Just like, hey, guys, we don't need to overcomplicate this. We don't have to take risks to win.
Zach asked the question, when's he going to start calling plays?
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be. I mean, he initially started, that's how he got the job. He was an offensive coordinator with the Colts. I mean, he's a good offensive mind. So I would lean no. I would say this is probably more so the OC currently, and Nick Sirianni standing back and letting him do his thing like he did with Kellen. But I do wonder, when's he step in there and say, you know what, I'm going to fix this problem if it continues. But when you're winning games, I guess you don't want to maybe these coaches are like, look, we're 8-2. We're finding ways to win, and that's really all that matters until it becomes a problem. And now we're losing, and maybe that'll happen this week against the Cowboys. Then they'll look to fix something.
Yeah, maybe that's the case. They're just going to not tweak it until it proves to be broken. And if the defense is going to be as good as it appeared to be Sunday night and against their Week 10 opponent, then maybe they don't have to overcomplicate it. Coach Sarkisian with the quote today, "I've had no discussions, not with my agent, not with the university, not with any other school, not with any NFL team about ever going anywhere else. I came here to win championships." His agent could be talking, couldn't he? I mean, that could
absolutely,
be
absolutely. Yeah.
And I mean, that's an easy way to get around it just with the semantics.
He's got Jimmy Sexton, who's big-time agent for all these college coaches.
He's always working something, and I think as a college coach, you're smart too.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, you only get one trip through. If you feel like we've peaked at UT and maybe they're starting to circle around me and doubt me, maybe I want to get out. Maybe the NFL is viewed as the more stable position and, the ultimate challenge for a guy of his coaching ilk. But he says he has had no discussions, and it's going back now. I guess Desmond Howard earlier this week, Monday, posted a video on social saying he wouldn't be surprised if the Texas job opens at the end of the season, suggesting a mutual parting of ways, which is what Pat Forty floated. This was like 6 weeks ago. I just saw it in one of his points that he does in his weekly column that he feels like it's going to be Lane Kiffin going to UT and Sarkisian going somewhere else. Two-time defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. Did you see this story? They got another injury as E2 Lusterinen. I should know his name. He'll be listed as week to week after what the coach described as a barbecuing mishap.
Oh, my gosh. He had a barbecue mishap.
He doesn't have any eyebrows right now.
Yeah. What did he do?
I don't know.
This is crazy.
I would imagine a burnt hand.
Burnt hand, probably.
Maybe you're hammered and you reach in there and you think you can just move the grill. I know.
No.
I know
he had some
that
queso going in that skillet, and he just went in there and grabbed it with the hand, and then it was kind of like Indiana Jones when the guy grabbed the
heart out of his chest.
Yeah.
Uishiba.
No, remember the Indiana Jones? He reaches in to grab and his hand.
the stone.
Yeah. Well, the medallion.
Yeah.
The medallion that. Remember they were fighting in the.
Oh yeah, man, that's the best one.
Every
Temple
time
of Doom.
I do like a movie thing, you guys all look at me like I'm a damn idiot.
I'm with you on this.
I try and throw
all the time, bro.
some movie stuff. You're not wrong, Lucius. But the thing about remember she threw the medallion got thrown into the fire, and the guy the KGB, not the KGB, the
Nazis,
the Nazi guy grabbed it with his hand and that thing. But you guys all look at me like I don't know what the hell
you were
I'm talking
nailing it. You didn't need support.
Yeah, whatever.
That Indiana.
I am not doing any more movie talk with you, idiot.
No, explain some more movie scenes to us, please.
Yeah.
Do you have anything after 1985, Brian?
Yeah.
I just want more movie scenes.
There's a scene in Saturday Night Live that I want to describe.
Number one reenacted movie scene from the 80s in my household growing up was the crane kick from Karate Kid, Danielson with Miyagi. Number two was You Ain't So Bad, Balboa to Clubber Lang. But number three was...
real man.
You ain't so bad.
Number three was Indiana Jones, the scene where the dude reaches in and pulls his heart out. That was the most terrifying thing for me, bro.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, Uishiba, bro.
All right.
You guys thought that's what I was talking about.
Uishiba. I'm like, no, leave me alone. Uishiba.
Dude, when they cut that snake open, and they all crawl out and they're eating them. I mean, that was wild. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah. Yeah. Bro, when they were eating at that table, that was crazy. Monkey brains and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Crazy. Oh, my gosh, what a great movie. They used to put that on just the babysitters.
That was the Temple of Doom, wasn't it? That was the second one?
Yeah. Okay, let's see here. This is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 530. My name is L.A. I'm not from L.A. That's just my initials, Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media if there's anything you think I should be playing. There's a backlog, so please be patient with your boy. Got a lot going on. All right, so all of these little contenders that are going against Eric. By the way, Eric is going for 5-time. Eric Chiafalo.
5-time.
5-time today. But these contenders, there's a lot of angst and anger in these. But we'll get to Mr. Eric Chiafalo first because he is the winner and champion of G-Bag of the Day so far. He said goodbye to Nico Harrison.
For
fortune favors the bold. So exciting.
Sure does, doesn't it?
Things fell our way.
You, Nico Harrison, you didn't just rip our hearts out. You tossed them in a blender of betrayal. You chugged the smoothie of heartbreak, and you crapped it out. And then you urinated all over it. Your sick, selfish hatred for Fupa Fat Boy, beer-chugging superstars who drop 30-point triple-doubles in their sleep and carry teams to the finals on their big-ass backs sent us spiraling down into the sewage of the sport. And you traded our guy for an older, fatter, glass-boned big man who's played in maybe 30% of the games that you dragged him here. Defense wins championships, huh? What wins is fat, pale loaves of European bread rising to the occasion. Just ask the Nuggets. Luka was our loaf. Home-baked, yeast-perfected, a once-in-a-millennium crust, the kind of talent most cities wait a lifetime to sniff. The basketball gods handed us a miracle, straight from our German goat loaf to this Slovenian masterpiece, and you wiped your Heidi with it. You rubbed it in our faces, and then you jammed Anthony Davis pipe dreams and 2-year windows down our throats. Windows held open with toothpicks over the most fragile roster in the league. Misfortune favors the incompetent, Nico. A wise man once said people are either showers or growers in this life. But Nico Harrison, he's both. You showed your ass all while growing into a giant, power-hungry, dumpster juice-guzzling warlord. Yeah. Sure, we'll just dial 1-800-GENERATIONAL-TALENT and order another Luka, won't we? As if the gods run a bakery delivery service you snatched forever from our hands. We'll be the ones sweeping up the crumbs while you disappear into uselessness. But at least we'll never have to see that poo-eating, know-it-all, stubborn grin again. And for that, one tiny mercy, we thank you, you unemployed dictator.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Right.
He puts the D in dictator.
The D in dictator, for sure.
He sure does. F that guy.
Were you worried about that final line?
Oh, yeah. He wasn't done. I absolutely was and am every time I hear it.
Okay. About to be immortalized, I predict.
I predict that, too.
Hey. Are you guys loading up the votes already?
I know.
I'm waiting to watch it. Just campaigning.
Nah,
you guys campaigning.
Curious what's happening next.
Can't wear your hats and stuff and campaign by the thing. Gotta be across the street or whatever in the parking lot.
The great state of Louisiana cast its 10 electoral votes.
Yeah. Let's go to the WFAN in New York.
Oh.
Evan and Tiki Barber, Sneaky Tiki. We have a caller right here. John in Masbeth shares his thoughts on Trent Grisham getting picked up by the Yanks on a 1-year contract.
Okay.
He's not a fan of this.
Let's go to John in Masbeth. Hey, John.
This moron Brian Cashman is an idiot. He bit off more than he could chew. He read the wrong cards. Now he's got to deal with this one-hit wonder. Overpaid bum now, Trent Grisham, $22 million, with a couple more $1 million, when it got to Cody Bellinger. Now we gotta hear how Steinbrenner after the damn pennies. Oh, payroll, what's we got? We got Aaron Judge and Garrett Cole in their god prime, and we're wasting it with Trent Grisham. No! You moron, Brian Cashman! I don't know.
All right, thank you, John.
Wow.
Call of the year from John and Masbeth.
Poor John.
Really?
Man. Grisham's got an unbelievable mustache, though.
He does.
I mean, the mustache by itself is worth at least half of the contract he got.
It's Mattingly-esque.
Yeah, there's power in that stash.
Pretty good year, though.
That guy sounded fat.
That guy just had an aneurysm.
That guy sounded fat?
He did. As a fat person, I could say that. He sounded like he lives in his mom's basement a little bit.
Ooh.
Eating Twinkies.
I mean, that's just passion. You know, that's New York and baseball.
I get it.
New York.
I think that's about par for the course.
It just means more.
Yeah. Let's go to this guy right here. Awful coaching. I played him before at one point. He's on YouTube. He watches basketball games and breaks it down as a coach, like film watching type of vibes.
I like it.
Yeah, he destroys Bronny. He says Bronny's a good player, just not in the game, in the head part. You know what I mean? Like Brothers would say, he's stupid. He's just dumb, I hate to see it that way.
He's just stupid. You're out there listening.
Yeah.
No offense.
Sorry, man. You're just not getting it. Awful coaching right here on YouTube, destroying Bronny.
Oh, geez.
When is this going to stop?
Oh, wow.
And when does J.J. Redick's peanut-sized brain say something? Ball screen. Look at Naz Reid here. He is not even sort of... Bronny, you standing in the corner. You might as well become a cameraman. Nobody gives a shit. When you're in the corner, you can't shoot. So Nick Smith Jr., the Wolves are in their stupid-ass drop coverage. Cut! Naz Reid doesn't know what you're doing. I also can give Nick Smith Jr. space to get downhill to attack. Like, I'm either cutting and wide open, or Naz Reid's gonna somehow turn his back and see me, and now he's gonna leave, and Nick Smith Jr. can attack to the rim. But you stand in the corner and clog all this up with your defender. It's so out of this...
that last part, bro, he gave up.
What do you think of these crash out social media guys? Is this genuine, you think? Or are they just like, man, that's going viral?
I'm gonna get so outraged. Walchuk's sitting over here with a blue cup. How could you have a blue cup?
It's blue. I think it's scripted and it's performance art.
Do you think it's like the people that get mad at the TV, like something happens and they throw something at the TV, or they knock it off? It's I
mean, it's pretty good performance art. It's good spoken word.
I don't know, man. The guy seems like he kind of knows what he's talking about a little bit, though, doesn't he?
Huh?
Doesn't he know?
No, he doesn't. He has no clue.
No clue.
That might be Bronny's job to stand in the corner. Do not move.
I know, but he's trying to talk it like if he doesn't stand in the corner, maybe the offense would be a little different. I don't know. I kind of sound like he was breaking it down.
I mean, he's breaking it down, but if I knew who he's talking about, I
don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's kind of different from a normal fan rant.
I think there's and I don't mind it. I think sometimes it's pretty entertaining. It's but I think it'd be exhausting. I'm just trying to feed it through my filter.
I don't disagree
absolutely.
with you. I don't disagree with
like you got to wake up and do that every day to keep your channel going.
Every day, bro.
Tough. That's
what makes the rants good is when it's genuine. It's like real off the cuff emotion.
Yeah. Let me hear him give up one more time.
But you stand in the corner and clog all this up with your defender. It's so out of this...
That was a great way to punctuate it.
Yeah, that is.
All right, last one. We're up against the last one right here. Some HBCU action. What is this school right here? Johnson C. Smith University versus Virginia Union. I believe we got some Gus Johnson clones out here.
Ooh.
Clones. You know you ain't doing something until you got a clone.
Team. On play action, Proctor is the intended target, and another snag as he's still running. Oh, DeAndre Proctor into the end zone. Biggie, biggie, biggie. Can't you see? Sometimes your play hypnotizes the D.
That is good.
Hypnotizes the D.
That is good.
Not bad. D hypnosis. I do like some rap lyrics in my sports content every now and then.
Creative.
Pretty good there. Gus Johnson clone. Getting it done. All right, is it our champ, Eric Chiafalo? Is it WFA in New York, Tiki Barber and Evan? Is it the awful coaching guy on YouTube there talking about Bronny? And he might be clueless.
I don't know, man. I mean, it sounded pretty
Dad's a savant.
You should comment. You should comment under it. Dude, you might be clueless, fam. This is ridiculous.
Or is it Gus Johnson? Gus Johnson's clone there with the college call and voting for the Chief. How about you, Eric?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the New York caller.
Okay, we got Lucius. Your vote?
I got you back. I'm going with the Chief.
All righty, Wolchuk.
Eric for 5 time.
And Broadus?
Yeah, Eric by a long shot.
Hell of a job sending Nico off.
F you, Nico.
In maybe the greatest rant in 105 through the fan history. It's time to stay in the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has LA Live.
Sent them off to the bosom of Abraham.
Never to return.
Never to return again, son. All right, let's get into a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
Oh, I'm kind of scared to play this intro.
Fire up this funk and let's have
Real talk. I should have had a preview first. Uh-oh. Hope I get dumped. Oh,
You got to get high.
Starts to come, and then he pulls out.
Oh, you have to like when there's a guy coming right in your face and he just sits in there and delivers it.
Got guys coming down his face.
Whoa, no.
The Cowboys probably coming right down their throats.
Tyrell Williams. He beats. Needed 2 thrusts to get it in.
Bynes has been coming all night long, but then he pulls out, and it's just hard. It's been a while since he's seen a hole that big. Oh. He almost didn't know what to do. Got 5 inches on him, but somebody's going to get that gobbler at the end of this game, too.
It's Butt Naked Wednesday.
Shoot, man.
Unreal.
Shoot, man.
Shoot, man. That's football.
Shoot, that's football. That's football. He is describing football.
That's football.
Hey, this is LA Live for Wednesday, November 19th, 2025.
awesome.
It is a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to Miss Erykah Badu for naming today. Hey, Miss Badu. A Dallas legend.
Dallas legend.
Okay. A neo-soul pioneer right here in your city.
You guys never answered the question. Never answered the question about her guys. Which one would have the better kids?
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
You guys never would go there.
I'm not going to do that. DLC might not be able to talk very well, but he can hear. I don't want no smoke with the DOC, fam. Peace to the guys and earths out there. All 5% of y'all. Study your lessons. Technology is up out here. It's up. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. I got an update for you, Mr. Broadus.
Yes, sir.
The estate of O.J. Simpson.
Uh-oh. What have they done now?
Admits it cannot afford.
Of course they can't.
I was surprised they were going to be able to pay that out.
Of course they can't.
Yeah, that's what I thought, too. I was like, where did all this money come from?
What are we doing?
Yeah, we'll pay you back, but you're not going to actually get any money.
Yeah. Where's O.J. getting all this money?
Yeah.
Yeah, they cannot afford to pay the $57 million to Fred Goldman, but they will give whatever they have left after legal fees.
Okay.
Okay, so whatever we got left, you can have it, but we're not going to be able to run that whole $57 million to you, my guy.
What an emotional roller coaster for the Goldman family right now.
Yeah, they thought they had it.
Yeah.
57, let's go. Yeah. Finally paid off. Yeah.
What do you think they're going to end up with, Lucius? Maybe 1.5, maybe $2 million, maybe? It's all said and done? What do you think money-wise they're going to end up with?
Yeah, maybe like $5 million.
My guess is somewhere between $2 and $4 million would be my guess.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah.
I guess after losing their son.
Yeah, I mean, it's awful. Hey, if you were in charge of O.J. Simpson's estate, okay, you had to make it some money, what would you do with, like, how did you sell O.J.'s name? Spicer toner gloves or something? I don't know.
Well, is all his memorabilia gone? If we lost all that?
Well, he loves his memorabilia, too.
Yeah.
Steals it back.
Yeah, he went to jail for that.
Yeah, but is it all gone?
Get against the wall, suckers.
I think maybe I'd try to launch an AI OJ, that could do analysis on football. Yeah. Just keep that bit going from his podcasting and little videos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Twitter world.
Hey, Twitter world.
Yeah. Okay, I got
OJ here.
All right, yeah. Well,
I was just thinking, like, you're saying how to keep his name around? Is that
make some money off of it. You're in charge of his estate now. You got to figure out a way to make some money off this OJ stuff. I don't know what you do.
Well, it's not exactly like the Beatles or anything like that.
No. This man tarnished his legacy, so you got to be creative at this point.
Yeah.
Do you think people would buy like an OJ knife set?
Oh, that'd be awful.
It would be awful. I can't believe I said that.
I mean, society the way it is nowadays. I can't believe I said that.
I think Lucy's idea about the gloves was good. That was a good idea.
Oh, yes.
Gloves, yeah.
Gloves.
You could have an AI OJ with the new isotoner bit. Replace Dan Marino.
Yeah.
I can see that running on game day. These do fit.
Yeah. These do. Don't you? All right, y'all. I got a question for the Tolos right after this.
If they was me, or if I had an opportunity to let these little young Sahabs know something,
I say take care of y'all money, African, because don't last forever. Now, I done been on the other side of a retirement, and it's good. Take care of y'all bread, so when y'all done, you go ahead and take care of yourself. So, I mean, you feel me? Start taking care of y'all mentals, y'all bodies, and y'all chickens.
Yeah, your chickens. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Bucket Naked Wednesday. I got a question for the Tolos. You never know when you might hear something on the radio that might change your life. How about this one?
That opening you played.
I asked this to the Tolos that follow me on Threads and Facebook. Oh. Give me some advice everyone should hear. Give me some advice everyone should hear. Hold up.
Once I live a life of a millionaire.
Oh!
Spending my money.
Oh, I didn't care.
Taking my friends out for a mighty good time.
I want to pull it down, but hold up. Oh, all right. Give me some advice everyone should hear. I got answers like, don't take criticism from someone you wouldn't take advice from.
Okay.
Sound good?
Sounds good.
Now, I thought I was going to get like some funny answers in here, but people took it kind of serious.
It's pretty serious.
People took it seriously.
Did people talk about saving money early in your life?
Yeah, okay, there was somebody that did say that, yes.
I'm trying to get young Bennett Broadus to do this. Like, by the time he's my age, that he can, like, if you're young and just like out of college or in that, I'd give you anything for young people advice. Start saving money now.
Yes.
Just start putting it away now. If you can afford to put a little bit away, it'll go a long way. But just do it now.
If you can afford to do that.
Yeah, don't wait till you're 55 to do it.
Let's see. Tolo said, start dollar cost averaging into ETFs as young as possible.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. How about that?
There you go.
Shout out to those blue chip dividend stocks.
Yeah, there you go.
They kept me alive for a while, fam. You have no idea.
That's the only way to beat inflation.
Yep.
And the inflation could
get
nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could get a hyperinflation going on here.
Yeah.
Let's see. That 3F rule. You guys ever heard of the 3F rule?
No.
Find them.
Faith, family, football.
I like that. What was that? FCA?
Yeah, Fellowship of Christian Athletes.
It's the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. Yeah, I'm all about that right. Yeah, the 3F rule. If it flies, floats, or
farts,
it's better to lease it than buy.
Okay.
So we're talking planes and boats for sure.
Yeah, that last one.
Fine.
I don't know what the other one is.
It's something to do with women.
Women, yeah.
Women.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah,
or the act of.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Oh, you're talking about rent that.
Okay.
That's this person saying that. I'm not,
Unless it's a Toyota, then it'll probably hold its value.
Yeah, they will hold their values.
Shout out to the Hondas. Hondas too.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the third F you have to worry about.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the one that gets you in trouble.
That one will.
You can't outwork a bad diet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Abs are made in the kitchen.
It's true.
This one right here is
I just
kinda,
like food.
Yeah, me too, fam.
It's a problem.
I'm with it. I only eat like once a day, though, but I crash out on that meal.
Lunch?
Yeah. Yep. Never make fun of someone's living situation, clothes, family, or job.
No, never do that. No.
Don't trust a fart after 40.
Huh.
Yeah.
I love when I have a good fart, though. At least I know it's moving. Something's moving down there. Thank you, jeez.
Oh, that was great. Won't be long now.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Speaking of, this person says, relax isn't good advice. Push out hard to open it up. What are we talking about?
Push out hard.
Yeah. Relax isn't good advice.
We talking about boopas?
That's what I was thinking. Are we talking about boo-boo? Yeah, I don't know.
I think so.
I think so, too. Have some self-respect. People know how they are treating you. It's not an illusion. It's not an illusion to you. What else we got right here?
Yeah, these are serious, Lucis.
They did that.
Yeah,
they did that. They did
serious,
that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Be childish, not childlike.
Is that good advice?
Be childlike, not childish. Excuse me, I said it backwards.
Okay.
Well, I would have sent my son off on the wrong path.
Be childish, kid. Dyslexia will get us all.
Adam would try and be opposite of what you said. All right.
Way too mature.
Sent him out, bro. Why'd you do that? You told me to, Dad. Advice everyone should hear: never pick a fight with a boy named Boot.
Nah.
Or John Owning, apparently.
John Owning. I would. Yeah, don't fight with John Owning. Yeah. Yeah.
It's okay to admit you're wrong.
All the time.
Don't call yourself stupid or anything, though. I do that a lot. You shouldn't do that. Yeah. Because I hear like the body feels it, and your mind feels it. Yeah, without you.
Yeah, you got to speak positive things.
Tell yourself good things.
Got to catch myself. I'm like, come on, you stupid, man.
There's this great line in Freddie Got Fingered where he goes up to his girlfriend who's a rocket scientist, and he says, "This is never going to work. Can't you just see we're a couple of stupid idiots?"
Yeah.
So I've been saying that to Remy as a joke. She's like, "Dad, you're not an idiot."